And to those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, Wednesday. Let's go. Turning the corner towards that Christmassy weekend. I think SantaCon is this weekend. We'll have to get into that at some point. But happy Lottery Wednesday, everybody. Raise your hand if you knew Major League Baseball was holding a draft lottery yesterday. My hand's down. MLB, how the draft lottery promoted it, not at all. Not at all. But while we were all not paying attention, the Giants scored, man. They soared all the way from the projected either 15th or 12th pick. I think the odds say they'd pick 12th. They picked 4th. The Giants have moved into the top 5 of next summer's draft. So good news to start your Wednesday as we still wait for the 49ers to get back to the field. Still wait for the Warriors to get back to the court. While we do that, we can kind of celebrate the Giants moving to the number 4 pick in the MLB draft. So there you go. A good way to start your Wednesday, Marcus. Happy hump day, brother. How are you, man?
Hell, Murph, I'll say it's a great way to start the holiday season, even though we kicked it off a couple days ago. But it's always nice waking up with a brand new present from Buster Posey and Randy Wynn underneath that tree.
Yeah, so everybody, like they do in NBA draft lotteries, they send somebody to check it out. Remember we had, years ago, were you working on the show and we had Peter Guber? He was repping the Warriors at the lottery. The Warriors are back in the James Wiseman year.
Oh, that was right before I joined the show, I think.
Okay, because we had Peter Guber on, and he's a character, by the way. We don't talk enough about Guber. There's Lacob. Lacob's like the 800-pound gorilla. Everybody talks about Lacob all the time. But Guber's like his right-hand guy who's been involved in all this stuff, too. And he's the L.A. guy. And he was riffing on how bad the hotel room was that the NBA had put him in. And that was it. He didn't want to talk about James Wiseman. He wanted to talk about how cheap the hotel room was. So, but Randy Wynn, I don't know how his accommodations were, but they sent Randy Wynn. And let me tell you, as a guy who works with Randy Wynn on the Giants Community Fund Board, he's our current freaking chairman. So it means he's like putting in a lot of time and effort and energy and also working for the Giants. You couldn't pick a better guy than Randy Wynn because he's one of the all-time premium human beings. I'm going to go ahead and say it was Randy Wynn's presence that vaulted the Giants all the way up to 4.
Yeah, even outside of last night's MLB draft lottery, anytime I see Randy Wynn, whether it's down at the ballpark or down at San Jose scouting out some of the lower level players, like it always feels like the comfort level overall rises.
He's a gentleman.
Like Randy Wynn just makes you more comfortable.
Yeah, he is. He's a gentleman. San Ramon Valley High School, Santa Clara Bronco.
408, baby.
Let's keep it local, kids. All politics are local. All draft lotteries are local.
Mm-hmm.
So the Giants by record would have picked 15th. So I guess this is MLB's attempt, I don't know how successful it's going to be, to prevent tanking, right? They're like, well, you just can't tank and get the 1 pick. We're going to do a lottery, meaning teams is all the way down to 81 and 81, like the Giants get to enter the lottery. Now, as it wound up, the White Sox did wind up getting the first pick because they had the overwhelming odds. But the fact that the Giants leaped all the way up to 4, dudes, are you ready? They don't pick top 5 very often. In fact, last time they did, well... yeah, we got him on the soundboard right here.
There he is, QB1.
Oh, man.
Yes, Joey.
That's our guy.
No, Joey.
We loved him.
Yes, Joey.
Joey Bart's.
No, Joey.
However, okay, so, Joey Bart's story is yet to be written. Who knows? Maybe he becomes an all-star with the Pirates. I don't know. He's better with the Pirates than he has been with the Giants. He's getting more chances with the Pirates than he did with the Giants.
Yeah, well, him and Marco Luciano can carry that franchise past the Paul Skeens future.
Don't forget Brian Reynolds, as Grant Brisbee in The Athletic called it, forming the vortex of regret, which I think is a great line. So here are the other top 5 picks in Giants history. Ready? How about Buster Posey, number 5?
That's a pretty good one.
How about Matt Williams, number 3.
Another good one.
And how about the guy, we have him, he says, when the sun goes down, out comes the brown. Will Clark, number 2.
Yeah, those are some pretty good top 5 draft
That's
picks.
it. Now, what's funny is Pavlovich wrote that those were the guys, and I was excited. So I just went to look at the list to make sure. I wanted to double-check my years. He missed one. 1997, Jason Grilli was the 4th pick, which is where the Giants are. So they have one Grilli pitched in the big. Do you remember Jason Grilli?
I do not, actually.
Oh, yeah. He was sort of a journeyman. He kind of puttered around a little bit.
Jason Grilli.
There were high hopes, though, obviously, because he was a top 5 pick under Sabian. Sabian picked him. It was like Jason Grilly this, Jason Grilly. He made the All-Star game once.
Oh.
He pitched. He wound up pitching 15 years in the bigs. So
Good on Grilly.
yeah. Made one All-Star team, 15 years in the gigs. But the Giants got rid of him pretty fast. The Giants traded him when he was still a minor leaguer. So anyway, have you already looked at the top 5?
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday I went straight to my guy, Kylie
Who'd you go- I was
McDaniel.
wondering who you go to. Yeah.
Immediately, he's like, I got a top 5 mock draft releasing in 5 minutes. Dude, I started counting down the picks. I was counting down the minutes until that mock draft started.
Yeah, Kylie McDaniel just gave us room service.
Dude,
Man.
I mean, Kylie's my guy. Like, we've been booking him for the last couple of years
Well, we should
around
book
the
him again.
MLB draft. Yeah, he's the perfect guy to talk to about
Girls.
all things prospects.
Tomorrow.
He's essentially the Todd McShay, Mel Kiper combined for the baseball world.
All right. And so the drum roll, please. And the pick is. We're already going to make the pick. By the way, this is for next summer. So the guy who they pick won't even show up at a minor league game until August of 2026. So let's not get ahead of ourselves here. This guy isn't. He's not leading. Whoever we're talking about right now is not leading off against the Yankees on what night is that? Is that a Wednesday
It's a
night?
Wednesday night kickoff.
Okay. So did you look at the picks?
Well, yeah, I went down the picks, and the first overall projected pick, shortstop from UCLA, dude.
Things are happening. We hired our new football coach, and he debuted, just smash debut yesterday. We won the freaking water polo championship over USC at the last second, and we have the projected number 1 pick, Rock Chanowski. He's supposed to be a guy's name's Rock.
Rock,
by the way.
that's a hell of a
I know,
name.
right? So he's projected to be a White Sox.
Yeah, so he's projected to go number 1 overall. There's a couple other high school shortstops, and then Burris, who's regarded as one of the best outfielding prospects at the college game, is who they had the Giants going with the 4th pick.
His name's Drew Burris. He has power. He plays for Georgia Tech. Here's the catch. He's 5'8". Now, does that immediately so at a debate with my 18-year-old son last night, he was like, "You can't take a guy who's 5'7", Dad." I said, well, first of all, he's 5'8". He goes, "No, I've read projections that he's actually 5'7".
Projections.
He's listed or whatever, analyses.
Yeah, but
I've read some people say he's not really 5'8", he's actually 5'7".
Yeah, but are we measuring him in height with spikes on or spikes off?
Hey,
That's a big difference.
Fletch, 6'2", 6'6" with the afro, right? So I mean, I don't know. Are you freaked out that the guy's 5'7", allegedly 5'8"?
No, I mean, in baseball, I don't really trip too much off of height. It's not like he's Brock Purdy behind the pocket.
It is on the shorter side.
He also hit like 30 bombs last year at the college level.
He hit like 25, 2 years ago, 19 last
30,
year.
Yeah, okay, so he's got some power.
He's got power.
And again, we're out here playing Wednesday morning quarterback
this is incredible.
when the draft is like
You and
6 months away.
It's 6:08 on a Wednesday morning. We're arguing about Drew Burris's projectable.
Are you concerned about his height? Yeah, how big are his hands, Murph?
People are like, "Hey, man, what were they? I turned into Murph and Marcus. What's going on with the Niners?" I don't know. They're arguing about some Georgia Tech outfielder, whether
Exactly,
he's 5'7" or 5'8". That's what we're doing here, dude. Come on down, Drew Pierce. Let's play Randy Newman's short people.
Yeah, so again, we're kind of spitballing and playing the game, but you know who's not spitballing right now is Tony Vitello, who knows all these guys at the college level. Like, this is a huge opportunity for the Giants organization, and I mentioned this when Tony first signed that contract with the Giants, like how he can help out the entire scouting program, like the developmental side, like him having a scouting report better than any other manager in Major League Baseball on the current players in college right now, but also the guys who have been drafted in the last 8 years.
So we should, we'll be hot on the draft for like the next 2 to 3 years, and then it'll fall off because he won't know anybody.
Yeah, then it's like, I don't know you
but
anymore.
don't look out for our next 2 to 3 drafts. They're going to be awesome.
Yeah, they're going to be great.
So anyway, well, that was great news. It was fun. It was funny because, I tuned in at number 6, and when they picked, I forget who they picked at 6, but it wasn't the Giants. I was like, oh my God, they're top 5. And then the 5th pick went to somebody else, like the Royals or somebody. And I was like, bro, we got to get the number 1 pick. Declan already started going like, Dad, we're getting Rock. And I was like, well, by the way, we have Willie Adames. Do you draft Rock Chanowski at shortstop? I don't know. All the best players are shortstop. One of the other prospects, in case he falls, is named Justin LeBron.
LeBron
That's a shortstop from
James.
Alabama. Yeah. The other one's a high school kid. And the Giants have been lately taking college players with their first-round picks.
Yes.
So that would project to be the short guy.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking like they will stick with that strategy of maybe going with the best overall college player available. But you're right. Most of the time in the MLB draft, it's shortstop, because shortstops are traditionally the best athletes on the field. And even if they don't have a long-term projection at shortstop, you can move them around to different positions.
What stat I heard from, some scout was talking. Was it a manager? They were saying that most major league pitchers didn't pitch in high school. It's an interesting. I don't know if I have numbers to prove it up or stat. It was an anecdote from a manager. He said because most of them are generally going to be among the best athletes. Shout out Marcus, and they generally play shortstop or even catcher.
Yeah.
Even catcher. Some of these big league pitchers played catcher or shortstop growing up.
Now, I know for sure that most pitchers used to be like the best shortstop in the Little League growing up. Like, that's always been a thing. Now, I wouldn't say that most pitchers, again, I don't know the stats that you're quoting here. I would say that most of them played a different position. I don't know. Let me figure this out of how to say this correctly.
Yeah.
I think that there are a lot of pitchers that used to be shortstops and catchers, but I wouldn't say a majority of major league pitchers didn't pitch growing up.
It's an interesting question, but one of the theories was that one of the guys said is that's why they don't have kids who pitched primarily growing up will have more arm problems.
Oh, yeah.
As they're saying.
Well, here's the thing, though. Everybody has arm problems.
Do shortstops get them, though?
Yeah, sure. I mean, regardless, yes, pitching is going to be the primary lead to Tommy John surgery and having arm issues.
I'll try to find that quote or that stat, whatever it was.
Yeah, but I played baseball with guys who were primarily or shortstop. Then they would come in and close the game, and they had a chance to get drafted as closers. And guess what? They ended up having Tommy John surgery just like me. So, it happens to everybody.
I told you that Billy Bean line. He said they asked, has he had his Tommy John yet?
Yet.
So there you go.
Keyword yet.
Anyway, that was really, honestly, the biggest story in the Bay Area sports yesterday because actually the Sharks played, right?
Yeah,
Sharks
Sharky played yesterday.
Skated and lost to the Philadelphia Flyers. So we can't play our Sharks win package. We have yet to invent our Sharks win package. But anyway, so we wait for the Warriors to get back on the court Friday and wait for the 49ers to hit the field finally on Wednesday. By the way, I forgot to mention that the Tennessee Titans are rolling in here with interim head coach Mike McCoy, San Marin High School Mustang, right here in Novato, California.
Wow.
All politics is local. All politics.
I did not know that.
Yeah, just like Randy Wynn went to San Ramon Valley High in Santa Clara, the Titans interim coach is a Marin County High School product, San Marin High Mustang. Always one of the best, always the best public school football program in Marin. So anyway, just tip of the cap to Mike. Welcome home, Coach McCoy.
Go Stangs.
There you go, buddy. All right, man. How was the rest of your Tuesday night?
Tuesday night was chill. Caught a little NBA Cup action. Watched the New York Knickerbockers take down the Toronto Raptors yesterday on that ugly-ass all-red court. I still can't buy into these colored courts for the NBA Cup.
Well, it's really the only thing to drag you in.
It's so distracting, though. Like, there were times it's like, I don't even want to watch. I just want to listen to the game.
If it's too red, you're too old.
Yeah, I guess so,
right?
dude.
Yeah.
It's way too red.
So
I'm way too old.
And then the Magic beat the Heat last night.
Yeah, so a little basketball action. But, yeah, not a huge plate of sports action on a Tuesday night. What about yourself?
No, almost no sports at all. Actually, read. Is that okay? Like, read some stuff.
I thought you were talking about the red court still.
And then I worked really hard. I was cruising my social media, and I found like 4 or 5 awesome things for the thread for Cooler of Content. I was hot. I was finding this out-of-the-way stuff that was fun and interesting. I was like, yeah, look at me working for the show.
Look at you putting in overtime.
So I sent it all in. I was like, man, the Cooler's going to be awesome tomorrow. Dude, I showed up right this morning. It's gone. It disappeared from the thread.
What do you mean it's gone?
I don't know.
It disappeared.
Something's going on with freaking Twitter.
The content vanished?
Yes. It did. That's not funny. I'm pissed.
Yeah, what's so funny, Tony, huh?
So, I don't know. Anyway,
where's my content?
Have you found that the last week or 2 or 3, Twitter's gotten weird?
Bro, I don't know what's going on with Twitter. Like, I need a passcode now to, like, access our DMs for the Cooler of Content.
Yeah.
Like, I have to put in a separate password. I'm like, dude, I'm already logged into Twitter.
Also,
what do I need a second password for?
Exactly. Totally.
I'm already logged in.
I know. I found a way around that. But, hey, there also now you don't get the latest tweet on top of your timeline.
Yeah, what's up with that?
So I don't get, like...
I got tweets from, like, hours ago.
Yeah, what's that? Didn't that kind of define the whole point of the thing? It's like, hey, man, what did so-and-so what did John Heyman tweet from the winter meetings? And you catch something up, and it's it's something that Draymond Green said on Monday.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, wait, what? So anyway, that was my Tuesday night.
Yeah, we got to figure that out.
Wasted time researching for the show.
Wasted days and wasted nights.
I wish I had sent that in. That would have been good, too.
Yeah.
All right, we'll say good morning to Young Tone on the other side. Get our guest list on a Wednesday. It's a good guest list, and it's a good Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Twitter is not life. I don't have an account. I asked, before even taking the job, I don't have to get a Twitter, right?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Listen between 7 and 10 for your chance to win 2 tickets to go see Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics on Saturday, August 15th at Shoreline Amphitheater. We played this song yesterday. It's an all-time banger, I gotta say. Stay tuned for your chance to win 2 tickets to go see Toto and all those other artists. We're also giving away 2 tickets to go see Styx and Chicago on September 4th at Concord Pavilion. The giving season just never ends here on the Sports Leader. Both of these contests are brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The team with the 4th overall selection, the upcoming MLB draft, the San Francisco Giants. We just talked to their president of baseball operations, Buster Posey. He has to be happy with this news. They had a 1% chance of getting the top pick. They went from the 15th slot to the 4th overall pick. It's the 5th time they've had a top 4 pick in the draft. Last time they had it was in 2018. They took Joey Bart 2nd overall. So the Giants at number 4.
Hey, that's Greg Amsinger, I believe, and Young Tony with the perfect song. They got lucky. It's nice. By the way, shout out to the 1%ers.
Ooh.
Because they said the Giants had a 1% chance of moving to the
Shout
top
out to the
5.
1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
That's the true best use of the 1%ers right there. The Giants got lucky, and luck plays a role in all this. So the Giants should get a Will Clark, no pressure, but you just got to be Will Clark, Matt Williams, or Buster Posey.
Yeah, come
who
on,
are all
Buster.
top 5 picks.
Come on, Zach. Go draft me a Hall of Famer.
And then there was Jason Grilly, who was good, but not amazing. I'm trying to remember who they traded Grilly for. Might have been the 97 White Sox trade that they made. It was, anyway, that's between me and the 1997 Giants fans out there. So, yeah, it was really the best story of the base of the sports day yesterday as the 49ers get back to the practice field today and the Warriors continue to practice, get ready for Friday's game against Minnesota because they missed the NBA Cup. So that was fun. Also, by the way, we should note that today is the day that they announced the Ford Frick Award for the broadcaster who will go into the Baseball Hall of Fame. And so Kyper's been Dwayne Kyper, our guy, nominated yet again. And he's saying, let's not talk about it. I get it. Obviously it would mean the world, but at the same time, if it doesn't happen, it's got to just keep on keeping on, right? Yeah. I mean, he's had, 5 nominations? And, we'd all love to see him and Mike go in. MLB will not, or the Baseball Hall of Fame, pardon me, because it's yet another complexity in trying to understand the Baseball Hall of Fame, which confuses everybody and has basically pissed off everybody too, is that MLB, Major League Baseball, does not run the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's 2 totally separate entities. Mm-hmm. The Baseball Hall of Fame is run by a private board of people that just kind of curate the museum. So they make their own rules, and they will not put Kruk and Kype together. Just for whatever reason, they won't do it. I don't know. Rules for rules. A lot of rules.
Murph. A lot of rules.
Anyway, we wish Dwayne all the best luck.
Yeah, and we'll talk to Kype 7:30 this morning, regardless of the outcome. I believe the award won't be announced until after our interview, regardless. But I will say, I do like that they are announcing this award after the season. Like, it's one of my biggest gripes with Major League Baseball. I didn't like how they kind of trickle out like the MVPs and Cy Youngs and these type of awards while the World Series is going on. I thought that was stupid. I thought it would make more sense to wait until the winter meetings when you're giving out the Ford Frick Award, when you're doing the draft lottery. Like, this should be the week with nothing going on that MLB is putting on a spectacle at the winter meetings, announcing Cy Young winners and MVPs.
You willing to wait this long?
I am waiting to wait. Yeah, I mean, I would like for it to happen after the World Series. Or at least, like,
they do it after the World Series.
Not be intertwined.
No, they do it after the World Series, yeah.
Like a day after.
It's like the week after.
It seemed like it was very close.
It's the week after.
It seemed like there wasn't too much of a spectacle, is my point.
Well, yeah.
Bigger ceremony, maybe.
MLB screws everything up, bottom line.
That's what they do.
By the way, it was the they traded Jason Grilly and Nate Bump. That's right, Nate Bump. To Florida. That's right, Florida, not Miami. For Levon Hernandez, who wound up being a real big part of the 2000 playoff team and the 2002 playoff team, too, the World Series team. So that was a big trade. They traded prized prospect Jason Grilly for Levon Hernandez.
Here we are, back to talking about trading prospects.
See JT Snow's sort of a strong statement yesterday on Papa and Silver?
I did see that.
He's very protective of Bryce now. He kind of feels ownership of Bryce because he's worked with him a few times.
That's his boy.
And he says, if they keep talking about trading Bryce Eldridge, you better watch out because Bryce might go to his agent and say, blank this, trade me.
Ooh, you know
I thought
you
that was a
better.
little bit of a strong statement.
Watch out.
I don't think probably that Eldridge is that kind of leverage.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, here's some advice for Bryce Eldridge. Stay off of social media and never get on it. Like, just ignore the noise. Like, of course, like, you're one of the top prospects in baseball. You're going to get talked about being traded, just like every other top prospect in baseball.
Yeah, like freaking Willie Mays, who got traded, or Joe Montana, who got traded, right? All right, let's get the guest list going on a Wednesday, December 10, 2025, 12/10/25. Today being the Cumulus holiday party.
Oh, that's right. We got a big party today.
Now, in the old days, Young Tone, first of all, good morning, Young Tone. How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
That's Young Tony Farias over there. Do you know the story about like holiday parties from the old days before sort of sexual harassment and all that? Like how
I don't think I do, no.
Oh, yeah.
Enlighten me.
Well, office parties used to be just an absolute grope fest, brother. Just a grope fest.
Yeah.
I mean, you had a few holiday punches, and then it was on.
I heard some people lost their jobs around here as
Stuff
well.
like
Yes,
that. Yeah.
allegedly, yeah.
Yeah. But in the old days, there's a movie called The Apartment starring Jack Lemmon and Shirley MacLaine. Great movie. Legendary movie. I think it won Best Picture, actually. And it portrays a 1960 New York City holiday party, and everybody's making out with the secretaries. It's the secretaries.
Everybody, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just wondering, is that going to happen at today's Cumulus lunch?
Well, especially with the demographics of KNBR and Cumulus being like 90% dudes. I hope not, Murph.
I don't think we have a secretary either.
Yeah, we don't have too many secretaries hanging out around here.
Maybe board ops or producers?
Hey now. No, Murph. I don't think anything like that's going to happen at like an 11:30 noon holiday party in the building.
Let's be honest. We've legislated the fun completely out of holiday parties. We moved them to noon, and there's no alcohol at all.
See, that's an issue.
Were you around for the few we had down at Fisherman's Wharf?
I can honestly say that I have never attended a KNBR holiday party. I've gone the Tom Tolbert
Will you
route.
go today?
I mean, I guess just because I might still be hanging around, like,
And it's being catered by the great Dugan family, Original Joe's.
Oh, then for sure I'm staying.
Shout out OJ's.
Yeah, I mean, if OJ's is catering, I'll hang out. But no, Murph, I've never wanted to put myself in a position to get in trouble at a holiday party.
Okay, see, this guy, look at where he got.
They also canceled them. I mean, something happened before COVID.
Yeah.
And then COVID happened, and then they just canceled all of them.
Where
So,
are you, Tony, with the holiday party?
I'll be there. Yeah, I'm excited. I didn't know there was no alcohol, I'm not going to lie. But, it is what it is, I guess.
Is it BYOB? Can I bring my own beer?
BYOE, bring your own Bonneville. BYOB.
I'll bring it.
There you go. All right, what do we got today, Tone?
All right, well, we have What Did Young Tony Ask today at 7:15. Dwayne Kyper is going to join us ahead of the Ford C. Frick Award winner being announced. I looked it up. Last year it was announced around 9 a.m. this time.
Okay.
I don't think he wants to really talk about it too much, too. We talked to him yesterday, and he's
Right.
like, let's just talk about something else, guys.
Yeah.
So,
Fine by me.
We'll cross our
talk
fingers.
to him about the freaking lottery. Yeah,
Absolutely. We got some news. Dwayne Kyper at 7:30. Patrick Willis at 7:50. We got a text from Marcus on Friday night, everybody.
How about that?
He's
First
like,
of all, we got to just stop it. We got a text from Marcus.
See,
Stop right there.
This is what I was talking about last week when we were talking about me not texting. I was like, yeah, but it means so much more when I actually send out a text. And when you get a text from me at like 5:30 on a Friday night saying that I booked Patrick Willis, boys, that means something.
It's all true. You're telling no lies, buddy. No lies.
Curly was like a proud father, dude. He had like a heart attack. He didn't know what was going on.
I still got that booking gene in my bag.
So Patrick Willis at 7:50 this morning. Cooler content's going to be at 8:30. We will talk to Ron Rivera at 8:50.
Yeah. Ron, we got beef with Ron. He did not give us the heads up that Tosh Lupoy was the head coach. He told us he would.
He said he was going to call us.
Yeah, so we'll give him grief.
Yeah, he alluded to it. Yeah. The showdown with Larry Krueger at 9:15, ladies and gentlemen.
Can it be a showdown when one guy when we're holding the playoffs and one guy's in the parking lot? Is that a showdown or is that just a pity party? Yeah, I think it's a pity party.
I'll have the tailgate ready to go, Larry.
Do you have his comments from September when he was just dropping bombs on my team and I was throwing accurate criticisms at his team?
I can get him, during the draft when he was with Todd Husak, And then Randy Wynn at 9:30, ladies and gentlemen. If you missed it, he was at the MLB Draft Lottery.
Can you give me a little number, a couple seconds of Daft Punk? Because this is Randy Wynn's now. This is Randy Wynn's theme song, man. I mean, the guy showed up. The Giants they were slotted 15th. The odds said they could get as high as 12th, or likely 12th, I should say. Randy Wynn showed up. We jumped to the top 5. 4th. This is tall. What do they say? High air, thin air, what do they call it? Anyway, point is that Randy Wynn is our lucky charm. All right. Hey, Tony Vitello is talking, and he's shedding more and more light on who he is and what he's going about his job. We'll listen to that stuff next on The Sports Leader. Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. So, yes, listen, we're very, very happy to have the Dugans and Original Joe's catering our holiday party, but I'm totally cool with Amici's doing it too, because they should do yours, because they're awesome and their catering menu is great. Those large trays of pasta are fantastic. So, Amici's for your holiday party is what you need. It's the full-blown catering menu for larger events. So, company holiday party, neighborhood holiday party, Amici's has a full range of customizable options in ideal portion sizes for your group. Of course, you order the pizzas like always, but then I urge those trays of pasta and flame roasted chicken wings in large numbers. All right, so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amici's full range of menu items. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered holiday party this year. 2 words. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You know what this is. If you don't, sure you do. Edwin Diaz, arguably the best closer in all of baseball. Is he the best closer in all of baseball?
Yeah, when he's on, he's on.
And this happened at the end of our show yesterday, but somebody texted in 415, said, are you guys going to say something about Edwin Diaz going to the Dodgers? I told him we did talk about it at the end of the show, but it is worth a re-rack for the early crowd because it was the big story yesterday. I'm honestly not pissed. I'm so numb to, bro, they have Shohei Ohtani. They have Yamamoto. They have Sasaki. What's Edwin Diaz? He's just another name on the pile.
We just saw him win a World Series without a closer, Murph.
But here's the catch. We also saw them win a World Series that they easily could have lost had the Blue Jays executed with from 90 feet away. So, are the Dodgers, quote-unquote, gettable? Well, that's what Joe Madden told us. And that sounds like quite a reach considering they have Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto, Sasaki, now Edwin Diaz. But, I did take a measure of hope by how close the Blue Jays played them, right down to 90 feet away.
Well, they would have been gettable if IKF would have gotten a secondary damn lead, Murph.
There it is.
Like,
right
that's
there.
one of the issues. But that also goes to show that this is baseball that we're still talking about. Like, I know there's always a narrative of, oh, this team is buying their championships. But how many times have we seen the team that is not the best team during the regular season win it all? So at some point, you would think that baseball and water is going to find its level, and somebody's going to be able to knock out the Dodgers.
It did in 21, 22, and 23. When they had, in 23 when they had Shohei. Oh, no, Shohei's 2 for 2, right?
Yeah,
24,
Shohei's
25.
2 for 2.
Anyway, but before they had Shohei, when Muncy was even better, and Freddie was even better, and Mookie was even better, and Clayton Kershaw was even better, when they were the best team in baseball in 21, 22, and 23, even in 19. They made the World Series in 19. They didn't win it. So there was any number of examples. And, in fact, they were beginning to get the rep of a team that couldn't get over the top until they got that guy, Ohtani, number 17.
Yeah.
But, I mean, listen, what's interesting is that a lot of people are looking at this story less from a Dodger perspective, but from a Met perspective, because the Mets theoretically are a team that has the money to compete with the Dodgers.
Oh, bro, and they're over here talking about how nobody's going to outspend us now that we got that Cohen money. Well, guess what? Edwin Diaz just left you for a difference of $3 million.
Right. And so what is that? That's another one of those you can't beat them, join them. We talked about that yesterday. Now, I saw a report on top. The one that will maybe make me throw in the towel is the one I saw. Now, I don't know how much credence there is to this. The guy was from KTLA, which is a legit station down in Los Angeles. It's not a fly-by-night operation. So this guy has a boss to answer to and everything. But a reporter from KTLA was reporting that the Dodgers and the Detroit Tigers are hot and heavy about the Dodgers acquiring Tarik Skubal in a trade. That one might make me tap out. I mean, I'm not tapping out. I'll still go watch the Giants compete with the Rockies, but that one might put it over the that one might put it over the cliff, dude. Bro,
It's going to happen. I mean, I've been thinking this is going to happen for weeks. Since the leaks started to come out about how the Tigers didn't want to pay Skubal, I said, well, guess what? They're going to trade him, and the Dodgers are going to do everything necessary to go out and trade for him. And from the reports that I'm reading, they're essentially just waiting on him to agree to a long-term deal. So, no, I'm not surprised at all by this news, Murph. This is something that I've been expecting for a while.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
I'm really not.
okay. Does that one push you over the edge?
To what? Like to the edge where I'm giving up on baseball?
Yeah,
no. You know me. I'm never going to give up on the game of baseball.
I know.
But it's also like this strategy now with everybody talking about the impending lockout and how there might be a hard salary cap. Well, the Dodgers are saying, blank you, we're going to pay everybody right now. We'll go out and we'll hand out all of these contracts before the potential lockout. What are you going to do then? Take away money that we've already committed to guys?
Yeah.
Like that's the strategy they're going with right now. And credit to the Dodgers again. I hate to even say it.
I know.
They're doing everything they can to dominate the world of baseball, and nobody else is stepping up to the plate to play ball with them.
No, you're right. They are doing. Like, why aren't the Yankees trading for Tarik Skubal?
I absolutely agree.
Why aren't the Mets trading for Tarik Skubal? Why aren't the Phillies trading for Tarik Skubal? And now they would have to send a haul of farm talent, but it wouldn't matter anyway. 650, by the way, says, with all this news about Edwin Diaz and possibly Tarik Skubal, can we get at least Marcus driving down on King Street yelling at Kershaw?
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
There it is.
Hey, Diaz! Blank the Dodgers!
I mean, it does. I mean, the Giants they're looking sad and lonely right now. They've made no moves right now. Of course, there's still all the time in the world. And there's any number of closures they could get. Robert Suarez is still out there. Kyle Finnegan's still out there. Pete Fairbanks is out there. Michael Kopech as a reclamation project is out there. Tyler Rogers is out there. So they could get guys. But just that Edwin Diaz is the Cadillac and Tarik Skubal is the, I don't know, what are those cars that people are driving now that look like tanks? Teslas?
The Tesla truck?
What are those things? The ones with
Cybertruck.
Tarik Skubal's the Cybertruck.
It's a damn Cybertruck that can fly, Murph. That's what he is.
He's a Cybertruck that can fly.
He's so good. Like you can't have Skubal Join that rotation. Join that team. Join that roster, dude.
Yeah, you can't. There almost needs to be a thing where the commissioner steps in and blocks it from happening.
This is like blocking like CP3 going to the Lakers or something.
Yeah.
Like you got to step in.
No, in the history of baseball, commissioners have stepped in and prevented things from happening because they thought it was unfair for baseball. Like when Charlie Finley was breaking up the A's and just selling them all, the commissioner, Bowie Kuhn, stepped in and is like, bro, you can't do this. You can't just. So, I mean, commissioners haven't done that in a long time. Owners have gotten more and more powerful, and now they don't really even listen to the commissioner anymore. But at this point, you almost want to do something for competitive balance. But you're right. Everything could change after the lockout when the salary cap comes in, and then the Dodgers just find a way around that. And
yeah, then they're just going to start handing out more deferred contracts.
I don't know how deferred contracts work with a salary cap. It would have to be in the collective bargaining agreement.
Neither do I. I'm not smart enough to figure it out.
We'd have to get some language there. So anyway, great news.
Yeah.
Everybody. Yeah. So,
but hey, the Giants got the 4th pick in the draft.
They do have the 4th pick, and they're going to draft some 5'2" guy.
We
joked earlier. We joked earlier about this guy, Drew Burress, and my kid already being upset that he's 5'7". I said he's 5'8". He goes, no, man, I read that he's really 5'7". He's just listed 5'8".
Yeah, but Murph, I think that's a good sign for the sport of baseball when we got teenagers getting upset about mock drafts 6 months out.
That is a good sign.
It says a lot about the current state of baseball.
That is good. All right, I teased Tony Vitello. Why don't we get to it on the other side? He and Buster Posey both spoke. Now, whatever they say is not going to change the fact that Edwin Diaz is a Dodger and Derek Skubal might be a Dodger. So I don't know what they said, but whatever they said, it better be good, and it better somehow, some way counteract the fact that the Dodgers just are coming off of back-to-back World Series and just added Edwin Diaz and may add Derek Skubal, bro.
Right.
So talk to us, Buster and Tony. What do you got next on The Sports Leader?
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
My thought is like there's an appreciation for the past, right? We need to celebrate what's happened in the past. We need to celebrate how hard these guys have worked to create those memories that we were talking about. But also, our eyes on the future. We're trying to create more. You want to respect what's happened, but understand. Look, there's a lot more out there to go and do, and you want to add on to the rich history and tradition that is the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, there it is, Buster Posey. Yeah, a cool Buster. What about Edwin Diaz and maybe Tarek Skubal? What are we going to do about that? So it's always good to hear from Buster, but man, oh man, Giants up against it in that NL West. Do you just play for the wild card now? Am I saying that right now on December 10? Play for the wild card. Get in and see what happens. That's truly, honestly, like all you have to do.
I mean, realistically, yes, but as an organization, that should not be your goal. And Buster Posey's going to tell you that the goal is to win the West and compete.
Does it make Farhan and Gabe's 2021 that much more epic? That what they did? We I'm as guilty as anybody of this because Farhan and Gabe were not my style. They weren't my cup of tea. A Bigelow tea, by the way. Is that maybe we don't give them enough credit for that season.
It's funny.
That was an unbelievable season, and they outlasted a 106-win Dodger team. Like, they took on the Dodgers and beat them and had them in Game 5 at home, and Darren Ruff hit a home run, and Webb pitched great. You know, blue was Camilo Doval. But anyway, back to 2021.
I mean, honestly, I kind of view it the other way. Like, to me, it just goes to show how much of an anomaly that year was. The fact that it was such an outlier of a season for them to win 107. And I've always pointed out the fact that Brandon Belt hit 29 home runs that year, and Brandon Crawford finished top 5 in the MVP voting, and Buster Posey made the return and was, comeback player of the year that year. Like, they balled out so well that year that I think a lot of people bought into the Gabe and Farhan plan, but outside of that year, it was nothing but 500 baseball.
No, you're right. Buster played a huge role in it, and Brandon Belt played a huge role in it, and Brandon Crawford played a huge role in it.
It was the OGs to me. It wasn't really me giving credit to this new school thinking outside of the box with Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi. Now they get credit for bringing in guys like Kevin Gausman and those type of players, but to me, it just goes to show, like, that was the final hoorah, kind of the last spark of the Giants dynasty with those three players giving their last-ditch effort.
That said, every button Gabe pressed that year, every pinch hit, every platoon, every Wilmer Flores coming in when a lefty enters the game, every Austin Slater coming in when a lefty enters the game. They all worked.
You're correct.
Everything they did was the most magical year of all time. They just couldn't replicate the next year. Also, Brandon Crawford then re-signed and then did not perform to the level that he had signed.
Yeah, the power surge ran out of energy, Murph.
Just a quick check before we get to some of these. Vitello and Posey. 530 says, boys, if the Dodgers get Scooble, baseball dies. Well, I mean, that would be sort of the knee-jerk reaction, but you got to go play the game here. 408 says, don't forget in 21, Buster was catching, and he would hit home runs. Patrick Bailey can't hit.
Oh, why'd you have to throw a shot at Patrick Bailey?
530 says, stop acting like the Giants are broken. They can't sign any players. They're just cheap. Well, they're not cheap, per se. I mean, they had a top 10 payroll, but they haven't been top 5 in payroll since 2019. That is something to talk about.
That is a fact.
They have
but
not been
also,
down.
we also can't acknowledge that they handed out the largest contract in San Francisco Giants history last year to Willie Adames, and then doubled down and brought in a contract that's even bigger with Rafael Devers.
Now, I don't know if 707 is an outlier here. He says, but I've all but given up on the Giants. The bargain shopping isn't going to get it done, just going into the season playing out of string. 707, I would say to you, that sounds like a comment from a different era because Buster traded for Rafael Devers. Buster signed Willie Adames and Matt Chapman to long-term deals. So I would say that was kind of how they felt a few years ago when Farhan was bargain shopping. 707, I would say to you, Buster's been a big swinger, and he's taken big swings. So I'd say sit tight. That was my thing on the Emai story that they weren't going to spend on him. I said, well, I'm going to be patient because Buster's proven he will swing for the fences. So I'm going to disagree with that text.
Well, that's why I said it too when that Emai story first came out, and I've been pretty vocal about how I do want the Giants to go out and get Tatsuya Ime. But when I first saw that story, I was like, this is interesting because we got these same type of stories and reports last year before the winter meetings that the Giants were rolling back pay scale and everybody was freaking out about the Greg Johnson comments about somewhat breaking even. And next thing you know, as I just said, Buster went out and handed out the largest contract in Giants history to Willie Adames. That's not exactly rolling back the pay scale.
Well, let's hear what Tony V has to say since he's going to be the difference, right? Tony V is going to get us going spikes high. Coming in spikes high, chucking bat flipping and talking S, right? We'll see. So Tony V, we're due for another Tony V hit soon, but we got to let him travel. Apparently, he is planning to go to the Dominican Republic and South Korea.
We got to let him ride that bus a little bit.
That'd be really fun. There it is. So anyway, it's on MLB Network, Young Tone. Is that what this is?
Oh, he spoke to reporters yesterday, I believe.
Okay. Either way, he's just here. He is just talking about not just individual stars, but team efforts winning.
You know, with the teams in our division or that are out there in general, I think. Again, I don't know what you're supposed to say or not. Sounds like the Phillies got better today. There's the best players in the world, and with some of these big market teams or teams that are spending a lot of money, a lot of them are lumped together on one roster. So day in and day out, you have to compete against, and if you want to have success, beat the best players in the world. And then, like I said, the trend in all pro sports is a lot of them are now lumped together. So when that's the case, you're going to, the cliche is you're going to have to beat the best. But at the end of the day, having success against those teams, can come as a group as opposed to matching up man for man. Is this guy a better left fielder or, whoever it might be?
Okay. There was I hadn't heard that cut before. So number one, he sounded a little defeated, right? Yeah, all these other teams have the best players alive. But then at the end, he came through with the old, that's how you beat them. You beat them as a team. You beat them by going 90 feet. You beat them by taking better secondaries. You beat him by getting better jumps on the ball in the outfield. So a little bit of hope, but he did start to say, all the world's best players on other teams.
Well, dude, it was funny. Like at the beginning of that, like we almost heard a Tony Vitello internal thought. Like he starts his answer and he goes, I don't even know what I'm supposed to say to that. And then just keeps going. I'm like, is he talking to himself? Does he know he's talking out loud?
We had a text from somebody. It was a sarcastic text, but it said, boys, this guy's going to spend the first half of the year being wowed by the big leagues. We're cooked. We're all excited for Vitello because it's different and it's new and it's exciting. It's a fresh coat of paint and it's something like off the beaten path that Buster's thinking, quote unquote, outside the box, which I don't know if it's always good to think outside the box.
And now
the box exists for a reason.
Yeah, and now outside the box is now inside of the box. So who's really outside of the box when we're all inside the box?
Well, there you go. Buddy.
It's a lot of confusion.
That is a lot of confusion. But there is going to be a factor of him not knowing his ass from his elbow in a big league game. It's going to move fast, but he's going to have Ron Washington in there. He's going to have, Jace Tingler in there.
So two
guys, hopefully to
managers
slow him down
in the dugout.
Slow him down.
Yeah, and still, at the end of the day, he's still coaching baseball. I know technically now he's managing baseball. Still never really fully understood why college baseball coaches are coaches, and in the major league, they're managers.
Interesting quirk. You're right.
Like
no
I'm a
explanation.
lifetime baseball head, and I still don't know the difference.
No explanation.
Yeah, there is no explanation.
Just like I think English soccer sides are, it's a manager, isn't it? Like Pep Guardiola, isn't he a manager? Isn't he? I could be wrong.
Is
on that.
Ted Lasso a coach or a manager?
I thought he was a manager, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Let's move on. The Giants.
But yeah, regardless, it's still baseball that he's coaching / managing. Is the point I'm making.
Managing. Just like they say in baseball, it's a clubhouse, not a locker room. Weird.
Yeah, a lot
anyway,
of rules,
a lot of rules in baseball. Like, don't flip your bat.
Don't step on the line, Tony.
Here's Vitello on just, it's not just going to be him this year.
That'll be interesting, because those are guys that I really feel because I wasn't a good player and I don't consider myself anybody that's going to, the Giants are going to be successful because I'm a great coach. That's just not going to happen. Players are what got me to where I was able to keep moving down the line in college coaching, and I owe those guys a lot.
Yeah. So, all right.
Oh,
he needs players.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I can riff.
Yes.
This is great news that the Giants just signed a new manager who says, yeah, I'm not a very good coach at all. I just had really good players.
We're riffing, Jerry.
Yeah, it's a riff.
It's
a riff. Obviously, all coaches and managers need players.
Well, Dave Roberts was a bum until he got Ohtani.
Say that again, Murph.
You know what I mean? Dave Roberts was Dave Roberts was part of the UCLA football head coaching search.
Really?
Yeah, Bob Myers revealed that. I've been texting with Bob about the new hire, Bob Chesney.
No.
September 5, 2026 at Berkeley. Now, here's digression here. Can we ask Tyler Tim, who's our buddy over at Cal, he runs the football program for the sports information department, and he's always said, hey, anytime, come on over, we'll give you the royal treatment. It's like, this is what it's like to be on the radio. You get offers like this. Come over and get the royal treatment over. Here's my question. Can I go get the royal treatment for the Cal-UCLA game and go full-on Bruins right on their turf?
Yeah, see, Murph, I don't know. Like that
Walking
brings up
into
media
that Ron
ethics.
Rivera suite with the shrimp, wearing like a Troy Aikman jersey.
Yeah.
Leading 8 claps in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I got the same questions. What the hell am I supposed to do opening day? Giants, Yankees. I can't be at the public house wearing a Yankee hat.
Maybe you should stay away.
Yeah, maybe I should just take the day off.
Right. More Vitello about college baseball and MLB, the connection here. Yes.
I think college baseball had to become closer to what pro baseball is. And we had I was given a gag order argument over SEC, like what level is SEC play? And, it was fun hearing the debate back and forth, and they were all very well good points. And you'd never know because they're not playing against each other, and it's fewer games, and it's all these abstract things. But I think the college game has just gotten so good. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be in the SEC. You could be out at Coastal Carolina, or you could be on the West Coast. College baseball is now heavily covered by media. TV's a part of the deal. There's fans at every game, and the players are better. You name it. These indoor facilities that are in Wisconsin are producing guys like Gavin. So I think it's pretty great. And sorry to go on an even further tangent, but maybe this thing, and who knows if you want to call it guinea pig or sacrificial lamb, or this goes well or doesn't go well, who cares? I guess I should. But again, I wish there was somebody like with a shorter haircut and more reputable up here to say, like, it's time for college baseball and Major League Baseball to be married a little closer for a lot of different reasons.
All right, little Tony V got the big laugh there. He's still working his way through this, man. He is. He's drinking from the fire hose, and so we'll have to see. I mean, he's an agreeable guy to talk to. He's a likable guy. He's right though. They need players. They got to go get guys. He's got to build that culture. It's going to be hard to take on Edwin Diaz's Dodgers, but it's going to be a culture Tony V Giants team, and he's got Ron Washington and Jace Tingler there to help him slow down.
Yes.
Slow down.
And we know that's what he was known for, building the culture at Tennessee. Now, I'll ask you, Murph, do you agree with the notion that the college baseball game is closer to the big league game than it's ever been before?
I agree with the notion that it's certainly gotten way more media coverage and fan attention. That's for sure. And we are all more aware. And I would say in my lifetime, I would have to go back and look at the data, but more draft picks are getting to the bigs faster. The Paul Skeenses of the world, and we could name any others.
Trey Savage last year in the World Series.
Trey Savage in the World Series.
Crazy.
Yeah. Who was the guy? Brandon Finnegan about 10 years ago for the Royals, who went straight from TCU to the World Series.
I think he became the first player to pitch in the College World Series and the World Series in the same calendar year.
I would agree. I that it's. I wonder when college is going to get away from the aluminum bat, the ping.
Yeah, they got the BB cores now.
Okay.
They got those thicker walls.
Okay. Yeah. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know I like them in all shapes and sizes.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. A lot of people are reacting to these sounds here. By the way, multiple people checking in saying, Murph, the English soccer manager is called the Gaffer. That's true. That is a good one. The Gaffer.
The Gaffer.
The Gaffer. It's one of those quirky freaking UK things. The Gaffer. 408 with a negative text. He says, Tony Vitello already sounds in over his head. He said, yes, I'm excited for him, but some of the sound bites are cringe. Are they cringe? They're not cringe.
I don't know if they're cringe.
707 says, Giants have some solid pieces. F the Dodgers. Let's go Giants.
Blank them. That's the
that's
attitude.
just that's like hope is not a strategy.
Blank them.
650 says, as much as I hate the Dodgers, they're doing exactly what teams that you want to win need to do. They're laying the blueprint. You can't be mad at doing what you need to do to win. It's working. It's all very true. All very true. 707 said, we had that soundbite last summer from, what's his face, Friedman, who was like, we view ourselves as a part of the civic fabric. We're part of the culture of life down here. Like people, the Dodgers are a part of their lives, and we owe it to them to give them the best possible service. I'm like, bro, you're just crushing this interview.
Yeah, why?
You're saying everything I've ever wanted an owner to say.
Right? Why can't you be like a Rockies owner or something? Why does it got to be the Dodgers?
I know. He's right. He's like, people get up, they have work, they have family, they need something to buy. He's like getting deep and philosophical. He's like, the Dodgers are important to them. He's like, we owe it to them to get. I was like, yeah. I was like crying. I was like, yeah, you're right.
And also, Murph, that all sounds great to us, but he's also printing out a buttload of cash and making a lot of money off that organization.
Everybody wins, right?
Yep.
Everybody wins. I went to Dodger Stadium last summer. It was tough.
How was it?
707. I still like a Dodger dog, I'll admit it.
Oh, Dodger dogs are trash.
They're
awful.
I don't mind them.
Those long, skinny ones, they're a weird color.
I like them.
Those are awful hot dogs.
I do. I like them.
It was one of the first things when I went down to Dodger Stadium. I was like, this is what everybody's been talking about?
Utah, give me two.
Dude, those things are bad.
I like them. There's a little.
It's like eating a rubber dog.
I'm okay with them.
Dodger dogs are awful.
I can't believe you actually supported the Dodgers franchise by buying one.
I'll have yours.
Yeah, exactly, huh? You see this hot dog, Murph? Not my color.
707 says, Patrick Bailey's the best defensive catcher in the league. It's not even close. Yes, his bat is not the greatest, but it's far and above any of the great defensive catchers in the league. Bailey is a gem.
I stand with Patrick Bailey. I'm one of the few. I'm proud. The Patrick Bailey supporters.
I need a little bit more offense. 559 says, was the rich history that Buster was talking about the Mission Rock project? Yo! 707 says, hard to be the pitching and defense team when the team with all the hitters has way better pitchers and defense.
Oof.
Here we go, dude. 831 says, no, I don't want to read that one.
Don't read that
one. That's negative. 4 and 5 says, Friday's game against the Yankees on March 27th is at 1:35 p.m. Will you be doing the morning show at 58 Social? That's the kind of question I like. Somebody's trying to plan ahead to see, are we doing the morning show? I think so.
I think that is the current plan. Now, opening night is that Wednesday night. So I know there has been some talk about maybe doing a roundtable before that game.
So would we do our Friday morning show? So Friday would be opening day part 2.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I say we're in.
I'm all for it, although it's not the opening day because opening night is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Then they're off Thursday, and then they have a day game Friday.
Yeah, but whatever.
So
if we could broadcast from the ballpark, I say the answer is yes.
All right, guys. Hey, a little bit of Buster Posey here, and then we're going to start to transition towards our guest list. And what did young Tony ask today?
Oh, that's right.
And here it is, Buster Posey at the winter meetings. So, asked, are you going to sign somebody or trade for somebody, Buster?
What's the more likely thing that happens with you and the Giants here at the winter meetings? Free agent signing, trade?
50-50.
Got it. Multiple balls in the air.
Yeah.
I didn't expect you to answer any other way, by the way.
Yeah, there it is. That's our answer, huh? Here he is talking about going to winter meetings and talk to other executives. Buster Posey, winter meetings number 2.
For us, like, if I have an opportunity to meet with another executive in person, I want to do that. I mean, I just think there's a chance to move the needle and kind of suss some things out a little bit more than over text or over a phone call. So I think this is a unique opportunity that if you have a chance to sit with somebody in person, I'm going to take it.
Okay, Buster. I'll take Buster in the have a coffee with Buster Posey. Talk shop.
Buster trying to suss him out.
Here's Buster on Bruce Bochy's back, and he went to the Jeff Kent press conference with Posey. Cut N, Tony. Nancy, cut N.
You guys know Boch well. I mean, he's just a great person to have in the room. I mean, was with him all day yesterday, went to dinner with him, and I mean, he's just he fits in perfectly. I mean, this is home for him, and tons of great memories, and hopefully more to come.
Okay, all right, good. Buster Posey and Boch going to dinner at the winter meetings here. How about Buster on Vitello, cut J? We just heard some Vitello. What does Posey say now? 2 months in, so it was October 22nd. So we're like 2.5 months into the Vitello era, or I should say 1.5 months into the Vitello era.
There's a lot of reasons. I mean, when we started having conversations, first and foremost, just a really easy guy to talk baseball with, and it was apparent from the start that he was going to bring some energy to the clubhouse. He's smart. He likes to tell you all the time. He's like, "Hey, I'm the dumbest guy." You're like, "Tony, no, you're not." You know, like, he's got a great baseball acumen, great way about him, and I think as much as anything, he's going to be a real connector of people, not just the players, but the coaching staff, and hopefully it's something that our fan base picks up on really quick.
Okay, there it is. Some Buster Posey sound. We'll be endeavoring to get him on the show, too, before the end of the year. You're laughing out loud.
Yeah, sorry. I got distracted in the middle of the cut because I looked up at one of the TVs we have in the studio. It's on MLB Network, and they just put up a projected Dodger lineup with Kyle Tucker right in the middle of it.
Oh, my God. I mean... It's not just the Giants who feel this way, by the way. The Padres,
no, everybody
Mets,
feels this way.
The Phillies,
yeah.
Everybody feels the same way about this whole thing, man.
They're going to cash out before the salary cap comes.
Oh, man. All right, before we get to Young Tony, 831 says, Tony V sounds sincere and refreshing. I hope it translates into something good on the field. 408 says, let the Dodgers get whoever they want. Like a wise man once said, until you're 6 out with 5 left, then you're out. Until then, it's baseball.
Great job, brother.
Do we have that one? We might need that right now.
Great job, brother.
And while you're
until you're 162
when you're
games
6 out with 5 to go, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball.
Boom! And then we'll end it with 480 says, blank Mary Hart. There you go. Now, does Anthony even know who Mary Hart is? I would guess no. You don't know Mary? Yeah. Do you know who Mary Hart is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Interesting. John Joe, Mary Hart? Okay, wow, interesting. Wow.
Amelia Earhart?
And I was like, Emilio!
Funny. That's funny. Isn't Trump going to find her? Didn't he say he was going to find her? He said, we're going to find her. She's out there. He did. He mentioned that they're going to open the Earhart files.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That was just a riff, yeah.
What about those other files?
Oh! Hey-oh! Do we go to break now? I'm just
saying.
Do we go to break now?
Probably.
I was just going to say. So there was a really popular show in the 80s called Entertainment Tonight that everybody watched. I don't know why. It came on 7 o'clock every night, and it was just the half hour of entertainment news. It was hosted by 2 people, a perky blonde named Mary Hart, and a kind of blow-dried blonde dude named John Tesh. Here's the 2 things you need to know. John Tesh was also a composer who composed Round Ball Rock. Basketball, dunk it. And his cohort was Mary Hart. She was famous for having some attractive gams. Her legs were always showing under the desk.
I always like the word gams.
She insured her gams, or like Lloyd's of London, and she was perky. And she was Mary Hart, and there was a Seinfeld episode where Kramer would go into a seizure whenever he heard Mary Hart's voice. And now she made so much money, she has the season tickets right behind home plate at Dodger Stadium. So every time you see a Dodger game, you see that same, now she's older, probably north of 70, blonde woman sitting there in the front row. That's legendary Mary Hart from Entertainment Tonight. An entire generation watched her for 20 years, and now she's become ball fan number 1. She's there all the time. She never leaves early. She's like the biggest Dodger fan of all time. So hence ending the segment with the quote or the text from 415 blank Mary Hart.
Yeah, blanker. I'm more of a front row Amy fan. Shout out to all my Milwaukee Brewers out there.
There you go, buddy. There you go.
I understand.
All right. What did young Tony ask today? Get your pencils and blue books ready on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, bright and early. Steve Moskowitz, our good friend, our tax attorney, on a Wednesday morning here in December. Steve, good morning. I heard you have a Christmas gift. Excuse me, Santa Moskowitz. Good morning.
Good morning. I like that. Santa Moskowitz. And we have a Christmas gift for your listeners. We care. We want to give back to the community. So in December for Christmas, we have what we call our early bird special. We take 10% off the fee for 2025 tax returns where people retain us this month in December. It's just a flat 10% savings. It's our way of saying Merry Christmas and giving back to the community. So for anybody that retains us in December for their 2025 tax return, we take 10% off of the fee.
There it is. That's Santa Moskowitz. So retain him in December for your 2025 taxes, 10% off. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, yeah, the Wednesday tradition where you start thinking about, well, I got through Monday, Tuesday. I'm halfway through my Wednesday morning. Hey, there's a weekend coming. That's how we think. Hey, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea. Probably a lot of fun guests coming your way. Dwayne Kyper, Patrick Willis, the Hall of Famer at 7:50. So let's get going, young Tone. We got things to do. I got my pencil sharpened.
Let's do it.
What's the rules?
Let's do it, Coach. I got 4 questions for you guys today. After I read the question, you're each going to have 60 seconds to respond.
60 seconds, the perfect amount of time for pure satisfaction.
Say no more.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That is your cue to stop talking. Text on YouTube chat. Everybody can join the conversation. We good?
Don't forget, I know any number of people in my life who wish they had that bell when they're around me. Yeah, at any situation.
Yeah.
Somebody ring the bell. Get Murph to shut up. All right, go ahead.
All right, number 1 on the list. Scott Boras is back in our lives, freestyling and dropping bars in the media scrum yesterday.
Right.
He was asked about Cody Bellinger's interest around the league, and here's what he said. Maybe.
I mean, it's not for me to judge. Great players see red if they have a big bat yanked out of their lineup. I haven't met a team that dodges a 5-tool player. To fill the center field need is a giant step towards a playoff. North and south, outfielders that fly with power, they're rare birds. In the offseason, there's a lot of startup to organizations, and for that reason, there's a lot of angel investors that are looking for very versatile outfielders. So other than that, Belly doesn't have much interest.
All time. This guy's incredible. So here's the real question, genuinely. How real is the interest for the Giants in Cody Bellinger?
Oh, okay, good. I thought you were going to say, how bad are those bars? How much does he drive you crazy? How rich is Scott Boras? All these Scott Boras things that are going through my head right now.
Who's a cringier agent than Scott Boras?
I mean, he's just taking cringe to the next level. Maybe so cringe that it's almost not cringe. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, of course there's interest in Cody Bellinger. Here's the question. I saw Baseball Prospectus or America or Fangraphs, whoever projects these contracts, had Bellinger at, I wrote it down here, buddy, 5 for $140. So what is that? That's like 20, is that 28 a year? Is that what that is? Did I do my math right there? 28 million a year. You can afford that. You can afford that. And Cody Bellinger fills that center field need. What do you do with Jung-Hoo Lee? You move him to a corner. What do you do with Elliot Ramos? I don't know. Maybe you trade him. So, yes, 100%. Now, it would be weird because he was a Dodger, and I'll never forget him getting that hit in the 2021 Game 5 that we were talking about. But, yes, the answer is yes, and they should be able to afford him.
Yeah, there should be interest. Now, I don't know if they're going to pull a trigger on a guy like Cody Bellinger or even a Kyle Tucker. In my opinion, they might be out of the Giants' price range, but who knows? Throw the price range out the window. There could be a salary cap coming in a couple years, so start spending that money. But, yeah, Cody Bellinger will look great in this lineup. Now, it is another left-handed bat, Merv, but it is versatility. He can play all 3 spots in the outfield, can play a little first if you need him to. Versatile and will look great in the middle of that lineup, hitting right between Devers and Bryce Eldridge. Back-to-back-to-back lefties. I don't care, Murph. Line them up.
There you go, bud. We're all in. And go ahead, Greg Johnson. I know you listen. You have our permission.
Yeah, you have our approval,
to
Greg.
Go get Cody Bellinger.
All right. I love it, dude. He'd be huge in center field as well. Don't forget that. I mean,
or Jung-Hoo. One and done, huh?
Well, you could play Jung-Hoo still in center and play Cody in right or left. He can play all over.
You mentioned Cody playing first. I'm like, didn't we go over all day?
They're playing a lot of first base. Now, last thing I want to say, if they do go for a move like Cody Bellinger, that to me signals that they're more likely to trade a guy like Elliot Ramos or Jung-Hoo Lee.
Do up. Bellinger, Ramos, Bellinger, Devers, Eldridge.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Throwing a Willie Adames right in between there.
All right, number 2 on the list, Phillip Rivers is back. The 44-year-old grandfather was signed to the Colts practice squad and will probably start against the Seahawks in Seattle on Sunday. Which Bay Area player who's not won a championship would you want to see come out of retirement?
Ooh, now me first. Now, I was thinking about this when old man Felipe Rio got the call from the Colts. I'm like, damn, they're going to Phillip at 42. There's got to be better options out there, right? And the first name I thought of was the captain down on the farm, Andrew Luck, the GM right now. And Andrew Luck is a name that gets thrown out there all the time. Hell, I remember a couple years ago when the 49ers ran out of quarterbacks, I asked John Lynch about calling up Andrew Luck and seeing if he would suit up for the red and gold here in the Bay Area. But back then he talked about like the Colts still owning the contract rights or whatever. But let's throw that all out the window. I always loved Andrew Luck as a quarterback going back to his days at Stanford. So bring him back. He should be the one reuniting with the Colts, not Phillip Rivers.
I love it. That's a great call. And you forget about Luck the Colt, don't you? Well, this is funny because you can kind of like realistically, like Andrew Luck realistically probably could do it. There's like the realistic ones that you could do, guys who just retired a couple of years ago, like a Brandon Crawford or a Brandon Belt, guys who might still be able to do it. And then there's kind of the fantasy ones that are fun. Like, and my name went to 3 guys. One's really, 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 really funny, but I bet he could still shoot. Chris Mullin. I would take Mully out there shooting with Curry in the backcourt. Just have him jog back and forth on defense and park it out by the 3-point line. Number one. Then the other 2 are Giants pitchers. I just looked up their ages. Only 41 years young. Still hanging around town. He's been seen. Timmy the Kid. Tim Lincecum. He's had time to rest the arm. Let's get him out maybe as a closer, perhaps, as a closer. And then this guy, he's only 36. Bro, and you've now had a chance to get your shoulder right and all that stuff, and you're done roping and you're done chopping wood in North Carolina. Madison Bumgarner, 36.
So we said both, you can't win a championship. Which Bay Area player who has not won a championship?
Yeah.
My bad.
That adds another wrinkle to the story, Murph.
I went right past that championship.
We'd love to see that, though.
Okay,
bring them back.
Then I scratched those last 2 answers. Frank Gore. Let's see. Right. Christian McCaffrey needs somebody to punch it in at the goal line. Bring back 21. So I'm going Mully and Gore.
Good
How's
answer.
that?
Good answer. Good answer.
Solid answer.
Sorry about the mishap.
No, you're good. No worries.
Bad.
All right, number 3 on the list. George Kittle was on a podcast with Draymond Green and Jordan Schultz. He was asked about his top 5 all-time sports movies. Here's what he said.
I hear my wife's voice in my head, so remember the Titans. Cars. Lightning McQueen? That boy's a dog. Happy Gilmore on there. Oh, Friday Night Lights was one I grew up watching.
Excellent.
Yes, sir. Obsessed with Friday Night Lights. And then I'm trying to think. Oh, Miracle. That might be my number 1, honestly. Miracle might be my number 1. I love hockey.
Solid list through Cars on there. So for you guys, what are your top 5 all-time sports movies?
I mean, that would take like a week of research for me to finalize the 5. But the gun to my head right now, or a Tony Farias squirt gun to my head right now, young Tony. Maybe my favorite movie of all time is Rocky. So, even though some would say it's a love story, not a sports story. But anyway, Rocky won. And I don't care. And I remember the moment in time when I realized I was that when that generation turned on this movie. But I will ride and die. I will die with Dennis Hopper, Shooter, Don't Get Caught Watching the Paint Dry, and Hoosiers. All right, Hoosiers number 2. I'll go real quick for the next 3. You got to get a little raunchy. You got to spit on the ground. You got to swear. You got to have a little sex. Bull Durham, probably the best baseball movie ever made. I'm going to get sentimental and a little nostalgic and weepy. And I think one of the most underrated movies of the last 25 years is a high school cross-country movie called McFarland, USA, starring Kevin Costner. Great flick. And then just because, you can't not frickin' cry about how can you not be romantic about baseball? Field of Dreams. There you go.
I mean, this is a tough question. I feel like we could do a top 5 for baseball, football, and basketball all separately.
Yes.
And you heard a lot of those names. Those are all great honorable mentions, but I think I have a clean list where they are completely opposite of Murph. Now, I do want to clarify, these are not movies that I think are the best sports movie. These are personally my favorite sports movie. And Murph, we got to start with the gold standard, The Sandlot, the movie that is.
I thought you guys said I'm going to get it.
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, dude.
I'm proud of George Kittle for not listing The Sandlot.
The Sandlot has to be on the list.
Okay.
Damn, this is tough because originally I didn't even have The Waterboy on the list, but The Waterboy should be on the list.
I didn't want to jump you in there, but I thought Waterboy would be number 1.
Well, thank you. That's got to be on the list, but it's tough to pick a football movie between The Waterboy, Replacements.
Yeah, you like that one too.
Yeah, The Longest Yard, the remake with Adam Sandler. That's one of my favorites also.
How did I leave
Friday Night
Caddyshack
Lights
out,
is
by the way?
great. I also want to throw out a couple Keanu Reeves movies. Hardball is one of my favorite baseball movies.
Said, by the
and
way.
The Replacements is one of my favorite football movies.
Okay.
And I can't let this segment go without mentioning perhaps my favorite sports movie of all time, Beer League with Artie Lang. It's a movie about a beer league softball team with Ralph Macchio in it.
Okay,
it's absolutely hilarious.
I wrote Waterboy, Sandlot, Replacements, Beer League, and what was the 5th one then?
Give me...
what was the other Keanu one?
Oh, I did Hardball.
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 All right.
Yeah. Also, can I throw in an honorable mention basketball with the creators from South Park? Not technically a sports movie. Technically is, I will allow it, one of my favorite movies all time.
Marcus definitely picked some off the beaten
Yeah,
path
dude,
ones there,
I've
buddy.
got my own style, Murph.
All right, good stuff. Good stuff. What
Solid
else you got?
list. All right, this is the last one. Jeff Kent talked about the famous truck story at his Hall of Fame press conference. Here's what he said.
Well, that'll die with me. But what you think happened, there's some truth to it. And what did happen, what I said happened, there's some truth to that. I don't know how to color the story any better, but I get beat up by my wife and my kids about that story all the time. So maybe that answers your question.
All right, so personally, I didn't know a bunch about this story. Marcus was telling me about it in the break. For you guys, here's the real question. What's the most random way you've gotten injured, and did you lie about it?
Oh, my gosh. That's a tough one. So people don't know, Jeff Kent famously came to camp with a broken wrist, said he fell off his truck washing it, and it was later revealed that he was doing wheelies on a motorcycle. Marcus, do you have one? Because I'm thinking most random way I've ever gotten hurt, and did I lie about it? Well, I always the one I'm going to give you. And I'll come up with one later tonight. That's funnier. I used to tell this story. I was and remain so out of shape that I was trying to walk up Coit Tower, and I popped a hamstring. All right, popped a hamstring walking up. And I remember being so ashamed of it, I just came and talked about it. I said, you know how lame I am? I popped a hammy walking up the steps to Coit Tower. That's my most embarrassing. It comes to the top of my head.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. The first one that pops into my head is when I was playing fungo golf, Murph. Now, fungo golf, I don't know if young Tony even knows what it is. It's when you get a fungo, toss up a ball, and you're essentially playing golf. So we do it all the time in between games. And in between like a summer league game, when I was playing for the Santa Clara Red Sox, we created a shot where you had to stand on third base and try to hit the scoreboard. I threw the ball up, took a huge hack, rolled my ankle, 8S. The entire summer I had to pitch with a bum ankle, and I was so ashamed. I just never mentioned it. I just pitched through the pain.
That's good. Great one.
Yeah.
Great one.
Yeah. Rolled my ankle playing fungo golf.
I forgot about the other one that happened on this show within the last 5 years. Getting drilled in the eye by the T-shirt cannon at the Warriors-Celtics NBA final game. And like my eye was effed up for like a week, but I told that story the next morning on the air. Great job, young Tony.
Yes.
Well done, buddy. Well done. It's in the books. Young Tony asked, we answered. Dwayne Kyper and then Patrick Willis on the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Marin Health up there in the North Bay. Taking care of you, world-class health care. You need it. We want it. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kype on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Big day of guests. Patrick Willis going to join us in about 20 minutes. But it is time to talk to Kype, who ably pinch hit for Mike Krukow yesterday, who had a cold. And Kype, you asked us. Got to ask something different today. So we're just going to get this out of the way at the start. And you said you've already talked about it enough, but we know the Ford Frick gets announced today. And so we want to just send our love and best wishes on that. We don't have to comment anymore. We've talked about it enough, unless you want to. Good morning, Dwayne.
Hey, good morning, Kype.
You know what? I feel good now. The garbage truck just drove by. So.
There we go, buddy. There we go. Hey, okay, well, we did have news to talk about. The Dodgers got Edwin Diaz since we last talked to you. Your reaction, Kype?
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, whether they get him or not, they're going to be the team to beat. So, I mean, if you try to keep up with the Joneses, it just doesn't work. So I think you have to go out and take care of your franchise and not worry about what other franchises are doing. I mean, they're going to be the favorites to win the World Series next year. So, have at it. Do what you got to do. But just take care of your own house, and that's what Buster's trying to do.
I don't care. I kind of like it. I don't care.
I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? I'm so sick of him. I want to puke.
There you go. That's the real reaction there. What about Kyle Schwarber to the Phillies? I didn't think there was a real chance the Giants would get him. First of all, the Giants have Devers and maybe Bryce Eldridge, so that's a couple of lefty DHs. But, the Phillies re-up this guy. He hit 56 home runs last year. Kype, I was saying, if he continues to have this late career surge, he's the kind of guy, first of all, he can threaten 500 home runs and maybe even creep into the back end of a Hall of Fame conversation.
Yeah, I heard somebody say they thought maybe he could hit 5 home runs as a Philly. I don't know if that's really possible. But, look, I really thought there was a strong chance that he might take a flyer with the Reds just because he's an Ohio kid. And the Reds really, they're talented. They got a chance to start moving forward in the Central. But look, when you've had that much success in Philly, and the ballpark really is a good park for him. It's a good park for anybody that likes to get the ball in the air with some power. You kind of figure that the Phillies were going to do something. I mean, they got to sign Real Muto too. So they've got some things that they have to do. But first and foremost, I think with their fan base, they had to re-up with Schwarber.
Yeah, Kype, I remember talking to you a couple weeks ago when the report came out that Kyle Schwarber was being leaked to the San Francisco Giants, and obviously that did not play out. He's back with the Phillies, but now there's another slugger that's being leaked to the San Francisco Giants, Cody Bellinger. Do you see him as a potential fit in this Giants lineup?
You know what? It all depends upon if you have X amount of dollars to spend, where are you going to spend it? And I think their need right now more is pitching than to spend all that money on Cody Bellinger, who, by the way, I think we would all love to have. But great. Now you got Bellinger. He's in center field. And after your 3 starters that you have, now you don't know who's going to pitch. So, I mean, I would much rather see that rotation and bullpen get taken care of before I'd flip all that money to one guy in center field.
And, of course, the back end of the bullpen where a closer remains a topic. Ryan Walker kind of, finished the year maybe a little sketchy. You want something better. So Robert Suarez is out there, Kyle Finnegan, Pete Fairbanks. Michael Kopech is being mentioned as a reclamation project. Tyler Rogers has been mentioned too. What are your thoughts on a potential reunion with him? And would you rather see him in the 8th or the 9th, or make him into a 9th inning guy?
Well, I mean, look, if you had to use Rogers as a 9th inning guy, you could probably do it. But I do think he's better suited for the 8th inning. I mean, and we'd all love to have him back. I mean, there's a homegrown kid, right, who because he didn't throw hard, he got passed up in the minor leagues for years. And finally somebody took a chance on him, and he's been terrific. He's finally going to start making some real money. Good for him. But I think we would all like to see him come back.
Kype, the big news yesterday with the Giants wasn't a free agent signing, but it was actually them moving up in the MLB draft lottery. With their record, they would have been slated to pick 15th overall, but Randy Wynn was out there yesterday at the winter meetings, and the Giants moved all the way up to the 4th spot. Did you have a chance to watch the draft and your reaction to the Giants climbing up 11 spots?
If I'd have known it was on, I'd have watched it.
Yeah.
Unless it was, during my nap time, then it might be different, But it seems like Randy Wynn's got a little bit of magical charm, and that really is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know they're talking about 4 of the really good young players out there that are available are shortstops. I mean, look, you can't draft enough shortstops if you can get one of those guys. So, yeah, good for Randy Wynn, good for the Giants. I think things have stacked up very nicely after Jeff Kent went in. Matt Chisholm got a great award.
Yeah, Matt Chisholm.
Our 2 clubhouse guys for the Giants, they got awards as the best clubbies in baseball. How about that? And so everything is really stacked up really nice.
It really has been great, and you're right. The trivia question: can you name the previous top 5 draft picks in San Francisco Giants history? You don't have to if you don't want to.
No, I mean.
Well, how about this list? How about
Will Clark?
Will Clark. How about Matt Williams? How about Buster Posey? Those are okay. Jason Grilli was chosen 4th in 1997. They traded him for Levon Hernandez. And then Joey Bart was the 2nd pick.
Yeah, you're saying within the top 4 picks?
Yeah, top 5, because Buster was 5.
Top 5.
Yeah.
And, it was a little scary as to whether Buster was going to make it past the 1st pick, which was Tampa. Played in Florida. Georgia's not that far, obviously, from Tampa. But anyway, I mean, it's kind of funny to say, yeah, Buster fell to 5th. But of all those guys, and they were important, he was the most important one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're already talking, if you look at the mock drafts, there's a outfielder from Georgia Tech who has a lot of power named Drew Burress, who a lot of people have slotted in the 3, 4, 5 spot. He's the only non-shortstop in that list, but he's listed at 5'8". Some say he's even 5'7". I'm wondering, Kype, does that matter to you if a guy's 5'8" or 5'7" in college? Or would you rather like Aaron? You'd love to see Aaron Judge in the batter's box as opposed to a 5'8" guy coming with a disadvantage?
Well, I mean, I think you'd have to look at Jose Altuve and say, he's done pretty well. I think you'd have to look at Dustin Pedroia and say, here's another little guy that's done pretty well. I mean, look, it's probably a little bit more advantageous to be, a bigger guy. But those little guys, I mean, Altuve, this kid's going to go to the Hall of Fame. And Pedroia, if he hadn't gotten hurt, that kid from Sacramento, he had a shot at going to the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, size probably does matter a little bit. But the bottom line is if you can play, you can play. And all these guys that are 5'7", they've heard it their whole lives. If they're too small, they've heard it their whole lives. And that also brings a massive chip on their shoulder, too.
Kype, with Tony Vitello coming straight from the college game, do you view it as almost an advantage for this next draft class and maybe the next couple of draft classes down the line with Tony having so much knowledge about the current talent group at the college level?
Well, I'm sure that if you start throwing out names, he's going to know who you're talking about just for the mere fact that I'm sure that he thought, down the road, if these are high school kids, that, he was going to end up starting to recruit these young players. That, of course, is, unless you're talking about maybe some of the guys that would come over from Latin America or some of the Asian players. But, yeah, look, his value is going to be across the board. It really is. I heard him yesterday on the MLB network. I heard Jeff Kent with the MLB guys, and Jeff Kent's interview was terrific, and so was Tony's. So what does that do? Well, all that means it's going to help all of us lead into February in spring training, and then now we'll see if Buster and Zach and his people maybe at the end of the winter meetings can get something done. If not, set the table to do something before that.
Right, for sure. And by the way, before we just want to get this officially out there, home clubhouse manager Brad Grems, visiting clubhouse manager Gavin Cuddy won the Clubhouse Manager of the Year awards, the first time ever. Both awards came from the same team. This is Susan Slessor text. And Giants PR man Matt Chisholm won the Robert O. Fischel Award for PR. And then, of course, Jeff Kent. So Tony Vitello said, "I'm surrounded by superstars," is what he said. So that's pretty cool.
I mean, we all know about Matt Chisholm and what he brings to this organization. He is the best PR person in baseball, and I think you would get that and hear that from a lot of the other teams. And our clubhouse guys, if you really want to know something that's going on, just go to the head clubhouse guy, because they don't miss anything. Mike Murphy didn't miss a thing all those years. So congratulations to all of them. Very well deserved. And really, I am proud to be part of that group.
Kai, we will leave it at that. We'll let you go. You did back-to-back days. You did awesome. And so we would just say have a great day. Have a great rest of your week. And we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Kai.
Well, I'm either going to play golf or I'm not, Murph.
Okay.
That's the only thing I'll tell you.
You and Eck?
Right?
Is it you and Eck?
No, Eck's going to have surgery. So.
Oh, is he okay? I hope.
Yeah, he's fine. You throw that many pitches, eventually you're going to have it done.
Oh, my gosh. Jeez, these guys. Oh, my gosh.
And, what's really funny about Eck was the reason the Indians traded him when he was 23 years old is they didn't like the way he threw. They thought that he was going to be a guy that was going to break down and have surgery. Well, they were right. 45 years later.
That's pretty funny. The Indians, hey, we're right. 2025. Oh, they missed out on that one. God, you are so lucky to have that guy. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, he got all those wins and all those saves, and he's in the Hall of Fame. How about that?
That is so great, man. Awesome.
Kid from Washington High in Fremont.
Right?
Good for him.
Right? He's local, and what a character. What a fun guy to talk to at any point. Must be awesome to play golf with him. All right, Kai. Have a great day.
All right, guys.
See ya.
We'll talk.
Thanks,
yep.
Dwayne Kyper on the Sports Leader. Patrick Willis next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. The giving season continues here on the Esports Leader. Listen between 7 and 10 for your chance to win 2 tickets to go see Styx and Chicago on Friday, September 4th at Concord Pavilion. We're also giving away 2 tickets to go see Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics on Saturday, August 15th. That concert's going to be at Shoreline Amphitheater. Both of them are brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With the 11th pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Patrick Willis, linebacker, Mississippi.
Hasselbeck fires, it bounces off McMullen and is intercepted by Patrick Willis. Willis makes a move on Hasselbeck. One man to beat. Wow. Patrick Willis takes it all the way for a touchdown. 86 yards on the return. First NFL touchdown for last year's NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, the resume speaks for itself all the way to Canton, Ohio in a gold jacket. And now here promoting the Super Bowl, coming to Levi's Stadium. Hey, it's 60 days out for Super Bowl 60, and Patrick Willis is here on the UMA guest line. Yes, Tone? Yeah, not yet. Okay, connection being made right now. So we talked a little bit about the 49ers, but also about this, all the stuff that's going on. He's going to be promoting the Super Bowl Experience, which is the NFL's immersive fan festival coming to the Bay. I got an email last night that Shaq's going to have a big party the Friday night of the Super Bowl week at the Cow Palace, bro.
Wow.
And he listed some DJs that probably were too hip for me, but also that Shaq Diesel was going to perform.
DJ Shaq Diesel live from the Cow Palace.
Didn't you see him at Outside Lands, Young Tone?
Triple E did. That was like the year before I was there.
Triples did. Oh, man.
Ladies!
Didn't we play something on the cooler?
We did. We had the soundbite of him yelling out for the ladies.
He kept yelling it like every 5 seconds.
Yeah,
ladies! Is that something you would go to, a Shaq party at the Cow Palace?
See, I probably would. And you know, I'm not a huge EDM head like our guy Young Tony, but if it's DJ Shaq Diesel, dude, I'll make an appearance.
That's all time, man.
Thank you,
all
Tony.
right, there
Thank
you go.
you.
That's just part of the Super Bowl week. Patrick Willis on the UMA guest lines. Always great to have you back on Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher. Hey, happy Super Bowl countdown, Patrick. How you doing?
Hey, morning, Patrick.
Hey, how's it going? 60 days out, huh?
60 days out, man. It's good to know you're a part of this. You're doing some promotional stuff for the Super Bowl, right? What you got going on?
I am. I'm excited to be a part of Super Bowl 60 and bringing the Super Bowl experience to the Bay Area. It's an amazing time, a great time for fans of all ages, and I'm excited.
Well, yeah, Patrick, I think we all get excited the fact that the Super Bowl is back in the Bay Area, but you start to think about the fan experience, and I know a lot of fans want to see you. So what can you tell us? Are you going to be out down in Santa Clara right around the big game?
I will be doing some festivities here in the Bay, San Francisco and San Jose. And, man, I'm so excited to meet the fans. Maybe I'm a little biased, but I think we have the best fan base in the entire world. They travel all over, so I'm excited to see them, and then man, most definitely hope that the Niners are playing in it.
Yeah, they do. When people say, every fan base says, we have the best fans, but I think when you go to a road game and see the amount of 49ers fans, man, it is crazy, Patrick. So I think you're 100% right, man. We're talking to Patrick Willis. So the Super Bowl Experience is the NFL's immersive fan festival. Do you have some data on that?
Yes. So it is the Super Bowl Experience is the NFL's interactive football festival. So it's a time where, man, there are a lot of games going on. Whether you're young or old, you can participate. I always tell the old heads, I'm like, man, you guys talk about, behind the TV, you talk about all this greatness you can do. Well, here's a chance for you to get out here and test your NFL combine skills. So, it's going to be a fun time, an amazing time. And also kids 12 and under gets in free. And I want to say the general admissions are available now at superbowl.com/experience tickets. And so, go get your tickets and come out and have a good time.
Now, Patrick, I heard you say hopefully the 49ers are playing in that home game out in February, but it seems like about halfway through the season, I don't want to say some people gave up and started to wave the white flag, but after losing Fred Warner and Nick Bosa for the season, there was maybe a feeling that this was not going to be the year for the 49ers. But now you look at them with a 9-4 record coming out of a bye week. Patrick, do you think that the 49ers still have a chance to be in the Super Bowl in February?
Yeah, certainly when you lose guys of that stature, there's going to be a little doubt. But, man, those guys from top to bottom, from the management to the coaches to the players have stuck together. They've grinded it out each and every week with all the adversity that they've faced, and they have themselves set in a great position right now. Obviously, there is still 4 games left, and they have to go and close it out strong. But, man, they're sitting in a position to be able to get in those playoffs. And we've always said, and I've always understood it as, when you get in the playoffs, anything is possible. And so right now that's the fight, to get in, and let's see what happens.
Yep, they're going to play the Tennessee Titans on Sunday in that very stadium that is hosting the Super Bowl. 49ers are big favorites, but they got to get it done on Sunday coming off the bye. I mean, Patrick, sort of the funny question is, like, when all those injuries happened at linebacker, starting with Fred Warner and then Tatum Bethune, did you think about dusting off the shoulder pads, Patrick? I mean, Phillip Rivers is coming back. Phillip Rivers is coming back. How about Patrick Willis?
Man, I have so much love for the game. It's a sport that, I feel like I'll forever love. But for me, it's one of those things where obviously you always want to help those who need a helping hand, be it a team or, an individual or families. But all in all, I think that train for me has left on, and I'm just, excited to be able to support these guys now in their run to go win number 6.
Fully understood. So let's talk about those linebackers. Fred Warner goes down. The kid Tatum Bethune from Florida State gets a chance. Wow, I thought he played pretty darn well. Now, unfortunately, he goes down with an ankle. He might come back this Sunday. But the point is that the linebacker core has been so depleted, Patrick, that they would have every excuse to give up and get blown out. And instead, the last 2 games, they've held opponents to single digits. I don't know if you think it's Robert Saleh's schemes, or if you think it's Robert Saleh's inspiration, or if you think players are being developed a certain way. What are you seeing? How is this defense handling all these injuries and still performing?
Yeah, truthfully, I think it's just a testament to from the defensive coordinator to his defensive staff and to the guys, to the players who are on the field buying in each and every week, saying, you know what, I know we might have lost some of our key guys, but why can it not be me? Why can it not be us? And they've just done a great job week in and week out. Yes, it has not been perfect, but, man, what game is? All you can do is fight for 4 quarters and see what happens at the end. And they've made enough plays to stand the test. And I think, like, they're going to continue to get better. Like I said, they got to close out the next 4 games, which are going to be big games for them. But, man, I believe in this team and just their grit, and we're the faithful. So we're going to believe until we can't believe anymore.
Yeah, and Patrick, the crazy part is it's not only injuries on defense, there's injuries on offense too. And the 49ers played half the season without their starting quarterback. So how much credit do you give Kyle Shanahan for being able to go out there and take his team into the bye week with a 9-4 record? Personally, I think he should be in the conversation for Coach of the Year. But what are your thoughts on the way that Kyle has been so successful this year, even with all those injuries on both sides of the ball?
Yeah, I mean, Kyle has done an amazing job. I mean, they always say that things start from the top and goes downhill. And, man, just shout out to the management, to the coaching, and really just his guys buying into him. But, yeah, man, a heck of a job to Kyle for what he's done, and most definitely will be, I think should be consideration for Coach of the Year, just fighting through all the adversity that he has had, and still be standing in the position that they're standing in. I mean, kudos to like I said, top to bottom, the whole 49er organization.
Good stuff. Patrick Willis, Hall of Famer. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Patrick is promoting Super Bowl 60. If you go to superbowl.com, I found it the Super Bowl Experience. presented by Jersey Mike's, don't you know? At Moscone Center North and South, Tuesday through Saturday of Super Bowl week. And there will be current NFL players and legends for autographs. Kids like their autographs. You can get exclusive gear. There's interactive games. You can take photos with the Vince Lombardi trophy, which is pretty darn cool. All sorts of fun stuff. Racing a 40-yard dash against virtual NFL players on LED screens. It's all at NFL.com/Super Bowl, and tickets are on sale now. And as Patrick said, kids under 12 get in free too, which is pretty darn cool. Hey, we just talked about the Hall of Fame. You in the Hall of Fame. It's incredible. It's all time. You're immortal. There's another 49er who's on the finalist list in the senior committee named Roger Craig. Now, I don't know how much, you guys didn't play together. Obviously, you were separated by about 20 years almost. But I don't know if you've met him through the years, or I don't know if you've seen the highlights or are aware of, the Roger Craig phenomenon. Basically, Patrick, he was Christian McCaffrey before Christian McCaffrey. And he has a chance to join you and Ronnie and Joe and Steve in the Hall of Fame. So what's your story on Roger Craig? Are you involved and are you talking to him or are you rooting for him? What you got?
Oh man, that is one of the best human beings that I've ever come across. Just his energy, just his presence, absolutely amazing. And then you go on the field and you see what he did on the field. That was actually one of the conversations that I would have with others at time when I was going through that process of just, one, being nominated and then two, being on the list. I remember telling myself, I said, there are guys who have had amazing careers and they were not, talked about, or they have not made it into the Hall of Fame. And so what I'm going to do is make sure that I don't psychologically get myself too caught up in everything, and just when it happens, it happens. But man, Roger Craig, his career was one of those careers that I remember asking myself, like, man, what more are you supposed to do than he did? And so I'm rooting for him. It'll be one more 49er into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, which, man, just goes to show how prestigious this organization is as far as the players that come here and play. And so, yeah, I'm rooting for him, and I hope this is the year for him.
Patrick, I have to ask you what your perspective is like as a linebacker when you are lining up and going through your pre-snap reads and you see a running back like Roger Craig, like Marshall Faulk, like Christian McCaffrey in the backfield, and how much that changes the overall dynamic of the game and the offense that you're facing.
Yeah, guys like that, guys like those guys you just named are very dynamic guys. And so as a defender, in my head, it's always, all right, don't underestimate them, but don't overestimate you. Be confident, but understand your weaknesses, understand your strengths. And so someone such as that, it's always first hit or be hit, be the hammer, not the nail. And then second, it's just to execute by any means necessary. So, to me, that's a no gain. That's an incomplete. That's a hard tackle. So, yeah, when I see those guys, anybody line up across from me, it's like, man, best on best, it's either going to be me or you. And then if it's you, I won't be allowed to see it. And if it's me, all right, let's dust off and get up and go again.
You fairly did fairly well in chasing down those guys. You got to Canton, man. Pretty good. Hey, I think about your partner in crime, Navarro Bowman. He's with the Chargers, right? He's coaching with Jim Harbaugh. Is that right?
Yes, he is. He's a linebacker coach down at the Chargers.
Have you kept tabs on him? Do you guys throw a few texts or anything, or see how it's going down there?
We do. Yeah. Yes, sir, we do. We text from time to time and just check in on him and always rooting for him. And man, he's enjoying it. He likes the guys that he has. Those guys are playing strong, playing physical, and I know that's a reflection of him as well.
Yeah, I'm going to credit Navarro for Jalen Hurts turning it over 5 times Monday night. That's Navarro.
Hey, absolutely. That guy was a heck of a player. I enjoyed sharing the field with him and just seeing the amazingness that he played with. And, I'm excited that he's in the opportunity that he's in and taking full advantage of it. So keep it going, Navarro.
Just a few more minutes here with Patrick Willis, who is officially part of the Super Bowl promotion campaign. 60 days out to Super Bowl 60, and Patrick's got the announcement that Super Bowl Experience, which is at Moscone Center right here in San Francisco, or actually right up the road in San Francisco. And it is the Immersive Football Festival. It's fun. It's just like a big, giant carnival. There's all sorts of stuff. If you're a football fan, get your picture taken with the Vince Lombardi Trophy. You can meet NFL current players and legends and get autographs and sprint and run and throw footballs and all that fun stuff. So go to superbowl.com and check out the Super Bowl experience. The tickets are on sale now. It's official on December 10th, 60 days out. So families will be going to do that thing. Hey, I just got to ask you, Patrick, the 49ers that we talked about, we've established they're like in it. They're in the hunt. It's great. They've done a great job. Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, the linebackers stepping in for Warner. But it could come down to the final game of the season against the Seattle Seahawks. So when I mention Navarro, I think about Seattle, and I think about you in Seattle. So if it comes down to the Seahawks in Week 18, will Patrick Willis feel that old, well, hate's a strong word, but say strong rivalry if it is Niners-Seahawks in Week 18 for the NFC West?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a showdown. Most definitely, if the Niners do what they're supposed to do to get to that last game. And so, man, the rivalry there was always the rivalry between us was always amazing. It was intense. But yeah, both these football teams are coached very well. They have tremendous players on both sides of the ball on both teams, and so yeah, it's gonna be a showdown. It's gonna be a showdown for sure. So, but as always, it's always take care of this week first. Do what you're supposed to do so that it aligns for a showdown.
Yeah, and Patrick, I think one of the most encouraging things right now, watching this 49er defense specifically, it seems like they continue to develop and get better each and every week of the season with guys like Alfred Collins and Upton Stout. But I also wanted to ask you about a rookie that has not gotten a lot of playing time on the field. I know Murph mentioned the linebackers, but I wanted to ask you about Nick Martin, the 49ers third-round draft pick, who has struggled to get snaps early on this season. But when he's on the field, you see some of those flashes of potential, some of that sideline-to-sideline speed. So what would you tell a young linebacker like Nick Martin about that development and making that transition from the college level to the NFL level?
Yeah, I mean, Nick has, man, since day one he's gotten in, he has worked. He continues to work each and every day. Unfortunately, he hasn't, like you said, he hasn't had the snaps that he probably would have wanted or that people may have wanted to see him have. But I think they are doing a great job at developing him. And like I said, I think the biggest thing for him is to continue to work and focus on those attention to details and really continue to build that trust. And how you build that trust is by executing in practice and being accountable in practice. And when you get your opportunities in the game, go out there and make some plays. And so, man, yeah, I think he's developing. I think he's developing well. Just got to continue to work.
It wouldn't be discouraging for him. Like, is there a mental part? Like, man, I thought I was going to be playing more. How's the mental part?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I mean, we all want to, get on that field, and especially him coming from college and being in the NFL now. It's like, you were the big dog, and you still want to feel that. And so, what I would say is, man, just continue to, stay humble, stay hungry, continue to work, and when you get those opportunities, you have to make them count. And I think that's one of the things that builds character in a guy. I think it builds strength. It builds so much, and that's something that I hope don't get lost in the translation of football these days, where if I'm not getting what I want right away, I'm just going to shut down and I'm not going to continue to work. And that's the wrong way to think about it. You got to continue to work. And my mindset was always stay ready, so you don't have to get ready. And when you get the opportunity, don't turn it back over.
Well, that's it. It's the mental test, like, and everybody deals with it, and it's how you handle it, and how Nick Martin will handle what's been sort of a discouraging rookie year, but at the same time, there's a lot of football right in front of him, like you said. Hopefully, he was listening and he heard what you said. All right. Hey, by the way, the Niners signed Eric Kendricks. I know you guys missed each other by a year. He started in 2015. You retired in 2014. I don't know, but he's a really good player. He won the Butkus Award when he was in college, UCLA Bruin, all that good stuff. He's a character guy. I mean, what do you think of that add to the linebackers this late in the season?
Yeah, I think they're always looking to get better, and I think them bringing in that veteran leadership and Kendricks. I know he has it. He's played some good football for a long time, and yeah, I'm excited to see how he's going to help out the team. I know he's got to continue to pick up the defense and everything, but man, they have a great defensive staff, and I'm sure they're going to have him ready. And when he gets opportunity, I hope he goes out and makes some plays.
Yeah, I love the signing. So, all right, Patrick. Well, it's great to know that the Super Bowl's smart to get you involved. You're one of the great 49ers of all time, Hall of Famer. And so Patrick's announcing the Super Bowl experience tickets are on sale now, NFL.com/Super Bowl. And it's for the families. It's like you get all 59 Super Bowl rings, a 40-yard dash against virtual NFL players on LED screens. I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do it against Patrick Willis.
Come test your skills. Come test your skills.
See, you're one of those guys. You said all you media guys say you can do it. I never said I could do it, Patrick.
Hey, you know what? Hey, it would be awesome to see guys just show up off the couch and just go out there and do the NFL Combine at the Super Bowl experience, and let's see how they do. Like, see if they hope they don't pull any hamstrings.
Yeah.
And
No. But maybe you catch.
Make sure you stretch.
Yeah, that's it. It should be fun. Moscone Center will be a great site for it. So we're glad you're part of the Super Bowl promotion committee, and we'll look forward to seeing you around Super Bowl week and maybe around Levi's Stadium. So thank you, Patrick, for coming on Murph and Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick.
Yes. Thank y'all for having me. You all come on out.
That's it. Patrick Willis, man, Hall of Famer, one of the all-time greats in 49ers history. And speaking of Hall of Famers, a little Fox News chime, Marcus. John Joe Curley, even though feeling under the weather today, booking Hall of Famer Jeff Kent. 9:30, mid-show booking. So Randy Wynn's moved to 9:15. Playoff missing Larry Krueger is out. You can hear him at 6 o'clock.
He's out of the KNBR playoffs, and he's out of the Murph and Marcus guest list.
You don't make the playoffs, you don't get to come on the show.
Yeah, sorry, bud.
All right, cooler content at 8:30. We'll talk some 49ers on the other side, what stuff Patrick Willis just talked about. Ron Rivera at 8:50. That'll be awesome. And then Randy Wynn at 9:15 on the Niners, or the Giants moving up in the draft lottery. And then a good long conversation with Jeff Kent, the Giants Hall of Famer. First primary San Francisco Giant to make it to the Hall of Fame since Orlando Cepeda in 1999. How about that? So that's a great morning coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We still want to encourage you guys to keep listening and stay tuned for 2 tickets to go see Styx in Chicago on Friday, September 4th at Concord Pavilion. We're also giving away 2 tickets to go see Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics. Sounds like a hell of a show. On Saturday, August 15th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Both contests are brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back on a Wednesday morning with Prize Picks, because right now, you know what time it is. It's the holiday season, which means it's the best time of year for sports. We got bowl games, basketball matchups, little NBA Cup action, playoff pushes, and more happening now all at once on Prize Picks. So right now is the perfect opportunity to download the app and use the code word leader, and you will get a $50 bonus lineup after you play your first $5 lineup. So why not throw down 5 shekels tonight on the kid from the 408, Santa Clara University's own J-Dub, Jalen Williams, in an NBA Cup game tonight against the Phoenix Suns to have more than 30 total points, rebounds, and assists combined. PRA for J-Dub out of the 408. He will be in my lineup, so make sure you add him to your lineup also. But if you're not on Prize Picks right now, like I said, it's the perfect opportunity to join and download the app with using the code word leader to get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code leader to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, I hear that. That's like Mike Silver's favorite band, right? The band he rates ahead of Squeeze.
Not Squeeze.
I'll always get Mike going when I talk about Squeeze as a top 100 band. I stand by it, by the way. Here it is. If you've been listening to our show, you know the deal. If not, if you're new, welcome. And we're giving you tickets to see Styx. You're like, wait, I just found this show. It's called Murph and Marcus. They're giving away tickets to Styx.
You're damn right we are.
They're like, damn, what kind of show gives away tickets to Styx in 2025? Our show.
This one.
And Chicago. We've ignored Chicago all week as a rejoin. You can still go to any number of Chicago. When I covered the A's in 99-2000, those Saturday day games, there was always that point, like 5 minutes for our first pitch when the field was ready to go, and they would play Saturday in the park. I'd be like, yeah, this is catching a vibe right here. Keep that Styx going as we take caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Styx at Toyota Pavilion in Concord. September 4, 2026, as somebody pointed out. It's like going to the dentist. What are you doing in September of 2026? 2 tickets to see Styx in Chicago. Call Curly right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. That's only contest number 1. Later in the show, we're going to give away 2 tickets to see Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics. That's a whole different concert at Shoreline on August 15th. So there you go.
Now, I got a question for you as the show's yacht rock expert. Technically, if they're talking about sailing away, would this classify as yacht rock?
It's a great question, and I'm going to have to say, actually, no.
Yeah, see, I don't know if it's the sound of yacht rock, but they are talking about being on a boat sailing away.
It's in the era of yacht rock, and they're talking about a boat, and yet it's not yacht rock.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
It's almost defies logic.
It defies it's logic. An oxymoron.
It's hey, look at this guy.
That's a big word for me, dude.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, dude, I'm shocked. I remember that from elementary school.
Well, you got little tricks up your sleeve.
Yeah, I got a couple.
All right, good stuff. All right, fun. Hopefully, good luck somebody to winning those Styx tickets coming your way. All right, so if you just missed it, you just joined the show, we just booked Jeff Kent at 9:30, so that'll be awesome. Way to go, John Joe Curley, who's feeling so under the weather, he's going to go home after the show and miss the Cumulus holiday party
He's
today.
playing hooky with the holiday party is what I'm hearing.
Maybe if Kruger comes to the holiday party, we can point out to him that I made the playoffs and he did not.
Yeah, he ain't coming on the show today.
No, we bumped him. For Randy win at 9:15, Giants win the lottery, move up to the 4th slot in the draft, which is a big blanking deal, and Jeff Kent at 9:30. But to the 49ers, who we've sort of ignored this morning, which is never a good move. In Bay Area Sports Talk Radio, you should always talk 49ers when you're on Bay Area Sports Talk Radio.
It's the bye week. Yeah.
So we've been coming off a long stretch of no Niners here. So let's kind of crank up the engine to get going here. Eric Branch wrote about Eric Kendricks today. I asked Patrick Willis about Eric Kendricks today. He can play. He's a good player.
Oh,
and this is John Lynch. We knocked John Lynch. I did at the signing in the mix for 26 when he didn't make any moves. Well, he's doing all these sort of off the beaten path moves. I don't want to call them Farhan Zaidi moves, but sort of off the beaten path. Sky Moore, everybody kind of panned that move in August. Well, now he's, one of the better kick returners they've had in the last 15 years, right? Keon White, I think we liked it at the time, but
little Keon White.
He's kind of performing. He skips the trade deadline, but now he signs Eric Kendricks. And that's the kind of thing that, this linebacker core, I don't know. We'll find out today about Bethune. Can he come back? Curtis Robinson was out there. Geez, for a minute, Jalen Graham was out there. And adding Kendricks right now, all of a sudden, you get Eric Kendricks and Robert Saleh in a room together, bro, that's some brain power.
Yeah, and John Lynch finally got him in the room after dissing him last offseason when he initially was going to sign with the 49ers, then pulled out and signed with the Dallas Cowboys. We talked to John Lynch about that a couple weeks ago, but I will say this. I didn't realize that Eric Kendrick is still only 33 years old. He does play a little bit older. Like, this is not the same Eric Kendrick back to the UCLA days or even back to his Minnesota days. Slowed down a little bit with the Chargers and even last year in Dallas. But this was the type of move that I thought we would have saw immediately when Fred Warner went down, just to get some more veteran leadership in that linebacker room. So I think this is a thumbs-up move that costs you absolutely nothing to get.
And they buried the hatchet because Kendricks did commit verbally to the Niners in the spring of 2024, then pulled a 180. And said, no, I'm going to Dallas, because he wanted to play for Mike Zimmer, the defensive coordinator who he liked.
Who I believe coached him in Minnesota.
Yeah, correct, right. And then Zimmer went to, that story about Zimmer having that crazy, gorgeous, 24-year-old Czechoslovakian girlfriend.
Oh, I missed this story.
You missed that?
Zimmer. I'm not familiar with your
True story.
game.
Mike Zimmer, who was he's like my age. He's like a better-looking version of me, but still it's like he's 50, whatever. And he was palling around with this 24-year-old Czech model. What was the story?
Who does this guy think he is? Bill Belichick?
Good call. Yeah, Belichick saw Zimmer and raised him. Yeah. But anyway, point is that Lynch admitted there was a little bit of bad blood that they had to get past. This is what he said on our show about signing Kendricks.
Well, it's kind of like, if you ever ask a girl and she says no the first time, you keep coming, and then maybe you'll have better luck. No, I joke around with Eric on that. Eric, I was not happy with Eric, at free agency a couple of years ago, because he had given us a commitment. But then, you step away. His old coach, Mike Zimmer, had become the DC at Dallas, and he could play Mike where he was normal, where he was accustomed to playing. He'd be the signal caller. We were asking him to come play next to Fred after we had. We knew we were not going to have Greenlaw. And so that transpired. But, I think we ended things at a certain time on a good note. I think Eric reached out, told us how sorry he was, but that was the right thing for he and his family. And so we kind of monitored him this off season, and he had some surgeries and whatnot to get healthy. And then, he didn't have a place, and we kept in touch. We lost Fred, obviously. Tatum went down, and so it kind of became pressing. So we reached out. We saw, you really know a guy like that wants to play when he's willing to take a practice squad job, and Eric was willing to do that. And so, we're excited. I can tell you, just 1 week here, he's moving around really well. He's a really good football player who we've gone against for a long time. And anyone who goes against him will tell you that guy knows how to play and plays at a really high level. So we're happy and fortunate to have him, and we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, it could be another sly signing by John Lynch as this defense sort of tries to cobble its way through. And like we've talked about, man, somehow, some way, they've gotten it done the last 2 weeks. Now, they played the Browns.
Yes.
And they played the, God, who in my brain? Who did they just play this? Was it?
They just beat a sorry team.
Come on.
The bye week is killing us
Help
right
me
now.
out. Young Tone.
It was the Panthers, right?
Jeez, God, yes.
Yeah, back to back. It was that Monday night game.
What's going on?
Man, it's been a while since the 49ers have played.
I could have told you Roger Staubach won the Heisman in 1963, but I can't tell you who the Niners played last week.
Yeah. But Murph, I have seen there is some concern about the fact that it is the Carolina Panthers and Cleveland Browns that they held to single digits. And, of course, we have to remind ourselves of what happened a couple weeks earlier when Matthew Stafford and the Rams hung up 42 points on this defense.
Yeah, one of my questions is about defending the run. And I was texting, actually, with Matthew Leachman from Friedman's Appliance, big Niner fan. And I said, they got to stop the run. And he pointed out to me that they actually are statistically better against the run than they are against the pass. Now, that's just stats and yardage. But to my eye test, when I saw Quinshawn Judkins in the Browns run on them and Kyron Williams and Blake Corum run on them. Now, they did shut down the Cardinals' run game. So they have had that in between. But the Rams game, they ran on them. The Browns ran on them a little bit. So I'm a little concerned. Tony Pollard's coming to town. I know the Titans everywhere across the board stink. They're actually not that bad on defense. They're top 15 in sacks, believe it or not. So they have a couple of dogs on defense. But offensively, they just ain't getting it done. No. But Tony Pollard gained 161 last week against the Browns defense, which is a great defense. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Are you concerned about the Niner run defense?
It depends on the team and style I guess they're playing. And we all know matchups make fights. I mean, we use it all the time in combat sports. And that's what I thought about when I saw the playoff standings after this past weekend with the 49ers on a bye and a potential matchup against Saquon Barkley. Now, Saquon Barkley is not having the year that he had last year, obviously, but we saw him this past Sunday or Monday night, whenever the hell they played, still pretty damn efficient. So, yeah, without Michael Williams on the field, without Fred Warner, without Nick Bosa, yes, I still have concerns overall about this defense going against elite running backs and, honestly, also elite quarterbacks because the 49ers have not faced too many of those this season.
And yet here they are, back-to-back games with 9 and 8 points, and here they're going to face another weak offense this week. So, theoretically, they should shut down the Titans. And we would have a stretch then of like 3 straight games. Now, again, I'm guessing. Who knows? The Titans might come here and open up a can on the Niners Sunday. The odds makers say no. They're 12.5-point favorites in this one.
Oh, it's gone up to 12.5, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it was around like 10.5, 11.5 earlier.
No, is that too big of a spread for you there, buddy?
No, I think Niners can win this game by 2 touchdowns. Now, would I actually make this bet? Probably not, because I hate betting double digits in the NFL. I mean, these are NFL players, as bad as they are, as much as we sit here and make fun of Cam Ward and the Titans and the quote he had earlier in the season about them knocking each other in the ass or whatever it was. They're a bad team, but these are still NFL players. I don't love double-digit spreads anywhere in the NFL.
Yeah, they are offensively 31st in the league, total offense 32nd in the league, rushing offense 31st in the league. That's even with Pollard going off, and passing offense 31st in the league. So everything offensively is either the worst in the league or the second worst.
Well, that's why Cam Ward said, to keep it a buck, we're ass.
Yes.
Oh, Tony didn't have it ready to go.
You put it on T
damn it. My bad, Tony.
That's all right. All right, well, listen, just a little bit of Niner talk going in this game, which should be, if the Niners win this thing, as they should, they'll get to 10-4, and then they'll be going out to Indianapolis on a Monday night before Christmas to take on what's looking like it'll be. Now, Rivers has not been activated off the practice squad yet.
Oh, man, Rivers.
You know what's funny? He's not even going to be the oldest quarterback in NFL. In fact, he'll be the 4th. Here, Tom Brady was older, Vinny Testaverde, Steve DeBerg, and George Blanda.
Wow.
So it'll actually be the 5th guy.
I know. I was thinking about that. I was like, how long did Tom Brady play till? I forgot he played until he was 45.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
And Steve DeBerg was that guy for a while. We've had him on the show a couple of times through the years, and he was like a little miffed that Tom Brady was going to beat his record. But yeah, so it's not like outrageous. Yes, it is. I mean, it is outrageous.
Yeah, it is outrageous. Bro, I heard
none of them came from 5 years off of football.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
And I'm already reading some stories that there's a chance he could start this weekend.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's been running the Colts playbook with his high school football team the entire year, so he knows the system like the back of his hand.
So Shane Steichen, the head coach, and he were together in San Diego for 8 years. Like they're buddies, they're boys. So they're not going to have any problem calling plays.
Oh, they said that him and Steichen were talking to each other every single week, like breaking down high school film.
Is he kind of dangerous? Is he going to be out there like slinging it? Like he's going to be like back to being Phil Rivers?
Yeah, with that weird
motion.
motion.
His last year was not bad.
I always hated the way he threw the ball.
I mean, you asked me yesterday who has a better career, him or Eli Manning. Statistically, it's Rivers by a good margin.
Yeah, Eli's more accomplished.
But Rivers is on the all-time list, way ahead of Eli.
He just never won.
Yeah, he never won.
Shout out to San Diego Chokers.
Yeah, exactly.
They choked all the time.
We'll see how he goes. I mean, they haven't activated him, as you mentioned. He's on the practice squad, but he's there. I mean, Riley Leonard, the kid from Notre Dame, has a bum knee. Anthony Richardson is on IR, and Daniel Jones is out for the year. I heard Jeff Saturday on ESPN saying they might be in the Mac Jones sweepstakes for the offseason. So keep that in mind.
There's going to be a couple people in that sweepstake.
Keep that in mind. All right, cooler content on the other side. We sent some fun stuff. George Kittle's 5 favorite sports movies, among others. And then a parade. Ron Rivera, always a fun conversation. His first post-Tosh hit on our show. And then Giants fans, 9:15, Randy Wynn, who got the lottery pick up to number 4. Giants will have a top 4 pick in the MLB draft next summer. And then Jeff Kent, Giants Hall of Famer, at 9:30, doing his first Bay Area radio interview since he made it to Cooperstown. So why would you go anywhere? Rip off the knob. Rip off the... What do you rip off on a YouTube, a search engine? What do you rip off? The cursor?
You pin that tab, Murph.
Pin that tab on the Sports Leader.
I mean, if we keeping a buck right now, we ass.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty, cooler of content bubbling over. The brim is bubbling over with cooler content. Good stuff. You want to start with, God, there's a lot of different stuff to go to here. You want to start with Salty Archie Manning?
Ooh.
How's that?
A little salty Archie?
Yeah.
All these flavors and he chose salt?
I mean, Archie Manning we've had him on a couple of times because he used to promote, he had some promotion thing that he would do. It was around the Heisman, I think, or something like that. I forget. Anyway, and he would come on and it was like syrup in your ears. The Mississippi accent or Louisiana accent, just the chill, the gentlemanly ways. You're like, man, Archie Manning, that's a gentleman right there. Well, he's doing a cameo here for somebody, wishing them like a happy birthday, and he drops his gentleman veneer here for a quick moment. Take a listen. Do we have the video on this too? We have the video. Yeah, he's like in his nice, tastefully appointed den with all the pictures of the family and the books, and then he decides to get a little salty here.
Archie Manning here. Now, I know what big Rebel fans you, David, and Scott are, and I want to also thank you for being a big fan of mine. As you know, the Rebels had a great year. I think we're going to do great in the playoffs without our narcissist jerk coach. I sure hope so. Here's a New Year's blessing to the Don of the Kelly family. Hotty toddy. Hey, Richard, Archie.
Okay, Archie. I love how he comes out of it too. Goes a New Year's blessing to the family. Hotty toddy without our narcissist jerk coach. He just drops it right in the middle.
Go off, Archie.
Go, Archie, go.
Archie's great in the playoffs without our narcissist jerk coach.
So good, man.
Dude, I mean, Archie's got skin in the game. Both him and Eli, Ole Miss, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is so good. That's literally the first time I've ever heard Archie Manning veer from just being the super chill, nice Southern gentleman who will always, well, I usually would hear him say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Until, Young Tony, you're talking about Lane Kiffin.
Without our narcissist jerk coach. I sure hope so.
All right, go, Archie, go.
Like, isn't that supposed to be like a stereotype, like Midwest nice?
Yeah, well, Southern.
Yeah,
New
Southern
Orleans
just
nice.
in general.
New
But
Orleans
yeah, dude,
nice, yeah.
the Ole Miss crowd, the way they've turned on Lane Kiffin
man, oh, man.
has been hilarious to watch.
Awesome. Nick Bosa showed up at Holiday for Heroes. Heroes for Holiday Heroes. They have that event every year at the ballpark. And it's great. Everybody from Sharks to Niners to Giants to Warriors to media people show up and they raise money for kids at the holiday season. And Nick Bosa showed up. Now, what's interesting is he did an interview. We haven't heard from Nick in forever. But Chris Alvarez of ABC News, KGO, working hard, got him. The strange thing is, though, Bosa's on the back of a golf cart. Do we have the video on this?
Dude, he's like chasing him down.
And the golf cart doesn't stop moving. So I think he'd stop for a second, but he just keeps driving. And I don't. Is Alvarez on a scooter or something? Because he keeps up.
He's like running along.
Is he running? Anyway, take a look at it. It's the first Bosa comment since the injury, but also on a golf cart moving with Chris Alvarez at KGO keeping up. Check it out.
To see the children of our community and hang out during the holidays, brighten some people's days that are having rough times. Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I feel good. I'm a little cold, but it's been a lot of fun.
I'm going faster on me. Just a quick football one. Just how impressed have you been with the defense? Obviously, you're missing you and Bosa, or you are Bosa with Fred. Just your thoughts on how it's solid and everybody's been able to put it together.
I mean, it's a testament to Saleh and all the guys who have come in, next man up mentality, and I'm excited to see how far we can take it. Just a great opportunity.
Okay.
How far was he going to take it? Was he going to take it all the way across the street to Momos?
So Alvarez was keeping up. He was
that
speed
golf cart
walking.
just kept on moving.
He was speed walking with him there. Very good.
Dude, the optics of this are just hilarious.
Oh, man.
What do you give me for Chris Alvarez trying to chase down Nick Bosa at the end of this event and Jack Loader trying to chase down Murph as he's leaving the building?
Dude, that's not bad.
He's like, Murph, I got to talk a little league with you.
How about our
Come
guy?
on, what about my high school records?
He's posting a lot of content of him at a Boston Bruins game.
Oh, yeah, he's working remote right now, right?
Oh, air quotes,
yeah,
working.
Yeah,
remote.
it must be nice to work remote.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. All right, guys. Okay, Klay Thompson, Megan Thee Stallion. Remember, didn't Shaq say I give it 6 weeks?
I think we hit the over.
Well on the over, and they're recreating together. This is now on either TikTok or Insta or whatever. And is it Megan's account? Is it her account?
Yes.
At The Stallion. Dude, teaching her how to play golf. You wouldn't think you'd get Megan Thee Stallion out on the golf course.
Again?
Megan the golfer.
They've done it now more than once, right? And dude, Klay loves it. Klay loves the game. So here's Megan and Klay. It's on video too. Check it out.
Yo. What you doing today?
Playing 9 holes of golf.
It's pretty cold out here today. You found your hair?
Yeah. Okay, they're looking at it. It's at the clubhouse. Here we go.
Is he studying the course?
Yeah. She's just filming him out there. It looks like they're down in Texas. She's filming him. Yeah, windy like
Windy.
Texas. Hat just blew off.
Jeez, that sounds like me yelling at Kershaw.
All right, Klay. Nice easy swing from Klay Thompson. There's no sound on this. It's just a lot of video.
God, it's cold.
All right.
Meg's got the rangefinder.
Good duck out.
Nice.
He had her.
Baby, you got us
It was
out
more
here
of a video
in
than an audio.
Oh, man.
But it's nice to see them. It's the holiday season.
Yeah, I was waiting for Klay to go full Chubbs and get behind her and start saying, it's all in the hips. It's all in the hips.
Very good. He does get her out there a couple times to hit balls and hit putts, and he keeps telling her, baby, doing great. Baby, doing great.
Well, sounds like he might need to find a new 9-hole to play because he might be on the trade market.
Whoa.
Murph. Yeah, they're saying Dallas is looking to sell, and Klay has already came out and said he wants to play for a contender.
Come on home.
Ooh,
Come on home.
A Klay union?
Don't go to the Lakers, dude.
Oh, dude.
Do not go to the Lakers.
You know there's a good chance he ends up on the Lakers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that'll hurt
I don't want to
so
see
bad.
it. I don't want to see it.
That would hurt so bad. All right, where are you guys with the TV show The Office? The Office, which has defined a generation. Doesn't Copes know every line from every Office ever?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Aha.
I got you.
There
So
you go.
I would say I have like a high school degree in The
Okay.
Office, not a college degree, not a PhD.
Young
for sure.
Tone? Yep.
Yeah, I saw this clip. I'm trying to dial it up right now. I saw the clip. I couldn't name everything that Scotty named, bro. This guy has like an encyclopedia knowledge.
Well, Copes is the guy, right? So the way we had Vegas Joe Hughes on The Simpsons, shout out Vegas Joe Hughes. You ever know Vegas Joe?
I never got to meet Vegas Joe.
Vegas Joe, man, he's awesome.
Yeah, tell him to go to a damn Raider game. Tell him to stop the takeover at Allegiant Stadium.
Vegas Joe Hughes was a PhD in The Simpsons, like beyond PhD. And then Vegas Joe left, and The Simpsons faded, and then The Office came along, and Copes came in as so during the pandemic, the family we would watch The Office. We watched like the first 6 seasons, so it's really really funny. By the way, it's a little racier than you think when you're watching it with kids. You're like, oh, a lot of sex jokes in here.
Feels like everything's that way.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like even some old Disney movies,
know
I go
what?
back and watch and be like, wait, that was the joke? That's not a joke for kids. That's jokes for the parents.
You know what's still kind of keeping it cool and very funny is Abbott Elementary. Got to give Abbott Elementary its run. Aren't you 3-time champ Andre Iguodala?
Dude, Iggy in that sweater.
But anyway, here's Scotty Scheffler's the greatest player in the world, greatest golfer in the world. And yet he's also a PhD in The Office. So here it is. Test yourself with Scotty Scheffler on The Office quiz. Here it is.
Stitious? Just a little stitious. I'm Scotty Scheffler, and this is the Golf Digest Office quiz.
All right.
What kind of bear is best?
All I know is Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
There it is.
Well, actually, there's a few different schools of thought on that.
What's the name of Dwight's bed and breakfast?
Is it Trout Farms?
That's correct. Who are the 3 main members of the party planning committee?
Well, it changes through time, but I know that Angela is on there, Phyllis, I guess Pam.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Where did Andy go to college?
Cornell.
Yes. That's easy.
Never heard of it.
Which character is the biggest fan of Pretzel Day?
Stanley.
Where did Michael and Jan go on vacation?
Sandals.
Sandals.
Yeah, I knew that
Sandals, Jamaica.
According to Prison Mike, what was the worst thing about prison?
Dementors. Oh, that's so funny.
Name this character.
Oh, it's Mose.
Yeah, he's just killing
Dwight's
it.
cousin Mose.
Yeah.
In the episode Christmas.
All right, he goes on and on. The guy, he's clearly...
Dude, he doesn't miss.
Yeah. So what do you do when you're a pro golfer? You go back to your hotel room. You hit a few putts on your carpet, and then you just lie on the bed and watch The Office.
That's it. Throw it on Netflix.
Bro, it is the life of a golfer. It's a day job, right? So, like, hockey players, basketball players, baseball players, they play night games. Day job. And you have your dinners, and then you go back to your room, and you got nothing going on. All you want to do is sleep before you get your early tea time. Just watch The Office. That's what you do.
Is that why he was running late that one year and maybe, drove over some people? He was watching The Office?
Fugitive, man.
The Fugitive.
Oh, man. All right. Well, listen, fun, cooler of content. Was there anything else we missed there, Tony, we needed?
A Mad Dog Russo clip, we can get that real quick if you want it. His athleticism.
It's just a visual more than an audio. We already did one of those with
the sadness in Tony's voice.
Okay, the cooler content is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Ron Rivera, Randy Wynn, and Jeff Kent on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, River Islands out in Lathrop. So much is happening this winter. That's right. Winter's the time to get out there, too. Boathouse is open year-round, baby. We'll go get lunch, have a beer, and then head out and check out the newest homes. River Islands has a neighborhood to fit every lifestyle. What do you need? You need an amazing kitchen? Got it. Need a home gym? Got it. Need a private office? Got it. Need a separate suite for in-laws? Got it. Home builders have designed something just for you, and they're priced from the low $600,000s to just over $1 million. Even a community for those active adults, 55 plus. Gotta love those. Inside the River Islands master plan, with its own clubhouse for sports and socializing. We 55-plussers like to stay amongst ourselves. Then there's everything all around your home, the lakes, the parks, the trails, San Joaquin River. Every day feels like a good day when you have so much access to the outdoors right out your own front door. Not far from home, day trippers go to Yosemite, the Gold Country, Lodi Wine Country, or just meet up on campus at the Boathouse restaurant. You know I love that. River Islands is where the good life comes to life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Visit riverislands.com, and hey, I'll meet you at the Boathouse.
The good life. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Born and raised on the Monterey Peninsula, he was a Cal Bear, a Chicago Bear, and two-time NFL Coach of the Year. But now Ron Rivera has returned to his roots.
This is about getting butts in the seats, getting eyeballs on the television, and re-engaging with our fan base and getting them excited about it, which will help us elevate our programs.
Here's the general manager of Cal football, Ron Rivera, with Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader.
All righty, last time we talked to him, he had don't they call that the cat ate the canary grin or the Cheshire cat grin, whatever one of those grins was. It was the grin of a man who was about to announce that Tosh Lupoy was the new head coach of the California Golden Bears. And then he made it official. Our only beef is he didn't give us that little text he said he was going to give us. So we'll have to break his cojones a little bit. But congratulations, Ron Rivera, on the big hire. I know people are very, very, very happy in Berkeley. Good morning, Ron. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Ron.
I'm doing great. Hey, guys, how you doing? I'm doing great. I'm telling you, this is phenomenal. I mean, we're in a good place right now. Really like the things that have all come together. Not only did we hire our coach, we also hired one of the best recruiters in the nation, as you guys saw, when the young man right in the middle of all this festivities does the thing that he had to do, and that was go out to Hawaii to make sure Jaron was on board.
Yeah, tell us that story right away. I mean, I know we can get to the bigger picture stuff, but let's start with the Jaron Sagabatele story. What happened? What happened? Tosh went to Hawaii. There was a conversation or a meeting.
Yes, well, after everything had kind of settled down, we're sitting around and we're talking. It's myself, it's Andrew McGraw, our chief of staff, and Tosh, and we're just talking about Jaron. We're talking about the future going forward, and we said, he's still a little unsettled, and I believe it was Andrew said, you ever consider going out to Hawaii? And as soon as that was said, Tosh was all over. You know what? If I need to do that, hey, let's go, let's roll. And so, we got him a flight right away. He flew out there. He met with Jaron. He met with the family, talked about his vision, talked about the growth and development of our young quarterback, not just as a football player, but also as a student athlete. His parents, his mother is really big on academics, and he talked about Cal and what we offer, and that really hooked her. She was all in, and Jaron got real comfortable with the two of them, and that's been awesome. So, everything just came together at the right time.
Yeah, Ron, as you mentioned, we know what Tosh can do as a recruiter, but what do you think this can do for the overall program when you can get JKS to commit being at Cal? Like, how much does that affect recruiting for you guys moving forward?
We've seen a little bit of bump. We heard from some of the players that hadn't signed quite yet their letters of intent that they were really interested in coming. So, we're recruiting them. Then we also know that there's been several comments from people that have talked about getting into the portal. We haven't talked to anybody directly. We just get a lot of hearsay. So that's something that, I think is a real interesting and a real positive thing for us as far as that stuff's concerned. So anytime you get a player of this magnitude talking about, what his plans are for the future, the backlash, which is a positive for us, is that people want to come play with this young man. People want to be part of what we're trying to do with him. And so this has been a really good boon for us.
Yep, we're talking to Ron Rivera, the general manager of the California Golden Bears. We started the relationship back in the summer. Cal didn't quite have the season they totally wanted, although they are going to a bowl game. They're going to the Hawaii Bowl. And then, of course, the change was made, and a coaching change was made, and in comes Tosh Lupoy. De La Salle kid, played at Cal, and, of course, is now coming back from Oregon. By the way, just for the record, he's staying with the Oregon Ducks through the playoff, yes?
Yes. That's one of the things that, I wanted to make sure for not just him, but, for the players at Oregon is that'd be so unfair. I mean, I'm looking at what happened in the SEC, and you got a coach that has a team that qualifies, and he left, and that's rough on the young players, and for us, I didn't want to do that, and Tosh didn't want to do it, and he most certainly didn't want, because he had made a commitment to those players, and he explained that to the team. When he came in the day we were announcing him, the first thing he did and he wanted to do was he wanted to get in front of our players and really set the tone and set the tempo. So one of the things that Tosh and I talked about, and one thing that I've always understood is that it doesn't start. It's never about you as a leader. It starts with you. And he went in and set the right tone, and I think our players got the message very, very quickly.
With Tosh's history of playing at Cal, Ron, how important was it for you to hire a head coach that understands Cal culture?
That was probably one of the biggest driving factors more than anything else, because he really did understand it. He knew what it was like. The hard part, the part that he's adjusting to, though, is obviously it is one of these things that you're coming back. It's a little bit different than when he was here originally, but I think him being here, myself being here, and the chancellor, Rich Lyons, being here, the three of us, all former undergrads, all three that have a love and profound love for the university. I think there's a linear line here that just really everybody's on board, and that's the thing you need to have. And that synergy, I think, is something that's going to help drive us going forward. I know that the alums have been engaged, the fans have been engaged, student body's been engaged ever since Tosh has been on, and it's like it's finally complete. The trifecta, the troika of the three of us being aligned. So this is an exciting time at Berkeley, and I'm fired up, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity for us to go out to Hawaii and get away a little bit for the players, let them enjoy it, but at the same time know that, hey, we got to continue to set the tone. We had a major upset against SMU that led to a little bit of chaos in the ACC, which was kind of cool because that was our fault. But the best part about it is it shows that, hey, we're getting closer and closer. And now with what we've done, hiring Tosh Lupoy, I think we've completed that effort to put everybody in alignment, and now we're going to go forward with it.
It's an excited Ron Rivera as the new era begins for Tosh Lupoy and the California Golden Bears after he finishes with the Oregon Ducks, who have a chance to win it all. Ron is sponsored, of course, by Troutman Amin LLP. Troutman Amin LLP handles complex federal litigation and provides privacy and telecom compliance counsel across the United States. Troutman Amin LLP, TCPA defense and counseling done right. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Just one more, just on Tosh. We want to ask you a little bit about college football playoffs and the Niners, but he's a defensive coordinator. Justin Wilcox was a defensive coach too. You're a defensive-based coach too. So will Cal's identity be defense, and will Nick Rolovich still be running the offense, or is Tosh yet to name his staff?
Well, he's yet to name his staff. He does have a couple people in mind. I do know that he is looking at a couple of coordinators that are defensive coaches and offensive coaches right now in the NFL. And so, until we get to that point where we can start talking about them, but I do want people to know that he is reaching out to the right kind of folks. I've had an opportunity to talk to a few of these folks to kind of be in alignment with Tosh. And that's been really good. It really has. And he's got some exciting guys. So when we get to that point, you guys will know. This time, if you guys give me a real text number and not one that says, apparently I tried to text a landline, but that doesn't work. So,
good excuse, Ron. I like it. That's what happens when old guys like us try to text. But will you guys be a defense? Will the identity of Cal be defense then?
Well, you know what it is, and he likes to refer to it as 6 seconds of hell. I mean, relentless play on offense, defense, and special teams is what he really is. I think the identity really is going to be built around the quarterback, whether it's going to be Jaron or in the future some other quarterback. It will start there as far as the offense is concerned. Defensively, again, it's going to be a physical nature, attack nature, which I really love. Aggressive play calling, blitzing, and stuff like that. So this is really kind of shaped up very, very nicely. He has a philosophy on both sides of the ball as well. And as far as offense is concerned, Nick Rolovich will be around. Nick will be part of this discussion every time our coordinators get together. Nick is going to be involved with that part of it. So we have a terrific offensive mind that'll be here to work with our young coordinator and staff. So this is, it's a very exciting time, and really excited about, having a guy like Nick Rolovich around.
Mm-hmm.
Ron Rivera is the voice here this morning on the UMA guest line, of course, GM of the Cal Golden Bears. And Ron, you mentioned some of the chaos in the ACC that you guys helped contribute to, but let's talk about the ACC championship game. We saw Duke take out Virginia, which means the ACC champion is not going to be in the college football playoffs. Instead, it's going to be Miami representing the ACC. So you tell us, what is your ACC perspective of how the college football playoff bracket all played out?
Well, it's not like the NFL where you win your or your division, you're in the playoffs. This is all based now off of records and performance and stuff like that. That's why I was a little surprised that Alabama got the nod over Notre Dame, because for us in the ACC, head to head mattered. So Miami gets in, and that's who we're all behind at the ACC. I was in Charlotte on Monday for the Nagurski Awards, so I was over there doing that, and then I ended up now in Vegas. Last night was the College Football Hall of Fame. Alex Mack got in, so we wanted a contingency of us from Cal supporting him. That was awesome. And I saw the commissioner, and we were talking exactly what we just talked about and how important it was. We got Miami in because of the head-to-head, and that I think is something that really did help us going forward because of who Miami is. So this should be an exciting playoffs. I got to see the ACC championship game as well. And it was a great presentation. It really was. It was a good game. So a lot of positive things for the ACC in this tournament.
But let's start calling names and throwing mud here, Ron. I mean, Notre Dame's been crying and whining and crying and whining, and I get it. They have a little bit of an argument that the CFP rankings were misleading, but at a certain point, they got to stop crying and whining. They lost to Miami. And they also lost to Texas A&M. And sorry, you're not in a conference. And the way the rules are designed, it rewards people in conferences. So, at a certain point, they got to pipe down because now they don't go to the bowl game. They don't play BYU in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. We lose as consumers. The game loses a showcase a game. So, Ron, is it time for them to change their tune?
Well, I think the biggest thing for them is that they just have to realize and recognize where they fit. I kind of... I support them on the fact that I do think they should be in the CFP. I really do. But to your point, I don't disagree. You're doing a disservice, like you said, to the consumers, the people that support your team. I think you're also doing a disservice to your players. That these are young men that again, one more game for them is an opportunity to grow. It's an opportunity to show everybody who they are, and what they can do. But again, that's their decision. That's what they want to do. I just think really though that in all honesty they should have been in the bowl. They got a chance to play against a very good football team, and they could show everybody that they deserve to be in the playoffs.
So you're saying them over Alabama?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I struggle with that. People say, well, the divisional games or the conference games, championship games don't matter. Yes, it is. They matter. They matter because again, you saw the style of football they played. They did not play very well. And if they don't get their stuff together, they're going to get whacked again. Georgia stepped up and got after them. Got after them really good. And if you don't, regroup and prepare yourself to get yourself ready to play in the playoffs, you're going to sit there and people go, see, I told you. So there's a lot of pressure on Alabama right now. There's a lot of pressure on that head coach. Because I promise you right now, that group of donors, that group of alums, they're not very happy with the way they got whacked by Georgia. That's the truth. And I listened to the college football ranking show, and when they were doing all the presentation, and there was an Alabama alum absolutely said it. Hey, they shouldn't be in. And when you hear people like that are a little bit of an authority on college football, a little bit of an authority on his alma mater, you should listen because again, it created a debate that a lot of people sit there and they're talking negative about this whole program now. You know what I'm saying? Now the people that are picking goes, oh, what was their motivation? Why would they do it this way? Look at that. They're favoring this or they're favoring that. Well, you create that controversy. It's something you got to be very, very careful with because, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of money involved too.
Ron, big picture question for you just on the state of college football, because it's not just now Notre Dame who is refusing to play in the bowl. There are other programs from around the country who straight up have said, we're not going to participate in the bowl this year. So what does that mean for the future of college football?
Well, what I think it's going to do, and it could be people trying to push for them to add more teams to the playoffs. But you got to be careful if you do that, because now what's going to happen is you add more teams. That means it's going to take a little bit longer to get to the championship game. And if that happens and you don't start the season earlier in August, it's going to drag right into the shadow of the NFL. The way it's set up right now, that championship game is not going to be shadowed by the NFL playoffs. But if you change it, you got to change when you start the season. In my opinion, that's going to be sometime in mid-August now, because if you're going to add more teams, and then what's going to do? It's going to take away from the bowl games. It's going to take away from teams like us who get an opportunity to show who we are. And that's the other thing you got to be careful of. I mean, there's a lot of consequences that people don't realize. There's a lot of collateral damage that can be caused. I mean, the value of certain bowls are going to dissipate, and even more than they have. And that's a shame. I really do. I believe that's a shame, because it used to be a traditional thing. I get it. We're in a whole new world where people want to see one champion, one champion, sitting on top of the throne and got there, having to go through this whole system. But, if you're not careful, you're going to turn this into a 16-game season. And if that's what we want for college athletics, then we're going to have to change when we start, and we're going to have to change the way we play it.
When are we getting that commissioner? When is it going to be? Co-commissioners Ron Rivera and Nick Saban fix college football.
Well, I would love to see somebody like that get that opportunity. I think Coach Saban would be a tremendous commissioner. I really do. He's an authority on football, and he's an authority on organizations. And a man of his prowess and his experience could really step up. And I do know this too. I mean, something needs to be done as far as what are the rules, how are things done? Because you can hire a football coach while teams are still in the playoffs. We have a dead period in the NFL during the playoffs when you're not allowed to hire. You can interview, but you can't hire anybody. And so that creates the image and kind of the vision that we have it all under control in the NFL. Here, it's absolute chaos. I mean, again, to me, you see a coach whose team is going to qualify for the playoffs, not there to coach his team. That's crazy. That's absurd to me.
Man, we had Archie Manning on a cameo call Lane Kiffin a narcissist and a jerk. Archie Manning has never said a bad word about anybody. It's like, man, that's how bad it is right now. You got Archie Manning taking shots. So, by the way, before we let you go, go ahead.
No, I was saying, I don't disagree. Archie Manning is one of the really true good people in this industry as well. And he's another guy that has the type of ability that could come together on a committee with Nick Saban and really help correct what's going on in college football.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, some people are saying move the Army-Navy game to August. I say no. I love that game. Yeah, keep that where it is, right?
I agree. I mean, this is one of the true traditions of college. We've already screwed up a lot of the traditions. Why do we want to continue to screw them up?
Right.
I'm being serious. I mean, think about this. The Conference of Champions, no longer exists, and they're trying to regenerate and bring it back. But again, the Conference of Champions, the legacies that guys like Charles White and Marcus Allen and there's a whole lineage of guys that played for the Pac 8, 10, 12. It no longer exists. It's just it really truly is ancient history, and that to me is disappointing.
Yeah, keep the traditions alive, and a tradition is the excellence of Ron Rivera, because you were humble about it, but you won the Bronco Nagurski Legends Award. That is awesome. It's given to a chosen from the past All-American team. That's you, buddy. You were an All-American at Cal. Some legends have won this thing, including Bubba Smith, Ted Hendricks, Jack Youngblood, Randy White, Tom Cousineau, UCLA's own Jerry Robinson, Cardinal Newman, and now Ron Rivera. Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's to be named in the same breath with those guys is very, very humbling. Trust me. It was a very humbling experience. I got a chance to go back to Charlotte where I coached, and it was amazing. They sold it out. There were over 13,000 people there. I mean, it was 1,300, not 13, 1,300 people there at the event. And it was terrific. So thank you guys for bringing that up. I appreciate it.
It's awesome. It's so great. And you deserve it, man. You're a legend. And, of course, on to the Bears, too. And then Alex Mack, former 49er, goes to the College Football Hall of Fame. Joining some great Cal names there, like Jackie Jensen and Pappy Waldorf and some greatness. Sam Chapman, who went to Tam High in Mill Valley. So all great stuff. Matt Hazeltine, another Tam High guy, too. So great stuff, Ron. A lot of excitement around Cal, a lot of controversy around college football, and it's always great to chop it up with you. And thanks for hopping on, and we'll do it again sometime soon.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
The great Ron Rivera. He's been the breakout hit of 2025. Mm-hmm. He's very frank. He does not duck questions other than I can't say we're hiring Tosh because we haven't signed it yet. But if you ask me about Tosh, I'll talk about Tosh. It's and he's great. I've enjoyed it. And he's been calling out college football and tradition. I like that he said, don't move the Army-Navy game. There are people saying that, well, if you can move the calendar, you move Army. No, man.
No.
Tell Ken Boucher that.
Yeah, dude. And by the way, Ken had to put up his Christmas lights last weekend without the Army-Navy game and without the Heisman ceremony.
Actually, the game's good this year. Navy's very good this year. They're going for their 10th win. And their quarterback, Blake Horvath, I've been watching a lot of Navy football, man. Blake Horvath is easily somebody you can get behind. And, dude, they got a little Christian McCaffrey named Eli Heidenreich who comes out of the backfield and catches passes and runs the ball. Their offense is fantastic. But then again, you play Army and you throw the stats out the window.
Army, Navy, it doesn't matter, Murph.
Navy's a 6-point favorite in this game, but it's and I want to take Navy. We always root for Navy. But 6 is a lot in this game.
I always take the points, and I always take the under.
Oh, you can't do that to me. The under? Well, no, Navy's one of the highest scoring teams in the nation.
Yeah, but Murph, it's tradition. Just like Ken Boucher putting up his Christmas lights, I got to bet the under in the Army-Navy game.
So Ernie Johnson, they picked it on game day, and Ernie Johnson said the first team, he was the guest picker for Georgia because he's an Atlanta guy. And he said, first team to complete a pass wins the Army-Navy game. I'm like, you haven't been watching Navy this year, buddy, because Eli Heidenreich catches those McCaffrey balls at the outfit.
Giveaway.
All right, fun stuff, man. And thanks to Ron Rivera for being awesome. And congrats to him for winning the Bronco Nagurski Legends Award, man. And Randy Wynn steered the Giants to their first top 5 pick since Joey Bart and only the 5th one in franchise history. The magic that is Randy Wynn and then the Hall of Famer Jeff Kent at 9:30 on the Sports Leader.
I think we're going to do great in the playoffs without our narcissist jerk coach. Hotty toddy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Busy Wednesday here at the Sports Leader. The giving season does continue, though. We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics on Saturday, August 15th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Again, stay tuned for your chance to win 2 tickets to go see Toto next year. This contest is brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You hear that? Everybody talks sailing for Christopher Cross. Those in the know say, yeah, man, sailing can't hold Ride Like the Wind's jock, bro. Now, this is yacht rock like crazy. Toto, Christopher Cross and the Romantics, Saturday, August 15, 2026, right now. Call John Joe Curley. And these are ahead of the sale. They don't go on sale till Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com, but you can win them right now, and you can go get your ticket to the border of Mexico with Christopher Cross, Toto, and the Romantics. Call number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Hear that right there? That's Yacht Rock personified. 415-896-KNBR, 2 tickets. Again, August 15, 2026 shows. Tickets can be bought starting Friday at livenation.com. Randy Wynn just strutting around saying, what else do you need? I'm out here changing the franchise by just showing up at the lottery and taking the Giants from the 15th record, odds that they're probably going to be 12th, and he takes them all the way to the number 4 pick in next summer's MLB amateur draft. So, Randy, you did pretty damn good, buddy. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Randy?
Hey guys, Burf, how's it going? Thanks for having me on. It's nice right now. I'm getting a lot of handshakes and a whole lot of good jobs for basically doing nothing. So I'll take it.
You're like that guy in the...
I didn't have to walk up there. I didn't have to reach into a hopper. I didn't actually make the pick, which, I'm trying not to tell too many people because I like all the good vibes. But, yeah, I mean, I basically went up there. I sat on a stool. I didn't fall off the stool, which was my biggest accomplishment. And we were able to move up in the draft, which everybody, here at the winter meetings on the baseball upside is super excited about.
Yeah, Randy, you're absolutely right. A lot of people are giving you credit. So I got to ask, are you known to be like a lucky person? Do you do well when you go to Las Vegas? Are you superstitious? Is there anything that we should know about you, Randy?
I'm not a big Vegas guy. I'm not really a card or dice player. I've never really been called super lucky. But once again, like I said, I didn't do anything, and everybody's giving me credit, so I'm just going to take it.
So for people who don't know, because MLB did not do a very good job of publicizing this, I must say. Even those of us in the sports media world only found out about it late, but there's now a lottery to, quote-unquote, discourage teams from tanking, as it were. So they take all the teams that didn't make the playoffs and they enter the lottery, meaning that, maybe if you had the worst record in baseball, you don't necessarily get the first pick. So the Giants had the 15th record by seed. And so you'd think, okay, well, they're going to pick in the, 10 to 15 range. If they get lucky, they can move up to, 12, 11, something like that. Well, Randy Wynn was there yesterday when the draft lottery went down, and the Giants went all the way up to number 4. So if people who don't know, because it wasn't hugely publicized, the Giants are now picking 4th, which is incredible. And Randy, now I'm sure you've gotten all the data right about how few times this has happened in Giants history, and the names that have been picked in the top 5, including Will Clark 2nd, Matt Williams 3rd, and Buster Posey 5th. Now, Jason Grilli was also taken 4th. He pitched in the bigs for 15 years. And then Joey Bart, who's still for the Pittsburgh Pirates, was taken 2nd. So were you aware of all that history?
I was not, and actually I just saw Jason Grilly earlier this morning. He was in town. He came by the suite. Going way back, we crossed paths in the Hawaii Winter League. I remember facing him when he and I were both really young. And like you said, he pitched in the big leagues for a really, really, really long time. If people aren't familiar with the name, started with the Giants and then bounced around. He was a bullpen arm and a really good bullpen arm for a long time. I didn't know the numbers. I'll try not to screw this up, but you're right. There were people who had no chance of moving into the top 6 because of, finishing based on the record. There's a few people who had 0% of getting kind of that number 1 pick. We were slated at 15. We could have slid back to 18. I'd be getting a whole lot less high fives and handshakes if we slid back 3 spots. But then based on kind of how the order played out, I knew that if we weren't kind of in that 18 to 15 range, there were other teams that were kind of locked into, let's call it 7 to 14, based on, I think, finish and some other things. So once we weren't called at 15, I wouldn't say that I was nervous, but I knew that, this was going to be a significant jump. And, our amateur scouting director, Holmesy, was going to be really excited.
Randy, immediately after you guys moved up in the draft lottery, the first thing that Murph and I both did was look at the latest mock drafts with you guys at the 5 spots. So have you guys had a chance to already update your big board and get to the war room and start looking at some of the options you guys might have at number 5?
I'm sure our amateur scouting department has already started licking their chops and looking at the boards. As a bigger group, we have not quite done that. I personally have not done that. We've been grinding here at the winter meetings in our rooms, talking through trades. We have the Rule 5 draft coming up this afternoon, so we've been trying to get prep for that. It's for us, I think it's 2 p.m. Eastern out here. So this morning, that's what we've been focused on. The baseball season never stops. Maybe once we leave the winter meetings here, I'll take a quick peek or check in with our amateur scouting group and say, all right, what do you guys got? Who do you think we're going to get? But as you guys know, it's really early, and in those mock drafts and simulations, they change quite a bit throughout the year.
They do. We'll see how these kids play for sure. We've already been checking out our Kylie McDaniel of ESPN.com does a good job of scouting those players that we all don't see on a daily basis. So we're trusting sort of other people's eyes. Randy Wynn, the voice you hear. Jeff Kent's going to join us in just a few minutes. A little bit on that. Now, I don't believe you guys played together on the Giants for sure. And I'm not even thinking, well, with interleague play, you would have played against him. Any Jeff Kent stories from your days?
No real exciting Jeff Kent stories. We did play against each other. Our paths did not cross as teammates. But I can tell you, I mean, and it's obviously he's getting the proper recognition for getting the Hall of Fame. But wow, what a tough hitter to get out. Like, he was a true hitter when you talk about it. He wasn't just straight power guy. He was one of the best RBI hitters in baseball. I played a lot against him when I came back to the Giants, and he was on a team that wears blue. We won't name them. He was down south playing second base for that other club, and he was a threat. Even late into his 30s, I believe he was probably near 36, 37, 38, over those maybe 4-ish seasons that we played a lot of baseball against each other, kind of with that interdivision, heavy division play. And he was not a guy that you'd want to see at the plate with a runner on second and 2 outs, because you knew that you were not going to strike him out. He was a guy, he would take his single the other way. You try to bust him in, and he could hurt you for a 2-run homer. Really had no holes, no weaknesses as an offensive player. He was just one of those guys, like I said, especially in RBI situations, you did not want to see come up to the plate. And my good friend Richie Aurelia, I called. I went to the Hall of Fame press conference here at the winter meetings, got a chance to listen to Jeff, and Jeff was very emotional. And I thought did a wonderful job talking about not only what the Giants meant to him, but just kind of what baseball meant to him and his mentality. And, when I asked Richie, or I was filling him in on kind of what I heard, he's like, listen, like, Jeff never got a whole lot of credit, but he was a heck of a player. You look at the home runs, you look at kind of the toughness of the player. especially on the defensive side. And, when you're talking about turning the double play and hanging in there, he was one of those guys that no matter what, if there was a runner bearing down, he was going to turn that double play. Richie spoke really highly of him as a teammate and as a player.
Randy, last question from me before we talk to Jeff Kent in the next segment is about Tony Vitello's role and maybe his influence in the next couple of draft classes. Because with his knowledge of the college game, how big of a resource is that for you guys in the entire organization, maybe moving forward, not just for this draft class, but the next couple of draft classes?
Yeah, I think all of that remains to be seen. The manager job is a lot. But I do think with his experience in evaluating young players, young arms, he will definitely have some input. That's really what you're doing as a college coach when you're looking at who to recruit, who's in the portal. You're evaluating talent. And, he spent a lot of time here recently evaluating high school arms and college and draft eligible arms. You look at the arms that have come through the program and gotten better under his watch and Frank Anderson's watch. I think he'll definitely have an input, but I kind of hesitate because I don't want to put too much on his plate. He already has a really, really big job that's going to be taking up a whole lot of time. You'd hate to be pulling him a different way, but with his skill set and with what he's done recently, I'm sure he'll have some input.
Randy, last one is to just you get to talk to the fans out there. The Dodgers got Edwin Diaz. What do you tell Giants fans? How should we react to that news?
Don't watch. We don't even want to mention their names.
Okay.
Honestly, they're obviously a very, very good ball club. It's no surprise that they've gone out and spent a whole lot of money to get some really talented players. They did that again with Edwin. The guy's got a great arm, history of some success at the back end of the bullpen. But I don't think you can overreact. The season is not written in stone. The game's not played on paper. We all have to line up for 162. And, I would just encourage Giants fans to stay patient and just cheer against the Dodgers when they come in town.
The calm voice of Randy Wynn. That's why he's running our Giants Community Fund as our chairman. So everybody, don't forget to give in the holiday season to the Giants Community Fund. Thank you all. Randy, you're awesome. Way to be.
Nice. I like that, Murph.
I know,
Thank
right?
you.
I know, right? We got to take care of our kids, our kiddos that you and me and Sue
Absolutely.
and everybody takes care of. So you got the rap. We're going to start calling you Lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky Win. Like Lucky, that's a great nickname through the years. Like Lucky Lucchese or whoever. Lucky Win. So thanks for the number 4 pick, Randy.
Yeah, Randy, real quick, has Buster already booked your flight and hotel for next year's winter meetings and the draft lottery next year?
Well, there won't be in the lottery.
I don't. Yeah. Yes. That's
your
actually
answer.
what Buster said. He said, hopefully we're not even eligible for the lottery.
There it
so
is.
I don't even want to throw that in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I jumped in and saved that one.
Good call, Murph. Good call.
All right, guys. Randy, thanks for hopping on. Be good and enjoy. Have a great holiday season. Merry Christmas to the family.
Yeah, thanks, Randy.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Randy Wynn, the lucky kid. I like it, man. The lucky Randy Wynn. You guys, nobody watches the show The Paper. Obscure. The Office.
That's the spinoff of The Office, right?
It's identical to The Office. It's kind of crazy how they made it identical to The Office, but there was a funny plot line where the guy brought a rabbit's foot to an award show, but he started rubbing it. It was in his pocket, and he was rubbing it so vigorously that a guy at another table looked over, and it was a guy in his pocket rubbing a rabbit's foot, and he had his head leaned back, and it was very funny.
Yeah, I understand, Murph.
Very funny.
I understand.
See,
the joke.
Randy was cooler than that.
Yeah,
Randy was cooler than that.
definitely. No rabbit foot for Randy.
Jeff Kent, Hall of Famer, next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Reed ready, throwing, swinging. There's a high drive deep down the left field line, way back there, and this ball game is tied up. Jeff Kent launching a game-tying home run, his second home run of the game. Fastball, there's a high drive deep into left center field. That one is on its way back, and gone, a home run. That one sounded like an explosion out of a cannon off the bat of Jeff Kent. A booming, majestic shot.
Oh, the sounds of John Miller and the Jeff Kent era as a Giant that is now headed to Cooperstown in July of 2026. He will become the first primary San Francisco Giant to go into the Hall of Fame since Orlando Cepeda in 1999. The only other ones recently, Gaylord Perry, 1991, Willie McCovey, 1986, and that's the class he joins. So what a pleasure to congratulate Jeff Kent on the UMA guest line. Jeff, welcome back to KNBR, your old home. You used to do those shows with Ralph, rest in peace, Ralph Barbieri, and you got your boy Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. Congratulations, Hall of Famer. How are you?
Hey, congrats, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, guys, man. I'm doing well. It's been a whirlwind 24 hours, but things are starting to slow down, and glad I can end it with you guys.
Yeah, KNBR, your old home, man. And so we got to go right to the heart. We got to the heart of the matter. Kruk and Kype love the story that you once, we were supposed to talk to some little leaguers before a game, and famously you said to them, well, kids, I got to be honest, the money lies in the RBIs. Is that a true story, Jeff?
That is it. That was my mantra. I mean, I learned that, of all people. I don't think Tony Lasorda coined it, but I remember sitting on the field, and Bob Milano was the coach at Cal Berkeley. Bob Milano made us sit all around home plate like we were little high school kids and listen to this the audio recording of Tony Lasorda talking about the money lies in the RBIs. And it's just stuck in my brain forever. It never left it. And I preach that to my boy now who plays for the Yankees. You want to get paid, you better drive in the runs, brother.
Well, Jeff, it's funny because we quote that line all the time because when we get into discussions about old school baseball versus new school baseball, it feels like the advanced analytic crowd doesn't respect the RBI.
Yeah, I know. What a tragedy that is. I don't know what they're doing to these kids. I was watching minor league baseball because my kid was playing for Hudson Valley A-ball team for the Yankees, and these kids are hitting $180 and 200, driving in, hitting 20 home runs, and they got very little RBIs. I'm going, what the hell's happened to this game? I don't quite understand it. So the game is past me.
Yeah.
But how do you win games? You win games by scoring more runs than the other team, and the run is an RBI. If you don't drive in more runs than the other team, you lose. I don't care what the other stats are. Yeah. So that's how I got paid. That's how I made my money. And that's the notoriety I got. That's how I lived my life.
I mean,
you want to. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say that's a Hall of Fame rant right there. I'm so with you. Yeah. It's like it's paralysis by analysis. They've overthought it to the point where it's like, no, man, there's a guy on third. You got to knock him in. Listen, if the Blue Jays had knocked in a guy in the World Series, they would have won the World Series. They had a guy on third with less than 2 outs.
Yeah, you can always go back to some part of the game where you didn't drive a run in. I don't care about moving them over. Yes, you got to bunt them. Yes, they should have put the butt down and got guys down, moved runners. But ultimately, you got to drive in the runs. And I learned that from the old guys. Eddie Murray was one of the greats that taught me that you got to focus on getting that one run in. Don't worry about, bases loaded situation. I tell a scenario, and Eddie told me this scenario too. You got bases loaded. Well, don't be greedy and say you want to drive them all in. Just get one. You always got to get one. And Dusty Baker was one of the best to tell me too. Do one thing in a day every day. Either drive in a run, get a hit, make a play, steal a base, score a run, whatever that is. Do that. and you do that for 162 games, you're going to win. There was none of this BS about percentages and launch angle and all that stuff. Never bought into that crap.
Jeff, my partner Murph just mentioned the World Series, and we all know who won the World Series last year, but we don't got to spend too much time talking about you in Dodger blue. But I think a lot of Giants fans were excited to hear that you will be going to the Hall of Fame representing the San Francisco Giants. So was there any hesitation there when you chose to go in wearing that SF Giants logo?
Well, I'll backtrack you. I don't know if they've picked it yet. We don't have a choice, but the mantra, and this is probably what you're spinning off of, is there's no doubt that in San Francisco is where I had the best part of my career. It's where, my career finally took off. I think I played well in New York, but when I got to San Francisco and the team that Sabian and Coletti put together, and the ownership group kept San Francisco in town, and the McGowans, Peter was a big part of that too. It just all came together. Dusty Baker was at the top of the food chain on that team, and it all came together for us. So, in my 6 years there, I don't doubt that they'll give me that hat, but, I don't know if it's been chosen yet, but I'm not even worried about it because it's probably not even a question.
Yeah, you played 900 games as a Giant. Your next highest, actually, Dodgers 521, Mets 498. So almost double. So we're saying it right now, Jeff. We're carving that.
Yeah, we've decided, Jeff. Sure. Yeah.
No, you guys are probably smarter than I am on that. I've just been a whirlwind getting on an airplane and flying to Orlando and doing the press conference, and then now with you, things are starting to slow down for me. But San Francisco was my love. I love it there, and L.A. See, L.A. was an odd. I don't know if a whole lot of people know this, but L.A. was where I grew up. Yeah. I grew up in Huntington Beach, California, so I didn't think I was going to play 4 years in L.A. But what L.A. was for me, it was going home to play in front of my parents, and ended up playing with Joe Torre at the end of my career, who was a good manager there, and loved every minute of L.A. and grateful for L.A. Ned Coletti was the general manager there, so he allowed me to play for another year or two, which was awesome. And I got to end my career as one of the oldest opening day starters in Dodger history in front of my parents. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay. Well explained. We'll explain. But it was good. But it's funny. Hey, listen, man. I think Juan Marichal actually played a year as a Dodger, believe it or not. So it happens. These things happen. But it is interesting, Jeff, when you look at your baseball reference page, which is incredible and includes your MVP and your 377 home runs and your 2,461 hits and your 1,518 RBIs and your career batting edge of 290, by any measure, the best offensive second baseman in the history of baseball. So congratulations on that incredible honor. But what is interesting is it goes back to 1992, and it says Toronto, and it says New York Mets, and then it says Cleveland, and then it says Giants, and then it says Astros, and then it says Dodgers. So there was a lot of, especially really until you got to the Giants, were you wondering, you're like, wait, the Jays didn't want me. Wait, the Mets didn't want me. Wait, the Indians didn't want me. I'm a damn Hall of Famer. Why are all these teams trading me? So what was that like early in your career, not finding that home? And was there, I don't want to say the word doubt, or was there frustration? How was that?
Well, look at the three trades that I was a part of. The first one was for David Cone, and David was an awesome pitcher in the National League for the Mets. They traded David for me to Toronto, and that gave me a chance to play every day in New York for the Mets at second base, because I was a utility guy with Toronto. The only disappointing part about that is those suckers went on to win the World Series in '92 while I was sitting in my motorhome in Lake Havasu watching the game, and I was just so pissed off that I wasn't there. So then in New York, I got traded for all-star poster boy for Cleveland.
Carlos Baerga. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Jose Vizcaino and I were part of that trade. And then the biggest trade that they called Sabian an idiot on, which he wasn't, was Matt Williams, your poster boy in San Francisco. They traded for Vizcaino and me from Cleveland to San Francisco. So, and then I left San Francisco. A lot of that had to do with, Dusty Baker left, I left, and it just wasn't a good fit anymore after we lost in the World Series. So I left, and I was thinking there at the end of my career, I was going to go play in Houston for a couple of years, maybe finish my career out in Houston, and Houston was trying to, pay for pitching. They didn't have any money for me, so I said, well, hell, I'll just go home and play in L.A.
So that's the storyline. But you're right. I mean, there is a Hall of Famer playing on a bunch of teams. What the hell? What I take pride in that, though, is in New York, in San Francisco, in Houston, in L.A., I was able to stay consistent and have the home run and the RBI totals and the batting averages to stay consistent. So it wasn't like I was in this little shell on one team and played for one hat, and then, and it was easy for me. It was a little tough changing teams, but I was able to, overcome it and play on a bunch of teams and play well. And almost every one of those teams, except for the Mets, I think it was, we went to the playoffs. I was in the playoffs with all those teams.
That's incredible. I mean, these teams are dumb for trading you is what they were. They're the Mets and the Indians and all of them were dumb. I mean, you were ready to go. You mentioned it, Jeff, and I'm a lifer, man. I'm a Giant. I was born and raised here. The Giants are, everything to me and so many people listening on KNBR. And you mentioned 02 and Dusty and all that. We just got to go through a little therapy here, man, just together. Jeff, one of my incredible moments, I still get chills, man, is when you hit that, and I went back and watched the at-bat. You fall down 1-2 to Frankie Rodriguez, 4-0 Giants lead, ran on third. I think it's Dunston on third. I'm not positive, but I didn't. But anyway, you fought off a bunch of pitches. They're banging those thunder sticks, and then you finally get one, and you lace it over the shortstop's head for an RBI. It's 5-0. And, Jeff, you didn't do this hardly ever. But when you're running up the line, you shake your fist at the dugout like, yes. Like, yes. Like, I mean, can you take me back? We got to go through it together, man. That moment, and then how do we process 02?
Well, you're going to make me cry. What are you doing? That's not good. Because let me tell you, that was one of the most roller coaster emotional 2-day periods that I ever had in my entire life. So to do a little back history, so K-Rod, they called him K-Rod. He struck out everybody. He came in and closed everybody out. We couldn't hit that little punk, and it drove me nuts. And finally, we were in Game 6 after we just got kicking the crap out of the Angels at home. We beat the crap out of them. And then at Game 5, we go to Game 6, and that RBI put us either ahead or one more run up. I can't.
Yeah,
anyway,
it went from 4-0 to 5-0. Yeah, 5-0.
Yeah, so that fist pump was, we finally got you, you son of a bitch, and we're going to do this, because that kid kept closing us down all the time because he was that good with his slider. And we got that hit, and then, you know what, just a couple innings later, we ended up losing that game, and what a downer that was. And then I'm thinking, we're okay. We still got one more, and, dang it if we didn't go out and lose Game 7 too. People ask me all the time, what is your most favorite moment or most memorable moment? And you always think, well, that's a positive side, right? Well, my most memorable moment is losing Game 7. And I'm a half empty guy. I'm a guy that's always wanting to fix things and solve problems. And I'm always looking at things on the negative side. And dang it, if that Game 7 for me personally was one of the most burning, memorable moments I ever had in my career.
I know. I'm sorry to do. Listen, I feel the same way. I mean, I'm not trying. I'm just like, we as a fan base and the people listening to KNBR are all going through this together too. And we kind of had to.
No, I get it. I'm just playing with it. But no, you bet. You're right. You're right. But what I'm so grateful for, sorry to cut you off, but what I'm so grateful for is Sabian and Coletti built that team to be tough and solid over the years, and they finally got a group of kids together after the momentum that we had built with Posey and all those good pitchers they had, and they ended up winning 3 World Series in 5 years,
yeah.
and that was an honorable thing to watch. That was cool.
So let's take it a great one though. Forget 02. I mean, it was great beating the Cardinals, by the way, in the walk-off too. But the 97. Like that, so you get traded to the Giants, and you're like, I wonder if your thoughts are like, A, Candlestick sucks, it's cold and windy. B, this team hasn't won in a few years. C, like, who am I going to? Who are these guys? Like, they're getting a first baseman from the Angels named JT Snow. There's a pitcher named Bill Swift. I mean, like, there's a guy named Barry Bonds. And then that ends with one of the great division titles, so much so that day at Candlestick, when you guys clinched, Jeff, Barry Bonds is up on the dugout, like hugging fans, you don't see that. Yep. So that high of that season, you and Vizcaino and Sabian, what comes to mind?
The guys, Sabian put together with Coletti put together a team that was just full of good dudes. I knew JT Snow, played against him in college. He was a great guy. I knew Vizcaino was my best shortstop partner I ever had. We had pitchers that were, unknown. I think there were a couple guys that were pretty good, but I didn't know those guys. And then we had Darrell Hamilton, I think, was in the outfield. I think it was Darrell. We had Bonds, and I can't remember who our catcher was, but we had a lot of these pieces. It may have been. It wasn't Santiago, was it? No.
Was it Kurt Manwaring? Was it Manwaring? I'm not sure.
No.
Anyway,
was it Johnson? Was it Johnson?
Brian Johnson, of course, because we got to ask you about the Dodger game coming up. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah, it was Brian Johnson.
So anyway, just a good group of dudes, and Peter McGowan trying to save the team to stay in San Francisco because it was soonly purchased. And I didn't really know much about that either, the politics of the game. So there was a lot of moving parts. And for us to go out there, but Dusty Baker was the ultimate. He corralled everybody together. He got the most out of his players, and we felt free to play. And the fans started to come back. The stadium sucked because it was so freaking windy there. It just beat you up when you had to play out there every day. But that was our field. That was our home. And we loved every minute of it, and we played well. It was a cool year.
By the way, JT checked in to say we're forgetting Rick Wilkins along with Brian Johnson.
Yeah. The catcher. Yeah. I remember Rick. Yeah.
JT also texted that he went 3 for 4 in Game 7. JT made sure to text that in. That's your fellow Orange County guy there. That's your OC dude. Hey, go ahead. No, go ahead on JT.
No, JT's a good dude, man. He made me look good a lot of times when I was playing at second base. So there's no doubt I got to get a nod. He was one of the best first basemen I ever played with. He was awesome.
He is incredible, man.
Yeah, and we all love the fact that JT's back working with the organization, working with guys like Bryce Eldridge. But I also want to talk about the fact that Dusty Baker is back with the organization as a special advisor. And Jeff, we've heard you talk a lot about the influence on your career. But I'm curious your perspective when you're looking at somebody like Tony Vitello, who's making the transition from the college level to the Major League Baseball level. How much of an influence somebody like Dusty Baker can have over him?
Well, probably a lot because I think Tony Vitello, he's a son of a bitch. He pisses me off. The reason why he pisses me off is because his team, Tennessee, beat my boys' team, Aggies, in Game 3 of the College World Series. So I got it out for Tony. But he is awesome. Tony, I told Tony, I saw him yesterday in Orlando and gave him a hug. He's a good dude, man. He's a guy that I think is smart enough to know how to change and manipulate himself to get the best out of his players. And I saw Bochy was with Tony yesterday too. So I know Bochy's got a lot in his brain to give to Tony. So if Tony's an open book, which I know he will be, because Tony's a smart dude, he's going to know how to receive information from other guys, make it work for himself to get the best out of his players. Now, going from college ball, which he had total control of, love and passion for the game, I saw it so much so that I wanted my boy to play for him. But he's got that in him, and I know he's professional enough to work with these pro guys because there's a little different mentality. You got to deal with these guys day in, day out, and that's going to be a grind on Tony, and I don't doubt that he's up for it.
Yeah, great stuff, Jeff. We could go on and on and on. We're almost out of time. I'd be remiss if we didn't mention number 25, and I just want to say I want to get your reaction. He posted on his Instagram account. Did you see? I don't know if you're probably not a social media guy, but he posted a big poster of you in gold letters, Jeff Kent, with all your stats. And he says, "Congratulations, Jeff Kent, on your induction to the Hall of Fame. We spent 6 seasons together with the Giants, shared many successes as teammates, including an unforgettable World Series run. I would also like to extend my congrats to his wonderful wife and his entire family." Your reaction?
Barry and I got a lot of knocks together. Knocks as in, bad teammates, this or that. I thought Barry was a good teammate. He played, and that's kind of like me. We show up, we play, you give everything you got, and you go home, and you come back and you do it again. Yeah, we butted heads. I didn't have a problem with Barry so much, but we were more like, I don't say we were brothers, but we were more like brothers, where we fight. And I, I remember some of the first days that I had with Barry. We were trying to fight for the shotgun seat on a van going from one place to another in spring training. And I told Barry to jump in the back. He said, "No, I want this seat." And I said, "Nope, I'm in it. Sorry, brother. Go in the back." So we took jaws at each other all the time. But one thing that I thought I did for Barry and Barry did for me was we motivated each other to play to our best potential. We tried not to make excuses for each other. And we knew for a fact that we were kind of the guys on the team that our teammates counted on to be there every day, to be healthy, to play every day, and to give our best. Barry and I were decent enough friends that on the charter flights, he and I sat across from each other in the exit row all the time. So, that should tell you right there that we weren't enemies. We were frenemies, good enough to make each other better. And Barry made me better, and I hope I was a burr up his ass to make him a little better. But he was one of the best players I ever saw play the game. I'm sorry. The kid can play. The only thing I knock on him about it was his arm. He didn't have that great of an arm, but he was good enough to do all the things he needed to do. But I learned so much from him. He and I were in the same hitting group every day. Dusty would put us in the same hitting group. And I learned so much just watching him, not even listening to him, because I know he can run his mouth a lot sometimes like I can. But just watching him play. And then his dad, Bobby taught me a lot, too, in spring training. And his dad was a phenomenal player. Dusty used to tell me, too, you should have seen Bobby play. He could freaking hit. And, I hope the best for Barry. Not my vote, but I hope the best for Barry. And, he was one hell of a player.
You said it all, Jeff. The texts are flying in. They love hearing your voice. It's a giant going into the Hall of Fame. You were an MVP here, and now you're a Hall of Famer. We look forward to you coming to the park for your celebration. We thank you for coming on Murph and Marcus on your old home KNBR. Remember those days you and Ralph used to spar on KNBR?
That was it. And that son of a bitch, rest his soul. He probably started the old skill. Ralph, he had me in the office and said, "Hey, did you bring your skillet glove with you from New York?" I said, "What the hell, you piece of crap!" I'd light him up, but he was him and his odd voice he had. He was good for you guys.
It's all good a show. It's all part of the show, right? There you go, Jeff.
Yeah, all part of the show. You bet.
Well, Hall of Famer, you are immortal, and thanks for spending some time with us. And we'll talk to you down the road. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, Jeff.
Yeah, good luck to you guys, man. Thank you for having me on.
Jeff Kent on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about Bigelow Tea, refreshing us all after that great Jeff Kent interview. Let's go get a cup of tea and chat about it. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. One of the first things we do here is reach for a mug of English breakfast, get you going. All the different flavor options are great, though. It's perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. So keeps me going, keeps you going, keeps everybody at the leader going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow Tea right here in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow Tea and tea proudly.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, obviously we're late. We've bumped into Papa and Silver time, so let's do it right now. Go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Quickly, what do we got? We got to get to G-Pop and Silver.
What do we got? Greg Silver and Marcus Boucher were telling me something about this jersey he's wearing.
Yes, because coming up in just a couple minutes, you'll get G-Baby of KNBR, a.k.a. Greg Silver. We were talking about our top 5 favorite sports movies.
Based on George Kittle.
George Kittle giving his favorite movies. And I said the movie Hardball is one of my favorite baseball movies ever. And this right here is a G-Baby Kakumbas jersey that my guy Greg Silver keeps on hand. Dude, he has it here at the studio all the time, dude.
I was like, where did this jersey come from?
Yes.
Wait a minute. He like rolls with this jersey just because.
That's my guy G-Baby.
That's like me walking around with a Jimmy, what's his face? Jimmy Chitwood jersey from Hoosiers Hickory High.
And fun fact for the audience out there, spoiler alert, the first time I ever cried watching a movie is when G-Baby got shot in the movie Hardball.
Incredible. This is what I learned today too, Youngtown. All right, good stuff, man. Papa and Silver.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, exactly.
What did OG Murph learn today?
First time he cried, G-Baby got shot, and Greg Silver travels with the jersey. Thanks to Jeff Kent for an incredible hit. Sponsored by It's Time for a Change, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The money lies in the RBIs. You want to get paid, you better drive in the runs, brother.
I think we're going to do great in the playoffs without our narcissist jerk coach. Hotty toddy.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
In victory formation, Mac Jones takes a knee, a backflip behind him from Kendrick Bourne to celebrate a 26-8 win. The 49ers win 3 straight games for the first time since their 3-0 start, and they play all weeks between weeks 1 and 13 and get to 9-4 on the year, 6-2 on the road. What a performance for the 49ers today, who pitch a second-half shutout and allow a season-low 8 points to the Browns, and they knock off Shedeur Sanders and company in his first career home start.
From the 35, extra lineman in, and there goes Tony Pollard. And Pollard up across the 45 and across midfield. What a block downfield. Pollard still going. Unbelievable run. He's going to take it to the house for a touchdown, Titans. For the tie, no Shedeur. It's Judkins on the direct snap. He was supposed to pitch it, but didn't and couldn't. And now he's going to have to throw it, and he does. And it's incomplete. And the Titans hold them off.
I guess that was unintentionally an anti-Cleveland Browns open, now that I think about it. The last 2 games for Shedeur Sanders and the Browns, a loss to the 49ers and a loss to the Tennessee Titans. Maybe they'll be drinking some Tennessee whiskey, or maybe when Papa's all good to go, we'll be just having rounds and rounds of Gold Bar whiskey if the 49ers can do something special here in the final month of the season into January, and maybe, just maybe, 60 days away into February here at Levi's Stadium with the Super Bowl, but a long, 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 long way to go. And you got to worry about what's in front of you, and the Tennessee Titans is just that. So we will talk some baseball today. Pete Alonso going to a different orange and black in the Orioles. Winter meetings continue to chug along, and we're going to start it right here with Kyle Shanahan speaking early today. Normally it's around 12:45. Today it's going to be about 11:10. So we're going to carry you through up until that, talking some Niners Titans, and all will be right in the world when we get our Tim Ryan football hour tomorrow at 11. Papa, good morning.
Son of a bitch! I'm getting it out of the way early. Young Tony said he dropped the first one. He pulled the first one, and then Jeff Kent SOB'd everybody. Ralph Barbieri, seriously? Francisco Rodriguez, a.k.a. K-Rod, he went on and on. He was SOB and everybody, and it's not saintly side out of bounds. But, hopefully the orange and black will do something in our marketplace. But as you mentioned, Pete Alonso agrees to a 5-year, $155 million deal to join the Baltimore Orioles. Did show up at the winter meetings. Interesting. And Boy, not a good week for the New York Mets. They did get the airbender in Devin Williams. They lost their closer. They made an interesting trade. Brandon Nimmo was gone. We like Marcus Semien, and now they lose the polar bear, the guy that hit more home runs than anybody in the history of the New York Metropolitans for now. So now he's an Oriole. So we'll get into all that a little bit later on, but we start with they're back. The boys are back. They are on the field. We'll check in with Eric Branch at 10:30, and the 49ers off their bye week. They did have a brief practice on Monday, but they're coming back. It is installation day, and we do remember the Titans, although the last time we saw them a few days before Christmas in 2021, they are a decidedly different football team. They are coming in off a win. You did hear it. Some strangeness. Watch that game back and watch 3 of their games back last night and this morning. I'm trying to work up that appropriate fear for Remember the Titans like I had to work up for the Carolina Panthers. I wish the Panthers had played the Rams before we played them and maybe had that a little bit, but it went the other way. And, hell, who knows? They could win their division and get in the playoffs. We may see them sometime later in January. But this is not a good team. They broke a 7-game losing streak just recently. I know a lot of members of their coaching staff, their offensive coordinator, Nicky Holtz, we respect immensely. We've been texting with him all night. And Bones Fossil, John Fossil, is their special teams coordinator, and we knew him for years all around the NFL, most recently with Dallas, but he was with the Raiders, he was with the Cowboys, and their special teams is pretty good. They do have a kick and punt returner you have to worry about. And I know it's spelled D-I-K-E, and the Niners did cut Gay yesterday to bring your guy Eddie Money back, but it's not pronounced Dyke. It is like Metcalf. It is D-K. And they got some youth on that wide receiver room. He's the featured guy, and he's a good kick returner. And I saw Bones scheme up a block punt. But we'll get into Tennessee a little bit. The Niners should be able to handle this game. Cam Ward is getting sacked at an alarming rate, less and less as the year goes on. And in the playbook today, Greg, we'll break down the 49ers pass rush and the games they are playing. Bryce Huff, just go win your matchup. The other 3 guys, 2 inside tackles, and Clay Furlow, we're going to run a little game. And Myles Garrett only got 1 sack against Cam, but they ran a game against him. So I am wondering about Tennessee and their offensive line, if they're able to pick up games. They got a lot of short-arm guys there, which is not good for offensive linemen. But as they come back now, this is it. This is the Final Four. They finally had a bye week. It came the latest possible you can have a bye in the NFL, but they come back rested. Studious, I love Upton Stout, didn't go anywhere. He didn't jump in Lake Tahoe with Fred Warner and some other guys. He watched the Final Four teams, 4 different games, every one. So, and he's going to be in that slot, and they're going to go after him. And now that we got the byes eliminated, we haven't played the same amount of games as the Rams and Seahawks. We've played 1 more game. Now it's all there. They're 10-3. Rams, Seattle's 10-3, and the 49ers are 9-4. And here we go. And we've given you all the scenarios for winning the NFC West. Niners win out, and the Seattle Seahawks beat the LA Rams at Lumen Field. The Niners can win the NFC West. On top of that, they get 1 extra loss from the Green Bay Packers, and they're the number 1 seed, and you know what that means. Wild card weekend off, win 2 home games at Levi's, and then win a 3rd neutral site game called the Super Bowl on February the 8th, and you got that elusive number 6. So it is there. We're going to talk to Eric Branch. He wrote a story about what I've been talking about. What are they going to do with Eric Kendricks? Exactly. This guy come here like Phillip Rivers came out of retirement at age 44 and his grandkids and his 10 kids to be on the practice squad. He didn't do that. I don't think Eric Kendricks came back to be on the practice squad. But how do you fit him in? And we'll go through the laundry list of guys coming back. Tatum Bethune, high ankle. Is he going to practice today? Yatura Gross-Matos, knee, and then a hamstring. Are we getting that guy back? Sam Okawanu, are you coming back off the injury? Missed just 1 game. And, then we'll see about Fred later in the year and all that. And we do have Eddie Money back. But we'll talk to Eric Branch, the medical hour, before he grills Kyle at 11:10 on who's going to practice, and Kyle will offer all that up. But they're getting as healthy as they can. Brandon Ayuk's out there in limbo. Fred Warner, we'll see. Nick's not coming back, but we'll talk about how they're generating a pass rush. And we'll go through and self-scout a little bit. One thing you do during your bye week is self-scout. Some areas the Niners are really good at. Some areas you're like, how are they good in points per game defense when some of these other numbers, they got to generate more of a pass rush. They did against Shedeur, a young quarterback with 3 sacks in Northeast Ohio and 2 late in the game to essentially end the game. We'll break down, all 3 sacks and how they did, and also show you how Cam Ward gave up 1 to Myles Garrett, very similar. A lot of areas they're good at. Third down, red zone, they're better at, both on offense and defense and low red zone, and break it all down. But this is it. The Rams are 10-3, technically in first place and the number 1 seed in the NFC, but the Niners have split with them. Seattle is 10-3, ahead of the Niners, but the Niners beat them in Seattle. Can they beat them one more time? The battle with Seattle last game of the year could be huge, and the Niners just laying there at 9-4. Is it unbelievable to think that they could get to 13 wins? Kyle's first year, when he made the playoffs in 2019, the 8-0 start, they went 13-3 that year, so there is an extra game here. But after the 3-0 start, the 3-4 alternating, all the injuries and people writing them off, and Mac Daddy saving the year, now you get Brock back. It is not inconceivable, Princess Bride, that they win out here at the end and go 13-4, a lucky total of victories, and that could get them the NFC West and just get them the whole damn National Football Conference.
It is pretty wild to think that we're at this point here, 14 weeks gone into the season with the long-awaited bye, finally coming back from it. And I don't know, was it a well-timed bye? Was it not? I mean, look, the injury report has been in and out the entire year, and you know that you're not going to get Warner and Bosa back no matter what. The bottom line is for the 49ers to try to make a run at this thing, whether it is by the way of wild card, whether it is winning out and having everything go your way to maybe even get a number 1 seed and winning your division, well, that's to be determined. But to get the bye and get a little bit of a reset, man, think about the usage rate of a Christian McCaffrey. You think he could have used a week off right now? You think Brock Purdy, still working through the toe, wants an extra week off? Yeah, this is important for everybody. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, with that Buster Posey quote, it's time to go, in the context of it's time for the 49ers to make this final push here. Speaking of the 49ers and the Titans and the way we start our show today, we've got a contest. That's right, 3 more days, today, tomorrow, Friday. You can win a pair of tickets to see this game at Levi's Stadium. It's going to be a 1:25 kickoff, same time as Seattle takes on maybe Phillip Rivers and the Indianapolis Colts. And all you got to do when we play our cue to call later in the show, not now, sometime between the rest of the show and 1 o'clock. When you hear that cue to call, 415-896-KNBR is the number. Today, our cue to call is...
Here's the commissioner with the pick.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Yeah, 49ers not only facing a former number 1 overall pick and the most recent one with Cam Ward, then they're going to face another one later with Caleb Williams. Then they're going to face a number 3 overall pick to close the season in Sam Darnold. And they're all going up against number 262. So when you hear that draft announcement later in the show from Commissioner Roger Goodell, if you're lucky caller number 10, you can win tickets to see the 49ers take on the Titans. All right, with that, let's get right into it. Eric Branch is joining us at 10:30. Kyle Shanahan speaking at 11:10. We've got our 5 to 1, the studs and the duds. Chris Rose is going to come by at 12:50 so we can not only talk football, but a lot of baseball to close out the show. And yes, we will be keeping close tabs because with any breaking news that happens surrounding the winter meetings as it relates to the Giants, well, you know, we'll take you right there. It's Papa and Silver getting you going on your hump day on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers back on their regular schedule, so today's installation day as they get ready for the Tennessee Titans. Kyle Shanahan planning to take the podium around 11:10 this morning, so we'll carry that for you live right here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Left-footed punt for Corey Borjarquez from his own 33. Sky Moore back to return from the 18. He catches it in stride, runs along the right hash, and breaks free past the 35. Turning around the punter at the 40-yard line of Cleveland. Down the left sideline to the 30, to the 20, and wrestled out of bounds to the 15. One of the best return men in the NFL in 2025 has another breakaway return and sets up the Niners offense in the Toyota red zone.
I love Sky Moore. He is absolutely fearless, and he catches this and puts a cut on Grant Delpit and just goes north and south. He squeezes right in between, down the middle of the field. All the Cleveland Browns, puts a stiff arm on the kicker. Absolutely perfect, and has the 49ers in the red zone after a big-time punt return. Special teams going to play a huge role in this game.
Papa and Silver getting you ready for the Tennessee Titans as the 49ers get back into action at their home stadium. 125 this Sunday. You got a chance to win some tickets a little bit later in the show. Just look out for that cue to call, and if you missed it, don't worry. I'll tell you when it's time anyway. 808 KNBR to join the conversation. And just to take everybody behind the scenes here for a moment, right now I'm thinking about my host cap and what I'm going to be talking about. But yesterday I was thinking a lot about the producer cap and how we were going to organize the show. Kyle Shanahan moved around his time of speaking a couple of times, and I thought, who do I want to talk to about the 49ers? And I just was doing a lot of reading and catching up, and man, Eric Branch wrote so many good pieces. So he's going to be joining us coming up in just a bit. You mentioned the Eric Kendricks factor that we'll get into him, and he wrote a great piece on Sky Moore and the mental side of him being a special teamer and how he lost his confidence in Kansas City. If we all recall, it wasn't looking so good early in San Francisco either. Yeah, maybe not the fumble drop issues quite to the degree that we saw with the Chiefs, but he was fielding punts deep inside the 10-yard line where you're thinking, Sky, what are you doing? All of a sudden, though, the special teams is playing better, and it's not just Eddie Pinheiro. It's the 98 yards, the 45 yards, the 66 yards you just heard right there from number 9, Sky Moore, doing his thing. So ton to get into, and as you teased in the opening segment, Pop, I think special teams, yeah, Tennessee is not a good team. We don't need to dance around that fact. But if we're talking about X factors, if we're talking about ways where this matchup could get a little bit funky because anyone can win any given Sunday, well, we got a couple of special teams threats between Sky Moore and then Chimere Dike on the Tennessee side. That is one area where the 49ers absolutely stole the game from the Cleveland Browns and just ripped control away there going into the second half. They're going to have to win the special teams again if they want to just, make things easy with Tennessee.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Tim Ryan loves Sky Moore. He wouldn't talk to him until he had that 98-yard kickoff return in Arizona because Sky Moore is a Kansas City Chiefs, and we don't forget. But then they became buddies. And Sky Moore, punt return average for Sky Moore and the Niner punt returners, 12.1, ninth in the NFL. Kickoff return average, 28 yards a kickoff, fourth best in the NFL. David Lombardi did a comprehensive breakdown, as did Eric Branch. We'll get into it with Eric at 10:30. The Niners went from being dead last in the NFL in special teams numbers across the board to number 1. Tell me, when was the last time offense, defense, special teams, any unit in the NFL, teams go from worst to first, but one singular unit? Unbelievable to flip this over. So we'll talk to Eric Branch about Sky Moore. But DK, as you mentioned, for Tennessee, he's number 1 in the NFL in punt return average, 18.9. He's also pretty good on kickoff returns, 26 yards. So Cavante Turpin was the guy Bones Fossil had in Dallas all those years, and now he's got this guy, and he will also catch the ball as a wide receiver. So do have great respect for Bones Fossil, and we'll get him on the air maybe later in the week and also get Nicky Holtz on, their offensive coordinator. But I was watching the Titans last night, and Nick just said, if I know you're trying to get better, you're not going to get better watching our offense. So they are offensive. Across the board, they're dead last or 31st, whatever, in just about every category. We'll get into Cam Ward a little bit. He was a 0 recruit coming out of high school, and now he's the number 1 overall pick in the draft. He's got room to go. He drops his arm a little bit too much. He takes a lot of sacks. We'll analyze him a little bit later on. But just quickly, a self-scout on the Niners before we bring Eric Branch in, because that's what you do. During the bye week, remember the Titans and respect the Titans, even though they may have the number 1 overall pick again this April. They only have 2 wins on the year and just broke a 7-game losing streak in Cleveland on Sunday. But for the Niners, this is time to analyze who we are. So remember the rushing numbers that were really bad? They're still really bad, but they're getting better. 98.5 yards a game, 25th in the NFL. Rushing yards per play, not good, 31st in the NFL. So you got Christian McCaffrey. The offensive line is playing better. You got to increase the running game a little bit, and I think Brock's a part of that in a kind of a weird way, with Mac Jones, Greg, they were number one in the NFL in passing yards per game for a big chunk of the year. They're down to 6th, but still, 242.6 yards per game passing. Passing yards per play, interesting. 9th best in the NFL, a little over 7 yards a play. I'm geeking out of the numbers. I think I always wanted to be Vince Lombardi or Mike Lombardi. I've become David Lombardi. I don't even know if Mick Lombardi gets into all these numbers, but the one thing you got to improve on, interception rate, and I think a lot of that is Brock's just got to be a little better with the ball, and he was certainly in Cleveland. We broke that down last week in the playbook. 2.9%, 28th in the NFL, not good. They're not getting sacked a lot with Brock, 3rd in the NFL on sack per attempt, 4.44. So overall, then you just get down to field goals made, obviously, getting rid of Jake and bringing in Eddie Money. They're much better in that category where they're really good. And I think with both quarterbacks, Mac Jones and Brock Purdy, is on 3rd down. They convert on 3rd down 48.2%, second best in the NFL. Conversely, Tennessee is dead last on 3rd down. Their offensive numbers are that. And then the red zone. Remember last year how we just moaned the red zone is the dead zone and tried to call it the gold zone to do anything to get them to score better in there. They're 8th best in the NFL inside the red zone. Last few weeks, much better, 62.5%. The goal-to-go situation. Last year, they were even worse, and we call that's called the low red zone. When you get inside the 10, it's a 1st and goal. Minus McCaffrey, for most of the year, they just couldn't get in. This year, that's one area you want to improve a little bit, the goal-to-go. They're right in the middle of the 32-team NFL at 16th overall at 74%, so you got to improve that a little bit. Defensively, and we'll break this down with the playbook, yards per game are 20th. Rushing yards per game, and I do fear a little bit Tony Pollard. They have a sophisticated running game, a lot like the Niners and what they do offensively, and then, they just gashed in their last game. They had a lot of good runs against the Cleveland Browns, and we know Jim Schwartz runs the wide 9 and a lot of the same principles. Myles Garrett was picked on in the game. They ran right at him and did not block him and ran right past him. So overall 12th in the NFL. You need to control the running game, and they are much better than where they were last year. Passing yards per game, because you want to play with the lead a lot. They're 25th in the NFL. Interception rate has got to go way, way up. The area, and we'll break it down in the playbook, they got to sack the quarterback more. They are dead last, 32nd in the NFL in sacks per pass attempt, 3.55 percentage there. So you've got to get way better on that. And overall sacks, they're dead last in the NFL, and they got 3 in the last game. So they're a decent 3rd down defense overall. What they're really good at is the goal-to-go defense, where they are, that low red zone, the Alfred Collins punch-out, the, stopping Kyron Williams on the 4th and 1, all the times they just bow up when they get in the shadow of their end zone. So when you look at overall, the defensive numbers are kind of average, except the most important statistic in football. Turnovers, we like those, and they got to improve. But the most important statistic is scoreboard.
Yep.
Look at the scoreboard. The Niners give up 20.7 points per game. That is the 8th fewest figure in the NFL. With all the people they've lost this year, that's all we've talked about are all the guys that are not playing. They're not playing 9 on 11 or 8 on 11, even though Nick and Fred are out, and maybe we'll get Fred back in January, who knows. They're playing 11 on 11, and they got a culture and they got a scheme, and we'll see where it all goes. But to give up less than 21 points per game, when you got Brock Purdy back, and let's try to get McCaffrey through the line of scrimmage, get him to the second level, and let him do everything else. And this offense is going to score more than 3 touchdown San Francisco's, and they're going to get a few Eddie Piñeiros, Eddie Money. So, and then the special teams, and we'll talk to Eric about that as well. And then I do wonder what they're going to do with Eric Kendricks when we talk to Eric Branch. This guy's a good player, and been a good player for a long, long time. A starting Mike linebacker. Does he take over as the green dot? Does Bethune practice today with a high ankle? I think Curtis Robinson played better in Cleveland than he did against the first game out. Much better in that game. But we're talking about Eric Kendricks here. So the defense is somehow finding a way to keep the opponents out of the end zone and win games, and they're 9-4. And, what do they do with Kendricks? And we'll have Eric Branch break it all down when he talks to Kyle. They're going to get a lot of injured players back, I think, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Okawanu, Gross Matos will come back at some point. Will they come back today and actually practice today?
Yeah, that's what we're going to find out about 45 minutes from now when Kyle Shanahan does take the podium. By the way, would love to get Bones Fossil on the air with us. Did I ever tell you how I always could never separate Bones Fossil between Kenny Banya of Seinfeld?
We got to put them side by side. Those confused you?
Yeah, a little bit. I know one's fictional, one's real, but every time I saw him running around, I was just like, "That's gold, Jerry. That's gold, Jerry."
Oh, we'll
Jones.
get him on. We get him on all the time. I knew his dad for years and years, and we lost his dad. What a great offensive mind he was. And Bones is the best. He's the only special teams. He's like Dusty Baker. He wears wristbands, up on his wrist and forearm, and he's just all into the game. Before the game, he'll be out running laps. He's a good friend, and he's very simply the best. The best. For a while, I was trying to recruit him to come here. And he gave me a good scouting report on Brant Boyer, and he loves him. But it wasn't going to work out here. When he left Dallas and their coaching changed, and they didn't hire, obviously, Marty's son, Brian Schottenheimer, for a while, he wound up taking the Tennessee job immediately. But he is fantastic. And Nick Holtz is their offensive coordinator. So we got a couple of Bay Area guys and former Raider guys, and Nicky, a former De La Salle guy. So we'll hopefully get him on the air if the Titans allow us. But Bones always came on when we played the Cowboys or the Rams.
Let's talk to Eric Branch coming up in just a bit. One of the best on the beat there for the 49ers, and he'll join us when we return on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues here on your Wednesday. It is time to talk to one of my favorite people on the 49ers beat. Has written all sorts of great pieces throughout the year. And since the 49ers had a bye week, not only did Eric Branch do a whole bye week assessment and review, you got some content on your Sky Moores, your Eric Kendricks, and we're going to learn a lot more when Kyle Shanahan takes the podium here around 11:10. And he joins us on the UMA guest line. Eric, always good to talk to you. Always appreciate your time. How's it going today?
I'm doing well. I'm driving, and I hope that's not an issue. You can't hear anything. I feel like that's kind of if you're like Steve Kerr or Kyle Shanahan, as a guest, you know, they're driving, whatever. They're just trying to fit you in. A guy like me, I probably should, make sure I'm not in the car. Everything quiet. I'm kind of lower level. So anyway, I hope this works out okay.
You are not lower level. You are top shelf, my friend. And if I do recall, Mr. Branch, maybe not the last time, but a recent time that you were on, you were driving and you were getting in and out of your car. I don't know if you were parking it and getting out and going from, the hands-free in the car to, earbuds outside. So we've had you like this before, and because Kyle did move up the time of the press conference, you've got to get to Levi's to get it right in the front row and Dr. Branch him. So what are we expecting from the returning hobbled Niners? Tatum Bethune with the high ankle sprain. Do we expect him back? Yetur Gross-Matos had a knee and then a hamstring. He's been out for a while and on the IR. Do we expect him to be practicing and taking off IR at some point? Sam Okawano also with an injury. We know that Eddie Pinheiro is back. What other injuries I'm missing here? What do you expect from guys returning off the bye week and out for a handful of games, or in Okawano's case, just one, maybe coming back here for the final 4 games of the year?
Yeah, so the last time we talked to Shanahan was last Monday, and at that time he sounded really iffy about Bethune coming back. He was injured November 16th, and if he has something more than a minor high ankle sprain, I don't know if those exist, it would make sense that he's out at least another game. He sounded a little more optimistic about Gross-Matos. That would be a big deal. Just because, they're running out of bodies. It's kind of been a theme this year, but on the defensive line. And, I'm not sure he's going to be right, physically all year just because of his knee. But, he would provide an upgrade, probably on the edge if he could at least play, what he was playing early in the season, 20, 25 snaps. And Okawanu, I would guess, just with his injury, he's not back for Tennessee. And, as you mentioned, with the move to release Matt Gay off the practice squad, it makes it clear that Eddie Pinheiro, Mr. Perfect, will be back against the Titans.
Eric, as far as the 49ers defense goes, it is remarkable what they're doing. I mean, you noted it in your column. They are 32nd in pressuring passers. They are 26th in intercepting passes. But when it comes to what matters above all, they are 8th in their scoring defense. So is it not breaking in the red zone? Is it maybe special teams and offense helping the field position game? Is it the fact that the 49ers in their last place schedule has allowed them to not face a lot of the top tier QBs since Bosa and Warner went down? What do you make of the fact that Robert Saleh's unit has had such success despite some of these metrics and despite some of the personnel that they've been forced to play?
Well, I think first of all, it does start with Saleh, because once you lost, Bosa and then Warner and then even Micah Williams, it was like, could they even keep up, with kind of average to bad offenses? Because if you just look at their defensive personnel, they have Lenore and a couple other nice young players, but not many actual proven players. No one, an offensive coordinator has to game plan for or scares you. So I think it begins with credit to Robert Saleh for, piecing this together and making them, something more than competent. Now, that said, we can't ignore, that they've faced, Shedeur Sanders and Jacoby Brissett and, Bryce Young, who's had some moments, but, is not established himself as a top flight quarterback. This has not been a murderer's row by any stretch of, elite quarterbacks. And when they have faced those since losing Warner, even in the game they lost Warner, Baker Mayfield took care of them, and then C.J. Stroud took care of them, and then Matt Stafford took care of them. So I guess the thing is, as they keep going along and as the weeks pass by, and they get, these rookies get a little better, they continue to grow, they probably need kind of, it's not a miracle, but did you expect Cleveland Farrell to have, 4 sacks in 4 games? Things like that probably need to continue to happen. And, we'll see, once they play. Well, I'm trying to think of the next good quarterback they'll face. It's
Phillip Rivers. Old man Rivers. He's pretty good. I mean, got the number 1 pick coming in Sunday. Cam Warren-White's taking number 1 in the entire draft.
I mean, they are going to face the Hall of Fame semifinalist quarterback coming up, so they've got to be on their P's and Q's. Yeah. But then there's Caleb Williams, who, obviously can do some things, but, isn't quite there. And then Sam Darnold, who is good, yet, sometimes not good in big games. So I don't know. Are we waiting to the playoffs until, it's a Stafford or something like that again? But obviously, with Caleb Williams and Sam Darnold, those are more legitimate tests, and it'll be interesting to see how they hold up against them.
Well, the Niners are facing all these quarterbacks without a future Hall of Fame quarterback on their defense. The green dot wearing All-Pro Fred Warner, who may come back. We'll see, depending on how far they go. But Tatum Bethune, the high ankle, as you mentioned, you think it's unlikely that he's back this week. And then Curtis Robinson jumped in for a couple of games. I thought he played much better in Cleveland than he did the first game out. But I want to ask you about Eric Kendricks, because I've been talking about it a lot. You wrote about it extensively. The media had a chance to visit with him after the short practice on Monday in the open locker room. And he's a fascinating guy, as you said, honorary member of the UCLA fraternity from the Bruins and everything they've asked him to do. And we've watched the guy play for years with Minnesota, intercepted Jimmy Garoppolo in a playoff game in 2019. And then he went to the Chargers, and last year Dallas, after briefly kind of muttering through an interview on a phone call and agreeing to come here. He didn't. And now he's a Niner. Shoulder surgery delayed his entry into the 2025 year, but he's a green dot wearing Mike linebacker. He's been his whole career, and he can play Will. He can play Sam. Right now he's on the practice squad. Eric, what do you think ultimately they do with Eric Branch, even as early as this week?
Well, I don't think they're going to play me, Pop. No, you said Eric Branch.
Did I? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Too many Erics.
I'm older.
Chemo fog. Yeah.
I'm older than Phillip Rivers.
Sorry. I would play you. I know you'd blitz.
I know, kind of a jerk move. I could have just let that go.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. You're probably driving to the jerk store as I speak, anyway.
Exactly. Again, driving in my car while I do the interview.
There we go. Eric Kendricks. Okay, got it. I was thinking of his brother, Michael, a former Kale Bear. Okay, all right.
Okay, so I think it's really interesting. Like, I could see, I don't know, it's not clear his state of readiness, whether, with the defense or physically. But if those two things, are okay, it wouldn't shock me to see him, on the 53, against the Titans. Does that mean he's starting instead of Curtis Robinson? I mean, if he can be Eric Kendricks, he was, just last year he ranked 13th in the NFL in tackles. I mean, he's not all-pro, first-team all-pro, Eric Kendricks, like he was in 2019. We know that. But if he can be a reasonable facsimile of what he has been, I mean, obviously that's an upgrade over Curtis Robinson. And, no shade on Curtis Robinson, who's done a really nice job. But considering. But he's a core special teams guy. That's kind of his role and his identity. And then it gets to even more interesting. Could he supplant Tatum Bethune? I honestly don't know, but I think it's a plausible thing just given Eric Kendrick's pedigree. But Bethune has done a really nice job. But again, he's obviously better than Curtis Robinson, but he's a former 2024 seventh round pick. And if it's at the point of it's the NFL and it's playoff time, and you don't worry about hurting anyone's feelings. And so if Eric Kendricks is Eric Kendricks, then Eric Kendricks will, I would imagine, start. But there's a lot that goes into that. He's 33. He hasn't been with an NFL team until he signed with the Niners in late November. So it would be asking a lot for him after that layoff to absorb this defense. He hasn't been in anything exactly like this, and to be able to perform at that level. So I just think it's not out of the realm of possibility. And I certainly don't think a guy like Eric Kendricks, who turned down some other offers earlier this season.
A few more minutes. Sorry. Go ahead, Eric. You dropped for a second.
No. That I'm going to sit, sign with the Niners and languish on the practice squad. I think there's an understanding that he's going to be on the roster. That's not news. And it might be just up to him to, how big a role that is. But I don't think they're really capping it as far as saying, no, you're just going to be a backup. If he shows otherwise, it wouldn't be surprised if he's takes Fred Warner's, assumes that spot Fred Warner is vacated.
Finishing up here, I wanted to get into the special teams because I loved your piece on Sky Moore, and I asked Tracy Sandler yesterday if she thought that the special teams play we've seen as of late is sustainable for the end of the season. So, with Sky Moore, it's been fun to watch how he's done over the last month and these long returns, and he feels so due for a house call. But as we all remember, early in the season, there were moments where there were a lot of head-scratching moves, maybe not fumbles, but all those fielding the punts deep inside the 10-yard line to the point where even Jim Nantz was saying, what is he doing on the national broadcast? And so as far as Sky Moore, you mentioned the relationship with his former coaches of Andy Reid and then his coach in college, but do you think there was a point where he thought he might get benched and have a repeat of fate that he had in Kansas City with the way the first half of the year was going?
I didn't get into that with him as far as if he thought, some of those early, mistakes were going to cost him the job. But, I thought it was really interesting that, he obviously lost the job after 10 games as a rookie with the Chiefs just because, he was, kind of disastrous. He had 14 punt returns. He fumbled 3, lost 2, and then he had other kind of, almost fumbles or muffs on adventuresome, fair catches. And, so it was, you don't hear NFL players often talk about, they were, have fear on the field. And he said, I didn't want to do it anymore. And it got in my head, and I was really scared to go back there. So he's human, of course. And so when it starts happening again, to a little lesser extent with the Niners, but, I'm sure those feelings, cropped up again, but he's obviously overcome them. And the thing that, even when he wasn't breaking off long returns, that I was struck by early on was, he's not huge like most returners, but, talk about north-south. The guy just does not hesitate, and that's hazardous duty, to not hesitate and just run straight ahead. It sounds really easy, but it takes a little something special inside you. So he was always showing that. And then, so I don't know, if it's just, the Niners coming together as far as their blocking or, just seeing things a little better, combination of both probably. But now, obviously, as we see, he's a legitimate weapon.
Yeah, no question about it. And we are very thankful for you multitasking with us today and for coming on and for putting all the good work in the SF Chronicle so that We get good content to bring to the airwaves every single day. Have fun at Kyle Shanahan's presser and have a great practice out there today. I hope you put in better reps than Eric Kendricks.
We'll see about that. Probably unlikely, but I appreciate you. Sorry, Pop, again. I feel bad about that.
It's okay. All right. Just, swing by the jerk store on the way to interviewing Kyle and grilling him. But thank you, Dr. Branch. Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate you guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Love Eric Branch, man.
How many times did I call him Eric Kendricks, Eric Branch? Did I do it more than once?
No, I think that was the only one I caught. I mean, I could have missed one, but honestly, it half slipped by me, too. And then I was like, did he say Branch Kendricks? I don't know. Whatever. We move on.
I'm distracted. Ron Wotus is calling me right now. Is Wody, where is he? Is he in Orlando with the Giants brass and the Swede? And got bad news with the Giants. I think people probably know it by now, but the Ford C. Frick recipient this year is not going to be Dwayne Kyper. It is going to be Joe Buck.
Yeah.
Who's no longer doing baseball right now. I'd like to see Joe get back in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just hope that this opens the door where maybe Kruk and Kype can get in together. I know John Shea wrote about how it happened at the very, very beginning of this award with the two Yankee broadcasters. But look, if we could duel them up, I mean, that'd be pretty cool. That'd be one way to make today feel a little bit better. And honestly, the way I look at Kype and the Ford C. Frick Award is how Steve Kerr would always speak about Steph Curry needing a finals MVP to fortify his legacy. Like, he's like, I always thought that was ridiculous. So it's the kind of thing where we know what Kype is. Of course, he's deserving of that award. Of course, he is our Hall of Famer. It would be really cool to receive that honor, but it doesn't change my opinion of what he is as a broadcaster, and nor should it.
So you're saying when Kype one day does win the Ford C. Frick, we can sing, Kype finally made it. Dwayne Kyper finally made it. Oh, man.
That's exactly what I was getting at. So thank you for filling in the hole there.
So good.
We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan coming up around 11:10 or whenever he does decide to get to the podium. Maybe fresh off the bye, he's eager because normally it's around 12:45, but maybe he'll be straight on time. So we'll stick right with it, and we'll keep talking Niners up until then. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas just doesn't settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues. We got Kyle Shanahan coming up sometime in the next 10-15 minutes here at the podium. So it's a little bit of an early Shanahan. Then we've got more football coming your way. It's Papa's Playbook Defense Edition coming at 11:50. We'll have our 5-1 in the 12 o'clock hour. And then, of course, toward the end of the show, we got to do a little bit of monitoring on what's happening over at the winter meetings. A lot of sounds to play. Jeff Kent was on with Murph and Marcus. Definitely go and check out that interview. But, of course, do that at 2 o'clock while you can hang out with us or just sneak it in during our breaks. I don't know. However you want to do it. But, look, if you want to win tickets to see the 49ers and the Titans this weekend, I advise that you listen to our show because that giveaway is going to be coming up. It was great to talk to Eric Branch of the SF Chronicle. And as we get ready for Kyle Shanahan to come back, I mean, look, again, is it a good time? Was it a bad time for the bye week? The fact that it just came was more a relief after we were just going. And what a long run it's been to get to this point in the season at 9-4. And with the way that the NFC is lined up, I would say it's a good thing to have the bye this late in the year, knowing that this is going to be a big push. You have a chance to get to the number 1 seed. The playoffs is far from guaranteed, and every game around the NFC, even if you're playing the 2-11 Tennessee Titans, means a whole lot. So, yeah, if there was a time for a nice little refresh and reset and refuel, kind of like the motto of the offseason, why not get it in the first weekend of December?
Yeah, and they got 4 more to go, and you may have to play 4 more to win the Super Bowl. Maybe it's only 3 if you can get the number 1 seed and you play at home, but it is what it is. And I do want to hear what Kyle has to say about Cam Ward, the young quarterback who was taken number 1 overall. And they got off to an 0-4 start. They finally won 1 game. They did beat Arizona this year at home. That was one of those losses where Arizona, actually the game was in Glendale. They beat them 22-21. That was one of those games where Arizona got off to the 2-0 start and then their season just fell apart because they couldn't win those tight games. And then Tennessee lost 7 in a row. And our guy, Brian Callahan, Bill Callahan's son, who I knew was just a kid, when Bill was the head coach of the Raiders, he'd bring him in, and of course played at De La Salle, as did Nick Holtz, their offensive coordinator. They all got fired. And, it's just a whole different, perspective on what their season has become this year. It's just turned completely. Mike McCoy was on their staff as the interim head coach, and Bill Callahan was fired as well. And they do come in off a victory. They did win in Cleveland in the snow on Sunday. And I know with Kyle, he'll turn right to Jeffrey Simmons. Jeffrey Simmons is an absolute beast. We were talking about Derek Brown of the Carolina Panthers playing inside as a 3-tech, a defensive tackle. This guy's better. This guy is a monster. And Jake Brendel, you better be ready to roll here because he's going to line up right over your head. And they're going to loop him, on the outside. And they got some speed in the linebacker level as well. And, but the big thing is with Cam Ward, Greg, and the amount of sacks that he does take. 49 on the year. And just looking at him and reaching out to some of the Titans people, I think about half of them are on him. And half of them are on their short-armed offensive line. Pete Skoronski is their best offensive lineman, the left guard. And they got the young guy, J.C. Latham, playing over at right tackle. And he looks like he's, as Tim Ryan would call him, don't let the bad body fool you. But he does have a bad body. It's not a good-looking body. And he's got to figure out how to play and be in a system there. And losing Bill Callahan is not a way to improve your offensive line. But Cam Ward was just taking terrible sacks early in the year. It's like, where are you going, brother? Stick in the pocket. The guy threw 158 touchdowns in college football, an NCAA record. He was a 0-star recruit, Incarnate Word, 2 years there. I actually got my car washed there. They had a tremendous outdoor car wash and went indoor as well in San Antonio when I was living there. And that's inside football in Incarnate Word. Very respected school program in San Antonio in school. And then a couple of years at Washington State, and we saw him in Miami, and 39 touchdown passes. Did blow that big lead, as I recall, one Saturday afternoon in late November against the Syracuse Orange, greatest comeback in Syracuse football history. But he did wind up going number 1 overall, and he's a little raw. He's got room to grow. There's no doubt, where he has his arm angle and all that. He needs to lift it up a little bit. But he was getting sacked 6, 5 times every single game. And it's like, yeah, their offensive line, they're all T-Rexes. They're all short-arm guys. But you got to get out of there. You got to step up in the pocket. You got to understand what you're doing there. And he's a good athlete. He's big. He's 6'2", 220 pounds. It's amazing he didn't go to a bigger program, out of high school, because he was dominant in high school. But high school, they ran a wing T offense. So, he kind of got through the cracks and, was a 0-star recruit. There's a really good documentary, doc on Tubi on him that I was watching part 1 last night. It's interesting. He was a great basketball player, but and they've lost people around him, Calvin Ridley and the injury, but you got to stop Tony Pollard. There's no doubt. The epicenter of their running game is the running back, the former Dallas Cowboy. He had a big run, a couple of them. One for a house call, later, 32-yarder, but a big one early in the game. And they did attack Cleveland, and it's the same kind of Niner front with the wide 9, and they went at Myles Garrett in that game. Garrett had 1 sack, and we'll show it to you a little bit later on, but they ran right at him, which was interesting, and they blocked him a lot, like teams do against Nick, with the GTFO and just trying to get the F off and and then all of a sudden he's running by Tony Pollard, and Garrett had no idea where he is. So their offense is not good. They got some wide receivers that are really young and a couple of tight ends that you'd have to deal with, and we mentioned the offensive line, but the strength of their team, without a doubt, is their defensive line. We mentioned Jeffrey Simmons. He is a monster. T'Vondre Sweat, the young guy. Wow.
Yeah.
Talking about bad bodies. He is humongous. I don't know what they list him at, but he is huge. And he will line up and play in combination with, the big boy inside, Jeffrey Simmons, who every team in the NFL, including the Niners, reached out to trade for at the deadline, and they did not want to move him. So, and he's just, what he is. He's going to wear red sleeves on Sunday underneath his tight uniform. I assume they'll go all white on the road here. And he kind of singles himself out, and then you know who you're doubling, because you're doubling that guy. And even when you double him, he is a problem. But they've also got Arden Key. Remember Arden Key, the former 49er? And they play a lot of games with him where he and Simmons kind of loop around each other, and there's a rapper and a looper. And so the strength of their team is undeniably their defensive line. So you got to, protect Brock, and Jake Brendel's going to have a long day, or at least a challenging day. Hopefully he does well, because they do line up Jeffrey Simmons right over the head of the center a lot, and then he loops around off of that. So, we're not going to make more than it is. They're good on special teams. You got to, if they're going to win this game, a block punt. Johnny Hecker is their punter, and Bones loves to run fakes with him, throwing the ball. He did it a lot with him with the LA Rams, a lot of success. You mentioned DK. Their returners, the best in football in a lot of categories. They blocked a punt last week. So special teams have got to be special again. Don't let Bones fool you and trick it up that way. And then you got to stop Tony Pollard, find a way to drop, block, and double team Jeffrey Simmons. And what do you say we get the quarterback on the ground once or twice or a half dozen times on Sunday?
Yeah, that would be nice. Cam Ward, what'd you say? What's the number, 43, 49?
49. Only
49.
one last week, though, but 49 times he has been sacked, and he's got to face the 49er pass rush that has exactly 16 quarterback sacks, but 3 last week in Cleveland against Shedeur.
I think we might see one of those a little bit later. Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan when we come on back. He'll be taking the podium after the 49ers had a week off. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers back on their regular schedule, so today's installation day as they get ready for the Tennessee Titans. Kyle Shanahan planning to take the podium around 11:10 this morning, so we'll carry that for you live right here on the Sports Leader. All right, before we get to Kyle Shanahan, let's get a quick word on the Dolan Law Firm, because some of those attorney ads that you see or hear out there on the TV, on the radio, you don't know where they're coming from, and the Dolan Law Firm is local. Chris Dolan and his team have been in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. They are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against in your workplace, and that, I'm not just talking about like Walter teasing you every day. I'm talking about something where you can win money in a lawsuit. If you've had wrongful termination, if you face sexual harassment, serious issues, you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. Chris and his team also have seen a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So with your motorcyclists, pedestrians, dirty work boys commuting every afternoon and then coming home when it's starting to get dark early, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. You don't deal with paying anything up front or the hourly rates or some of those financial stressors, and they're not even getting paid until you're getting taken care of first. They live here, they work here, but putting you first, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And we're back, getting you ready for Kyle Shanahan. We'll take it out to Santa Clara in a moment when the head coach of the 49ers takes the podium. While we wait for that, I was thinking about reasons to build up what we like to call appropriate fear on this show. And I know we tried it with the Panthers, didn't quite see it. And if it was the Panthers team that played the Rams a week later, might have had a different kind of reality. Ultimately, that was a win for the 49ers. Then they go to Cleveland, and the special teams does its thing, 26-8 in the Howling wins. They get a week off. And as far as the Tennessee Titans go, so I went to SI.com, and I ran across this piece that said 3 reasons the 49ers are facing the Titans at an unfavorable time. The first one, I'm not really buying. Coming off a bye week could be detrimental. Yeah, well, historically in the Kyle Shanahan era, once the team has its bye, they've kicked it into another gear. 3 times they've had losing records after the bye. That was 2018, while the team was still trying to build and figure it out, and Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL, was done for the year. The other were the 2 years where they coming off the Super Bowl and just had a slew of injuries, 2020, and of course last year, 2-7 to finish the year after the bye. The second one is the Titans may have restored some confidence. Well, maybe there's a little something to that in the sense that you have a rookie quarterback who's still trying to figure out how to win in this league, getting a big win. The defense holds on at the very end. It's hard to win in this league. Okay, maybe there's something to that. The third one is the one I'll buy more than anything, and that is the fact that Tony Pollard is heating up, because my larger point is if the Titans are able to run the ball effectively, that could be something where it keeps the best part of the 49ers, which is their offense, off the field for longer stretches. It could all play into the complementary football of the special teams battle. It could be finding a way to burn some clock if the game ultimately is close. So, yeah, Tony Pollard had his career high with a 65-yard carry. Again, I'm not expecting the Titans to make this a competitive game if the 49ers just go out there and execute, take care of the ball, get a lot of those basic principles down. But yeah, if there are reasons to where maybe the Titans can find a way to scare the 49ers or ultimately be in a territory where they can pull off an upset, I'm not really buying the buy thing. The restored confidence, that's kind of more intangible, psychological. If they can run the ball well, sure, I'll give him that one.
So Kyle is he's fashionably late as he always is. This was supposed to be at 11:35. He moved it up to 11:10. Something tells me that he may actually show up at 11:35. We'll see. I mean, what he's doing now, and they're going to have practice today, and this is installation day, and he goes over Tennessee's personnel. Basically, he lays out to the team how they're going to win this game, what they have to do to win the game. And it's pretty detailed on the opponents and themselves and what the goals are. Then they practice that and they build on that and they fine-tune that. And, then they have they get together on Saturday night and they have a guy get up and talk. And Kyle reiterates that. But to me, and I don't know what he's going to tell the team, but you've got to stop Tony Pollard. There's no doubt. And what's concerning to me a little bit is just watching them and how they ran the ball. And they've got a sophisticated run game. Bill Callahan was their offensive line coach. He was the head coach's O-line, and that's his, that's Brian Callahan. That's his father. They even though Bill's not in the building and Brian's not in the building, the offensive line, and they're not great. Skoronski, the left guard's by far the best. And we mentioned they got short arms, and I think that's part of why they give up so many sacks, and the quarterback just holds the ball too long and can't find a hatch to get out. That's why he's been sacked 49 times. But they know how to run the ball. Pollard, there's some, you watch him, does he have breakaway speed? Even on his touchdown, and he had 2 long ones, it's like, brother, you going to make the goal line here? You got to hit it a little bit. He's not a fast runner, but he knows how to run. But the way they attacked Cleveland's front is concerning to me. And I think to Kyle and obviously to Salah, because the Niners and Cleveland run the wide 9. That's where it all came from, and Myles Garrett and Jim Schwartz. And they went at Myles Garrett. They ran right at him. They influence blocked him. They were able to get to the edge. They had a couple of plays where they got stuffed, but they ran the ball effectively, and they had a plan against Cleveland's front, which is not, you don't have a Myles Garrett, you don't have a Nick Bosa, but it's similar concepts there. So you've got to clean that up. Tajay Sharp, the backup back, is the pass catcher. fast guy. Whenever he's in the game, blitz him. Make him block. He can't block anybody. He's going to get his quarterback killed. A lot of it is he just gets run over. I don't know if that'll be an automatic call. You probably won't take it to that level. But certainly when 2 is in the game, and he's in the game a lot over Pollard on 3rd down, just blitz him. Make him pick up a blitz. He cannot do it. On the other side of the ball, double team 98 Jeffrey Simmons. The guy's a monster. Absolute game wrecker. He may be the best player you've never heard of in the NFL. Everybody wanted him. They didn't trade him. Borgonzi, their new GM, did not. This is Rand Carthon's team, by the way. Rand was with the Niners for a year. He built up this roster. They got rid of him. They got rid of the coach, and they tried to reset the whole thing. And it is what it is. Right now they're looking at the number 1 pick possibly over again back-to-back years, which is not good. And then, how do you put pressure on Cam Ward? And we've been glowing praise. I think, is Kyle coming up pretty soon here? I think you may be seeing Kyle at any moment. But the Niners special teams, the most improved unit in all of football from last year to this year. But this is Bones Fossil. He is the best. And I wanted him in the offseason. I don't think the Niners wanted to go that way. Saleh obviously knew Boyer from New York. And the two of them are, the defense and the special teams go hand in hand. But Bones Fossil is great at what he does. He will scheme to block a punt. They've got in DK an electric kickoff and punt returner. They've got a good punter. And Johnny Hecker's been doing this a long, long time. And Joey Sly has got a big-time leg. We know who he is. And every once, if they think they can't win the game, just line up and play with the Niners, Bones will do something tricky. Hot hand Hecker, fake punt. He'll throw it. He'll do whatever they can. So mitigate Bones Fossil. Make it a neutral on special teams. If not, in fact, win again. Find a way to keep Jeffrey Simmons from wrecking the game and all of his pals. Sweat the big monster next to him, Arden Key. They got Jihad Ward, who we knew years ago. I can't believe he's been in the NFL 10 years now, the former Raider. And then, stop Tony Pollard and then go get the quarterback. What's the most the Niners have ever had sacks-wise in one single game? The last game in Cleveland, I think when Cleve Ferrell had 2 and Keon White had 1, and we'll break it down in the playbook. I mean, they've got 16 on the year, so I think 3 in one game may be the high mark. It's certainly without Nick Bosa, but the way the Niners are scheming it up a little bit, the way Tennessee has a problem with the games, chanting off the ET stunts, and we'll break it all down, the 3-man chaos, as Tim Ryan calls it. I think you can get this quarterback on the ground more than 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 times on Sunday. It's got to be a goal to get after him.
I was looking up to see if the 49ers ever had, as a team at any point in their franchise history, if their single game sack record matched what they had of the entirety of this season. It falls just short. They did have 10 a couple of times back in 1980 and in actually 3 times, 1980, 1976, and 1964. And then the individual record was in 1983. Fred Dean had 6 against the Saints.
Yeah, you're saying 16 in one game? That's a hell of a lot. I saw Josh Allen get sacked 8. We've seen sacks this year with 10. Cleveland sacked Geno Smith 10 times in one game, and what did Miles have? But they, go through it. He's given up, just a long list of, early in the year, it was 6, it was 5, it was 4. It was like, whoa. And this guy's played a lot of college football. I was somewhat surprised. He just spun into sacks. I mean, a lot. I think when you break down the 49, probably half of them are on him and half are on the offensive line, and maybe even more on him. I think early in the year, it was bad. He's better, but I saw him take one against Jacksonville a couple of games ago, and he does not have pocket presence. It's kind of surprising for a guy who's played so much football. A little like Caleb Williams, and Caleb has cleaned that up from last year. I mean, he almost had a David Carr rookie year. What did David get sacked his rookie year? Like 76 times? All-time NFL record, and they have to learn that. I think, Cam's a big guy. One thing about him is he's big. He's 6'2", 220. You got to get him on the ground, but a lot of times he just drops his head, he spins around, he kind of cowers into a sack. So, and then we'll break down the way the Niners are scheming it up. They're letting Bryce Huff just kind of go on his side, and then on the other side, Cleve Ferrell is running all kinds of games with Keon White inside, and then sometimes it's Kalia Davis, sometimes it's Alfred Collins, whoever that tackle is in the the Gold Rush, the Turbo. They're playing a 3-man game where they're looping here and there. You kind of have to get the end zone, behind the D-line camera. We'll show it to you in the All-22 to break it down. It's elaborate. They're letting Bryce Huff just go. Just you go win on your side. You run the hoop and go. The other 3 guys, we're going to scheme it up, and I have seen where Tennessee has just botched that. There was the one sack Myles Garrett had was very similar to a Cleve Ferrell sack where he started way out at 9 technique, over the tackle and then came looping around across the entire line of scrimmage to get the other way. So what's the clock bet between you and Walter? He originally scheduled 11:35 for Kyle. He moved it up to 11:10. So we are closer now to 11:35, the original time, than we were to the adjusted time, 11:10.
Oh, yeah, we're 60% of the way there if we're going to go in 5-minute increments right now. So, I don't know. I'm going to say 11:28. I feel like right around the time. In fact, as we bring it up, here comes
I think he's
Kyle
arriving
Shanahan
right now.
to the podium.
We did it. 11.
All right, for practice today, Tatum Bethune, ankle, won't practice. Samo, ankle, won't practice. Nick Martin, concussion, won't practice. And Juice, ribs, limited. Go ahead.
Opening the window for Eater this week?
We're going to open it up tomorrow.
No.
I was going to save this, but a big story in the NFL is Phillip Rivers. Obviously, you guys had reached out to him about three years ago when he was 2 years removed from playing. What makes him like a legitimate guy who might be able to play, in his 40s? Like, what are his qualities that would be like, okay, maybe you can pull this off?
Well, when he played, he's one of the best quarterbacks of all time. The way, as you get older, I think mobility leaves big time. Arm strength doesn't always. And when you have guys at elite level who know how to play in the pocket, have the size to hang in there, and still have the arm strength to make the throws that you need to make, that gives the guys like that an opportunity or a chance to be able to pull off something like this. And I would say he's one of the few who would have a chance to do this.
You guys reached out to Rivers and Roethlisberger?
Just Rivers.
Oh, just Rivers. Yeah. Okay. And sorry, I know I'm testing your memory a little bit. What was the time? Was that like when Jimmy broke his foot? Was that later on?
No, we talked to Phillip as soon as Jimmy broke his foot and talked about the possibility of him coming in. I remember telling him that we really felt good about this rookie that we had. And we were having to sign other guys from other teams to even have a backup at that moment. So we had no backup. We also had a rookie who was the last pick in the draft and who hadn't played a snap yet except for the mop-up time that he got. So we're not sure where this is going to go. But we'd like to see him go and see how he can do because we think he might do real well. But regardless, we didn't have anyone after him at the time. So that was when Phillip started watching our installs, getting ready for the possibility to come here, and he would have if Brock ever got hurt.
What do you see from Cam Ward? Where's he at in his development? What kind of challenge does he present?
You can see is why he's the first pick in the draft. He throws like a top quarterback. He can make every throw on the field. I think when number one is open, he's extremely accurate at hitting them. You see the ability.
Kyle, why the timing to open Etor's window tomorrow and not today or even Monday?
Just because of how the whole offseason went with him and our plan this year. We don't ever practice on 2 days in a row on Wednesday and Thursday. So he only practiced on Thursdays regardless, even before he got hurt. So we're not going to open until that day.
And as far as Nick Martin, is it just a matter of him working through the concussion protocol, or is he still experiencing symptoms?
Yeah, no, he's in the protocol. He's still got symptoms, so that's why he's still in it.
You mentioned going into the bye that it might be a little early for Tatum Bethune to come back. He's out of practice. Is that that's kind of the sense of it, or you just?
So that's what it is today, but we'll see tomorrow.
Alec Eilmanor was a Stanford guy. Was he someone that you guys were looking at in the draft, and then what have you seen from him so far this year?
Yeah, we definitely studied him hard in the draft. He's done a good job, got a lot of playing time, and they've had some young guys going on there, especially with some injuries, and he's a big receiver who can make some plays, but I think he's done real well for his rookie year.
After 13 games, how refreshing was a Week 14 bye, and how did you spend it?
I spent it hanging out with the family, relaxing. It was fun to kind of just watch football Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, and just from a fan perspective. And it was different having to buy this late. I don't know if I'd ever ask for that or wish upon it, but it was kind of nice. Usually you have your bye week early on, and I annoyed the hell out of my family because I'm like, no, we have to do this for lunch. We have to do this right now because when this is over, I'm going like 11, 10 weeks straight. So it was a little different having it in December where it was almost a little more relaxing because you made so much of the roster. I mean, you made so much of the season already, and excited to get back now for the best time in the year for football.
Excuse me. You guys have done really well post-bye, a lot of years. And is there some message or is there some reason that you think your team is so much more successful post-bye?
Not that I know of. I mean, we don't do anything differently. So, I mean, I know some people have good records, some people have bad records, but I think most of that's just a coincidence. I don't think we do anything unusually different than other teams, but I think we practice hard, we play hard, so it's always good when we get a rest. I mean, you always come in feeling better, and the key is to how to keep that freshness and feeling better, but yet still get at least 2 hard days of practice in so you can knock off all that rust. And if you can do the combination of both, where you rest to get fresher, but you can also find a way to get that rust off before Sunday, then I think it's always an advantage.
Just wondering if the time off, you had any time to reflect that you guys are 9-4, given all the challenges you've had with injuries, that I know you need a little bit of help, but still have a shot at the division and an outside shot at being the number one overall seed in the NFC. Did you reflect on all that at all?
No. Everyone tries to with me, and then I usually snap at them. You can just as easily lose 4 games in a row as win 4 games in a row, and so that 4 games is a long ways away, and there's a lot of things that can happen, so I don't reflect at all.
Where is Eric Kendricks at health-wise, and how do you see him fitting in?
I'd love to get Eric going. He's got a tight calf today, so I'm not sure how much he's going to go today, if he's going to go. But he's working back into here. Hopefully it's not too bad of a setback with that, but we'll see when he gets on the field.
Has he been emotionally coming back in, and because he hasn't played football in a while?
I think he's awesome. I mean, I feel like I know him just because I've gone against him. It seems like so many times. I don't know him, but just seeing him out on the field, it's like eerie watching him on scout team all last week just from our end zone copy, because I feel like I'm having post-traumatic stress from seeing him as a linebacker all the time going against him. But he looks like Eric, acts like how I've always heard he is, and you can tell he loves football, and hopefully he can get his body right and get out there.
Follow up about the bye week. We know for the guys, it's like rest in the body and kind of rejuvenation. For you as a coach, you do pretty well historically after a bye. How does it kind of help you to reset? Do you put it down completely? Do you still study? Do you break away? How is that for you?
No, I go up till Tuesday night, and then I shut it down till Sunday. I just spend time with people I haven't seen for a little bit or spend enough time with, and I catch up on sleep, usually get 3 good meals in a day, and enjoy my dog a little bit and come back a little bit fresher.
I know you wanted Salah back regardless, but given everything the defense has been through, all the moving parts, I think how beneficial has it been to have a guy that you trust so implicitly in that role this year?
It's huge. I mean, just going through this offseason with them, having to make a bunch of decisions on where we were going and where we're at, and trying to make the best of a number of things going into the draft like that, knowing how this year was going to be different, and knowing we were going to have to tinker with things throughout the year, and just having a guy that I know has done it before, and also we've done it together to where I know that he's extremely capable of doing it, and he's done it at such a high level, done it in a number of places, and it's exactly what he's done here.
Found yourself having to be less involved with the defense? I mean, were you doing it more than you maybe would have liked with first-time coordinators?
You always got to meet with them. You can't ever get too far away, whatever side of the ball you're on or major in as a head coach. But also, too, when I watch people try to fix things too much, when you're giving it, whether it's 50% of your attention or 80% of your attention, you got to be very careful if you're not giving something 100% of your attention that you're going to make it worse. So I try not to overdo anything regardless of the situation, but I always try to stay involved.
Of it being as easy to lose 4 games as it is to win, is that something you have to address with the team, just keeping the focus here and not letting that outside noise seep in?
No, totally, because I think that's how I talk every week. I don't think that's any different now. I'll talk that differently if the last game we're fighting for exactly what that is, because now I can say it, but I just know how quickly things go in this league, and that's how I talk in week 1. after we're 1-0 or after we're 3-0 to our first loss, that there's really no difference in how we talk until you know exactly what that game is, and rarely is it that case until you get to a playoff game.
How did the expectations for Curtis Rourke over these next 21 days?
Really, it's just nice to get him back. He's been working to be healthy, to get out there in the practice field. We'll see how he does in these 3 weeks. Nick not being here will allow him to get more reps on scout team. He'll still be doing those with Mac too, because Mac's got to get his reps in. But it's really just evaluate him for these 3 weeks and see where it goes.
A lot of people around the league have said this is like the most wide open NFL. Since you've been in the league, would you kind of agree to that, or where like every team, a lot of teams have a chance to win it all?
Yeah, I do think a lot of teams have a chance to win it all. I think that's pretty similar though to me most years. I mean, you always have, many times you got Mahomes and things like that, and you got the Josh Allens and stuff. They're always the ones that you look at. But there are a number of other teams, especially when you take guys like that out of the picture, that are all capable. And when it's the NFL, which is different than all sports, when it's one game and not best of 7, anybody's capable of winning. And now you got to be good enough to get to the playoffs. You got to be good enough to win 3, possibly 4 in a row, which those are the challenges. But on any given Sunday, it's one game. That's, to me, why football's the best. It's never about a 7-game series. And usually when it's one game, any team can win. In a 7-game series, to me, it's always usually the best team.
Relayed, how is Toes feeling after the bye, and after last game, did you see like some increased mobility where maybe you can open things up more?
We haven't held anything out. Once he's came back, especially halfway through that first game, Arizona. Like I asked him after that game about his toe on Monday, and I got such good answers, and he looked that way all week that I haven't asked him about his toe since. We'll let Eric do that.
Take 2 more.
One more? All right, guys. Thanks.
That's 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan getting back into the flow of practice. Today is installation day. We'll do some reaction when we come on back, and then Papa's playbook on the defensive side coming your way before our 5-1. Chris Rose and a lot of baseball talk on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, good to get back into the flow of NFL weeks after the 49ers enjoyed some time off. You got to hear from Kyle Shanahan moments ago, spent some time with his family, shut it down from Tuesday to Sunday. Talked about annoying his family, which I feel like between that and also just being so rigid about how the time needs to be spent, that feels very relatable for this time of year with how we all divvy it up during the holidays. So, again, good on Kyle Shanahan for taking a little bit of time away. And he grinds as hard as anybody does in this profession. If you want to coach in the NFL, not just a head coach, any kind of coaching, it takes a lot of long hours. It takes a lot of sleep away from you, whether you're a coach, whether you're a play-by-play broadcaster, like our guy Greg Papa. So nice to get a little bit of a reset. And as far as the 49ers, good sign to see that Kyle Juszczyk is going to be limited. That was the one where I was kind of wondering, how bad of a rib fracture is this? Is it going to keep him out long term? We'll see how he ultimately looks if he's able to give it a go. And then Yetur Gross-Matos not practicing today, but the window for him will open tomorrow. And I know we're going to look at the D-line coming up shortly in Papa's playbook.
Yeah, I'm not buying Kyle shutting it down completely. And I'm sure he annoyed his family and the family annoyed him. That's just the way families are, especially in the holidays when they're off for Thanksgiving and Christmas. I'm sure, the iPad is always there. And I'm sure he was glancing a little bit at Tennessee, but also glancing at the teams he's got to play. And the one question did come up about Phillip Rivers and the timeline. I thought it was when Jimmy, because we're playing the Titans, I was thinking of when Danico Autry threw Jimmy down and the latch of the thumb, remember that? And then he got thrown down. Dorrance Armstrong got him in Dallas. It wasn't that year. Jimmy played through that. It was the year that Jimmy got hit by Phillips, the Miami Dolphins, who's now a Philadelphia Eagle, and had the bad injury and was done for the year, and that's where Brock Purdy was. That's when they reached out to Phillip Rivers. Roethlisberger did tell people that the Niners wanted them to come in, but Kyle kind of shot that down. I think it was just Ben's been out for a while. Rivers has played as recently as 2020. And Rivers kind of always keeps in it, coaching high school football, running the same offense the Colts run. And the reality is, we'll see how Riley Leonard is, and he's got a little something behind his knee. Rivers may not play this game, but they may have him up on game day to be the backup for sure. They've got Brett Ripp in there as well, and Anthony Richardson, who I don't think is quite healthy, but the Niners could see him on a Monday Night Football game coming up in a couple of weeks here. After this game, it'd be the week after, so that would be fascinating. But as far as Juice, you want him to be able. How would he handle that if he does have cracked ribs? Brock Purdy played with a couple of cracked ribs as a fullback. That's a challenge. You could flack it and shoot it as well to get him through this game. Jawan Jennings played with 5 different ribs fractures, and if they were all completely fractured, or what's the how bad is it? Is it a hairline fracture, whatever it is? But Juice, a tough guy. He does not miss many games. He did miss, what was it, the Seattle game or the game in New Orleans? He missed a large chunk of that game, and they did play Jake Tunges at fullback, and it's a little like watching Ross Dwelly. The running game is not quite the same, and Jake did pick it up a little bit. It took Ross Dwelly a while, but not having Kyle Juszczyk certainly would change things. I think you would go more double tights in the game. They don't do a lot of 11 personnel, but certainly in third down they could do that. But the whole thing changes when you don't have Kyle Juszczyk, like when you didn't have George Kittle, and when Trent Williams is not playing as much. As far as the middle linebacker, sounds like Tatum Bethune's going to miss another game with the high ankle. And about Eric Kendricks, he did say he's got a tight calf, which is not good. So the guy just got here. And for him to, go through the scout team stuff last week and, just all of a sudden you're not, working out to play football. And it's different. You put on football pants and helmets and shoulder pads, and it's a whole different thing to your body. And that's why you have the ramp up a lot of times in training camp. Even during the 2020 year, they had like a 3-week ramp up or longer. The whole thing was a ramp up because your body had to acclimate in being away, and that was a different set of circumstances in our world. So, but the guy hasn't played football. He had shoulder surgery, maybe training to play, but it's not like you're putting the gear on, and just putting football cleats on can develop, tightness in the calf. So we were talking to Eric Branch earlier about Eric Kendricks. I think based on what Kyle said, we have to assume Curtis Robinson would still be the Mike linebacker in this game. That Tatum Bethune may not be able to come back from the high ankle, and Eric Kendricks has something going on with tightness in his calf, which will lead to the breakdown of the playbook. They did insert Curtis Robinson in Cleve Furl's third and final sack, so you get one-on-ones when you bring 5 in that situation. And, I've been a big advocate of Curtis Robinson. I think he could play and play more, not just at Mike linebacker, but all over the place. But the first game, I thought he was so-so, frankly, against Carolina on that Monday night, Greg. The last game in Cleveland, he played a lot better, just dropping into the hook and the curl zone, and as they call it, the kill zone, rallying up and playing top down, and anything underneath just stepping up, and he played a much better football game. So I think he will be in this game, but the key is going to be getting after Cam Ward. As Kyle said, when he has his first read open, like a lot of young quarterbacks, and some quarterbacks just never progress beyond. Colin Kaepernick, he took his first read away, he dropped his head, he started to run. For a guy that could run as well as anybody that's ever played quarterback, he didn't have pocket presence, and Cam's got that as well. As much college football as he's played all over the land, you take that first read away, he kind of drops it, the pocket kind of collapses around him, and 49 sacks later, that's what he's got. 2 wins as a rookie quarterback. So that will be the key to the game, and we'll break it down on how the 49ers. Are you calling 16 sacks in this game to establish a new franchise record and tie the output for the first 13 games of the year?
Yeah, I don't think so. Let's try to get 3. How about that? Let's go for 3. Is that what we got in the playbook today?
They got 3 last week. They got 3. I think they can go 4 or 5, maybe 6 in this game, but we'll start with 3. What we're going to show you is how they are doing it. And I think basically, I don't know who called. Well, that's Tim. I think it's Kasarik, but Saleh gets real happy, and they show him on the sideline when they get a sack. What they're doing is, Bryce Huff, you got juice off the edge. You just go do your thing, Bryce. You go one-on-one. The other 3 guys, Cleve Furl, Khalil Davis, Keon White, Kalia Davis, or Alfred Collins, we're going to play this elaborate shell game where you're going to start way there and come over there, and you're going to go there. And I don't know if they're just freelancing. It's wild, as Tim calls it, a 3-man chaos. So basically what they're saying is we don't have a lot of guys that can just win off the edge. Maybe Gross Matos coming back will help, but we don't have Nick Bosa, we don't have Michael Williams. So Bryce Huff, you go win. The other 3 guys, we're going to play a little game together, and they're not going to be able to find out which guy actually sacked the quarterback.
Let's get to it when we come on back. Papa's playbook, breaking down the defensive line as a major key to this matchup against the Titans. And no, not Arden Key. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. When he's not on the mic.
Left flat, Spider 3, wide banana, first down, and goal to go 49ers.
He's focused on the film.
We're going to break down a couple of plays.
Time for Papa's Playbook as Greg Papa goes deep on the game tape.
We'll get to the jet sweep in a minute.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Why you wanna play hate on me?
Every time we hear the beautiful music and that open for Papa's Playbook, I get a little disappointed when I don't have a banana on me. And to make matters worse, we've actually got a full food display in the building today. Here's the thing about the midday slot. They always just schedule everything, whether it's something like a free lunch, which you might want, or something that maybe you're okay with missing, like a big old staff meeting. Good or bad, we always just happen to be doing the show right in the middle of it. And I said, hey, it's all okay. We get to break out the film and break down the tape and get ready for the Tennessee Titans. I'm here to work, guys. Screw your free bananas.
It's a holiday party, though. Larry was telling me, I said, well, are you having a holiday party? Yeah, it's going to be right in the middle of your show on Wednesday. Thanks, Grinch, miss. Unbelievable. So it's not a staff meeting, it's a holiday party. So whatever eggnog you get there, throw it my way. My Billy Rubin numbers are way better. Anyway, we're not eating Spider 3 or Spider 2 wide bananas anymore. Mac Jones ain't playing. Brock Purdy is. So last week, we did a breakdown of the playbook on Grip It and Rip It Brock. Right? It was the wind in Cleveland, Lake Drury, and Small Hands Brock, and the right big toe and the turf toe, and he just ripped it to Ricky Pearsall. Jawan Jennings, the big shot down the field to George Kittle. We went heavy on Brock, and then we even did the Dougie when we went full option read and showed you how they ran the same play, and McCaffrey got stuffed. They came back and ran it to Brock. So the breakdown, we've done some defensive breakdowns this year. A lot of it is when they bust, or Upton Stout saves a game against Arizona. But this one's going to be entirely on defense, and specifically on the pass rush, or lack thereof, and how they are acknowledging we don't have a lot of juice off the end. We got one guy, Bryce Huff, who can win. Nick Bosa ain't coming through that door. Gross Matos may come through that door, but he's not a twitchy guy. We got to generate pass rush with the other guys besides Bryce Huff. They went into the game in Cleveland last time they played, Greg, with 13 sacks the whole damn year in 12 games. That's not good. In this game, they had 3 alone, so they still have 16 sacks on the year. You know where that ranks in the NFL? 32nd. How many teams are in the National Football League, Greg Silver?
32.
That's not good. That's dead last. The Tennessee Titans, who may pick number 1, they have 32 sacks on the year. Let me see. 16 times 2, base 10. They've doubled the 49ers sack output themselves, and they have 2 measly wins all year. But I'm here to tell you, I think Chris Kasarik, the mad genius he is, and Robert Saleh, Booger McFarlane, holla for Saleh, they're figuring out what to do. So we're going to show you Cleve Ferrell, both of his sacks, career high. Keon White got 1 as well. And then we're going to show you why I think they may be able to use the same formula they used in Cleveland against Shador with another rookie quarterback in Cam Ward, because Myles Garrett, how many sacks does he have? 20! All by himself. Damn! Sackaroonie. Where's Nick Bosa when I need him? I got to sack the quarterback. So let's take you back a couple of weeks ago, the last time they play, the Sunday after Thanksgiving, Lake Drury, and we'll start with sack number 1 on a big game from a guy named Cleveland Ferrell.
Takes a low shotgun snap on 3rd and 14. Niners bring him down to the 50. Just inside the left numbers. Cleve Ferrell, the first one there. 3 met Shedeur Sanders for a loss of 14.
What a shot in the arm Cleve Ferrell has given the 49ers as he's gotten back into the lineup, and just does a really good job working a game over on the side with Keon White, and they are twisting, and it was just a good tight wrap from Cleve Ferrell. Nowhere for Shedeur Sanders to go. That was a quality rush across the board for the 49ers front.
Yeah, T-Rock. Twist and shout. It was a rapper's delight. So he's coming out of a 2-point stance. He's over their left tackle, playing right defensive end. That's our guy, number 96. Next to him is Keon White, number 56. Next to him is Kalia Davis, number 93. Those guys work in an elaborate 3-man chaotic. What are they doing? So you got the outside guy's going to cut back inside. It's kind of like a bunch formation with the wide receivers where they just all cross each other and they bust. And they somehow work it where Cleve Ferrell busts right through in a direct path to Shedeur. So 96 not getting down low in a 4-point stance. He's standing up at a 2-point stance. Watch 56, Keon White come back inside. Watch 93, Kalia Davis. They both run. You've heard of the ET stunt, the end tackle stunt. That's a TT stunt. That's both tackles stunning inside, but they're not done. The chaos continues. Keon, where are you going? You're going to loop all the way out to where Cleve Ferrell was at 9 technique, and nobody blocks 96, so he takes a direct path to the quarterback. That is sack number 1. Hit a home run for the Cleveland Guardians. Up top, they just let Bryce Huff go by himself. 47, you go win over Jack Coughlin, their right tackle. If you win, you get there. But Salah and Kasarik scheme it up, and they go right direct snap, right direct line to the quarterback. And again, 2-point stance. 96 goes over the right tackle and is able to win that matchup inside. Conklin may be out of the game at this point, by the way. But it's the way they use the 3-man tackle, end stunt, and they do it all game long, and they just drop them. And that's a free hitter for Cleveland Ferrell to get sack number 1 on Shedeur Sanders. We would hear from him later, but we're going to hear from Keon White. There's a little bit of a movement of the players around, but it's the same concept. It's a 3-by-1. They do it with Nick Bosa, where Bosa lines up way outside at end. The other 3 guys are all bunched up together. Why are they doing that? Because they want to run a game and give Nick room to operate. But in this situation, we're not going to bring the 1 into the game. Bryce Huff, you just go win. You're the one guy with juice that can just win one-on-one matchups. The other 3 guys, with all due respect to Cleve Ferrell and Keon White and Kalia Davis, we're going to have to help you a little bit by making it 3-man chaos where they don't know how to pick it up. All right, next sack, this will be Keon White's. We're going to get Kalia Davis out of the 3-man chaos and put the rookie Alfred Collins in, but we have the same result, Nick Bosa. A sackaroonie!
Shotgun snap on 4th and 16. Sanders back to pass. He's planted into the ground. Another sack for the Niners defense. This one's for Keon White.
Well, Shedeur Sanders will hold the football, and he has to on 4th and 16. So it was good coverage down the field, and Keon White is working a pass rush game with Cleve Ferrell and wraps around that, is able to come off of his block. Batonio does not adjust to the twist game, and Keon White lowers the boom on Shedeur Sanders.
Another rapper's delight. I'm Master G. It's on you to what we're going to do. So this time we're going to highlight Keon White. Robert Saleh, you are a mad scientist. You and Kasarik got to shut this down. What do we do without Nick Bosa? We run games. But now we got Alfred Collins in the mix inside, and we're all going down. GTFO, it's all 4-point stance, and here we come. And it's the same. Watch Cleve Ferrell, though, come all the way across the formation and just take a couple of guys out to pop Keon White. He's the one that's the rapper, the looper, and he's going to come right in the middle and make this play. So Keon White is inside, along now with the rookie Alfred Collins. You see Bryce Huff, you just go win one-on-one. It's the same concept as earlier, but this time it is Cleve Ferrell. Again, gets upfield. That's Cam Robinson, the left tackle. And watch where he goes. He shoots across the entire formation. If we are running a bunch formation with wide receivers, will they flag you for a pick play? We're within 1 yard of the line of scrimmage. So Alfred Collins, you come around from inside. And again, we open it up. And this time it's for Keon White on a long 4th and 16 to loop around and get Shedeur Sanders. Look at how excited they are. That's Cleve Ferrell. Bryce Huff, you were winning, trying to win the one-on-one on the outside. And that is just, again, an acknowledgement that we don't have Nick Bosa coming through that door. We do have Bryce Huff. So, Bryce, you just go win. The other three guys, watch what 96 Cleve Ferrell does here. Upfield rush against the tackle Cam Robinson, and he's just coming inside. He's picking off a guard. He's going to pick off the center. Keon White, you loop around underneath all of that chaos, and they're not going to pick you up. They're going to feign out to get Alfred Collins, the rookie, who came from the other side. So we'll have Tim break this down tomorrow. You've heard of E.T. stunts. E.T. come home and get home and sack the quarterback, the end tackle. What they're doing here is E.T.T., and they're just bringing it all, and it's working. And you know what? The Tennessee Titans watching their tape, and we'll show you Myles Garrett get one. They even had to scheme up Myles to do it. Myles could win one-on-one all day, but the Tennessee Titans are vulnerable to this kind of action, as were the Cleveland Browns. You want one more from Cleve Ferrell, and this is the one that excited me, because we knew him, obviously, with the Raiders, 4th overall pick out of Clemson, with Mike Mayock spitting all over the mic, handed in the card. We're going to take Cleveland Ferrell. I miss Mike Mayock, by the way, on NFL Network and draft coverage, and nobody going to hire him to work in a front office. He's got all of Mark and the Davis family's money. Anyway, clearly he had 4.5 sacks as a rookie with the Raiders, and then it just never wound up working out for him. They let him go. Niners brought him in to set the edge, and when I remembered him back in 23 was how much the Niners missed him as an edge center of the run game. I hadn't seen a lot of twitchy, edge-bending ability, shoulder dipping, that would make it worthy to be the 4th overall pick in the draft. So last time we showed you how we're going to scheme it up with a 3-man chaotic EET stunt or ETT stunt. This time we're going to insert Curtis Robinson, the Mike linebacker, in the rush, like they do with Fred Warner a lot. So we're going to bring 5 rushers over 5. What does that give us? One-on-ones across the board. Cleve Ferrell, make Mike Mayock proud. I want to see you run the hoop and dip a shoulder and get T-Rock excited with a sack to end the game in Cleveland.
5 wide for Sanders on 2nd down and 10. Takes the snap. 5-man pressure for the Niners, who flush him out right and track him down from behind. It's Cleve Ferrell for the 2nd time today, who dropped Sanders back at the 39 for a loss of 11.
Well, that's why Cleve Ferrell was a top 5 pick, because he has got foot speed. He is very talented, has bounced around the NFL. The 49ers made a great move getting him back on the roster, and he just tracks from the backside. He's able to get around Cam Robinson, then put his foot on the gas pedal and run down Shedeur Sanders and clip his heels.
Yeah, watch 96. He likes to work out of a 2-point stance. I think Kasarik loves the 4-point, but whatever. Come out of a 2-point stance. Cam Robinson, the left tackle, just slaps him away. Good hand work there, and runs the hoop. Just takes the outside pass rush, and look at him now. Shedeur's not his dad. He's not running like primetime, but look at him close there and go airborne. He's going to have a 2-sack game in the NFL, and he runs it down. So before, we did it with the scheme and Kasarik and Salah. This time, we're just going to bring the Mike linebacker. We're going to blitz 59, Curtis Robinson. He's going to twist around underneath it, see if he has a direct path to Shedeur Sanders. He's part of it. He chases him out there, but Cleve Ferrell is so damn fast there. He just wins. So this time, a little bit of scheme to assure he gets a one-on-one, but really 96. Just show us how fast you are and how worthy you are of being the 4th overall pick in the draft. 2-point stance, just runs the hoop. The other guys, we got Bryce Huff in there. They're all just going to try to eat and get inside at the end of the game and try to pad your stats. So watch him close on the quarterback there. That gets you excited, where maybe we can treat him a little bit like Bryce Huff. Actually, it's Beal on the other side, 51 there. You got the 2 tackles inside, and Robinson's over the left guard, Batonio, and they just got a block. There's nobody in. It's an empty set, so the Browns have 5 offensive linemen. They're going to send Fannin out, the tight end, 44, and they're going to have to block 5 with 5. So every guy gets a one-on-one. We're in a little bit of a game inside with the 2 inside guys and Curtis Robinson. But look at him dive. Swan dive there. Looks like Bobby Orr winning the Stanley Cup in 1970 in Game 4, and he clears Shedeur Sanders. So just pure ability there. So that's a little bit of an acknowledgement. They let him go later, but they did blitz Curtis Robinson. The earlier ones were, we don't have Nick Bosa. We don't have that guy. Bryce Huff, you can just win off the edge. The other guys, we got to help you. We got to do that a little bit, which leads to the Tennessee Titans in this game. 49 quarterback sacks they have given up. Tied for the most in football with the Raiders. Geno Smith's been sacked 49 times. What has happened to Geno? Anyway, so Myles Garrett came into the game last week. Niners on their bye week, so Tennessee was there. They moved right into Northeast Ohio. And he had 48 sacks going into that game. And there's been games 6, 5, 4. Brother, what are you doing here? But they also ran at Myles Garrett with Tony Pollard. But maybe they watched a little bit of what the 49ers did to them, and they did it to Tennessee as well. You got Myles Garrett. He is a monster. Nick is one of the great players in football, but this guy, he may get all the records here and, sack the quarterback more than anybody in one season in the history of the NFL. Watch what they do to the Tennessee Titans. A little bit of what the Niners did, and this is why. Now I want to see what Tennessee does specifically when they get a stunt, a three-man chaotic, ETT stunt game, and they do it with Myles Garrett to shake him loose for his 20th sack of the year and the 49th given up by the Titanics. They're sinking. We got the audio call here. I don't hear my guy.
Counting, 3rd and 5, and there's the sack at the 45-yard line, and there it's Myles Garrett.
And we mentioned that call because we care. Chris Myers in takes Siciliano. So look at Myles Garrett. He is the spinner there up over the left tackle, and they got Skoranek inside as well. Skoranek's their best lineman, number 77. Look at the blast there. Look at Cleveland working together. They are basically shaking this loose for Myles Garrett to come across the entire formation from right end and over the left tackle all the way to the other side of the formation. A little what the Niners were doing with Cleve Ferrell, what they were doing with Keon White, and how do the Tennessee Titans handle this? Not well. They've had a problem with this. Skoranek is by far their best offensive lineman. Their center, Cushenberry, is hurt, so they're playing a backup there, and Corey Levin, number 62. Dan Moore, the left tackle, lines up, and he missed a few snaps last game. He's not a bad player. The backup player, Udo, played well as well. But look at Myles Garrett, just uses the kind of a pick play, very similar to what the Niners did, coming across the entire formation to get on his back, number 1, Cam Ward. So again, Myles Garrett does it out of a 2-point stance, and the interior guys are just going to pick for him. Now, he can win, obviously, over Dan Moore, but they decided to do it a little bit differently, and he just wins the rush there and gets the sack there. So I think this game that the Niners are going to run, Tennessee's looking at it with their offensive line, and they have fired Bill Callahan along with Brian Callahan, so they're not going to have that wisdom there. But what the Niners were able to do against Shedeur Sanders, I think they can use a lot of the same concepts in the game against the Tennessee Titans and get him on the ground. So they got to get more pass rush. That's the bottom line. When you look at a lot of the defensive metrics, they're stopping the run okay. A little bit better against the pass, but teams are dropping back to pass so frequently against the Niners. To only have 16 quarterback sacks is one thing, but to do it in the sack percentage is alarmingly low. And you got to hit the quarterback, and you've got to pressure him. But really, if you sack the quarterback on any defensive series, invariably that possession results in a punt. Now, you can also pressure him and force a turnover. But if you sack the quarterback and put them into 2nd and 16, 2nd and 18, or 3rd and 20, it's a big, sometimes I think it's a little overrated, and you like pressures on the quarterback, certainly, but you also want to put him on his back and get them into long down and distances, and they're just not. I mean, Nick Bosa's had 17 sack seasons himself on the way to a Defensive Player of the Year award. You just can't have that. So they had 3 in the last game, and I think it's an acknowledgement that we just don't have guys that can win off the edge. We lost the juice. We got Bryce Huff. He can win. So when he's out there, we'll let him just go. The other 3 guys we're going to have to play a game with to try to shake him loose, and then occasionally, like Fred, blitz the Mike linebacker with Curtis Robinson, whoever it is, Tatum Bethune, probably not this week, or Eric Kendrick. So that's the one area. It's amazing that they're giving up, Greg, under 21 points a game. when they only have 16 sacks on the entire year in 13 games. But the last game they were able to get 3. Can they build on that concept and get them by the bunches now?
And it's not like they were super opportunistic on the turnover front either. I mean, prior to Brock Purdy coming back with that game against Arizona, I think they were second worst turnover differential to the New York Jets at the time. We looked at that one, Tim and I. So, yeah, it's gotten a little bit better. They were able to generate takeaways in Arizona. Then, obviously, the way special teams took care of business. And think about what Sky Moore did versus Laverdon and Corley and those mistakes made by Cleveland. That was a big one, but you got to find a way to make Tennessee uncomfortable. So, great addition of Papa's playbook on the defensive line. And for those of you who could only listen to the audio as of right now, number 1, check it out on YouTube later on. We'll have that clipped for you. Number 2, just to give you a visualization exercise for the moment, first couple of sacks, you had Bryce Huff over on the outside against the right tackle, just going a one-on-one as Papa laid out. They're saying, you go win that matchup, rush him. And then that left side of the offensive line for Cleveland, from center to left guard to left tackle, for the 49ers defense matching up against them, you almost did this kind of weave exercise. So I don't know if you want to envision braiding hair or weaving dough together before you bake the pastry, or I don't know, knitting. That's not my area of expertise, but I know a lot of people do that by the fire around this time of year. You had Kalia Davis, Keon White, and Cleve Ferrell just kind of going in and out to create a little bit of an opening. And then that third sack that we outlined, the one that you really liked, well, that was just Cleve Ferrell going from speed and length, prevailing over left tackle Cam Robinson, to go all the way around to the right side of the field where the yard markers were and drag Shedeur Sanders down. Yeah, good thing he wasn't trying to sack Deion Sanders, because I don't know what the arm would have been on Deion, but Cleve Ferrell wasn't going to run him down. That's for damn sure. So very nicely done.
Hungry mentioning cookies. We didn't get in where we can bake cookies with the 49ers offensive line, but my sister, the box of Gucciardati cookies have arrived for the holiday season. So,
nice.
I mean, it's basically, when you look at it from a football fan, it's like a bunch formation. You're bunching 3 wide receivers together, and the opponents have a hard time picking that up. If we run any kind of combination routes where the point of the bunch goes one way and the other guys loop behind it, so how do you handle that out of a bunch formation with wide? It's the same thing. We're bunching the defensive linemen. They're spread out a little bit. It's a loose bunch, and we're bringing guys from the outside inside, and we're picking off guys, and it's elaborate. Tim will break it down. He calls it a 3-man chaos. But that's what you have to do. If you don't have the skill to just win, you got to win with scheme. If you don't have the skill, you got to have the will. We'll figure it out. And that's where a couple of those sacks went. The last one was just bringing a 5th man and make sure you get one-on-ones. And again, Tennessee is vulnerable to all kinds of pressure. Their rookie quarterback has been sacked 49 times, but one area where they've had a hard time with is handling the games, the stunts, the the ETT, come home and get home kind of games the Niners are playing. And that, is that solid, dialing that up? I think that may be Kaseric. I'm sure it's all of them in some form working together. But that is the one thing this football team has got to improve on. The defensive numbers in some area are just middling. Some of them are just in the middle of the pack. But bottom line is they're not giving up points, so they're so good in the red zone, and in particular the low red zone. But you go up against Matthew Stafford or Jordan Love in a playoff game, you got to get these quarterbacks on their backs. If you can't win one-on-one, we're going to do it with 3 over 3, or we're going to bring a 5th or a 6th, and we didn't even show D. Winters and his speed. So that's where they've got it. That's the area of the football team that they have clearly got to improve, and that is sacking the quarterback, and they did it against a rookie. Last time out, they'll face another rookie, and then maybe on Monday night in the center of the state of Indiana, you will face a guy who was anything but a rookie. He's got grandkids that are older than Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward, and that'll be Phillip Rivers. But they've got to sack and pressure the quarterback better.
Well, speaking of quarterback play, that brings us to this time of the week where I tell you the 5 who are on the good side and on the bad side. Now, normally we dictate whether we go winners or losers first by what the 49ers did. The 49ers took the week off, and as far as the standings went, we knew they were going to jump up to 6 at the very least. That's where they reside. So I ask you, Greg Papa, do we start with winners or do we start with losers before we get to Chris
Buffalo Bills
Rose?
won their game, and we're down 10 points with 7 minutes to go, and Josh Allen just ran right through the snow to beat them. So we are going with the winners first.
You're damn right. All right, 5-1 with the winners coming up. Then we'll get to the losers, and then Chris Rose is coming by at 12:50. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer himself, Jeff Kent, joined Murph and Marcus around 9:30 this morning. And after talking all about it the last few days, you won't want to miss it. Check out that interview now on thesportsleader.com or available wherever you get your podcasts.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the commissioner with the pick.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Wait, does that mean I'm putting the Titans as one of my winners? Well, you have to see it. What it does mean is that you can call now to try to win a couple of tickets to see the 49ers take on the Titans. 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. If you're lucky, number 10, you will win. So give Walter a call in the studio right now, and best of luck. As far as our 5-1, we are starting with the winners, and Papa is decked out in all Buffalo. I think we might be getting to that in just a moment. Some honorable mentions. Miami Mike and the Dolphins are 6-7, tied with the Chiefs. The Steelers took control of the AFC North for the moment. Seattle's defense and special teams is just a ridiculous unit. The Jaguars continue stacking wins. The Texans' defense is a brick wall. The Vikings post a shutout. The Saints pulled off a division upset. And Michael Wilson, as a wide receiver 1, is awesome statistically in the 3 games without Marvin Harrison Jr. But we start all the way back on Thursday night, and just because it happened on Thursday doesn't mean that we forgot about Jahmyr Gibbs. A hat trick for Mr. Zero, formerly number 26. He got rushing touchdowns 11, 12, and 13 to keep the Lions' playoff hopes alive. The third of the night was the 47th touchdown of his career, and the only player to have as many as that before their 24th birthday is Barry freaking Sanders. So yeah, Lions on the outside looking in right now, but I will ask you again, if the 49ers match up with the Lions, you want to deal with Jahmyr Gibbs in the playoffs? I'm good.
Hell no, but we'll shut him down. Lions are playing the LA Rams this week, correct, Greg Silver?
Yes, they are.
And that game is at SoFi. Who do we want to win that game? The Rams' loss aids our quest to get up to win the NFC West, but I'm still looking at Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown and biting kneecaps behind me. It would help if the Lions would lose as far as just making the playoffs. Who are we going with, Lions or Rams Sunday from a 49ers perspective?
That's really tough, because if the Rams win, then the 49ers can just hope for the Seahawks to get revenge the following Thursday night. But we're not going to have that information for another 4 days, so that's a real tricky one between Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford, and their former teams. Speaking of the Rams, let's go to number 2. Kyren Williams and Blake Corum. So yeah, we know about Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, the 5 men up front on defense, but when the Rams run the ball like they did on Sunday, that's another element of danger. The Rams entered this last Sunday with the 19th ranked rushing attack, but 249 yards and 3 touchdowns later, they looked far from average in Arizona. Kyren Williams went for 84 yards and a touchdown on 13 carries, but it was Blake Corum who erupted for 128 yards and a pair of scores. So I know the Cardinals aren't good. They're a mess. They got to deal with some things in the offseason as far as their quarterback situation. But Blake Corum and Kyron Williams, if you can run the ball like that, I don't want to have to deal with that on top of Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, and that defense in a playoff game. Got to tip my cap to a division rival, or maybe just butter them up before we can ultimately crush them and end their dreams.
Yeah, Blake Corum is. I've been saying this for a while, getting ready for the Niners-Rams game. That what's going on with Kyron Williams? Why are they? I know they're going series by series, but usually on the goal line they take 22 out and they put 23 in. I'm just bitching because Kyron Williams is the lead back for all ball, and I didn't make the playoffs. I should have picked up Blake Corum, which I actually did off waivers. But what's going on? We got I think a little bit of it is. You think the head coach of the Rams has forgiven Kyron Williams for fumbling on the goal line against the 49ers? And getting, 4th and 1, he took the blame. But Blake Corum now in his second year from Michigan's a good back, but something's going on there. It clearly is a co-op, or if not, in fact, they have moved away a little bit from 23 to 22.
Yeah, maybe Alfred Collins is just living in Sean McVay's head for the rest of the season. And if the Rams lose this week or the next week, that could be a game that just haunts him even further. Let's go to number 3, and I'm talking about the Toyotathon. What? Wait. You mean the big annual sales event from mid-November to early January?
What are you, Brock Purdy selling Toyotas to me?
And no, since you already know the rules, I can't do Brock Purdy. I can't do 49ers opponents from the previous week, which was none off of their bye. I'm talking about Jordan Love and the statistics before and after Toyotathon. This is a real thing, everybody. So Jordan Love after Toyotathon in his career, and I saw different criteria in terms of the number of games and what was actually marked as the starting point. But he's got 36 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, averaging 284 yards through the air a game. If we're talking about outside of Toyotathon, the ratio is 44 touchdowns to 27 interceptions. So I don't know what it is. What I do know is that when Jordan Love is playing well, and now Christian Watson is back, and now Jaden Reed has just come back, well, then this Packers team is really, really dangerous with that defense. When Jordan Love is not playing so well, and he's just throwing it off his back foot, and it looks like the offense can't open up, and Tucker Kraft is done for the year, then I don't take this team seriously. But the reason I never put the Packers in that fraudulent category is because as long as Jordan Love plays pretty good football, that defense is good enough to win you some games. I know the Bears should have made a couple of plays there that they didn't, but all of a sudden, after it was crisis point in early November, the Packers have won 4 in a row. They're in the mix to get the number 1 seed in the NFC as well. Toyotathon it is.
Yeah, but that event, it is Toyota's annual end-of-year sales event, and it runs from mid-November. It ends in early January.
Yes, it does.
We don't have to worry about Jordan Love because he will expire come playoff time. So is he doing all the ads on the frozen tundra like Brock Purdy does locally here in Northern California? I mean, a Niner game, and I've never used to watch commercials, but now I'm watching games live this year. Brock Purdy and the Toyota commercials are just nonstop. Does Jordan Love do those in Appleton, Wisconsin?
Probably does. I would guess so. Yeah, why not?
I don't know.
So I don't know. Maybe he is the Coles guy, the Kirk Cousins or the Brock Purdy Toyota. Let's move ahead to number 4. Yeah, by the way, I think actually my final note is in 2023, I think Toyotathon actually ended late in the third quarter of that divisional round playoff game because Jordan Love had a pretty rough final 17
when he
minutes
threw the
there.
Interception to Dre Greenlaw on the first down. Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw hates Toyotathon, conversely. Let's go to number 4. That is Justin Herbert and the LA Chargers. Now, just because I called Herbert's box score pedestrian yesterday, I didn't say his performance was. The Chargers had a lot of reasons to be underdogs on Monday night, and they didn't want anything to do with anyone's excuses, kind of like Justin Herbert didn't want much to do with the post-game interview. Wow, that broke the internet. Anyway, Herbert was pressured on 68% of his dropbacks. 68, and that Eagles front, they got 7 sacks, dude. Yet Justin Herbert was the team's leading rusher, not to mention Dicker, the kicker, tying Brandon Aubrey for 5 made field goals and an extra point, both to force overtime and give the Chargers the lead before the defense sealed the deal. So with a broken hand, we said take time with a wounded hand because it likes to heal. He was on our losers week. He was on our losers list last week, but that was a gut check win, to be sure, by the LA Chargers.
And now he's got the Kansas City Chiefs. And this one's going to be at Arrowhead. Of course, they met early in the year, and the Chargers gave up a home game when they played in Brazil. And Travis Kelce hit his own guy, Xavier Worthy, on the third snap of the game in a shallow cross and knocked them both out. The Chargers sweep the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, one thing we know now, they are not winning the AFC West this year. 9 straight years they won that division. The Denver Broncos will win the AFC West this year, but do they get swept this year by Jim Harbaugh?
All I know is the Chargers have done pretty well in primetime, so I know that's not a primetime game, but maybe it does happen after it started opening up the season in Brazil. Travis Kelce runs into Xavier Worthy. Maybe it just continues there. I'm not going to bury the Chiefs quite yet. I don't know if I'd call them favorites either going into that one. Let's go to number 5. Well, I'm going to choose Mike Holler's Titans, right, for getting their second win. No, what? I'm not going to do it.
Second win?
I'm not going to do it. You already know. Down 10 points in the fourth quarter in the snow. Christian Benford with the coolest interception I've seen all year. Just a perfect play all around. And then Josh Allen, man. I mean, look, here's the deal. I don't know what to make of the Bills as far as their Super Bowl aspirations. They are certainly better off than the Ravens and the Chiefs and the teams that we have known to become the AFC's juggernauts. But a lot of this winning has been predicated on the reigning MVP just being Josh freaking Allen. And you know what? That's okay sometimes. You just got to find ways to stack wins. Now, they also might not win their division, and they got a big one against the New England Patriots coming up. But the defense making timely plays and Josh Allen just willing this team to victory. I mean, man, sometimes you just got to sit back and appreciate it. There is no question that with Joe Burrow giving the Bengals a little bit of life, that would have been a big loss for the Bills, and instead, they flip the narrative. They get the win in the snow. Absolutely 5-1 stud worthy.
All right, you mentioned the game this Sunday, so this is it. Kansas City's not going to win the AFC West. They had won that division 9 straight years. The Buffalo Bills have won the AFC East 5 consecutive years. Before that, they were owned by Robert Kraft's football team. Tom Brady's record against the Bills is like 38-3. There's something disgusting in his career. He's been out for a little while, then they get this guy Drake May. He goes into Buffalo on a Sunday night and wins a game. And they haven't lost since. They're the hottest team in football. So if the Bills are going to win the AFC East, they have got to go to Foxborough and slam the door on Drake May, Mike Vrabel, and the New England Patriots. They're 11-2. Buffalo's 9-4. Do the math. If they lose this game, it's over. New England will win the AFC East. And then everybody's saying, this is Josh's easiest road to the Super Bowl because he doesn't have to deal with Mahomes maybe. He won't have to deal with Lamar. He won't have to deal with Burrow. He also will play every friggin' game on the road. If it's possible they could be the 5 seed and maybe get a home game later. Well, you're not getting a wild card weekend. You have to play wild card weekend. If they lose this game, this is the last year of Highmark Stadium. They're not going to play another game there after the regular season. So this game on Sunday, it seems like everyone has to be treated like a playoff game. He was good in the snow on Sunday against Cincinnati. He's got to go to Foxborough and tell Tom Brady the AFC East is mine now that you're retired.
Look, if and until there's a major injury for a playoff team, spare me the easy road to the Super Bowl talk for anybody. That includes the Bills. That includes the top seeds that might even have home field advantage, which could very well be the AFC East rival New England Patriots. So there are the studs going from Jahmyr Gibbs to the Rams' dual threat rushing attack to Toyotathon to Justin Herbert and what the Chargers did on Monday night and Josh Allen's fourth quarter in the snow. We talked about the road to the Super Bowl. Well, coming up in a bit, probably going to be talking about some teams that I'd say very, very, very unlikely they find themselves here in 60 days. It's our 5-1 with the losers up next on the Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, Oscar, or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game the last several years, up to 17, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team, your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We continue along here with the duds, the losing side of a 5-1. But before I even get to that, you know who's not a loser? In fact, very, very much the opposite. Our contest winner. Congratulations to Austin in Alameda, who I'm learning is going to be attending his very first 49ers game and bringing his daughter. That is so awesome. We are pumped for you. Thank you for listening to the show, and congratulations to Austin. I hope you have a blast out there at Levi Stadium on Sunday. But for people a little bit less fortunate, we got to go to the dud side of it. In the 5-1, number one, we haven't really talked much about this one, Pop, but it's time to start making a note of the health of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Is Carolina going to win the NFC South? I don't know, but no Tristan Wirfs on Sunday against the Saints. Mike Evans just got activated off the IR, so he'll return at some point. Is it going to be too little too late? Baker Mayfield battling through a shoulder injury, and the Bucs lost a guard, safety, and edge rusher Hassan Reddick during the game. It's not about who you play, but it's about when you play them. We've been saying it all week, and the 49ers got Tampa at a time when they were red hot. Now, are they even going to be hosting a playoff game at Raymond James Stadium? I don't know.
Well, Tristan Wirfs did catch a touchdown the week before, but that's a bad injury, and he is the best left tackle in football. They got Chris Godwin back, but he's just not the same player right now. He can run a power slant, but he's not running away from anybody. Right now, Tampa's 7-6, Carolina's 7-6. I think with the Niners having 9 wins, we're not as concerned about this as before. But I think overall, we do want Tampa Bay to win the NFC South because they beat the Niners. Carolina did not. So the loser of that would drop back into the wild card mix. So you don't want to get into a situation with Tampa where you have the same record as them at the end of the year, and then you lose out in the tiebreaker. Let them win the NFC South, and then if you do get into it with Carolina, I don't think it's going to come to that because the Niners have 9 wins, and both Tampa and Carolina are tied at 7-6, so you're 2 games clear. But Tampa did take the tiebreaker. So, and as far as head-to-head matchups this year, Tampa Bay and Carolina, they have one more big game to play, December the 21st, right before Christmas, and that game will be in the home of Steph Curry, Charlotte, North Carolina. So, refresh my memory. Tampa Bay did beat them earlier this year.
Yeah, that was the good old Fred Warner goes down game, and that was when the Johnsons...
I mean Tampa Bay and Carolina.
Oh,
Tampa Bay and
gotcha.
Carolina. Who
yes.
won that? It had to be Tampa Bay, right? They beat them earlier in the year.
I think Tampa won that game.
You know
right?
what?
No.
Hold on.
Carolina won that
game. They haven't played yet. They played twice 2 of the last 3 games of the year. I was trying to remember that game because we played them both, and I don't recall watching video of that. They play each other 2 of the last 3 games of the year. December the 21st in Charlotte, and then that Jan 4 game will be in Tampa Bay on the Pirate ship. Wow. The NFC South is up for grabs this year. 2 of the last 3 games, they play each other. Wow.
I could have sworn it already happened once. I'm trying to rack my brain, and I was thinking of Bucks-Falcons round 1 when they played in Atlanta. Anyway, they're both 7-6, and they got 2 left to play in the final 3 weeks. Speaking of health, or maybe lack thereof, Jaden Daniels and Zach Ertz for the Washington Commanders. Well, Daniels was back from a dislocated elbow, but it was far from that Joe Burrow Thanksgiving return that the Washington Commanders fans had hoped for. And a 31-0 shutout loss to the Vikings. Daniels re-injured his elbow. He left the game. And if that wasn't enough for the 3-10 Commanders, Zach Ertz suffered a torn ACL on a brutal hit that may ultimately be a career ender. I think Jaden Daniels has a bright future ahead of him. I love Zach Ertz and has been one of my favorite players to watch, even if he is a member of the Stanford Cardinal. He's a Super Bowl champion. He's a great dude. And, I mean, look, as a 49er follower of this last year, I have a lot of empathy for what Washington's going through. Sometimes a lot of things stack up, and it's just not even close to your year. At this point, protect Daniels, shut it down, come back stronger in 2026.
And for Zach, seeing him carried off the field like that, I remember watching him as a sophomore play high school football, and Brent Jones was coaching him up, and I think he has a chance as a Hall of Famer. I do. You'd have to look at the numbers. I mean, he has the single-season record for catches in 1 year by a tight end, and I think we'll get Jason Witten to go into the Hall of Fame. I think Zach Ertz is a borderline Hall of Famer. What a great career he's had in the NFL. As far as Jaden Daniels, I worried last year during his rookie year, and they went all the way to the NFC Championship game. He is not built to run the football the way he runs the football. He's just got skinny legs, skinny body, and, the elbow injury is somewhat different. But when you put your quarterback into harm's way that way with so many design runs, not just scrambles, what a difference the second year for Adam Peters and guy Bob Myers, because he works for Josh Harris there, who owned the Washington Commanders. What a great story they were last year, rising up and winning the division, or Philadelphia, I guess, won the division. They went all the way to the NFC Championship game. But this year they are 3-10 and have had nothing but injuries with the quarterback, which has derailed them. And the contract with Terry McLaurin just got ugly. And he's had some good games here and there since he's come back, surprisingly, but I think his contract holdout, a little bit like Brandon Ayuk's situation. It's just not the same year when he held out. And then watching Debo's had some moments, but I do wonder. Debo restructured the contract, and it's the final year of his contract. Are they going to bring him back next year? Where's Debo Samuel going to play next year, and how much money is he going to get paid?
It's a good question, and Debo individually has had a pretty solid year, but 3-10 is the number that's going to be surrounding the building, and when that happens, changes are inevitable. All right, let's keep it moving. Number 3, a frequent winner in the first half of the season, but the Indianapolis Colts are fading fast. Now, we'll see what happens with grandfather 44-year-old Phillip Rivers. who's also going to be wearing number 17, and he was the quarterback the last time Indianapolis went to the playoffs. But will they finish with a winning record? I ask you again. If Rivers ends up playing this weekend, that is going to be quite the welcome back to the NFL moment, going on the road to face Seattle and that defense. And then you've got to deal with the 49ers on Monday Night Football coming into your house. Then you've got to deal with a couple division opponents, Jacksonville and Houston, and both of them are playing some damn good football. So I don't know. The story's left to be written, but what I do know is that, again, you see a team with Jonathan Taylor start so incredibly hot and just start to fade when it counts in late November and December. And I don't know if we're going to see the Colts on the right side of 500. I really, really don't.
They're not winning in Seattle. That's not happening. If I'm Phillip Rivers, I'm like, Riley Leonard, Rook, you take that game. But I want to come back against the Niners on Monday Night Football. And then Jacksonville will be a game. They could win that game. But they're not going to win at Houston. They're certainly going to lose 3 of the last 4. And I could easily see them losing them all. They didn't punt for the longest time to start the year. Now they don't have a quarterback at all. This has been a precipitous drop. I even go back to, I think it started with DeForest Buckner's neck injury. Once he went on IR, they were not stopping the run the same way. They are not the same team. They could easily wind up 8-9. Maybe they get 1 and they go 9-8, but I don't see them making the playoffs. Wow, this thing just crashed and burned for them. It is difficult, when you look at it all. And all of a sudden they're trading for Sauce Gardner. They gave up all those draft picks to get him, and he got hurt, and we do feel for Charvarius Ward. But what a crash and burn this is going to turn out to be. And then I think they'll bring Daniel Jones back next year. But we were talking about them being one of the best teams in football offensively and defensively, and they don't have to worry about special teams. They never punt. And then they have just disintegrated, which also leads to Jonathan Taylor was the runaway winner for Offensive Player of the Year and in the conversation for MVP. Never mind on either point. So now, who is your Offensive Player of the Year? If it's not JT with the horseshoe on the side of his helmet, could Christian McCaffrey rise up here and go 1,000 for a second time and win that award twice in the last 3 years?
Or what about the guy they're going to have to deal with in Week 18, Jackson Smith-Njigba, already broken the Seahawks receiving record. That's another candidate right there. Let's go to our final 2 losers. I'll run through it quick before we get to Chris Rose. Number 4, well, we talked about it on Monday, the Chiefs' pass catching, or lack thereof. Well, Andy Reid owned up to his mistake to go for it on 4th and 1 at his own 31-yard line in a tie game with 10 minutes remaining. I don't know what that was all about for one of the greatest coaches we've ever seen. But the Chiefs were 21 of 26 on 4th downs entering Sunday night. And the biggest problem of all wasn't one play. It was 5 drops by receivers and tight ends. Or maybe you want to categorize it as 6. Either way, what happened to the hands in the final 20 minutes? Kareem Hunt, Rashee Rice, and Travis Kelce let it slip badly. And yeah, the Chiefs, they're not winning their division. The 9-year streak is over. Are they going to make the playoffs? I'm not going to bury them until it's official. And I know Houston's defense is damn impressive, but wow, that was tough. And then lastly, REM said everybody hurts. Well, on Monday night, Jalen Hurts. Love him or hate him, in the large scale of it all, Jalen Hurts is a winner. But on Monday night, he was a dud. Not a dude, but a dud. 2 turnovers on 1 play, 5 overall on the night. And we talked about the gut check win it was for the Chargers. This was one of the cases of both cases can be true. The Chargers can be absolutely deserving of being on the winner list, and Jalen Hurts, you got to get put on the duds list for not being able to take care of business. I think the Eagles are still going to win their division, but wow, does that offense look broken right now.
They got the Raiders at home on Sunday, at Washington, at Buffalo, home to Washington. Washington's going to rise up and beat them one time. They're not winning in Orchard Park, so they're going to go 2-2 as it opened it up for the Dallas Cowboys to steal the NFC East. I think that Minnesota, Chargers at Washington, at New York Giants. The one thing is the Cowboys have a tie, and that could be ultimately when it wins it for Philadelphia or it wins it for Dallas. But Philadelphia is certainly reeling right now. We'll bring in Chris Rose, talk a little football with him, and then Kyle Schwarber being re-signed by the Philadelphia Phillies, the big news, and then today Pete Alonso left the New York Mets, so the National League East has changed dramatically. What are the New York Mets? Actually, from a Giant perspective, as we bring in Chris, not a bad thing for the New York Mets to lose their closer.
Not at all.
Lose Brandon Nimmo. I think Marcus Simeon's a better player. Now, I don't know why they're so upset, but Nimmo was a fan favorite. But what are they going to do at first base minus the polar bear? Does that mean they steal another pinstriper, Juan Soto, 1 year, and this year they go get Cody Bellinger? And I heard they didn't even make an offer. The richest man on the planet. He's not the richest. I wish he was. But he's certainly the richest man in baseball, Steve Cohen. They never made an offer to Pete Alonso? Shocking.
Let's talk all about that next. That wraps up our 5 to 1, and we'll catch up with Chris Rose when we return. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer himself, Jeff Kent, joined Murph and Marcus around 9:30 this morning. And after talking all about it the last few days, you won't want to miss it. Check out that interview now on thesportsleader.com or available wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
About an hour to go here on your Wednesday. It's Papa and Silver, and it is time to bring in NFL Networks and a part of the Chris Rose Rotation podcast, Chris Rose, which is great because we've been talking all football and we got a lot of baseball to get to, so why not mix them both? He joins us on the UMA guest line and our really, really, really ridiculously good-looking guest cam. Looking fantastic, Chris, and appreciate your patience. How's it going today?
I'm doing okay, yeah. The gas cam is interesting, guys. We're going to have to get into the 2025 year where we can mesh the audio and the video together. They actually have little programs where we can do that. So we're going to have a little class at some point. We'll work on that.
Oh, good. I can't wait for our digital team to actually get on a little seminar. I'm going to force an email right after the show. It's going to be great.
Nice.
As we've been talking a lot of football here, so we'll get into the baseball coming up in a bit. But before we get off the football part of it, we were talking about, we always do our winners and losers of the week, and I try to make it fun and outside the realm of the 49ers and what we're normally talking about on a day-to-day basis. And we got into this idea that the road to the Super Bowl might be easier for Josh Allen than ever before. And I'm thinking, can everybody spare me the easy road to the Super Bowl comments if and until there's some kind of severe injury that completely alters a given matchup? So we talk about the proven teams versus the new blood because this is a really interesting year with the way it's unfolded. And I kind of feel like the perfect combination of both, as far as it goes in the AFC, is the Houston Texans. They've been in the divisional round the last couple of years. They haven't quite broken through. They're still fairly young. And the way that defense is playing right now has completely erased how bad they started the season offensively. Could you see a world in which Houston is playing at Levi's Stadium 60 days from today for the Super Bowl?
No. Their offense is not good enough. They're going to have to outscore some team in a big way. And their defense is awesome. In fact, so they're number one in points allowed per game. I believe they're number one total defense as well. And the team that has those accolades has not missed the playoffs since the 1948 Bears. And back then, the only reason they missed the playoffs is because there were only 10 teams and only the top two played for the championship, and that was it. Or else they would have been an easy in. I don't know. They would have maybe been the fourth wild card or whatever back then, right? So I do think that they're going to end up making it. I think they're going to have to win 3 road games. I know they say defense travels, but I don't like the way their offense looks. And at some point, the offense is going to have to come through. And I just don't know if they could do it 3 times in a row to get to the Bay Area.
All right, so in back-to-back weeks, Chris, the 49ers are seeing Shedeur Sanders, and we're going to see Cameron Ward on Sunday. Mm-hmm. So 2 rookie quarterbacks, and Cam Ward has been sacked 49 times and struggling a little bit, completion percentage low. He is and was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Shedeur Sanders had some good moments against the Raiders, and obviously they played each other last week. And I know Cam and the Titans won the game, but that was more because of their defense and special teams. As far as the stat sheet, Shedeur was far better. But we know about and you were there to chronicle it all, and you were at the Combine as we were there, and they didn't work out and all that. The bottom line question is, do we have a handle on who will be, and they're just starting their NFL careers, they're just neophytes, but the number 1 overall pick, what kind of career is he going to have versus what? The 155th, I think he was, the 6th quarterback taken, a guy who dropped all the way to the 5th round. Just give me your thoughts on Cam versus Shedeur through their rookie year.
Well, I mean, one was the first pick, one was pick 144.
144, right. All right.
First of all, we definitely don't know who's going to be coaching Cam Ward next year. And we possibly don't know who's going to be coaching Shedeur Sanders, or even if he'll be in Cleveland, right? I mean, there's possibility if there's a regime change that the regime change says, I don't want to deal with everything that comes along. Not with the kid. It's that he's been great. He is, for the most part, said all the right things. He has gone and worked hard. He has gotten himself in a position to put 7 games on tape, whether that's for the Browns hierarchy or elsewhere, to show that every team, including maybe even the one that drafted him, made a mistake this year. So it's impossible to say who's going to be better. I mean, so much of this, let's look at the quarterbacks that are around the league. Like, Sam Darnold can play football, but in New York, he looked like a buffoon at times. But that's because the organization never got it right. Baker Mayfield played some really good football. I can tell you because I watched every single one of his starts. He played some really good football in Cleveland. But he played exceptionally well in Tampa Bay for most of his time there. So for us to sit here and say, well, this guy's definitely, I know that's what people want because that's what sells. And when people scream at the top of their lungs, for whatever reason, people are drawn to that stuff. That's not what I'm going to give you because there's no way in the world I could tell you when I don't even know what type of offense these two guys might be in next year.
Well, if we're talking offense, Chris, let's go over to the baseball side of it. So for the Giants, Willie Adames had a dreadful start offensively to his season, and then fast forward to the end of the year, he hit the haunted mark of 30 home runs by a San Francisco Giant, which brings me to the other person that had to take some time to adjust, and that was the shocking trade, Father's Day, Rafael Devers. I know you've done some breakdown of Devers as a hitter. How do you expect him to settle in after just getting a full offseason in the Bay Area with maybe a little bit more clarity, stability, and communication on his coaching staff?
Yeah, I think that's a huge thing, to be honest with you. I mean, think about it. He was still a four-WAR player last year, which is exceptional. With everything that he went through, which is a team change, leaving the only franchise you've ever known, going to a place you don't know anything about. Like, for us, it's easy as baseball fans. Like, one day you're wearing a uniform, the next day you're wearing a different one, but you're still inside of my TV or streaming device or however you access your baseball. For him, that's life-altering. We're talking about family changes, changes for him, finding ways to the ballpark, getting acclimated to a new league, a new division, a new ballpark, a time change, all sorts of stuff, everything. His whole world was turned upside down. And I'm not saying that based on, oh, well, let's feel bad for Rafael Devers because he's still a $313 million guaranteed guy. But there are adjustments that need to be made. And if you don't think that the guy's human and it's going to take a little while, it did. He was horrific the first 6 to 8 weeks. And then after that, we started seeing signs of what Rafael Devers is. When he's fully entrenched in his game, he is a top 10 to 15 hitter in this sport. He just is. And he can do damage against both lefties and righties. I think he's a great pickup. I think he was definitely worthwhile for a team that hadn't been able to latch on to a major bat in free agency. So I think he'll be just fine. Is he going to be an MVP candidate? I don't know about that. But is he going to be a 30-homer guy that plays every day? Yeah, that's what I think he is.
And it looks like he's also made the transformation across the diamond from third base to first base after DHing most of the year last year. And I remember vividly one weekend series against the New York Mets in July, right before the deadline. And he just started playing first base, and it did not go well. There were a couple of balls that just glanced off his glove. And also in that game, the Giants blew a lot of chances to win. Pete Alonso made a couple of big defensive plays, one where he got a little bit airborne to make the catch and rob the Giants of a runner in scoring position, shot in the ninth inning. And I bring it up because the Giants and Mets battled down the stretch last year. It wasn't Giants and Dodgers. They were in a different stratosphere. Ultimately, Padres as well. The Mets crashed and burned and it didn't make the playoffs. And now we get the news out of baseball's winter meetings today. Huge, loss by the Mets on top of trading Brandon Nimmo and losing Edwin Diaz the day before to the evil empire that are the Dodgers. But what do you make of the New York Mets right now, Chris, with the news that Pete Alonso has left their organization, the all-time leading Mets home run hitter, signing with the Baltimore Orioles, 5 years, $155. I mean, the Mets have the owner with all the money, and they got Juan Soto last year. What are they going to do in this offseason to recover from this devastating blow?
Well, it's devastating for the fan base. I don't think it's devastating for that front office. I mean, the Mets told us last year what they thought of Pete Alonso. He didn't sign until February 12th, and he accepted a 2-year deal with an opt-out after the first year. So they were begging teams to take him last year. He just didn't have a good enough 2024 for teams to feel like we're going to give him 5, 6, 7 years, whatever he was searching for. But to his credit, he showed up every day like he does every season. The guy plays every frickin' game. And this year he powered himself to $155 million, and the Mets were never – they didn't even make an offer reportedly to him because they knew that just wasn't part of their game plan. Could they have lived with Alonso for 3 years at their number? Yes. Once it got past that, they're tapping out. So now David Stearns is getting exactly what he wants. He's going to be able to create this team however he wants to. Now, the nice thing is people are panicking because that's what we all do in sports. If things aren't immediately ready, then, oh, my God, what's going on? So I'm just going to let everybody in on a little secret I found out, that spring training doesn't start for 2 months. 2 months. I know this is breaking news. So they have plenty of time, which is good because they got a lot of work to do, right? They are a team that was at one point 21 games over 500 last year and then limped to finishing 4 games over 500 and missing out on the playoffs. That does not happen very often. Teams that, at some point are more than 20 games over 500 do not miss October baseball, and they did. And they've got to figure it out. And does that mean they go sign Cody Bellinger and go trade for Turek Skubal? Does that mean they bring in Framber Valdez and or, Ranger Suarez? I don't know. But I think that you're going to see some fireworks. And my guess is that Stevie Cohen, the nice thing is he pays a lot of money and he lets his baseball people baseball. Not every owner does that. He does. But my guess is that he placed a call or two to David Stearns within the last week and said, what's your plan B? Because they're not shocked that Pete Alonso's not a part of the Mets. It's just, what is your next move going to be?
You kind of were going to where I wanted to, Chris, and we're talking to Chris Rose here on the UMA guest line. And that was, where do you ultimately think Cody Bellinger does end up? Because my thought process with losing Pete Alonso, losing Edwin Diaz is maybe that opens up the door for the Yankees to take, the Mets to take another member of the Yankees in consecutive off seasons.
Possible. I mean, they've got an opening. They really need right-handed power, though. They really do, because I don't know if Mark Vientos, he looked like the guy in 2024, and then he had an awful 2025. So we'll see if that ends up. Where else could Belly go? People think that maybe Cincinnati would be an interesting spot, and then you could end up trading one of their, you trade one of their pitchers and, make a better lineup out of that because they have some depth.
Maybe San Francisco?
I mean, why not? They definitely need outfielders. So I would poke around if I'm Buster Posey on that one. I mean, I think that, he hits lefties and righties very well. He's a great athlete. He can cover some ground. He's a much better corner outfielder than he is center fielder. So that would be good for the Giants. I think they'd be silly not to poke around there.
What about Kyle Tucker? Where do you think he ultimately winds up, Chris?
Boy, this one's a tougher one. I really think this is hard because if he doesn't end up in Toronto, which I think still might be the front runner, I don't know how many teams are going to be willing to pay $350, $400 for him. I just don't. I didn't like the news that came out about him that, maybe he doesn't love baseball. Like, really? We're going to do this? Like, we're going to Anthony Rendon him? No. You heard that for years when Rendon was great in Washington. You've never heard a word about that about Kyle Tucker until he became a free agent. So now are teams planting that stuff out there to drive down a price, to get teams to tap out? I hate that sort of stuff because you never heard one thing about Kyle Tucker when it came to that. You just heard he can do everything. He can hit for average. He's got pop. He can run for a big man. He's won a Gold Glove. I don't like those games.
Finishing up here, Chris, we've asked just about every baseball guest we've had over the last few months their impressions of the Tony Vitello hiring because it's so unprecedented what happened, and it's going to make the Giants a great national story in addition to how we focus on them locally. What are you most looking forward to observing as part of the Tony Vitello era when it all gets going at the end of March?
Just if he can remain himself, and I think that's a big deal. For John Boy Media, we had we did a show on our Talking Baseball side of things, and you should go check it out because obviously it's evergreen on our YouTube channel, but it's our free agency draft. And so there were 4 of us. We each got to pick 8 players. So we picked 32 players off the board and assigned them to new teams with a years as well on their contract. And I have Max Scherzer going to San Francisco for a couple of reasons. One is back-end depth to a rotation. But more importantly, you're talking about a guy who knows Tony very well, very close friends with him, and can act as kind of a liaison and a confidant really on both sides. Usually it would be for players to come up to Max and ask him, hey, what's this dude all about? Is this really who he is? But I think it would be equally important for Max to have a guy in that clubhouse that he can go to and say, hey, man, is this going to work or is it not going to work? Because it's totally different. Totally different between college ball where you're jumping into the stands celebrating with baseball fans. I can't see him doing that very often, and not just because there's a net in the way. I hope that he can continue to have that energy and the emotion that he showed in Knoxville and bring it out to San Francisco. I'm excited for them, and I think it's fully worth the risk.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. Chris, we're really thankful for your time. Apologies for getting to it a bit late. I'm going to take full blame on that one. And to join the video as well, we're very glad to have you. So we'll be keeping tabs on a lot of this. And I like what you're saying about Scherzer, because as soon as Tony V came over, we're thinking, all right, can they steal Brown Eye, Blue Eye from the Jays? And we weren't even sure if they were going to close out the World Series. And we don't need to talk about how that one ended on the Giants flagship. Thanks again, and we'll catch up to you real soon.
All right, guys, take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Chris Rose of NFL Network and the Chris Rose Rotation podcast, John Boy Media. Great to get into both sides of it with him. So we got a little bit into the Ford C. Frick Award and obviously Dwayne Kyper and Mike Krukow. At this point, just put them in together. I think all Giants fans want to see that at that point. And what's going to happen here with some of these free agency signings? And you mentioned it, Pete Alonso, he's gone. He's in the AL. What's this all mean for what's ahead for the Giants? Some quotes to get to, and the winter meetings wrap up tomorrow. On top of that, the Giants, they jumped a bunch of spaces in their draft selection. So get ready for a top 5 pick coming in 2026. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, as we continue to await the biggest headlines from the MLB winter meetings, the Giants got the number 4 pick in the 2026 MLB draft. And we've seen the Giants have some great success drafting in the top 5 before. Will Clark was number 2 in 1985. Matt Williams was number 3 the year after in 86. And your current president of baseball operations, Buster Posey, was selected number 5 in 2008. Keep it here on Papa and Silver for all your Giants offseason updates.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues. Got about a half hour left, and then we'll give it over to Dirty Work. Got a lot of football in today, and we'll have the football hour coming up tomorrow, as well as John Lynch on with Murph and Marcus, Kyle Shanahan on with Dirty Work. But we also got to keep an eye on our orange and black. And no, not Pete Alonso's Baltimore Orioles, our San Francisco Giants. The big news of yesterday wasn't a particular signing, but it was that their draft stock just went way up, going from, I think, slotted at number 14, 15, jumping all the way to number 4. And it will be the 6th time that the Giants will have a top 5 pick. So the previous 5 was 1985 Will Clark, pretty good player. 1986 Matt Williams, also pretty good player. 1997 Jason Grilli, a journeyman pitcher who actually did not play for the Giants, begun his career in Florida and pitched in the big leagues for 15 years. And then 2008, of course, at number 5 overall was Buster Posey. Most recently, you all remember 2018 Joey Bart. So what will happen for 2026? And while we can sit here, Papa, and get into who are the best college players, who's Tony Vitello's new star that he recruited at Tennessee that he could reunite with in the pros, I'm more thinking about the line of thought, and Walter was actually all over this. If you sign one of the qualifying offer guys, are you more willing to do that knowing you're costing yourself a 2nd or a 3rd round pick in future years, knowing that you have a chance to get someone who could be a real stud at number 4 in the draft, as opposed to where you thought you might end up around 14 or 15?
There was a time where they did that intentionally. I believe when they signed Michael Tucker, Brian Saban didn't want the draft pick. But Zach Gallen is one of those guys as well. If you sign him, you lose that pick. So you mentioned Jason Grilli. I used to drink many a beer with his dad, Steve Grilli, who was a longtime major leaguer who owned a bar in Syracuse. And right after Chiefs games, we'd go over there. So we like to say every day Randy's involved. It's a win day from San Ramon Valley High School and Santa Clara, and what a great athlete he was. And he's lucky. He's a win day. So they jumped up, as you said, middle of the pack to pick number 4. White Sox will pick 1, Tampa 2, Minnesota 3. Giants will have the 4th pick. Minnesota goes ahead of them, and then Pittsburgh right after them at number 5, Royals. Orioles, the Oakland A's will pick number 8. I can't stop saying Oakland, even though Mark Badane's already picking out housing for their players there, whatever they are. Northern California A's for a while until they go to Nevada. Atlanta Braves and Colorado Rockies and Paul DePodesta. So as far as available talent, there's a shortstop at UCLA you could take. And, when you take college players, they should be able to get here a little bit earlier. There's also a high school shortstop out of Fort Worth, Texas you could take, or a lot of shortstops. Shortstops go early. One out of Alabama, one out of Florida, and another outfielder from Georgia Tech. So you got a couple of college guys. So we'll see. They'll get working on that. But as far as, and we were talking about shortstops and middle infielders, Ketel Marte is going to get traded by the Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm not quite sure what they're thinking there. with the exception that they can get a tremendous haul back. They're going to lose Zach Gallen. They're going to lose Merrill Kelly. Ketel Marte is going to get traded. What a player that guy is. He is just a force. Every time he gets in the box, he's a Marte parte, whether he's hitting the ball for power or speed, and he's a great second baseman. And Brandon Lowe is also going to be traded by the Tampa Bay Rays. Brendan Donovan is going to be traded by the St. Louis Cardinals. So we've talked a lot about right field. And Susan Slusser wrote a big piece, and I think Boris was kind of in her ear and not reading poetry to her, but rhyming like he's one. He should be a rapper, Mr. Boris. I like Scott. He's a good guy. But some of those are like, who wrote this for you, bro? Really bad. Anyway, he's got billions. Why don't you buy your own team and sign everybody? Anyway, Bellinger is out there. He's going to cost you a lot of money. That guy, it would be one of the best center. We know what he is. We've seen him play as a rookie with the Dodgers and an MVP with the Dodgers, then lose his way. And then he started to choke up a little more, get back to spread out with 2 strikes and not just try to buggy whip every single pitch. And he had a good year with the Yankees. Boy, he's a great outfielder. Gets great first steps. Way better than Jung-Hoo Lee. Way better than Elliot Ramos. You'd put him in right field in this ballpark. But he's really a center fielder with a right fielder's arm. He can play left. He can play anywhere. Remember when he played first base and Buster was rounding third and he threw the ball on the screen? It was just hilarious. But he's out there as well. We asked Chris Rose about Kyle Tucker. I don't think they're going to do that. And then we'll see about other players. We had more time with Chris because of his ties to Cleveland. I asked him about Stephen Kwan. Would they trade Stephen Kwan? You get mixed messages. A lot of really good players are going to get traded here. But let's not all freak out, lunatic fringe. If they leave tomorrow and the winter meetings are over and they really have done nothing so far. They brought the brass there and they had the suite. They moved up. It was a win day. Randy moved up to 4. And that was good. But a lot of this is just, fact-finding. It's a little like going to the NFL Combine, where you just get a lot of research. You talk to agents. Some players go there like Pete Alonso, and now he's a Baltimore Oriole, and you come back home, and then you get serious. And then they're going to have add, there's no doubt, one way or another, either signing players or trading for players or posting fees, whatever you got to do. I think you need at least 2 starters. You need a whole stable in the back end of the bullpen. I don't want to hear about the young guys and where they turned out. I mean, we thought Kyle Harrison would be a middle-of-the-rotation lefty for years to come. He didn't make it out of spring training. You put him in the bullpen. And then he did make the start, and then I thought he needs to go to the bullpen permanently, and you wind up shipping him away, and that's what you're trying to assess here with Eldridge, and I think to some degree Patrick Bailey. But they're good second basemen that are available. Casey Schmidt did fine. He's not a major league second baseman. I think for his own career, he should go somewhere and play third base. Let him do that. He's blocked here. He's fine, and he'll give you a little pop, and he's got to get over the wrist surgery. He gets hit by a lot of pitches, but there's an opportunity. Now, I don't think Mike Hazen in Arizona is going to trade you Ketel Marte. Sounds like he's going to the Boston Red Sox, but I don't know. With St. Louis, they got a new GM there, and Tampa Bay could be in business. Do you want to go out and trade for a second baseman? We've talked about going to get JT Realmuto and trading Patrick Bailey. There's ways to move the pieces around to improve the baseball team, and they will. Like Chris Rose said, 2 months to spring training. Well, it's 3 or 4 months to the start of the year. We got a World Baseball Classic. You don't have to do all this now. You'd like to have everything lined up when the New York Yankees come in on March the 25th, and that's the time Cody Bellinger will play in that game. Will he play for the New York Yankees? Will he play for the San Francisco Giants? I don't know. The other thing that's alarming in light of what the Dodgers did with Edwin Diaz, do you hear the report about them going to get Kyle Tucker now? And they would do it with a shorter term contract, but a higher AAV, or average annual value. So we're not going to give you a 7 or 8 year deal. We'll give you a 3 or 4 year deal. We'll pay you more. And like everybody else, we are going to defer the money. A lot of Edwin Diaz's money is deferred. They have deferred over $1 billion. Well over $1 billion. And when you add a point and then more numbers after $1 billion, you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, a lot of money. They've deferred it out as far as 2046. I don't know if I'm going to be alive. I know I won't be alive. I don't know if you're going to be alive, Silver, by then. They have deferred so much money. It is insane. And then you look at their overall payroll. When you factor in, do they even care about, I'm looking to get CBD and THC and the CBT, competitive balance tax. They don't give any concern about it. When you add up their payroll and their penalties they pay, their salaries are now for next year, this 1 year commitments, $514 million. We're talking more than $500 million for 26 baseball players or wherever else they got. They probably have to. They're deferring all of this till Shohei Ohtani's in the Hall of Fame for 10 years. But that's the way they structured it. It's smart business. They make so much money. But if they go get Kyle Tucker now, and then what are they going to do with Teoscar? Move him to left field or trade him? They've got Pajas in center. They'll find a way to keep Kike, and he'll come up in October and just step away. I mean, it's a lot. When you look at them getting Edwin Diaz, your first reaction is the Dodgers added him. Then the other reaction now that the Mets lost Pete Alonso, are the Giants competing with the LA Dodgers really? Are they really competing with them? They're certainly not. From a payroll standpoint, it's double what they've done. And they underachieved last year, the Dodgers, because half of their high-priced starters didn't pitch. Mm-hmm. But then they did in August, September, and October, and they shoved, and they moved them in the bullpen, and they found a way to squirm. Now, their everyday lineup is aging. They are getting old. How much longer does Mac Muncy have? Mookie Betts looks like his hairline. It's just receding all the way back. He's just not that guy offensively. Shortstop, he's really good. And Freddie Freeman, is it just the ankle injury, or he's getting old? And they're going to pay these guys forever and defer money until they're long gone and just pass it on to the estates of these guys. But seriously, Kyle Tucker on top, that's just something we can't be surprised. I wonder why they just don't go get their own guy, Cody Bellinger, back. He won a Rookie of the Year there and an MVP there, and they know more than anybody. But it's just they keep on going with this. And, we're trying to dream when they get Cody Bellinger. If the Dodgers get Kyle Tucker on top of this and do it for a shorter year, the term, look at that. Do they trade Teoscar Hernandez, or they just move him to left field and give right field to Kyle Tucker?
Probably the latter, because they're just going to stash every player they possibly can. That's my mindset. By the way, you talk about the Dodgers payroll. I'm going to try to make this the last time I say it. Giants are paying $16 million to Blake Snell to pitch against them in 2026.
And I forgot that. And then you and Andrew Baggerly constantly bring it up. And it's like, whoa. What do you think if you're Greg Johnson and Franklin and Templeton and you got to do that? You got to watch him. And he was great until he wasn't in the World Series, but he's still great. How difficult is that to pay him to pitch for the Los Angeles Dodgers and at times be the best pitcher on planet? There was a time there for a long stretch in the postseason. Blake Snell was better than even Tarek Skubal. So, yeah. And is he going to get traded? Seriously? What did Chris Rose say? The Mets just trade for Tarek Skubal? The hell do you do that? Seriously, what do you got to give him?
We got to have Scott Harris back on, because remember when we had him on and I said, yeah, hey, I know there were a lot of rumors, and he goes, yeah, we were never going to trade Skubal. That was before they went on the crazy run a couple of seasons ago. Fast forward a couple of off seasons, you didn't win your division, and yeah, you got it back by beating Cleveland in that best of 5 or best of 3 wild card series, but I don't know. Would they move on?
Has he got one more year? Has he got one more year in his contract? Is that the whole issue?
I think he's got one more.
Just one more year, yeah. Final year. So if he's not traded now, I can't say he. Well, they all look at the situation they're in. What if they don't trade him, and they're in first place again in the American League Central, and then apparently ownership is Mike Ilitch owns that team from Little Caesars, and they've just moved on that they're not going to pay him that. You may how much money he'll get as a free agent. So what do? If they go, and they almost have to trade him before the start of the year. If they start the year and they get off to the kind of start they got off to last year, and then they wound up giving it all up, they still beat Cleveland. But anyway, if they're a good team again, how do they justify trading Skubal? I mean, trade him for 5 Scooble Juniors or something that aren't going to cost you as much. I mean, they almost, when you think about it, part of me is like, how are they going to trade that guy? They almost have to trade him if they are convinced at this stage we are not paying him what he's going to get on the open market and he's going to walk as a free agent. Then it's better to do it before the year starts, because how's that fan base going to take it if they trade the best pitcher on their staff and one of the best pitchers on planet Earth while they're in first place in the American League Central?
Well, the stove is hot, and so is Walter, because apparently we got a break. So we'll continue to dive into this discussion.
Sorry, Walter. Sorry, Walter. Sorry.
And then we'll give it to dirty work in about 20 minutes.
Tucker. Mother Tucker!
I know. It's driving me crazy. By the way, I'm done mentioning the Snell thing. It's like when Verlander didn't get a win yet. It's done. It's off the table now. Never again. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Keeping it MLB, keeping it winter meetings here in the final couple of segments on your Wednesday football hour back in your lives. Tomorrow, we're getting ready for the Titans, keeping tabs on the Warriors and the Sharks, of course, although the Warriors enjoying some nice time off. And gosh, they need to get healthy. So, well, we've talked about their roster construction. We keep wondering what's going to happen with the Giants and their roster construction. But obviously, still got some time to sort this one out. We learned about Pete Alonso. We learned about Kyle Schwarber, Edwin Diaz, Kyle Finnegan went to the Tigers, as we were just talking about Tarek Skubal. Some catcher news. Since the Rule 5 draft was today, Daniel Susac was traded to the Giants from the Twins. And, of course, Daniel's brother Andrew was once a Buster Posey backup right here. Buster Posey backups always find a way to enter the conversation, right? Kurt Casale, Nick Hundley, and maybe Eli Whiteside's going to make some impact at some point. I don't know. But, Andrew Susac's brother Daniel now joining. So as we get ready for spring training and what to observe a little bit, a lot of young and unproven guys in the bullpen. And outside of Patrick Bailey, we've been talking JT Realmuto, but as far as the backup, is it going to be Jesus Rodriguez? Could this Susac kid come in and make an impact from the A's and then Twins organization? Ultimately, we'll see if he has an impact in the orange and black.
Well, I think the catching position is obviously so interesting because it's Buster Posey, the head of baseball operations, and you got Bruce Bochy there as well. And we talked about Patrick Bailey, and there was the report at the actually after the year was over that there was some overtures to trading Patrick Bailey, whether they were taking calls or making calls. I just get the vibe that they're open to it, and I've talked a lot about JT Realmuto, and I don't know how much money he's going to demand. I heard the Phillies did make an offer after they signed Kyle Schwarber yesterday. They made an offer to Realmuto. Now, was it made before? And it was exactly the figure that I was told it would be, 2 years, $30 million, if that's accurate. He did have a down year last year, there's no doubt. He was hurt, had a sports hernia that held him back. He's not a great defensive catcher, but he's actually very good. He's not of the ilk of Patrick Bailey. And then there's this ABS thing that is out there, the automated balls and strikes that is coming into baseball next year, almost assuredly. It's not going to be every pitch. It's going to be a challenge system. It's going to be very limited. I think we're overreacting a little bit. It's not like pitch framing is going to go away and catchers are going to be back on, not the one knee set up and trying to get low. They're still going to do that. But we'll have to see how it impacts the industry and specifically catchers. But I think they're open to, it's doing something with Bailey. Victor Caratini is out there. Danny Jansen, Christian Vasquez, Jonah Heim, who Bruce Bochy knows very well. Elias Diaz, a catcher, is out there. You could also trade for catching as well. But I just think until Realmuto, and he's by far the best of the names I just read off, the other five, those are the free agent catchers that catch my eye. But it's Realmuto and just what he's thought of. And he's a veteran guy, and he can handle a staff. He's not the overall defensive catcher than Patrick Bailey, but I think in some areas Buster would like him better than offensively. He is better. He's a really good hitter. Now, Citizens Bank Park is very different than Oracle Park. But I do wonder what they're going to do there, so we'll keep an eye on the catching position. And then ultimately, we could rank what they need. Catcher would probably be the lowest of low. You could easily ride into a year with Jesus and with Bailey. But if there's a chance to move Patrick Bailey, and just as far as salary, was there any way they could move Jung-Hoo Lee? And how much of the salary would they have to carry back? Would they want to do that? Have they seen enough of him to say he's not worth that salary? I mean, I go around on Devers. Devers is fine. Chris Rose, he's not, he's a good hitter. He's okay defensively. There are other guys that are better than him, and he cost a lot of money. That's why the Red Sox, among other reasons, moved him. You got a very expensive left side of the infield with Adames and Chapman. Jung-Hoo Lee's probably the one guy that you can't move, or I don't know. If I had to trade one of them, if you're telling me I can't go get some of these guys, I can't get Cody Bellinger because we don't have enough money, well, what if I create money? What if I sell someone and then buy someone? That's what general managers and baseball ops people do. But I don't know if there's a market for Jung-Hoo Lee. Right. Certainly at that number, it'd be hard to trade him, so you'd have to carry back some salary, kind of your Blake Snell. We're going to pay you to play for someone against us. A.J. Preller is up to something in San Diego. Is he going to trade Fernando Tatis Jr.? Is he really going to do that? Manny's got a no trade clause. If he could get Manny to waive it, and then he got to give Manny extra money, he would accept that. It just seems like, and Kevin Acee reported this, that A.J. Preller's up doing something big, huge, kind of like when he got Juan Soto and then when he flipped Juan Soto. And you look at their payroll, and they got some of the most expensive players in baseball. Manny's a really good player, but there's a no trade there. I mean, if you had a chance, there's no way he'd trade him to the Giants unless you got into a three-way or something. Kind of dreaming.
So. No, I wouldn't think so.
Could you imagine Fernando Tatis Jr. playing right field in this ballpark? He is so good defensively. That guy, he was a good shortstop, but he was diving around and hurting his body and riding motorbike, bikes in the off season and getting hurt, and they had to move him to right. And initially, I thought, wow, that is a demotion for him. And then you watch him play right field, it's like, whoa. He's Roberto Clemente meets Dave Parker all rolled into one. He runs like Roberto and he throws like the Cobra. I mean, who is this guy? Up against the wall, it's just, wow. He is an extraordinary right fielder, and he's a pretty good damn hitter as well. He makes a lot of money. So they're not going to trade him to the Giants, right? But A.J. Preller's borderline insane that way. But it just sounds like San Diego is going to make a lot, and kind of what I'm talking about. We're going to trade salary to acquire other elements of it in the trade, and then we're going to buy other players. If you're telling me we don't have the room to buy some of these marquee free agents, could you trade? Now, Jung-Hoo Lee is very popular, and a lot of the salary you pay out to him, you take back in other forms of revenue. But where is he as a player, really? Where do you want him to be? Who is he? Is he worth that salary? Is there any way you could move him and move a large chunk? Because I think you'd have to eat back some of his salary.
I would think so, too. I mean, look, JD and I got into this a lot later in the summer when you were out and the Giants were starting to fall apart a little bit. We were thinking, what is this team going to be? And we knew that guys who were a part of it moving forward were all the ones that they had paid a lot of money. Devers, Chapman, Adames, Webb. But the one exception was a guy who had a contract that we thought, I think Jung-Hoo Lee is very much in this prove-it kind of zone. Now, it was his first time going through the full 162 at this level. He's had a history of injuries, even going back to when he was playing overseas in Korea. But it's just, I don't know. Is he someone who you would consider moving to one of the corners? Is he your center fielder? I think the defense was a little bit questionable at times. The way he started the year looked primed to be a leadoff hitter moving forward. And then going to Yankee Stadium and having that weekend and the road trip where they ended up splitting 4 with Philly. But then he had a while where he was just stuck in the mud offensively. And the defense never justified the offense in a way that has always been the conversation around like, oh, well, Patrick Bailey, I mean, yes, it's so bad offensively, but look what he can do defensively. You weren't even having that kind of discussion there with a Jung-Hoo Lee. So again, what's his market? What's his value? That is the question. When I've heard rumblings from fans or listeners about, oh, well, would you ultimately trade Elliot Ramos? Well, my question is, yeah, he's not getting the kind of money of Jung-Hoo Lee, but Ramos's value's got to be so little to what you could ultimately get him for with the season he just had defensively there in left field. I think you got to stick it with him and at least try to get him to figure it out in year one of Tony Vitello. So we'll go ahead and wrap up the show when we come on back. Winter meetings are wrapping up tomorrow. But again, as is the case with what we've discussed all week, yes, the Giants are doing things differently. Yes, you've got Rafael Devers. Yes, you made an unprecedented hire for your manager. But comparing this time to last year, you got far more questions than you do answers about what your roster is ultimately going to look like heading into spring training. It's Papa and Silver with Dirty Work coming up in about 10 minutes on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer himself, Jeff Kent, joined Murph and Marcus around 9:30 this morning. And after talking all about it the last few days, you won't want to miss it. Check out that interview now on thesportsleader.com or available wherever you get your podcasts. All right, we can't finish up the day without talking about the Dolan Law Firm. Some of those attorney ads that you see or hear out there are not based locally, but the Dolan Law Firm is, and they've been here for more than 25 years. Chris Dolan and his team are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you locally. So if you've had issues in the workplace with discrimination or your rights being violated, you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about how you can rightfully be protected. Now, when it comes to no-fault injury accidents, Chris and his team have seen a sharp increase there, unfortunately, but that means they've also gained a lot of money from helping their clients like you. So with all the motorcyclists and children and pedestrians out there, please be careful. Let's work together to do what we can to make the Bay Area as safe as it can be. And if life gets in the way, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of people like you. And you don't have to stress about paying up front or dealing with hourly rates, and they don't even get paid until you get taken care of first. So they live here and they work here, but most of all, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And that'll just about do it for us here on this Wednesday. We'll be back tomorrow with 4 more hours of fun, including the football hour. So I want to thank our guests today, Eric Branch and Chris Rose. And we'll see how it all goes down with the winter meetings or with the 49ers as they're getting back into the flow and getting ready for Tennessee.
What do we expect from the Giants? Final day tomorrow, the winter meetings in Orlando. Who are the winners right now? Pete Alonso obviously going to Baltimore. Philadelphia keeping Kyle Schwarber. The Dodgers getting Diaz. And see about Tucker. So I put the rally cap on. Do they have to rally in vintage Giant fashion? Maybe have a walk-off off the wall from Patrick Bailey to save something? Or is the lunatic fringe going to go completely bad? You fill it in. Anyway, we'll see where it goes tomorrow. I think a lot of it is just intel, and you come home and then you work on this stuff for the next 2 or 3 months or 2 months and figure it out, or 2 or 3 weeks, so we shall see. You want to be the Michigan head football coach?
I do not.
What is going on there? What is going on there? What did he do?
At some point, we're going to have to get Takeo Spikes on because he's been doing all this college football content. So around the time of the college football playoff and getting into NFL playoffs, that's when we got to go talk to our guy TKO.
TKO. I love TKO. He taught me so much football. He and Patrick Willis were a nice tandem before they got Navarro Bowman. And we had Patrick Willis on the morning show. So we'll certainly wind up the winter meetings tomorrow. But you know what? Tomorrow is the return of T-Rock. And it's the full-blown football hour tomorrow.
Absolutely. Big thank you to Walter and big thank you to Papa for pulling out the playbook today on the defensive side. A lot of good stuff here on this Wednesday. Let's get it over to Dirty Work. Maybe they can find out during their show what the Giants are up to over the next 4 hours. What do you think, Derek?
I don't know about that, but I can give you details on Sharon Moore if you like it.
Oh, okay. Well,
what do we have? What do we have?
Basically, he's been pulling an Ime Udoka.
Oh!
Yeah. That's why he got fired.
All right. Well, that's our first hour tomorrow. We'll hand it off to Dirty Work Coach, Steve Pop, and Tim Webb. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Everybody, please be responsible out there as Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
I'm going with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Walt. Still in the chair. Get out of here, Walt. What are you doing? Get out. Go have that baby, man.
I don't know if you know, Copes. He's on Baby Watch.
Yeah, he's on Baby Watch.
I thought we started every show this week talking about
He's got nothing else to say about Walt now. You know what I mean? That's who he is. It's your identity now, Walt.
We won't see him for a long time either.
Papa Walt, dude. Yeah. We're going to get a lot of Danny, though, I bet. Some Danny, down. Some Jacobs, some Raffs.
That beautiful mug of Dan.
I caught some Raff today. We had our Cumulus Christmas party luncheon here at the Sports Leader.
I wouldn't call it a party.
What'd you call it?
A little
soiree.
A little soiree.
Yeah. I think he means
party.
I think he means party.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was nice. Nice food. Thanks to everybody for getting us some OJs.
Original Joe's, go ahead. What's your problem? He sounds like he's got a gripe.
No.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, all right, okay.
It wasn't like a party.
Okay. What are you
leading into the Costanza?
It's free lunch, man. It worked.
I'm not complaining at all. Not complaining at all. This wasn't a party.
Okay. All right. Well, I had a good time. They put out tables and there was desserts.
Yeah. No, it was very nice.
It was a gathering. There were beverages to be had. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Not a party?
Not really a party.
Okay, qualify a party for me. What makes something a party?
At a location.
Is it because it's
at work?
Is it because it's at work, so it's a luncheon?
And not during the day at 11 o'clock.
I believe they called it the holiday luncheon.
Okay, then that's
fine. They may
fine.
not have called it I might have branded it
Luncheon's appropriate.
Yeah.
Not the first annual classic.
Yeah.
No, the Dirty Work 2025 Dirty Work annual anniversary classic is coming your way on the 23rd.
Somebody suggested we call it a Classico. I think that's kind of funny.
A classic what?
Classico.
Classico? Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe it'll evolve over time.
On Festivus.
For the rest of us.
Yes.
Anyway, what for you then? What qualifies a party? It's just got to be somewhere else.
I would say like at a location and.
But it's got to be hosted, right? Like
hosted
because it's got to be. It's not just like a group of us, which we've done, all go out. You know, a bunch of us here from Litter go out and party. Night on the town. Like, we've done that before.
That's a partay. Yeah.
That's just as, like, going out.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we're just getting together. But to be hosted somewhere, where you go to somewhere for an event that someone's putting on.
I would qualify that as a party, yeah.
Okay. So, can you
have streamers.
But you can have a party.
The whole shebang.
You can have a party at your house, though.
Yeah, you can. Absolutely.
So, how do you qualify that different?
Because I called it a party.
It's just what you decide.
When invites sent.
I decide what's a party. No,
anyway,
I mean
lunch was great. Original Joe's.
No, it was a good get together for everybody here at Cumulus.
Love Original Joe's.
Yep. Good time.
A good get-together.
A good get-together.
Make sure you threw that in there. Dirty Work with you on a Wednesday. We'll get into some baseball talk at 2:50. Grant Brisbee going to join us from the winter meetings in Orlando. Pete Alonso signed today.
He did, yeah.
He got a little bit more money than Schwarber. How about how he did not get an offer reportedly from the Mets?
That's interesting.
I saw that report earlier. How about that?
I saw the report that they were uncomfortable with the years and the money being thrown around, so they did not even partake.
Yeah, we just heard the money that was being thrown around, so we didn't even look at the menu. You didn't even talk to him. The guy's been only in your organization since he.
It's like you were in the restaurant, but you didn't even look at it. You just left.
You just left. You just looked around. You're like, I'm not eating here.
I mean, who's the GM of the Mets now? Was it David Stearns?
Yeah.
Daniel Stearns?
David Stearns.
Yeah, it's not the guy from Home Alone.
No, he's not a web bandit, no.
Not Marv Munchkins.
Are we to believe that he actually didn't pick up the phone and actually call him? I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, like, do you feel comfortable given, how old is he, 31 years old? It's a 5-year contract, not too long. I don't know.
He's a power hitter.
Yeah.
He could DH is what used to a huge deal of that, the all-time Met home run king.
That was a big deal, yeah.
Like, he's arguably the best slugger they've ever had.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, a little interesting. I'd say the last 2 days, missing out on Edwin Diaz and now Pete Alonso leaving the door.
Mets fans got to be bottoming out. With the amount of money Ballmer spent and now he's like not spending.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they got Juan Soto a year ago, but now guys are just walking out the door.
Yeah, but
he missed out on the playoffs.
I mean, getting Juan Soto's part of that. I mean, he committed that money, but then some other stuff's going to fall off. Now, they gave Edwin Diaz the opt-out, and he got more money. Maybe they didn't want to give him the raise, or maybe he just wanted to walk. But Pete Alonso, I mean, that was kind of a last-minute situation last year. Remember, he wasn't signed for a really long time. People wanted the Giants to get him, and then he put together one of the best seasons of his career and bet on himself and to get a 5-year deal from the Orioles, who were a team that looked like they were going to be around for a long time.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of young
Surprisingly
talent,
disappointing.
And then fell apart completely. So, interesting signing for the Orioles. The other news is that Brendan Lau, the second baseman for the Tampa Bay Rays, potentially going to get moved. John Morosi reported a little while ago that there's an expectation that he's going to get traded in the next couple of days.
Okay.
That's a name the Giants fans I know would like. He'd be an awesome player at second. It would cost you a lot because then there was a joining report that said something about the D-backs maybe potentially talking with the Rays about Brendan Lau for Ketel Marte. Like, Marte is a hell of a player. He's 32 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a light contract, and he hits a lot of home runs and a lot of doubles, and he plays a lot of positions. I can't imagine Arizona would trade him in division. So
No.
I feel like Giants fans who would suggest that, I'm like, they're not going to play him 13 times a year.
Yeah, how often does that happen where you have in-division trades like
never.
that?
In football and baseball, it doesn't happen. Basketball, nobody cares because divisions are irrelevant.
Well, if you're the Clippers, you don't want to trade Paul George to the Warriors. That's a big deal to them.
I thought that was that about them doing it?
Yes.
Did the Warriors not really have the package? Was that it?
No, it's just that they didn't want to deal with the Warriors. That was the whole thing. The Warriors were giving, I believe, a good package, but no, the Clippers were just like, no thanks. We'd rather him go in free agency.
Give him a good package.
And we get nothing for him. Nothing.
Anyway, Grant Brisbee at 2:50 today talking some Giants baseball. Sam Amick at 3:50, and then the return to Dirty Work. First time we've talked to him in a long time because we were off for Thanksgiving.
That's right.
And he was on Thanksgiving week. Steve Young at 5 o'clock tonight.
Hell yeah.
For his bi-weekly Dirty Work conversation.
That's probably his reaction coming back to us.
Talk to him about Phil Rivers. Sounds like he's going to start now.
This week?
There's more reports that says it has a chance to play this week.
Ooh. Against that Seahawks defense?
That's incredible.
Yikes.
That's incredible.
That's a lot for Phillip Rivers in a short week.
It's a lot for an injured Riley Leonard, too.
Yeah. But you rather just throw Riley Leonard to the dogs at this point.
They just drafted him, dude.
I know.
It's like I'm going to pick this guy
I know, but like you want to scare off Phillip Rivers in 1 week, just be like, I'm good, guys, actually. I shouldn't have come out of retirement. I'm 44 years old. What the hell am I thinking? I got Leonard Williams coming after me and DeMarcus Lawrence. No, thank you.
Phillip Rivers is here because he can deal with that, dude. That's why Phillip Rivers, you don't do it unless you have the mentality. He knows better than anybody.
I know he has the mentality.
I mean, there's no way, like, football's got to be the sport where, like, there's no way you can mentally make the comeback unless you're ready to take the hits. Like, I keep going back to the line Dante Whitner said to us on the air one time where he said,
hitting.
Yeah, probably didn't say that. You spelled a couple of words incorrectly, too. Oh.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, dude, Dante. It's incredible.
I miss Dante.
Me too. One of the most feared hitters in the history of the NFL.
Yeah,
He said to me one time at a Niner game, and he said it, I think we were doing pregame, and he goes, man, He goes, I was standing on the field the other day, and they were running by me, these guys, as fast as they was going. I thought, damn, I can't believe I did that.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's incredible. And he talked about how you have to be in the mindset to play football. It's not just like getting hit. You got to know you can do it. You got to take that first hit when you get out there in pads again for the first time. But, like, to do it at the level that he's going to do it and at the level that he played, he's got a different mentality about it. Like, you've got to be able, 5 years removed, to still think I can go play this position right now.
That's why he's maniacal and he wants to get back in the game because
That's incredible.
It's unfinished business. And not to mention the fact that I'm not saying he was going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he was close. Eventually would have been maybe 2027, 2028 where he finally got in. So he's playing for something. He must feel really confident in his chances to do something for the Colts, propel them to the playoffs. It's going to be very interesting. We'll see what happens with Riley Leonard. I would say most likely Phillip Rivers plays against the 49ers, and I want to know who's going to be that first guy on the Niners to give him a woo hit. Where it's like, ooh, I missed that in 5 years. Someone just laid a lick on me.
Yeah,
Damn.
dude. I mean, like, it's kind of, I don't know. It's crazy. I mean, he has to have stayed in football shape, and the fact that we know for a fact that he's maintained contact, or he did with Kyle Shanahan in 2023, like.
And Kyle talked about that today.
It makes sense that we'll talk about that in a few minutes, but it makes sense that he maintained contact with other organizations and other teams too then, right? If he was looking for an opportunity that he thought worked best for him at the right time of year, in the right situation, where he could come back and maybe compete for a Super Bowl and thought it had the pieces, that's really what he's looking for, right?
Right.
I mean, it's sort of like the only other player in sports in my lifetime that this reminds me of, and Ricky Henderson was different because he just was like itching to play ball. He was like, I just want to play ball. Whoever will sign me, I'll
Ricky
go
loves to play ball.
That's why he played for so many teams. That's why he signed with the Newark Bears. Right?
Yeah. That's a weird part of Ricky's career.
Dude,
yeah.
he just like he was bounced right to play for the Dodgers at the end, was a Padre. Like we're at 44 years old. He's like, I just play ball. That's what I do. The great Ricky Henderson. Rest R.I.P. dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Close to a year ago.
Yeah, right. So the one other player that it reminds me of is Roger Clemens. Remember at the end of his career where
I remember
he
it
would
well.
come back at like mid-season for like the Yankees, or he announced it one time on the video board at the end, near the end of the season. He was like coming back for the final 3 months.
Not only that, man.
With the Astros.
Well, pitching for the Sugar Land Skeeters. I saw it in the summertime going back home for that minor league team.
You saw him pitch for them?
I did. I saw Roger Clemens pitch, and I saw Tracy McGrady pitch for the Sugar Land Skeeters.
Were they on the same roster?
I don't know if it was the same roster. I don't know if it was the same roster.
Team, dude. You imagine you're like a minor league baseball player, independent ball?
Yeah.
You're like, who'd you play with? Tracy McGrady.
And Roger Clemens. Remember him?
Too.
He scored like he scored like 12 points in 10 seconds. You're like, in basketball? Yeah, he was a great pitcher.
Yeah, he was an all-star, but he only made like 4 starts all season, dude. Yeah. They just like hyped up the all-star game and threw Tracy McGrady in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was very weird. It was good like a little attraction in the summertime to go to a minor league baseball game, but yeah, Tracy McGrady. I don't remember him pitching very well.
That they're pumping 83 or whatever.
Yeah, maybe like
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Grant Brisbee 250, Sam Amick 350 of The Athletic, talking some Warrior basketball and some NBA trade talk. Also, Steve Young at 5 o'clock for his bi-weekly Dirty Work conversation. We are giving away Jim Gaffigan tickets yet again today. It's right around the corner. It's coming June 14th of next year.
Hell yeah.
We'll tell you how you can win those when we come on back. But we'll also tell you what Kyle Shanahan had to say earlier today. Met with the media. The Warriors. The 49ers had practice earlier today. He gave us a health report. We'll get you all that ahead of the Niners and the Titans this Sunday, Week 15. Niners in a really good spot here in the final 4 games. We'll talk more about that today and into Thursday and Friday. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Be sure to catch San Francisco 49ers General Manager John Lynch tomorrow morning with Mervyn Marcus at 8 a.m. for the state of the team after the bye week. John Lynch will make your morning commute shorter, your coffee will taste better, and your coworkers will be less annoying. It's science.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Fun day, too. We get to talk to some of our favorites. 2:50 Grant Brisbee from the winter meetings, 3:50 Sam Amick, 5 o'clock. Steve Young for his biweekly conversation. I do want to get into the 49ers back in action this week.
Hell yeah, man.
Against the Tennessee Titans.
Huge tilt.
How about the
Huge
Titans?
tilt.
I'd sort of forgotten this because the Titans don't, as far as the NFL teams that don't reach my level of knowledge this year of how I've watched games, the Titans I know they're bad, so I don't see a lot of them unless they're playing somebody good.
Yeah, are they the team that you've seen the least this season?
Yes, I think absolutely. And this is the point I was making.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're definitely the team I've seen the least. I've seen way more Saints than I've seen Titans.
Oh, I would say the Saints are the same category for me.
I would say the Saints are definitely above that for me.
Like that's a back of the bar game.
Now the reason for me is they've played more NFC West. They've played the NFC West this year, so I've watched them play against the Rams and the Seahawks and
the Niners.
Arizona. Yeah, and the Niners too.
What's the terminology, Tim?
It's a corner TV game.
Corner TV game.
Nice.
I saw on the corner TV when I was watching with Danny and Walter and some of the filth on Sunday. I was like, the Bucs are losing this game. What the hell's going on here?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a lot of that game this week because it was a good game. That was one of the first times I'd seen them.
Well, as far as the Titans and the Browns, that was a high scoring game. I found that very surprising.
The Titans and Browns. That's
yeah. Well, no, I mean both games. I just don't watch enough of the Saints, and I know some players obviously on the Tennessee Titans. I couldn't tell you right now, is Calvin Ridley playing for them? Active? I know he's still on the roster, but I have no idea.
Yes.
Yeah, see, exactly.
It's bad. You put us in a bad spot here, dude. No, what I was going to say was this is how bad it was for me. I'd forgotten, and then once I read it, I remembered this had happened. I'd forgotten they fired Brian Callahan.
Yeah.
After they went 1-5, he was the first coach fired. It's an early firing.
Well, he said they were the dumbest team in America.
He did well. that was his dad.
No, that was his dad.
Yeah, his dad
no,
said that.
Cam Ward said, "I'm gonna keep a buck right now. We ass." So kind of on the same level.
And they fired him, and they just got to win. Their head coach, interim head coach, Mike McCoy.
Yeah, back in the day with the Chargers.
Former Chargers coach. So he had coached Phillip Rivers and Shane Steichenwald. They were talking a lot about that. I just watched this press conference earlier today. And
Phillip?
No, Mike McCoy.
Okay.
He spoke to the media today also. And it's funny, his tone, you could tell the way the media was talking to him.
Yeah.
That you could tell that this was clearly a different mood because of their victory last week.
Yes.
And he talked about it. He was like, I just had to show them things on tape that we did well in that game against the Browns, so that they could see what winning football looks like. And he goes, there's no winning ugly. Winning is winning. And I was like, sure, especially for a team that's got 2 wins.
Exactly.
It doesn't really matter how you come by them, right? But for me, it's the way they won that game last week isn't a repeatable way to win a game against the 49ers.
You're not going to see teams like that every week.
No, it's not going to happen. The same way the Niners got home for 3 sacks for a season high against Shador.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not anticipating that a lot.
It's very impressive that Cam Ward was able to score against that defense and that pass rush.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be a thing every week with that offense that the Browns have.
Anyway, it's funny that Niners are out of the bye, and I'm like, damn, I got to learn about this team that's got 2 wins. Dude.
I know. I mean, the best player on Tennessee is Jeffrey Simmons. He's a monster. As far as everybody else, I know they picked up some guys. L'Jarius Sneed was on the Chiefs back in the day. But yeah, there's a reason why they're one of the worst teams of football.
Let's hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say. By the way, a little injury update as we're out of the bye week. No practice today. Tatum Bethune still dealing with that ankle. Sam Okanyanu is still out. And then Nick Martin still has concussion symptoms. So Nick Martin is still out.
Yep.
Frustrating rookie season from a fan perspective for Nick Martin, I think. Limited in practice, Kyle Juszczyk. Remember, he broke his ribs?
Sounds promising, though, that he's limited.
Yeah, he's limited. And also another report from Kyle Shanahan, Yetur Gross-Matos, they're going to open his practice window
They need
tomorrow.
him in. They need as much pass rush as possible, so that's a very good sign.
And Matt said to us, Matt Mayoko on Monday said to us, if they don't open his window on Wednesday, probably not a good sign that he's going to be back this week, because that would indicate that they don't think he's ready to come off. And then I don't know if this means he plays this week.
Well, the interesting
they're just going a day late.
The interesting thing is, yes, they were asked. Kyle was asked about that today, and Matt Mayoko asked him why today, why tomorrow and not today? And he goes, it's just the timeline of things with the injury. So it sounds promising that he could be elevated by tomorrow, and he's good for this Sunday. We'll see.
Okay, so Yetur Gross-Matos' 21-day practice window can be open tomorrow. That's a big return if and when they get him back. And then he spoke about some other things today. So we talked earlier about Phillip Rivers returning to the Indianapolis Colts. And by the way, it's not like I don't know if people have looked at Phillip Rivers' numbers.
Yeah.
It's not like he flamed out.
No. That last year, he was great.
His last year was the COVID season.
Yeah, he took the Colts to the playoffs and lost to the Bills in the first round.
And then retired. And so he never really...
And that game was a shootout. That wasn't like where the Bills kicked their ass. It was like 27-24.
Yeah, he went... I'll get that for you in a minute. But he, in his final season, the Colts went 11-5.
Yeah.
By the way, coming off of a 5-11 season he had with the Chargers.
And you know what? I think that was Jonathan Taylor's rookie season. God, that's incredible that he's back. And yeah, it was a playoff year, 11-5. And yeah, just Phillip wanted to go play with his kids after that.
He completed 68% of his passes, which was higher than the season before.
Yeah.
In his one season in Indy. He threw for 4,100 yards. And again, this is 16 games. He played all of them. He threw 24 touchdowns, 11 interceptions.
Can you name all the quarterbacks that came after Phillip Rivers for the Colts?
Ooh, all of them? I don't know.
So,
Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
Was Nick Foles there also?
No.
Was that before?
So it was Phillip retired. They went with Carson Wentz. Then they traded traded for him, and then they traded for Matt Ryan.
Right.
And then Anthony Richardson. And then, now to Daniel Jones.
I think there's a couple other guys probably mixed in there.
Yeah, probably. Like some backups I'm not thinking of.
Yeah, right.
But those were the main guys.
Yeah, so Phillip Rivers returns, and Kyle Shanahan, we talked about it the other day, back in 2023. Nick Wagner reported this or brought this back up the other day, as did a couple other guys, that had they gone to the Super Bowl after Brock Purdy had gotten hurt in that NFC Championship game. If for some reason they pulled that game out and won it, they wouldn't have had a quarterback that was healthy enough. Jimmy, of course, said he would have tried to play maybe, but Phillip Rivers was evidently on call. So Kyle Shanahan was asked today, and now with Phillip Rivers returning to the Colts, asked about talking with him back in 2022 and 2023. Here's what Kyle remembers.
We talked to Phillip as soon as Jimmy broke his foot and talked about the possibility of him coming in. I remember telling him that we really felt good about this rookie that we had. And we were having to sign other guys from other teams to even have a backup at that moment, so we had no backup. We also had a rookie who was the last pick in the draft and who hadn't played a snap yet except for the mop-up time that he got. So we're not sure where this is going to go. But we'd like to see him go and see how he can do because we think he might do real well. But regardless, we didn't have anyone after him at the time, so that was when Phillip started watching our installs, getting ready for the possibility to come here, and he would have if Brock ever got hurt.
Such a unique situation, right?
Very interesting.
It's not like we're going to talk to Kyle Shanahan tomorrow for his weekly hit out of the bye week here. But it's not like there are other guys that could just be I would love to ask, is this something you do frequently? Do you have other guys that you would go to like that? There's not guys of this level at this stage where they're like, yeah, I'm willing to come out of retirement because I think I can still play at that level up to 5 years later. Phillip Rivers was quoted the other day saying, or today I think, when he met with the media, saying he thought this ship had sailed, it wasn't going to happen. He was open to that possibility in a return, but it was going to have to be the right situation. And I don't know, he feels like he's still got something in the tank and can help somebody, and they think he can help them. So if Kyle Shanahan evaluated it like that, that was still 2 years after he played.
Right.
You know what I mean? That was still 2 years removed from having played. And at that point, you're like, it's got to be one of the hardest things to do is to make sure you're up to speed. But this would mean he's been in shape. His mind is there, and he never really had a big decline. That's what's interesting. Right?
No.
He didn't he was 39 when he stopped playing in his final season. But if you were to say, okay, who's the next guy you would call? There's not really a guy out there like that right now. Tom Brady's not coming back. Matt Ryan's not coming back.
No, you wouldn't want Matt Ryan.
And you also saw a decline in their play.
You definitely did.
It was different.
and even Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, no.
Who's, I think, a Hall of Famer as well.
Same.
I think he was rumored to be in the same situation as Philip Rivers with the 49ers, but I think Kyle debunked that today, saying, like, we never called but Ben Roethlisberger. Yeah, I don't even know who you would call upon. I think, like, you would kind of hope that maybe Russell Wilson would want his release. There's not even good free agents out there right now.
There's not even a real situation like this. Like, it's got to be really unique. So I wonder, like...
By the way, I forgot about Gardner Minshew. He's a quarterback for the Colts, too.
There you go. Who would be like a current player who you think that could happen with? Like, could Aaron Rodgers be that guy?
No, I think
that
when
he calls it,
I think that when he retires, he's done.
Because he's played into his 40s.
Yeah,
now?
you know, he's going into the darkness retreats, and you can't get a hold of him. No, I don't think that's happening.
He's going Jake Plummer on us, dude.
Yeah,
just growing
now
the beard.
I think Russell Wilson could be that guy who agrees to go on to TV,
but his career has declined.
I know.
It's a little bit different because
so you're talking about a guy that's still at the height of his powers.
I guess that's what makes Philip Rivers so unique in that.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't really at the height of his powers, but he's still at 39
is anybody
years
playing
old.
currently right now where you're like, he's an older quarterback and still playing at a high level?
But Joe Flacco's basically done that, but it's just sort of Joe Flacco's kind of done like it resurrected his career. You know what I mean? He's kind of like the Bartolo Colon of football.
But I don't think Joe's ever going to retire formally. I think he'll just be like, all right, yeah, if you need me, call me.
Yeah, I could see that. He might be that guy. I think he's kind of...
You know what?
He's already done it once.
Another guy that they could have called upon, Ryan Tannehill, who's never really, I think, formally retired. And I don't think he had a decline per se.
Just the Titans just sort of broke down and changed things up.
And they drafted Malik Willis. It was a whole thing where he was like, I'm not going to help him. And I never thought that was bad. It was just like, you know, he's trying to take my job. I get it. But he's never really like said, I'm retired. He's just like, there hasn't been a good situation for me. So I've just been sitting on the couch the last few years.
Yeah, he hasn't played since 2023.
Right.
Another guy who won Comeback Player of the Year. Dude, he started 11 games the year before. I must have gotten hurt. If he got hurt and came
back. He stole that one from Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019. Jimmy should have been Comeback Player of the Year.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
For Jimmy tearing his ACL, then having a solid season in 2019, 13-3 record, Jimmy should have won that award.
Kruger checks in and says Derek Carr.
You know what?
We did talk Derek Carr, you and I, the other day. The one thing is that his rights are owned by the Saints, right?
Yeah, so I don't think, unless you can call the Saints up and be like, can you just release him? But why would they do that? I'm surprised I'm sure they inquired about Derek Carr. I would be the least bit surprised if Derek Carr this offseason says, I want to come back, and the Saints trade him to the Steelers or another team. But yeah, I would have inquired about Derek Carr, but it sounds like the Saints were like, no, we're going to make it, kind of hard for him. It's the whole thing with the contract situation. He was pissed off about that. That's why I think he retired, plus the neck injury that he suffered. So, yeah, Derek Carr's an option, but I think the Saints would have played hardball there.
More here from Kyle Shanahan. He was asked if he reflected during the bye week on the season the 49ers have had to this point.
Just wondering if the time off, you had any time to reflect that you guys are 9-4, given all the challenges you've had with injuries, that I know you need a little bit of help, but still have a shot at the division and an outside shot at being the number one overall seed in the NFC. Did you reflect on all that at all?
No. Everyone tries to with me, and then I usually snap at them. You can just as easily lose 4 games in a row as win 4 games in a row, and so that 4 games is a long ways away, and there's a lot of things that can happen, so I don't reflect at all.
It's not a bad question by any means. We just know right away that Kyle's like,
no, dude.
I watched football. I hung out with my family, but I did not reflect on this season.
Probably watch a couple movies. He's into watching movies with his family, and Well, have a couple pops and get ready for next week.
I talked to him last week. He spent Thanksgiving all by himself because his family ditched him. So he was planning on hanging out with them, and then he was like, "Oh, you guys are going without me?" And his family went. His wife visited her family.
So he did the Tom Tolbert where he went. Dude, don't forget Tom's story was when he was playing. Was it for Charlotte?
Yes.
And he was at Thanksgiving. He had
a can of tuna
by himself. He said
a 6-pack.
He went to the grocery store and all they had on the shelf was like 2 cans of tuna or a bunch of cans of tuna. So he grabbed 2 cans of tuna.
Yeah.
I think it was 2 Sixers.
Oh, was it?
I think it was a couple of Sixers.
Yeah, it had to be.
Went back and he watched there were like 2 Thursday football games.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sounds like Kyle got the chance to watch a little bit of Texas football, and then he went out for Cleveland, obviously.
What's up, Tim?
No, I was just thinking, hey, Kyle, did you reflect?
No. Yes, it's pretty. It's a hard no.
You know what? But no, I like that because the season's not over, and I know that everybody's like, yes, they have a very good chance to make the postseason, but he's a maniacal coach in that regard, where it's like we can easily lose 4 games here. So I'm not losing track of that. I like that.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited. They're in really good position right now, considering the matchups they have ahead, and a huge game for the Rams and the Seahawks in Seattle on Thursday night next week.
Okay, real quick, people on the text line are like, "What about Cam Newton?" Come on, Cam's not coming. Like, You really want Cam Newton right now to come out of like First Take and all of his weirdo hats and come play for the Colts?
Yeah. Can you imagine Kyle getting on the phone with Cam?
No.
He's like, Cam, you still got those hats?
Yeah. And then some
people
people
still play quarterback?
And then some people are saying Kaepernick, and I get it. Kaepernick is younger than Phillip Rivers. Kaepernick hasn't played in, 10 years now? It's been longer than Phillip Rivers.
Still ready, he says.
Yeah, he says he's still ready.
I don't know. That's it. Nobody's ever in. That's the thing. Is like, it's not like an independent league where you can just go play ball. We could see what it would be like. I mean,
he's been offered. He's been offered.
Actually, he could. He could go join one of those leagues.
He's been offered before.
UFL and all this?
And I think...
Why didn't he do that? He'd probably be able to make a comeback.
No, but he just didn't want to do that. And then I remember a couple years ago, I think it was the 2022 offseason, the Raiders publicly said that they were trying to have Kaepernick do a tryout. And I thought that was just a total PR stunt. I don't think they were ever serious about that.
I don't know. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with the Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Different turn on the end of that segment. All right, we'll switch gears here on the other side, and I'll tell you how you can win some Jim Gaffigan tickets right around the corner. Jeff Kent was on the morning show today and told a story about a memory that still haunts him from his baseball career to this day. We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. We're going to catch up with Grant Brisbee of The Athletic, talk some Giants baseball from the winter meetings. Giants baseball or lack thereof.
Yeah.
Activity-wise.
What's your confidence level in them doing something before the winter meetings end?
I mean, I have confidence in Buster Posey. I just don't I think they're being aggressive.
Yeah. It's not for lack of trying, in my opinion.
And no, for sure not. And Larry Krueger had an interesting tweet yesterday where he said, there's so many leaks seemingly coming out of the Giants organization. It is interesting that, we didn't hear anything about the Orioles really tied to Pete Alonso until he signed, right?
Yeah.
It just, seems like it came out of nowhere. But obviously that's a deal that's been getting done. And I'm not saying there's obviously those conversations with the Giants are being had. They're not telling us what's happening, of course. But it is interesting that frequently, and it's not just this year, it's over the last few years, The Giants are tied to so many players. And part of it is that they're tied to some of the biggest players, so they're always going to be reported on. But they're tied to so many players that then they don't get. But it does raise the question, like, why are we hearing so frequently about the Giants being tied to players? Right? We didn't hear about Edwin Diaz being tied to the Dodgers. He just signed with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Like, this happens all the time, and it feels like, oh, man, it's why it's a splash piece of news. So one thing I would say is, like, obviously the Rafael Devers thing was done under wraps. I don't know about, like, saying there's leaks, but there's clearly some information being told to somebody. Like, Krug's right on that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's happening a lot. And now it's two different regimes, so there's some crossover, of course, but, like, it does make you wonder, like, to the point Tim was making, have the Giants been used as a leverage team? I think when you lose out on so many players, it is fair to ask that, especially when you've been mentioned alongside other teams so frequently. But who knows? It is weird. We'll talk more about it with Grant Brisbee in just a few minutes here at 2:50. Jeff Kent, the newest Hall of Famer, was on the morning show with Murph and Marcus earlier today. They were asking him why he chose to go into the Hall of Fame as a Giant. I got to be honest. I didn't know you got to choose still. That this was a thing. I don't think you used to get to choose. I remember Roger Clemens making a statement one time years ago, before he found out he probably wasn't going to go to the Hall of Fame, that he wanted to go in as a Yankee.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was like his thing. He loved being a Yankee, wanted to go in as a Yankee. It was a really good case. Should probably go in if he's going in as a Red Sox.
Yeah.
That he was the most dominant dude ever.
More Cy Youngs then, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think he won with Houston. I think he won one in Toronto.
Yeah.
He won with the Yankees, won rings with the Yankees.
So,
but
you don't choose yourself?
I think he said, like, if they don't put me in as a Yankee, I want to go to the hat blank. He might have had some statement like that, but I know he was, like, adamant that he wanted to go in as a Yankee. But, like, it wasn't up to him.
That's why I found this interesting this morning when Marcus asked him about going in as a Giant, and he goes, whoa, hang on there. So I don't know, do you get to choose yourself, or does Major League Baseball get to choose for you?
Well, I think now you get to I'm assuming now you get to choose. Why don't we hear from Jeff Kent, who was asked why he chose to go to the Hall of Fame as a Giant? Here you go.
Well, I'll backtrack you. I don't know if they've picked it yet. I don't think we don't have a choice, but the mantra, and this is probably what you're spinning off of, is there's no doubt that in San Francisco is where I had the best part of my career. It's where, my career finally took off. I think I played well in New York. But when I got to San Francisco and the team that Sabian and Coletti put together in the ownership group kept San Francisco in town, and the McGowans, Peter was a big part of that too. It just all came together. Dusty Baker was at the top of the food chain on that team, and it all came together for us. So, in my 6 years there, I don't doubt that they'll give me that hat, but, I don't know if it's been chosen yet, but I'm not even worried about it because it's probably not even a question.
Okay, so that's interesting to me because...
So he says we don't get to choose, so I was right.
Yeah.
You don't get to select.
Well, that's a weird deal. I mean, no, it's...
The Hall of Fame's so weird.
Yeah,
It's our museum. We decide what hat you were best in.
I don't doubt that Jeff Kent would have chose to go in as a Giant himself, but the fact that Major League Baseball has to choose that for him... That's very interesting to me.
You get me all worked up again.
I mean, it would be funny if there were guys who loved if you went and saw Frank Thomas was in as like a Blue Jay, that would make you laugh, right?
Well,
if he's like, I just love the city of Toronto. Like, I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like, dude, he's a White Sox, man.
Yeah, like if Ricky Henderson was on anybody except the A's.
Okay, well, no, Reggie Jackson is basically remembered as a Yankee, but his best seasons were with the Oakland A's. He was only with the Yankees for 4 or 5 seasons, but I'm pretty sure he went in as a Yankee. He's always remembered as a Yankee.
Yeah. I don't know.
So did he get to choose that? Why does he get to choose that? And
I don't think anybody chooses to. That's what Jeff Kent's saying. No, but that's my point is when Murph asked him why he chose to go in as a Giant, I think Murph thought they chose too. And I was always...
It was Marcus that asked him, yeah.
Excuse me, Marcus. But I was like, I think I always knew this, that you don't get to choose because of the Roger Clemens statement.
Gotcha.
So he was like, I want to go in as this. He was like making his case to go in as a Yankee, knowing that there would be... It's more than likely he's going to go in as a Red Sox. I think that's why he said something.
Okay.
If he were to go in.
That's so interesting to me. Okay. I figured that the player gets to decide that, but I guess not.
Because in football, it doesn't matter. You just go in.
You just have a bust. Yeah,
you're just a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
But in baseball, your plaque has the hat on it.
Yeah. Well, there's some players in the NFL.
I kind of like that they do that, though. I kind of like having somebody in as a team.
No, I like that too.
But in football, there'd be no way to show. You're not putting it in there as a helmet.
You could put the helmet on him. Although that would look kind of weird.
Now the busts have helmets too.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if they made custom helmets for the busts.
Yeah, exactly.
They were removable.
They're like, they're
you could put them on with the face mask and everything.
Well, like if you left it up to Marcus Allen, his best seasons were with the Raiders, but he'd probably choose to go in as a Chief because he hated the Raiders so much.
See, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's probably why they leave that out of it.
Yeah.
They're probably like, this is pure baseball. We don't want any feelings going into it.
Yeah.
I'm doing a little more research right here. It says player input is considered, but they don't get the final say.
Wow. So that's always been the case.
So can you imagine, dude? You don't get the final say, but we'll hear you out. All right.
Well, then I am curious. Is Reggie Jackson in the Hall of Fame as a Yankee or an Oakland A?
I think he's in as a Yankee.
Well, that doesn't make sense then. His best seasons were with the A's.
I'm going to look it up real quick.
The argument that I'm reading here is that Maddox was with the Cubs for, 10 years, and he was with the Braves for 11 or something like that. And so
okay.
either, or he could have gone either.
What did he go in as a Brave?
I think he went as a Brave.
I think he went in as a Brave, too.
Well, you got it, yeah.
He was insane with the Cubs, too.
I know. Went to the World Series, though.
Jeff Kent, though.
Oh, you know what? Maddox had a blank look because he didn't want to choose between the two of them.
Oh, he did have a blank.
But he has the right to choose that.
Well, he opted for a blank, and they made that. And so, again, he didn't have the right to choose. They just told you what the rules were. They decide, they'll take your input. And if his input was, I played with both teams for the same amount of time, won multiple Cy Youngs with both teams, I don't want to choose between them.
Gotcha.
That would be his input. And they said, you know what? We agree. You were just as dominant with both. It doesn't make sense. It'd be funny if they went split cap on him. They went the Yankees, the Giants.
Cubs and Braves.
Just throw the split cap on him, dude. Just throw two logos on his hat.
That would be very interesting.
Some hat he never wore. So, I mean, Jeff Kent's time with the Giants.
Yeah.
Were his best seasons.
Absolutely.
Of his 377 career home runs, 175 were with the Giants. His next most with anybody were 75 with the Dodgers for 4 years. And he was 6 years with the Giants. He had nearly he had 100 more home runs.
He's a Giant.
Yeah,
I have a quote here from the Hall of Fame vice president. He says, while the Hall of Fame has the final say of what logo is depicted, we work with the electee to reach an appropriate conclusion that accurately reflects the electee's career in the game. All teams, however, are listed in the text of the plaque. All the teams.
Yeah, they put all the teams you played for in the plaque. Here's more from Jeff Kent on the morning show. The most, I don't know, important sports moment of my childhood, formative sports moment of my childhood, the 2002 San Francisco Giants losing in Game 7. Jeff talked about how this is a moment that still haunts him to this day.
You're going to make me cry. What are you doing? That's not good. Because let me tell you, that was one of the most roller coaster emotional 2-day periods that I ever had in my entire life. So to do a little back history, so K-Rod, they called him K-Rod. He struck out everybody. He came in and closed everybody out. We couldn't hit that little punk, and it drove me nuts. And finally, we were in Game 6 after we just got kicking the crap out of the Angels at home. We beat the crap out of them. And then at Game 5, we go to Game 6, and that RBI put us either ahead or one more run up. I can't.
Yeah,
anyway,
it went from 4-0 to 5-0. Yeah, 5-0.
Yeah, so that fist pump was, we finally got you, you son of a bitch, and we're going to do this because that kid kept closing us down all the time because he was that good with his slider. And we got that hit, and then, you know what, just a couple innings later, we ended up losing that game, and what a downer that was. And then I'm thinking, we're okay. We still got one more, and, dang it if we didn't go out and lose Game 7 too. People ask me all the time, what is your most favorite moment or most memorable moment? And you always think, well, that's a positive side, right? Well, my most memorable moment is losing Game 7. And I'm a half empty guy. I'm a guy that's always wanting to fix things and solve problems. And I'm always looking at things on the negative side. And dang it, if that Game 7 for me personally was one of the most burning, memorable moments I ever had in my career.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's so funny. Like, I mean, he played it, he lived it, he went through that. But like, as a fan and as a kid, that was, I would agree. Like, those were more than Game 7 in 2014 for the Giants and the Royals. Like, it was a stressful day that day of Game 7 because of how the Giants lost Game 6 in Kansas City.
Right.
It was like 10-0 or something, or 11, whatever it was the night before. But the way the Giants, like he said, they won Game 5 in San Francisco 16-4.
Yeah.
And Jeff hit 2 home runs in that game. He said we kicked the crap out of them. They go to Game 6. I remember we were having a party at our house. And when Dusty pulled Russ Ortiz in that game, the Giants are up 5-0, 7 outs to play, right? It's Game 6. I remember me and my mama Susie, we made eye contact from across the room. We were having like a party to watch, and we like kind of side-eye looked at each other, and we didn't say anything, but we both knew after the moment was like, they're going to win the World Series. Like, this is the moment. That's what Jeff was saying. He got the RBI that put him up 5-0 on K-Rod in the 7th or the 6th inning. Might have been top of the 7th, and then that was it. Then they came back in the bottom half or started to mount their comeback.
It's the most painful sports memory in my life.
It's crazy. Of the 3, and I still think about this, like of the 3 World Series teams, and I love them all, and I was in 2010's, of course, incredible, my favorite sports moment ever. Like 2002 means as much to me because of how deep that cut.
Dude, the losses always stick with you.
But that doesn't feel the same for a guy like Jeff Kent, you know?
No, I mean, like, you know, for me,
he doesn't get to celebrate.
No, I mean, I totally understand that. Even though the Giants got 3 World Series, it's going to be that 2002 World Series loss that stays with you. For me, like, yes, the Warriors got 4 championships. The loss, you know, blowing the 3-1 lead, that one hurts even more than the 4 championships.
Yeah.
I'll always remember that
I'm
one.
a big believer. It's not always the case, but it seems pretty true frequently. You lose game 6, you lose game 7. Because it means you were up 3-2, and you're back. They've been playing back against the wall already.
Yeah.
I just always subscribe to that. I'm sure it's not an accurate all the time thought, but it does feel that way to me frequently.
Yeah. And also, like, I'm not a huge fan, like, still in baseball, it's where game 6 and 7 still goes to the team that has home field advantage.
It's 2-3-2.
Yeah,
is the way baseball works instead of 2-2-1-1-1.
And I get you want to cut down the travel, but
Well, you can't. It would change the entire scope of how you manage a World Series because pitching would change. You'd need off days then for the travel.
No, true.
Because it's the one sport where you're not playing with the same guys every day.
Right.
You know what I mean? Football's once a week. If somebody gets hurt or whatever, they're out.
Yeah, no,
in
it's
baseball,
different.
you're literally using half your team as a different group of guys every day.
By the way, I think Jeff Kent set a record for saying son of a bitch during an interview today.
How many times did he say it?
I want to say like 3 or 4 times. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, that's my guy, Jeff Kent. All right, Dirty Work on a Wednesday. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, let's go out to Orlando to catch up with Grant Brisbee, one of my favorite dudes. At the winter meetings, he covers the Giants for The Athletic. We'll pick his brain about whether or not they're going to get anything done. Is anything imminent here? And how come there's so many leaks with nothing coming to fruition? We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today. Of note, Tatum Bethune did not practice with his high ankle injury. Kyle Juszczyk was limited while nursing his... And Nick Martin is still in the concussion protocol. For everything 49ers, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday and a good opportunity and always fun to go out to our guy Grant Brisbee, covers the Giants for The Athletic. He's out in Orlando covering the winter meetings. Grant, great to have you back on, man. How are you?
Hey, Grant.
I'm doing very, very well. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, dude. We're just kind of waiting for some news, dude. Buster said the other day to you guys, he's like, "Yeah, I gotta make something happen so you guys have something to talk about." I was like, "Bro, you ain't kidding, man."
Yeah, it's been a little slow. At least the Giants aren't the Mets.
No,
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Dude, I saw some Mets fans bottoming out on Twitter yesterday about Edwin Diaz, and it was like part of it was Diaz leaving, but a lot of it was the Dodgers, and I'm like, "This is what got you guys." This one, I was like, "This is small potatoes to me, man." I was like, "This is nothing." If you're a Giants fan.
Oh yeah, I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, Edwin Diaz. I mean, come on. The Dodgers are just going to lay in the weeds and just pounce on the players they need, and they're going to do this for the rest of time. Just get used to it.
Yeah, talking to Grant Brisbee, who covers the Giants for The Athletic. So let me ask you, like, I think one of the questions around their free agent approach, and we don't really know until they make a significant signing, is what market they're in. Like, we've heard they've checked in. They quote, checked in on Kyle Schwarber, maybe met with Framber Valdez, but none of the big-name pitchers, really, the top guys, except for Dylan Cease, who went before the meetings, have been signed. So do we have any idea or scope of what kind of market they're in for anybody?
No. No. It is. Look, it is. They've publicly, privately, let it be known that they are not likely to be punching above their weight. They're not likely to be chasing the nine-figure pitchers is the way I would describe them. They see that as being unlikely. At the same time, I do think that this front office might have learned a lesson from their predecessors. Their predecessors didn't follow, which is that they would overpromise and underdeliver, right? That's how the memes come up with Bryce Harper and Giancarlo Stanton and Arson Judge and all that. I mean, you just got used to the Giants finishing second. I think this front office would very much like to underpromise and overdeliver. If you remember, the Willie Adames signing was there wasn't a big lead up with, I hear the Giants are close. I hear the Giants are playing footsie. The Giants are 6 years, 7 years. It was just sort of on your plate,
right,
on your lap. Here, Willie Adames, boom. And I think there's a chance of that. But once I start saying that and I hear myself, it sounds like I'm being an apologist dork. And so I think that the Occam's razors, that they're just not going to spend. I think it's a complicated goulash, but I don't think that they're going to spend a lot this year.
Well, I totally hear that, and that's kind of where I am too. But like you said, the Occam's razor here is it doesn't logically make sense in that they have some of the most holes to fill, and they have a bunch of nine-figure contracts on the roster right now. So I'm like, how do they fill an entire bullpen, two pitchers in the starting staff, and an outfielder potentially without having to spend money? Or do you view it as maybe like a gap year in free agent signings?
It could be a gap year insofar as they're not going to do the nine-figure. They're not going to get the guys that have 2 commas, 10 minus 2. Okay, anyways, you know what I mean. The nine-figure.
Yeah.
They're not gonna play around with that. Maybe not this year, but the bullpen is one of those areas where you don't want to throw money at it, right? I mean, the Dodgers did it last year with Tanner Scott and Kirby Yates, and they won the World Series anyway, but it wasn't because of them.
Right.
And their only solution this year to the same problem is to throw more money at it. And I get why. It's the easiest solution. It's probably has a higher likelihood of working, of course, than signing a minor league free agent. But I don't think that's the default for most teams, even the rich teams. They're going to hunt. They're going to sift through minor league free agents, even if that doesn't sound glamorous or effective. It really can be. I mean, if you think about how the Rays build a good bullpen every year, it's not by going out and signing Edwin Diaz. It's by doing Rays stuff. So I think that's what the Giants need to do and just start calling it Giant stuff.
Talking to Grant Brisbee on the Uma guest line, yeah, there definitely has been mixed signals when it comes to if they'll spend money or not, and trade seems more like the avenue they'll take. I believe Buster when he says everything's on the table. I don't believe he wants to trade Bryce Eldridge unless he's blown away. So how do you see that situation? If it's not Bryce Eldridge, who is more likely to be dealt this offseason?
Yeah, that's a good question. Coming into the winter meetings, I was sort of on the fence thinking that they might. I think, if you've got, it would be one thing if Devers were 33 years old, but he's not. He's in his 20s. You've got a little bit of it's not quite McCovey Cepeda where you're going to have to play one in the field. You've got the DH now. So it's not the biggest problem in the world, but you thought, well, maybe that's a way to finagle some things. But when Buster was asked about it, I mean, I know he's going to play a lot of cards close to his vest, but I really do think that Eldridge is in the plans for the Giants. And if something comes along, if some sort of pitcher who is just entering arbitration or maybe even hasn't gotten that far yet, they would consider it. But this isn't going to be for someone who has maybe 1 year left, like a Joe Ryan. I don't think they're really, really high on Eldridge, and with good reasons. He didn't look great on statistically last year, but just watching his at-bats, he didn't seem overwhelmed. And I think the Giants really do want to hold on to him, not just boost his trade value.
By the way, I'm with you, Grant, on not signing relievers or a closer. I feel like the Giants are like, there are some franchises in sports, like the Chicago Bears, they don't hit on quarterbacks. They just don't get them. I don't ever want to sign a closer. Like, it's bad for Giants business.
It is. I mean, the Benitez Melanson flu, I guess is what you call it. Benitez Melanson flu. You got a case of it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's not getting any better either. I'm good with just homegrown relievers and figuring it out. It's worked in the past. Do you see second base as a need for them, or I guess a two-part question is, how do you think they view Casey Schmidt? Are they open? Are they looking and shopping for a second base? Where are we on that position?
I would think he's a fallback, and that's not through anything they've said or done. It's just sort of me reading between the lines and sort of guesstimating what they might do. I don't think that they would be embarrassed to have him as the opening day second baseman. Let's put it that way. He did make strides last year in the one area he really needed to make, which is just not swinging, at lights on the scoreboard. He was just swinging at everything, and now he's not patient, but he's merely below average as far as chasing outside of the zone. And with his bat speed, he hits the ball hard. He's got all sorts of other skills. If that's in place, if he can just be a little bit below average swinging, I think he could be a solid major leaguer. At the same time, that is a real clear way to upgrade the offense. If the Giants could do it with a trade, there are a couple of free agents. I don't know, but it's definitely possible.
So the Giants got the 4th pick in the MLB lottery yesterday. Big surprise, only the 5th time they'll get to pick 4th or better. So when they hire a college coach in Tony Vitello and they move on from Marco Luciano, and it sounds like they're not willing to spend big-time money like their NL competition, how important do you see this draft pick being for their long-term success?
It's hard to overstate it just because it could be, Will Clark. You know what I mean? When the Giants picked this high, Will Clark, Matt Williams, it could also be Jason Grilli. It could be Joey Bart. So it's, it's still the draft. It's still a crapshoot, blah, blah, blah. But in the top 5 picks are where you get a much better chance of, here's Robin Yount, or, here's Barry Larkin. This is the area where you start to get the players that everyone can agree on. Like, boy, if we had a chance at that guy's going to be a player. And it's such, it sounds so, meaningless. Okay, so they were at, projected to be 12. Now they're up to 4th. What's the big deal? 8 picks. It's such a big difference, especially in baseball. And this draft is a little bit top heavy, mostly college hitters, which if you want to see someone soon, that's a pretty good profile to have at a pick that high. So it's a big deal.
Talking to Grant Brisbee here, a few more minutes. Nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Would you be surprised if they left Orlando without signing anybody?
No, not at all. Not at all. I don't feel like this was the busiest winter meetings, and I also don't feel like they are necessarily dabbling in those markets that are. I don't want to make it seem like they're not out there competing for the top shelf talent, but I don't think that they're chasing after people that have a ton of urgency right now to get a deal done at the winter meetings. I'd say a lot of the front office is already home. The dirty secret about the winter meetings is that they're basically over by Wednesday night. So I would say that this is probably what you're going to get. You're going to get a backup catcher candidate in the Rule 5 draft.
Wow. If dirty secret is it's over. So are you just hanging out then? You got.
Yeah. Well, with the Athletic, they got smart, depending on who you ask, but we have our company meetings tomorrow. So we're hanging around.
Dude, the athletic meetings follow the winter meetings, dude. It's a lot of meetings for Grant Brisbee.
Well, they started doing it at the beginning, and then no one would show up because they've all got stuff to do. We're meeting here. It's the winter meeting.
They're like, you don't, dude. They haven't signed anybody yet, man. Come on down. Grant Brisbee with us here in a few more minutes. Okay, so when I'm looking at, I've been using the Actually, I've been using the Athletics, like your guys' ranking tool, the top 50 free agents, just to try to gauge where guys are going. A lot of them, in terms of contracts and years, have been fairly accurate. But when I'm looking at the pitchers that are available, when you think about the market they might be in for a couple of years on a guy, is like Zach Gallen the top of that list? Is it more like a Chris Bassett? Like, who's at the top of that sort of middle couple season tier?
Man, I can tell you've been watching the Giants for a while. Those are two incredibly Giants-coded pitchers, Zach Gallen and Chris Bassett. Honestly, those would be at the top of my guest list too. But I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Zach Gallen's market kind of got away from the Giants because he really did finish the season strong, and before that, he had years of being really good, and then you had months of him not. And I'm wondering if there's going to be a team or two who really believe in the second half rebound, and if they're willing to give him not what he would have gotten in the offseason last year, but something that approximates that a little bit more. Chris Bassett, I think, would be the very cromulent move. I mean, I think that would just be sort of the kind of baseline, a guy you want who helps your team win, who's not exciting. And you would want a little bit more exciting than that to join him in the rotation, but he would be a perfectly fine grab.
With Jeff Kent getting into the Hall of Fame, this is going to be the first of possibly many Giants Hall of Famers getting in. Next year, Posey, Bochy, and Dusty will all be eligible. And yet it doesn't seem like Barry's getting in at all or anytime soon. So how should Giants fans feel, in your opinion, about the Hall of Fame when so many important people could be enshrined, but probably the most important won't be?
Look, I mean, you want to talk asterisks, and that's one of them. It's not on bonds this time. It's on the museum itself. And I get the museum is there to tell a story, and there's plenty of bonds in the museum. There's the balls he hit. There's the artifacts that he left the game. But if you have a wing, and in this wing, you are saying here are the very, very best who have ever played. And in that wing, you have a grouping of people of various stripes who have throughout history have been good people, bad people, people that you would want to share a cross-country car ride with, people you would not. At the same time, it's just the best players in baseball, and Bonds isn't in there, and I think that's pretty ridiculous. I know why, and boy, when I mention this online, people are quick to remind me why. He's not in the Hall of Fame, but I just think it's ridiculous. Anyone who was around for that era who just saw what he did and think you can just boil it all down to cheating. Boy, that was not the Bonds that I watched. I know he did enjoy better living through chemistry, but he was a Hall of Famer in my book from the very start.
Well, what were your thoughts on Jeff Kent getting in? I mean, I know it was in the heart of you were watching them and McCovey Chronicles and all that, and I mean, he was one of my absolute favorites, and Barry never had better protection, but also they got so hot after the fight in San Diego, and Dusty flipped him in the lineup. Just your thoughts on Jeff Kent getting in with more homers than any second baseman or middle infielder ever.
It's so funny because I'm not eligible to vote for the Hall of Fame yet. I still have a couple years to go because I didn't join the BBWAA until I joined the Athletic. Right. And so, I've been, getting my health care because I write about baseball for the last 15 years or whatever. So I've been a professional baseballer for 15 years. But when it got to Kent, that's the first time I realized why there's this kind of gap, this 10-year gap, is because, man, I don't think I could have been saying with Kent. I was just biased the whole way because my baseball fandom really kicked in 1996, 1997. Yeah. So he was there at the start when I moved from, I'm, a teenager who I grew up with baseball, it's the sport, whatever. And that was the year that I really kind of said, no, this is like a load-bearing part of my personality. I'm a baseball nerd. He was around for that. And so he was just excellent consistently for 6 years. I don't know if that's a Hall of Famer to anyone else who was watching it, but to me as a Giants fan, seeing him do that and then to have him move on to the Astros and the Dodgers and continue his career late into his 30s, all the way until he was 40, it's impressive as heck to me. I get why people might be a little bit upset because there are a lot of better players who are not in yet. But at the same time, I'm a big Hall guy, so I see this. It makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I'm with you all the way. Everything you said, they're a big Hall guy, too. I think it should be more inclusive. Grant Brisbee covers the Giants for The Athletic. Grant, always appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the what's left of the winter meetings and the Athletic meetings. And never forget, dude, that the road to baseball hell is paved with closer contracts, man. That's the way it goes.
Well, wait, there's one exception. They can give Tyler Rogers 150 million.
Oh yeah, dude, and perfect.
200 million.
Perfect option too, because he can close for you this year, and then you've got him for when you get Rodriguez back in 2027. So we'll talk to you soon, Grant. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Grant.
You got. Thanks for having me on.
I appreciate the time. The great Grant Brisby covers the Giants for The Athletic. So he says wouldn't be surprised, and he says it's not the busiest of winter meetings. Interesting too. The dirty little secret is it's over by Wednesday night, and it's after 6 in Orlando.
It's kind of over. So when you hear that, are you disappointed? Or you're like, it is what it is when it comes to the baseball free agency?
I'm like, hey, dude, I need something to cheer me up. And you know what cheers me up?
NBA grab bag?
Well, yeah, but that's not today. Why would you do that? Why would
Steve
you
Moskowitz?
Come on, dude. Yeah. Is that coming up, Tim? All right, Tim, you keep calling Steve Moskowitz and get him ready for me. Get him all lathered up for me. We'll handle him, and we'll take care of you in the break, Steve.
I thought you were going to like a tease, like,
I was
an almost week-long NBA grab bag story.
No, I was going to do coach speak. I was like, you know what cheers me up? NFL and college coaches.
Oh, yeah, that's just as good.
Bitching and moaning and coming after
That's
everybody.
good, too. Yeah, I like that.
They talk, we listen. We do it every week. It's a Larry Krueger favorite. It's Coach Speak, and it's next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Listen, you don't need to lie to us. You're not working on Friday. So instead of crafting some elaborate bullshit, join Dirty Work this Friday. It's the 49ers tailgate party live at Almanac Adventureland in Alameda. Dirty Work will be broadcasting from 2 to 6 and breaking down every single member of the Tennessee Titans offensive line. You don't want to miss it. That's 2 to 6 at Almanac Brewery in Alameda this Friday.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, people have tax questions. That's why we get you on so frequently, so you can help and answer some of these questions. What does somebody do if they can't pay their taxes?
They call us. It's a real common situation. But people panic. They say, oh, no, they don't have the money. Therefore, there's nothing they can do. And they make mistakes like running and hiding. Folks, there's a lot of good solutions. We go everything with you. If you don't have the money to pay, that's okay. We'll go to the government. We want to make a deal for you. That is what you need. That'll take this burden off of you. Look, we have a free consultation. What do you have to lose? We'll explain all the solutions, all the things that can be done. We'll talk to you, and we'll listen to you, your needs. We know you got to feed the kids, too. And then if you want us to, we'll go to the government for you. You don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We'll talk to the IRS and the state for you. The only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call, 1-888-TAX-SEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Good stuff from Grant Brisbee saying, wouldn't expect this. He's not expecting a lot of signings, it doesn't sound like. Or he's not expecting many expensive things. I did name 2 pitchers who I think would be helpful and allow them to compete.
Yeah.
I think Bassett and Gallen would be great to fill out the rotation.
But Grant also did write about how this season's very important because we don't know what baseball's going to look like after these labor negotiations.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I mean, last time we had this problem, we came back with bigger bases and a clock.
Yeah. I mean, do you really think that's on the table that we're not playing baseball or it gets weird? Or
Yeah, I do. Based on how, I don't remember the work stoppage in baseball in 1994. I was too young.
Yeah. Well, that was during the season, right?
That was an actual strike in August of that year. What was incredible is
you're not going to have a World Series.
There were so many. It's the only year. There were so many what ifs. Well, the only other time it happened, so it happened in 1994. I think people will correct me if I'm wrong. I think the first World Series was 1903.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was the second World Series. Maybe it was 1902. Bottom line is, it was 1904. I think there was in one other year where there was no World Series.
Well, wasn't there the weird strike year?
There was an 81 where they played 2 halves.
Yes.
But they still had a World Series. So in 1904, they didn't.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. In 1981, how was the first half decided? Was there a champion?
I think at the end of the strike date, I think they named a champion of each division or something like that. And then it was they did like a
and
minor
then at the end of the year, there was a World Series.
Came up with a system, and then they did a second half of the season.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And they took those combined. It was 2 different. There was a system for it.
That's insane.
I don't know it exactly, but that's
insane.
It's like how they run single A baseball.
Right.
There's 2 halves, then there's a first half champ, and then you do a championship at the end.
Okay.
Which makes sense in the minor leagues because there's so many different players, right? I think that's part of why they did it with baseball.
It's their own little NBA Cup.
Yeah. Derek pointed out to me that the Warriors are out of the cup, and I was like, is that still going?
That's a thing.
Still doing that thing, huh?
Sam Amick all about it, 350.
So in 1904, there was no World Series because it was still super brand new. The New York Giants won the World Series, or won the National League. And they were 2 different leagues, right? It's almost like the NFL being like, hey, UFL, we'll play you guys, and our champion is the Super Bowl. It's basically what happened with the AFC and the NFC.
Yeah, I got
the AFL and the NFL.
Yeah.
It's effectively the same thing. So there's an American League, which is starting to become competitive, and a National League. And so they agreed, that's when they were presidents of each at the time, or commissioners of both, and they agreed they're going to play each other. So after the Giants win the pennant in the National League, they refused to play the Philadelphia Athletics. They refused to play them. Because I think whoever the Giants owner or manager was like, dude, we're not playing that minor league team. Screw that. He's like, screw that. And then, dude, he called them a bunch of white elephants, which is where they got
that's where they got the name. Yeah,
it's literally where they got
story,
Stomper from, the mascot.
Yep.
So the following year, the Giants win the pennant again, A's win the pennant again, and they make them play.
Yep.
Giants kick the crap out of them. We do it each and every week. We're on Dirty Work through the football season. When NFL and college coaches talk, we listen.
When NFL coaches speak, we listen.
I just think it's difficult to box without sparring.
Just said that.
I couldn't get free coffee?
It's football season. Most players play football in football season.
This is Coach Speak with
Adam, Derek, and Tim
on the Sports Leader.
All right, into Coach Speak, some of the best sounds from coaches across the football landscape. And it starts with Alex Golish.
Oh, yeah.
So we were pointing out the other day, I think there may be more now, but we were up to 10 teams who had declined bids to go to a bowl game.
Yep.
Now, 5 or 6 of those teams were not in the Notre Dame situation.
No, they're 5 and 7.
Yeah, teams were 5 and 7. And basically they're like, dude, we can't, some of our teams haven't been playing. Guys have returned their pads and whatnot. And guys, you know what I mean? They've gone about their college life. We've moved into...
Return their pads like the end of Rudy?
I don't know. Yeah, turn them into... I don't know what they do at the end of the
season. If
Rudy
doesn't play, then I'm not playing. If there's no CFP, then I'm not playing.
If there's no Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl, I'm not going, said Auburn.
If there's no Citrus Cheez-It Bowl for me, then I'm not playing. If I'm Michigan.
If I'm not going to the Belk Bowl, I'm not playing at all. All right, so
no Jimmy Kimmel Bowl, I'm not playing.
Car Care Bowl?
Alex Golish on why Auburn... He's the Auburn head coach. Here he is on why Auburn decided to not play in a bowl game at 5 and 7.
If it all had happened a week ago and our guys were all here, the staff that was previously here was still here intact for the most part, I think that would have been realistic. I think you go through the week, and when that question was posed to us, there's multiple things that go into it. One, there's so much staff turnover that it would be hard to truly be able to put it all together and be competitive to where you have a chance to go win a football game. If you're going to go play a game, you're going to go win the game. I think the other part of it is our guys, there's so many of them that that are done with finals, that were able to get out and go home and be with their families for a little while here. So to be able to get everybody back together, figure out who the heck is going to coach them, how you would actually do that, the timing of it all was just not practical. It just wasn't realistic.
Now,
go ahead.
Well, that I understand. That makes total sense to me, as opposed to the AD of Notre Dame, Bavakwa, being like, we just didn't get, in the CFP, and that's why we're upset.
I changed the rules, yeah.
I understand what Alex Golich is saying there.
Well, he's also, I hadn't thought about, I was mentioning the player angle of this, which he mentioned. But I hadn't thought about the coach angle where you're in a coaching hiring cycle. There are guys and position coaches. There's such big staffs here in these organizations. Who's to say that right after any of these games, guys didn't leave and pack up their lives and their wives and their kids and move on to whatever their next job is at the next school?
Exactly.
It's going to happen, especially at a school like Auburn.
Yep.
Where guys are going to get plucked off and know people from different universities and different programs they've been a part of. That's going to happen every single season. So it totally makes sense that when they're not at 6-6, they're like, we're not going to a bowl game. We're out of here.
Yeah, and also it shows how some programs just don't care about these bowl games. Again, different circumstances, but Sharon Moore just got axed. And now we got Biff Poggi as our guy Biff Poggi, who's been in Coach Speak many times. He's your interim head coach. By the way, Sharon Moore, not because of what went on for Michigan football-wise this season, sounds like he's pulling an Ime Udoka off the field.
I'm going to reserve comment until more details come out.
I'm just saying what was reported.
They did not report. Nobody reported. Sounds like he pulled an Ime Udoka.
No one used.
Nobody said that.
I'm tiptoeing around it.
No, you're not. You said exactly what you.
No, but that's what's being reported. Is he had an inappropriate relationship with somebody on the staff?
Yeah. And he's not in coach speak. Let's move on to more coach speak here. Mike Tomlin checks in here. Of course, head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was asked. Everybody's being asked about Phillip Rivers at 44 years old.
He played him in a playoff game.
Coming out of retirement, here's Mike Tomlin.
Can a 44-year-old who hasn't played in 5 years come back with a 2-year-old quarterback? Can a 44-year-old who hasn't played in 5 years come back and play? Phillip Rivers?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Colts are supposed to work him up.
That's none of my business, man. I'm trying to get ready for the Dolphins.
I may have rolled that in twice there. But, Mike Tomlin, he's focused on his own football team. He's not concerned about 44-year-olds coming out of retirement. And also, he doesn't care for that stuff because you remember earlier this year, the Cleveland Browns traded Joe Flacco to the Cincinnati Bengals, and he seemed pissed about that. So I don't think he's a fan of these quarterback changes anyway, but he's not playing the Colts, so why would he care?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Do you think he really didn't have an idea? He really might not have.
No, I've seen the video of it. His face kind of looks like, what are you talking about, Phillip Rivers? I think some coaches, dude, when they say I don't pay attention to TV or social media, they're locked into their football
teams. I think
teams.
somebody told him because it's in his division.
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't matter what's going on.
He's not playing the Colts, yeah.
It's like, if I play the Colts, I'll deal with that.
Exactly.
If we play them in the playoffs, I'll deal with them then.
Yeah, I'm sure he's grinding tape, and I'm sure some scouts come up to me by the way, Daniel Jones out for the season. They got Phillip Rivers. We're playing them. I mean, obviously, he would know the schedule too, so that's why he would have some interest. But I think that unless the Steelers are playing the Colts in the playoffs, he's not concerned about that right now.
How about this? Mike Vrabel.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Mike Vrabel, head coach of the New England Patriots. They're in first place in the AFC East. They got a huge game this week against the Buffalo Bills.
Huge game.
In Foxborough in December. Massive game for these two teams. Bills off a huge come-from-behind win against the Bengals and Joe Burrow last weekend. Mike Vrabel was asked about, did you guys know you're at home and you're the underdogs in this game? Here's what he said.
The people in Las Vegas have you guys as underdogs Sunday night.
Who are the people, then?
I guess the odds makers.
There you go.
The odds
That's what they are. They're called odds makers. There's a lot of people in Las Vegas. There's only a few of them that they trust to set the line.
So, do you pay attention to that? I mean, do you notice that?
No. I mean, again, it gets brought to attention. I don't think that, it's every week you see in this league that records really don't mean anything. And, the point spreads and survivor pools get blown up every week and all that other stuff. So we're just trying to focus on our preparation here and get back into it.
I think head coaches are very aware of being an underdog. They don't want to say it to the media because it looks like they're giving validity to that stuff. But I think they definitely use it as motivation to their players to be like, oh, so we've been kicking most of these teams' asses. We've been leading the AFC East for most of this season. And they think Buffalo's better than us? BS. I think Mike Vrabel's definitely using that as motivation. But is he going to tell the media that? Hell no.
I also think it was sort of funny where he's like,
what people?
Knows Tom Brady very well. There's a team in Las Vegas. The people in Vegas are saying, he's like, what people?
Yeah.
Yeah, the odds makers say that.
Oh, you talking about the Raiders? Or you talking about the odds makers here?
What people, man? What people, man?
What people you talking about?
That's pretty funny.
I love how Mike Vrabel always uses the media members. He knows them very well by their first name. Yeah. But he knows them by name. Like, what do you mean, Ben? Or like when he was in Tennessee and he was like, all right, Gentry, you're going to ask me that question, you a-hole?
I love when coaches use first names and media stuff. It's funny. How about Andy Reid? Andy Reid, dude, the Chiefs. Magic's gone, dude.
Yeah, I think so.
It's going to be a little different pregame hit when I do it tomorrow, huh?
Sounds like it, yeah.
I got to record that
Who are they playing this weekend? Chargers? Yes, Chargers.
Chargers this week.
Yeah, they're fighting for their lives.
Yeah, dude, they got to win out. Anyway, they asked Andy Reid about their fourth down failures. He had a really weird play call decision late in the game.
Yeah, 4th and 1 on their own 30.
4 minutes left.
Yep.
Should have punted it away. And
Play defense.
Played some defense.
Game's tied.
Here's Andy Reid on their 4th down failures against Houston.
I put the guys offensively in a tough position with the 4th downs. I'm trying to stay aggressive with it. I take full responsibility for that. And there are opportunities that you've got to take advantage of. You're playing a good football team in the Texans, and you've got to make sure when you have opportunities to make plays, you make plays. And we were short just a little bit there, but I thought we could get it. That was the decision. I was confident we could do that. So it's important that you take advantage of opportunities. I thought it was an opportunity. I was wrong, though. I mean, hindsight, it was wrong. We've been pretty good on 4th downs, so I messed that one up.
I know everyone's kind of relishing in the Chiefs losing, but
that was a good answer from Andy Reid.
I know, and he takes accountability. I feel sorry for Andy Reid because it's now, we've heard him recently, and they've won a lot, and cheeseburgers of paradise, and Fumble Rooski, all the great stuff, or Bundle Rooski on
Nobody stays at the top, man.
I know. And just kind of like this not defeatist attitude, but it's kind of like, yeah, this is not going our way right now, and I take accountability. And as I said yesterday, I don't want the Chiefs to win another Super Bowl. I don't want that. I just kind of wanted to see them lose during the playoffs this year, to see like someone finally vanquish them in the AFC. But
in the AFC. Like I said, I think it could have been the Super Bowl last year. And nobody really got to. But again, they're beyond the peaks of their powers, or the Patrick Mahomes powers, or what they were in the last couple of years. Don't forget, with their starters last year, they went 15-1. Right. I don't think this is a team like we viewed the 49ers as the ability to bounce back. The Chiefs are dealt like a third-place schedule next year.
Oh, God, yeah, dude.
There you go, man. I mean,
and they'll retool. Travis Kelce probably retires. They could probably redo their whole receiving core. Yeah, they're going to build around Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, they're just going to go a different direction. Yeah. They have to do this. But if anybody can, Andy Reid can. He's done it in numerous places, on numerous occasions. Just to point out really quick, the Chiefs convert more 4th downs per game than anybody in the league. So that is part of it. They're second in the league in 4th down conversion percentage.
I always say expect the worst, though, when it comes to your 4th down conversion. So if you don't get it, think about what goes on.
Yeah, I mean, he knows at that point it's a risky play, but he said I thought it was an opportunity to take advantage of some short yardage, and we weren't moving the ball. So,
but it bit you in the ass, and that's really why you lost the game.
Yeah, I'm with you. One more here. This one of our favorite dudes. He'll cut some ass into a mic. It's Jim Harbaugh. He will. He did.
I don't know, man.
Jim Harbaugh here checks in on how excited he was after beating the Eagles on Monday night. I haven't heard this. Can't wait. I bet he was fired up.
Well, been a lot of teams, and this is definitely maybe the best feeling. Just a wonderful feeling of winning and thrill of victory. It's certainly in the discussion. I'd put it in the discussion the birth of my 7 children, my marriage. In the conversation. Just joyful. Joyous, and the biblical definition of that is just overflowing with joy. It was beautiful.
Stop it.
Hold on. The biblical definition of joy is overflowing with joy? That's what he said?
Overflowing. Gotta have a nice healthy flow there.
The biblical definition of that is just overflowing with joy.
This guy's won a national championship, and he's been in the Super Bowl. He's been to 3 NFC championship games. You're telling me that a regular season game between the Philadelphia Eagles was the closest thing to your children being born?
They were 42-point underdogs at USC, and he goes to LA and beats them.
Yeah, not even like a regular season matchup with Pete Carroll with the what's your deal, bro?
Yeah. No,
this was it?
No, I think he's riffing because they asked him how good it was, and then he just decided to go Jim Harbaugh on it. Well, he was feeling good, and he pumped it up. And
no,
blew it
I know
up.
he's being his goofy self, but I'm like, this was the pinnacle, the Monsters Inc. Bowl.
That was a good line from him, dude. I got a kick out of that. That is your Coach Speak for Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. We've been talking Hall of Fame all week because Jeff Kent got elected to the Hall of Fame by the Contemporary Committee just a couple of days ago. You know who was not put into the Hall of Fame?
Dwayne Kyper.
Dwayne Kyper. The Ford C. Frick Award goes up, and Kype inexplicably, again, does not get it. Joe Buck gets in. We'll get into some of that next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
They tackled very well.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sam Amick of The Athletic covers the NBA. He's going to join us in about 15 minutes at 3:50. Talk some Warrior basketball. A lot of off days for the Dubs this week. They're not playing again until Friday, and then next week they go Sunday and Thursday.
Yeah. That's what happens when you don't make the Cup.
Oh, is that what happened? So
the Emirates Cup.
Is that what's happening this week, the Cup?
Yeah, the Cup's going down tonight. I think it's on at like 4:30.
That's the last thing the NBA wants anybody asking. Oh, is that still happening? The Cup's happening now? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Their hope was that people will be setting their clocks for this thing.
I mean, come on now.
Setting their alarms.
Like, I know that hoop heads are into it, but like, nationally, like, does anybody really give a damn about the NBA Cup?
We're 25 games in.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing?
Like, I'm just worried about the Warriors, what the Warriors are going to do at the trade deadline. I could give a damn about the NBA Cup.
That's kind of where I'm at. So we'll talk to Sam Amick about that coming up at 3:50. And then a little bit later tonight at 5 o'clock, Steve Young joins us. Love to get to talk to Steve. Haven't done it. I haven't since, or you neither, since before Thanksgiving.
No, it was, I think the week before Thanksgiving, or 2 weeks before Thanksgiving.
2 weeks before, yes. Yeah. It's been a while since we talked to Steve. So we'll catch up with Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, at 5 o'clock this evening. All right, so I am going to tell you, by the way, before we get out of here, I got to do the cue to call, Tim. I got to let them know how they can win tickets to go see Jim Gaffigan. It's very important. But before it's very important.
We got time now.
So important I've forgotten for an hour and 37. Dwayne Kyper.
Yes.
Did not win the Ford C. Frick Award, baseball's highest honor for a broadcaster to go into the Hall of Fame. John Miller, of course, won it years ago. And Kype and Kruk have been on the list many times. Now, Kype was a finalist this year. He was one of 10 finalists this year. Some other famous and notable winners, Marty Brenneman, Bob Costas, Tom Hamilton, Al Michaels, John Miller, Dave Van Horn, and many others have won this award. Kype, I think, one of the most deserving of all broadcasters in baseball. And I know we're going to be biased here talking about this. But I've always felt vindicated in that by how other broadcasters and other organizations view Krug and Kype. Like I watch a lot of baseball, and I listen to a lot of baseball on other broadcasts. I love listening to other broadcasters. The Giants and their broadcast team get love all the time from other broadcasters around the league. When the Giants play another team, if you ever pick up another broadcast or watch a national broadcast, they get tons of love on national broadcast, hyping up Krug and Kype. The most unique thing about Dwayne Kyper is that not only is he a Hall of Fame level broadcaster and was he a player, so many guys are, he calls play-by-play. I mean, Bob Uecker did that. Bob Uecker played, was a play-by-play guy and was many, many, many talents, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But Dwayne Kyper, to play at the major league level for as long as he did, and to be a broadcaster and not just a color analyst, but a play-by-play man at the level that he is, it doesn't happen. Like, guys just don't do that. And so for as long as he's done it, I know people look at it the same way they're looking at the Jeff Kent thing, where you go, damn, Jeff Kent got in, but Barry Bonds didn't. Dwayne Kyper didn't get in, but Joe Buck did. I'm not comparing the two.
No.
That's not really the debate. It's that they both deserve to be in. The fact that Kype hasn't gone in for so long is frustrating.
Do you think that that's a crock of crap or what?
Yeah. I do. And I just want these guys to be able to enjoy that legacy for as long as they can enjoy it.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So, with respect to Joe Buck, and people are up in arms that he's not broadcasting baseball anymore, and like,
I don't think it has anything to do with
neither
it.
here nor there. I'm not saying he's not deserving. I'm just saying if he's deserving, then how is Kype not in? That's where I'm at.
I'm with you.
And it's different than Bonds and Kent because we don't know the reason Kype's not in. We know why they're keeping Barry out.
Yeah, and I'm surprised some of these names that are not already in the Baseball Hall of Fame that are on the ballot this year. John Sterling has not won the Ford C. Frick Award. You also have Dan Schulman, who's done a fantastic job, Baseball Tonight, for radio. Skip Carey, Brian Anderson, fantastic. But yeah, Dwayne
Gary
Kyper.
Cohen's on the list. I mean, Gary Cohen deserves to be.
Oh, Gary Cohen, absolutely. So, yeah, Dwayne Kyper, absolutely. Is there a possibility? They've mentioned this before. So Dwayne's been on the ballot 5 times. Mike's been on the ballot 5 times.
They mentioned putting them in together. People have said that.
Is there any chance that could happen, or are the baseball Hall of Fame committee going to be so curmudgeon-y where they're like, no, we can't do that. We need one by one, not 2 people together.
Just really quick.
Don't you know?
Yeah,
there we go.
So we'll get into some Sterling in a minute. But on the whether or not, well, the question was what? Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Can Krug and Kype get in together?
I would have to answer that with a question of my own. This isn't the same Hall of Fame that doesn't let guys pick their own hats that they go in with, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's the same one?
Same one.
It's the same Hall of Fame. Oh,
yeah.
Well, then I'm going to go with...
They're a little anal about stuff.
Yeah, ew.
Come on. It's the right terminology.
The Krug and Kype thing is interesting because I think they only give away one award to one person a year.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I think that's the thing is they should make the exception and put them in together. I mean, that would be saying there's almost no greater duo in broadcast history.
Yeah, as far as baseball, absolutely.
What's interesting, though, is I think we're all on the same page. They agree. I think we all think they should both be in together.
That'd be fantastic.
Whether it's together or right after each other, whatever.
Yeah.
But I think if everybody was going to say one should go in because of all the things I stated, because Kype is so unique in that regard that nobody is of the level that Kype is at and having played for as long as he did.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It wasn't like a cup of coffee and then he started a broadcast career. He played a whole career and then decided he was going to be a play-by-play guy and does it at a level that I would argue is better than anybody in the time that he's done it.
No, that's very rare across all sports. If you're a former athlete, usually you're the color analyst.
And he does TV and radio. That's the thing that's crazy. It's not just that he does broadcast. He does radio versus TV. I mean, if you just listen to this, maybe you're not thinking about it or aware of it all the time, but a TV broadcast, you say far less.
Yep.
You paint a different picture because everybody's watching. You kind of comment on what's happened versus explaining everything that's gone down.
Right.
Right? Versus a baseball broadcaster is explaining everything, and Kype's doing that as well as television. It's incredible. So, congrats to Joe Buck. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be in. I know people will be upset about it because people don't like Joe Buck.
Well, I mean, he's much younger. There's a time for this. I think it's crazy that Joe Buck has already but he's been elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame for the Pete Rozelle Award for broadcasting, pro football, and he's already got the Ford C. Frick Award. And he is I know some people knock on him, and a lot of baseball fans don't like him because he kind of went the way he broadcasted was kind of. If it wasn't the St. Louis Cardinals, he was kind of negative towards your team.
I think everybody thought Joe Buck hated their team because I used to just think when I've always thought of this. 2002 had to be a really, really hard year for Joe Buck. And, I mean, even Tim McCarver.
With the passing of his father.
On the broadcast. They're the Fox National guys. They're calling the Giants and the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Joe Buck had been calling Cardinal games and all that.
Absolutely.
At that time, he was the Cardinals guy, I think.
Yeah.
And he was the national guy for Fox. So he's calling the playoffs. Clearly, there's like a rooting interest. Like, people get so mad at Joe Davis now. But it's like, how I get it, but it's hard to not have a natural affinity for what's happening when it's your team and you've called them all season long and for years on end. The other part of that is his father, the great Jack Buck, passed away that year.
Yes.
And I think I pointed this out to you before, so did Darryl Kyle, who was the left-handed pitcher for the Cardinals.
I remember that day,
during the season, which was really tragic and sad. And so there was a lot of emotions around the Cardinals that year, and so they're playing in the LCS against the Giants. And that was my first recollection of like when I was like, oh, Joe Buck doesn't like the Giants. And then Mama Susie said to me, I think it's maybe a little deeper too. There's an emotion for the Cardinals. And then I realized everybody thought Joe Buck hated their team. I was like, oh, okay, that's just who.
But then he kind of leaned into it.
Yeah, then he sort of leaned in. And I've honestly gotten to meet him a couple times. He's a really nice guy.
No, really nice
Super
guy.
nice guy.
I love the commercial back in the day. It was the Budweiser commercial where he had to have a catchphrase for his home runs. Slam-a-lam-a ding-dong.
Yeah, that was good. Slam-a-lam-a ding-dong.
And I would say, I think he's better at baseball than he is football. I know that some people would associate him more with football because that's all he calls these days. But, I remember as a kid, and this is the go-to thing for everybody when it comes to his play-by-play, is the 2002 NFC Championship game, and it's Brian Mitchell, the kick returner, the opening kickoff, and it's just the play-by-play is literally Mitchell to the 20. And it's like, there's got to be more than that. Now,
but also that's part of being a great broadcaster, knowing where to let a game breathe.
No, it's
right?
definitely
you don't want to make it about you.
It's the Pat Summerall effect of less is more. You don't have to sell every call like the Adam Vinatieri kick. It's just very simple. Vinatieri wins it. And then Madden goes, oh, my God. Madden would be the one that would be exuberant, where Pat Summerall was reserved. And that was kind of Joe Buck to an extent, but he's really good at elevating his voice, like Kevin Burkhardt, like Joe Davis, where when there's a big moment, they get a higher octave. And I think that whenever you heard Joe Buck, it was a big game. But yeah, there's a time and place for him to get the Ford C. Frick Award.
Yeah, well, the time and place is now.
I know, and I obviously Dwayne Kyper is more than deserving. I didn't like it. This was years ago. I think it was 2017. Well, Bill King finally got the Ford C. Frick Award, and of course he was long time. He had passed away. I just don't want it to be where I know this committee is comprised of a lot of
It's 16 to 20 voters. It's media members. It's members of this board. It's also illustrious broadcasters and former winners of the award.
Exactly. And there's a lot of national guys, Al Michaels, Bob Costas, so there might be a little favoritism towards Joe Buck, but also John Miller's on that committee as well, so I'm sure he's advocating all the time for Dwayne Kyper. His day will come.
You okay?
Yeah. His day will come. Sorry. Getting a little verklempt there.
Yeah, dude, he's pissed about this kind of thing, yeah.
His day will come. I just thought that today should have been that day.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
I like to see you so pissed. I hope it's sooner rather than later.
Need some water.
We get to see Kype go in. All right, I got to tell you real quick how you can win tickets because it's right around the corner. If I don't give these away now, somebody might miss it. Jim Gaffigan is coming to San Francisco to the Masonic, and he's coming in June of next year, June 14th. At the Masonic, this is show number 2. He's doing a couple of shows there. Tune in between now and 6. We'll give you a cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. It's furnished by Live Nation. Find the rules at thesportsleader.com. Tim, when we do the cue to call, what might it sound like? Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to Jim Gaffigan at the Masonic right around the corner right now. Yeah, that's what it'll sound like. Something like that. Yeah. When you hear that, then 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. All right, let's jump into some Warrior basketball. Somebody's got it. They're not doing it. They're off till Friday. We'll talk some hoops and some NBA with our guy Sam Amick. He covers the NBA for The Athletic. He joins us next on The Sports Leader.
Russell shows muscle. Monsieur Martin est là.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Major League Baseball Hall of Famer Jeff Kent joined Murph and Marcus this morning to chat about getting the call from the Hall and look back fondly on his time with the Giants. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app, The Hall of Fame Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Joined now by our guest, Sam Amick. He covers the NBA for The Athletic. He joins us every week throughout the basketball season talking hoops. Sam, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, Sam.
Good, gentlemen. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Winter season here. Is it chilly down there like it is up here?
Yeah, it's been cool for sure. It's been like in the 40s.
It's been a little chillier, yeah.
It's had a little bite to it, even in San Francisco, where it doesn't get too extreme, but it's been cold for sure, man. So it definitely means it's NBA Cup season.
Happy NBA Cup,
Happy
Sam.
NBA Cup, bro.
It's here. It's here. I'm going to head that way. I'm skipping the semifinals, but I will be there for the championship on Tuesday, heading out Sunday night. So I don't know where you guys stand on the Cup. It's funny. I don't know if you were looking to even talk about the Cup, but I think about
Why not?
The late David Stern. Here's my quick 2 cents.
Okay.
The late David Stern used to tell people all the time that, unofficially the NBA season didn't begin until Christmas. And whenever they would have labor negotiations, that was something he would use as leverage. But it's like, with that framing in mind, why not build something pre-Christmas that, even though it's flawed and certainly has its imperfections, like we have something to kind of pay attention to and pretend that it's a big deal. And, I'm fine with it. And so we'll see how it goes.
They definitely made changes to try to make the first part of the season or quarter of the season interesting.
Well, so Sam, we're in year 3 of this, correct? Of the NBA Cup, and I know the league sees it as successful, but when you talk to players, coaches, and executives, are they really into this regular season tournament, or are they just kind of like, it is what it is?
I feel like, and I certainly can't speak for the masses, but they're into it at the end. I think the first, 3-4 Cup games, you have to remind them that it's a Cup game. They see the court. I don't know how much they really care. They're competing.
Yeah.
When you get, it is funny. It never ceases to amaze me how much filthy rich people can enjoy more money. You know what I mean? Like, like when you get to this point, like I'm sure you see the clip of Desmond Bain when he was asked about the Magic advancing. He just lost $35,000 because he threw the ball at OG Anunoby, and he says, well, I just lost 35 G's. I need to recoup that cash. And so they made some by getting to the semifinals. I'm curious, shameless plug. I don't know exactly when it's coming out, but our staff is actually in the process of compiling a bunch of player quotes to that very question leading into the Cup. I'm really curious to see what the feedback on that story is.
So am I. I mean, like Marcus Thompson told us at one point that the Warriors were kind of into it because it was an opportunity to make money and those guys want to go win. And for a team like that and a group of guys who have won so many titles, I kind of think, yeah, man, grab it and throw it on the pile. You know what I'm saying? Like just add it to the.
Sure.
It's not great if that's what you're competing for, but if it's part of your overall goal, I guess that's a positive thing. I was going to ask you where we stand right now with Jonathan Kuminga, just from a 30,000-foot view. Do you believe his value has diminished at all since the start of the season?
Yeah, no question. I mean, in a perfect world, he would have balled out like he did in those first 4 or 5 games, fit in as well, which that's the kind of conundrum is can you ball out and fit in at the same time within this Warriors context? And if he had done that consistently, they could be signaling the Warriors to the entire league that it's like, hey, we're good here. And so even if they were still looking for trades, they would have all the leverage in the world because like any negotiation, the power to be willing to walk away is a powerful thing. They don't have that right now. Now it looks like, anybody who has interest in him, is within their right to have questions about his game because he's raising questions again. And then on top of that, they have leverage in negotiations because they can look at the Warriors and say, like, come on, what are we really talking about here? Like your own coach is not even playing him every time out. So, unfortunately for them and for Jonathan, I do think it's gone in the wrong direction.
So with every DMP, I mean, it does reflect poorly on the Warriors themselves as well to get something in return for a trade. But also, like a team like the Kings, I guess there's still rumors that they're interested in him and their season has gone the tubes as well. Are you hearing that the Kings would still be interested? And just, with every DMP, like, is it a conflict with the Warriors of like, he doesn't fit the team right now, obviously, but at the same time, we need something in return for him of value.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn more about his market. It was reported today that Chicago still has interest. We know that Phoenix was interested in the summertime. They're obviously in a better place as a team than we thought they were going to be at this point. The Kings thing, I just don't necessarily see the pathway to a deal because, yes, they are still interested. But my understanding, is that, Malik Monk was part of the discussions previously. I don't think that would happen again. I think he's out of the discussions. And from there, I had somebody posit to me, is there any chance the Warriors would show interest in Zach LaVine and maybe you can talk him into opting out of his player option for next season and cutting a new deal. But first of all, the money is absurd. To get to Zach's number, you're going to have to give up Moses Moody and Buddy Hield. And it's the same issue you ran into last summer where they're not trying to gut the roster to do a deal like that. So the Kings' interest is only half the equation. I don't see how something is, kind of satisfies the other side. So, again, a long ways to go. January 15th is his date. But, right now it's a little grim.
Talking to Sam Amick here of The Athletic. Nice enough to join us as he does every Wednesday afternoon. In terms of Giannis, and I don't know that there's any more clarity on any of this. My feeling still is that it's more likely if he's moved, it's in the offseason. So I guess I'd ask you that. Do you think it's more likely at this point it's an in-season or off-season trade? And then sort of in concert with that, if in fact they do plan to move him in the offseason, we wouldn't know right now. But is Miles Turner a guy that they would look to trade at all?
Right now, no reason to think that they would be looking to trade Miles. Now, if you pivot and you decide you're going to move Giannis, then certainly everything is on the table. I agree with you, Adam, that I think the offseason is more likely, even with all the noise being what it is right now. The only exception, I think, would be hypothetically, let's say the Knicks absolutely go in the wrong direction, and they just give up on their current group. And the Bucks then are able to get into a position where they have leverage in those talks because, they know that the Knicks no longer believe in their current plan. That could change things. Now, that's obviously not how things are going right now. The Knicks had a great win over Toronto last night. They're playing really well lately. So absent of that, it feels like an off-season thing. But that makes for a pretty uncomfortable existence in Milwaukee right now where – even this latest report with, Shams indicating that the, Giannis and the Bucks were talking again about parting ways. There was pushback on that from both sides. There was, kind of team meetings to clear the air. Just messy is the word that I would put on it and a long ways to go in this season.
Because of that, does this feel, it feels to me like all that you're saying is they've reportedly met, then maybe they both sort of say, no, that's not the case. Maybe they can smooth things out. It feels to me like the direction they've gone, and they had a weird offseason and the Dame situation, and using that to go sign Miles Turner. They bring in more of his brothers. It seems like they're doing everything they can to avoid like a rebuild and appease him. It feels like the makings of a split between them.
Oh, no question. No question. I would be stunned if Giannis was on the Bucks after the coming offseason.
Yeah.
And so, yes, it does feel like it's heading that direction without a doubt. I was just actually chatting with our guy who covers the Bucks in Milwaukee, Eric Name, and I joked with him. I said we should write a story that is like the top 10 most desperate moves the Bucks should make in the vein of, inspired by the Miles Turner trade. Like, why not? If you're pot committed, just keep doing crazy things. And that's what they've done. I mean, cutting Damian Lillard and stretching him and going after Miles. I get it. Giannis is legitimately like the Bucks lost Kareem to the Lakers. Losing Giannis is like almost on the same caliber, and so they're doing everything they can to keep that from happening.
This might be a little naive, and I know that players get traded when they have injuries. We saw it a couple years ago with Kevin Durant getting traded to the Phoenix Suns. But does the calf strain have any way of preventing something happening? I know it's only a 4 to 6 week injury, and this happened the day after all the news came out. But would some teams be willing to do this in the offseason as opposed to right now because of the injury?
I don't think it changes the interest of suitors to pull something off. If anything, the only impact of the injury to me, Derek, is that it's just, again, go back to that word messy and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like they're bad. They're a bad team without him. And so the other players, the other human beings in that environment, not only are losing and are facing questions about losing, but they are facing questions about Giannis and they're facing questions about media reports. And all of those things would be alleviated if Giannis could put his Superman cape on and go save the day and win ball games, which to his credit, of all the, dozens, if not hundreds of star player power scenarios that we've seen, some of the time guys obviously quit on their teams. And that's just not how this guy is wired. When he's out there, he's going to ball out. So him being hurt just adds pressure to the situation.
How would you evaluate the Warriors through like their first 25 where we are right now? What would you say do they have an identity at this point? I mean, they play so many different lineups. They're so old and they've had so many different injuries. What's your scope of how they've done to this point?
I mean, I keep going. I mean, it's, roller coaster season is the easiest way to describe it. Inconsistent, mediocre a lot of the time, but then showing flashes, that early stretch made you feel like they were going to be in the mix in the West. You talk about guys putting on Superman capes, not having number 30 and his ability to save the day is big. But even when they've been healthy, the Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy trio that I thought had really cemented its identity last season had not been as effective this time around, and that surprised me a bit. And then it's back to the same old frustrating exercise of Steve and his staff trying to figure out the role players, and whether it's Kuminga taking the DNP or, Guy Santos one night. I mean, the Pat Spencer story has been a revelation, but it's also a sign of kind of the chaos of that second unit and the third unit, if you will. So not even close to being cream of the crop in the West and trying to stay out of the play-in. But we've seen stranger things, as far as teams turning it around. I forget which year it was, about a decade ago. The Celtics were 500 at the break, and they ended up being in the finals. So, they got time to turn it around.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line, The Athletic ran a poll of 36 executives voting on who has the best front office in the NBA, and the Warriors came in 10th. 10 sounds good, but I'm sure that's a kind of a decline from where they used to be.
Oh, Lacob's pissed, dude. There's no way he's not happy about that.
And talking to other executives, is there a big difference in the operations from Bob Myers to Mike Dunleavy Jr.?
No, I really don't think there is. And we just had little write-ups on each team, and I wrote about their group and how, Bob Myers is a tough act to follow, but that, having the succession plan where, even if it wasn't the plan in the beginning, but Mike Dunleavy coming in as a scout, elevating throughout the organization, having close relationships, with Kirk Lacob, with Larry Harris and Chuck Hayes and that whole group, and Kent Lacob before he left, that continuity has worked well. And they have a good group with a good reputation. Now, I know the fans, predictably, if you glance at the comment section, immediately jump on the fact that, the Kuminga thing was a mess and they botched it. And this, the fans are by and large killing them these days. But as far as, this rankings that we do, it's only the second time we've done it. It is illuminating because you find out that the people who do this job for a living, they are somewhat results oriented, but they are much more process oriented. And that's how you gain respect around the league. And actually, I think 10th is not bad at all, given the fact that Mike's only been in charge for a couple of years. Here's the contrast that I'll give you, and this is not a flattering one. The idea that Rob Pelinka, the Lakers GM, could pull off one of the greatest trades in NBA history and not get any love on the front office rankings is, like it or not, is a reflection of, his reputation in terms of process, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
And collaboration is another thing I would point at, is that the Lakers are known as having silos and not being open to outside points of view. And the Warriors are not functioning that way. They have a good culture, and I think that's reflected in the way they're perceived.
Another couple of minutes here with Sam Amick of The Athletic. I just want to jump around the league a little bit more. The Clippers, it's been a disaster for the LA Clippers. 6-18 is where they are right now, second worst team in the West. The Chris Paul situation was weird. I mean, they've had weird offseason stuff with their finances and all that going on with Ballmer. I guess, from my view as a Warrior fan growing up, it's nice to see the Clippers back to who they always were. You know what I mean? Just like a problem, like an albatross to the league. But how bad did things get with Chris Paul? And was that it? I mean, he said this was going to be his last season. Do you see him landing anywhere?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think I'm ready for a pitch here. They should just reset, go ahead and get rid of the Intuit Dome, go back to San Diego.
Honestly.
Start over.
Try this thing all over. Stop being the redheaded stepchild of LA. You know what I mean?
Literally, right.
And trying to chase everything the Lakers do. They have definitely kind of, confused me lately. The Chris Paul thing, to answer your question there, it was pretty messy. And I know, listen, the Warriors had Chris Paul. It's funny, in forming my opinion of which side I was going to pick, and this is part of what we do. Who do you believe in these situations? Part of me was like, and I talked to, that side. I don't mind sharing. I talked to Chris about it. And it's like, you look at the evidence. Okay, OKC, Phoenix, Warriors, and then you get to Clippers. Now, Houston and Clippers are the two situations for Chris where the feedback wasn't great.
Yeah.
There's one common thread there. James Harden was on both teams. I think that is worth highlighting because that did come into play in this situation. But Chris's ability to be seen as a net positive within the Warriors environment was almost like a tipping point for me in how I saw the Clipper situation, meaning, I told him, like, if you can get into a locker room with Draymond Green, this dude who you beefed with your entire career, and then, a couple of years later, that dude is rocking with you. He's still standing up for you. Steph swears by you, a guy that you had your own little tension with. I thought the Chris situation absolutely exposed the issues that are part of the Clippers culture. And that's been the case for quite a while. You got a fantastic player in Kawhi Leonard who is not much of a leader. He's extremely quiet. A guy in James Harden who's had a historic career, but who is not known exactly as a rising tide that lifts all boats. And an ownership and front office that they are just, so committed to this core that has, honestly, I don't think this is hyperbole, like has underperformed in an absolutely historical way for a long time now. So tough year for the Clippers. And I didn't even mention the whole controversy off the court. So crazy.
They're underperforming in a pretty building. Sam Amick, reader in The Athletic. We do with him every week. Sam, always fun catching up, man. We'll talk to you next Wednesday.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
Good deal. Thanks so much, Sam. I got to tell you, like, it's funny how he said that, where when these situations go down, you sort of pick which side you're on, or like you take it all in and you form who you believe. I did have a hard time feeling like Chris Paul was the problem here.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, he's been viewed as a guiding light in almost every organization he's been to. I mean, he went to OKC. He was viewed as a leader.
Yeah.
He goes and joins all these veteran guys. And all of a
they
sudden,
were not a playoff team at the time.
All of a sudden, he's a problem. He's been like the Players Union rep forever. Like, this is a guy who's like one of the most respected guys by his peers in the league.
Yeah.
And so when the Clippers then tried to smear him, I'm not saying there wasn't any fallout and that there wasn't anything in return to the fallout. They just kept saying it wasn't a fit. But it's interesting that Sam says he talked to him and that it's worth noting that both times there were interesting or bad situations with the Clippers, James Harden happened to be on both teams.
Yeah.
And then James Harden, when asked about his exit, he said, I was as surprised as y'all.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
You were as surprised
but
as
also,
y'all?
James Harden chose Russell Westbrook over Chris Paul back then when they made that big trade that offseason. The Clippers are a mess. I asked Sam last week when you were out, like, isn't this an indictment on the Clippers more than Chris Paul? And he was like, yeah, I mean, the story's fresh, so I got to get some intel on it.
I guess the follow-up to what you asked him last week when I was out.
Well, like, basically, like, yes, when you hear all the reports, Chris Paul was not talking to Ty Lue and he was undermining him in meetings and whatnot, so they didn't talk to each
Probably
other.
a better coach than Ty Lue.
Probably.
I don't know. I'm not ripping on Ty Lue. I think Ty Lue's a pretty good
Lue
coach.
has become a better coach, and I think, than when he won the finals against the Warriors.
I didn't think he was that good of a coach, though.
No, he wasn't.
He had LeBron.
But he's developed. It's baffling to me that Clipper team, when they made that move in the summer of 2019 to get Kawhi and Paul George, I was not like, oh, I think the LeBron James and Anthony Davis moves, that's going to be what gets the Lakers a championship. I was shocked that the Clippers blew that 3-1 lead in the bubble to the Nuggets, and they never fulfilled my expectations of being a championship contender. I thought if the Clippers and Lakers played in that Western Conference Finals, the Clippers would have beat them. But they got in their own heads. It was a weird deal. And yeah, Kawhi Leonard is a great player, but he is not a good leader. He's very quiet. The stuff with aspiration's weird. So yeah, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they blow it up. And
real quick, Ty Lue was involved. I'm just trying to get my facts straight. Ty Lue is the best friend of Chauncey Billups, right? Like, wasn't he named? Thank you, Tim. Wasn't he named in the indictment?
That I'm not aware of.
Or that gambling thing? I thought he was one of the names of the guys who was there.
That I'm not aware of.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's still coaching though.
Yeah.
I don't know that he might have been named. I don't know that he was named as like any criminal activity. I think he was named as one of the witnesses saying he was one of the guys at the table.
But to Sam's point, like, they are so irrelevant in L.A. Like, yeah, they should go to Los Angeles or San Diego or Seattle. Like, the Clippers It makes no sense for them. They have no star power. Like
they're not going anywhere.
No, even with
they're
Kawhi.
Not going anywhere. They just built an arena.
Yeah, I know. It's just
Sabrina Carpenter did 7 nights there last week.
Oh, did she?
7 shows.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
But they don't draw. Even with Kawhi on the
Carpenter
roster.
did 7.
Well, that's
Carpenter drew all 7, man.
Well, keep the dome. Just take the team away. By the way, like speaking of the NBA Cup and like if it's relevant with players, that could be a bargaining chip for the Bucks. Where they're like, Giannis, you said we haven't won in quite some time. We did win the championship and that NBA Cup a couple years ago.
Did the Lakers get one? They hung.
They hung that up.
They asked them to hang it up there.
Yeah, I remember Tom made a big deal about that when he was doing the show, and I think Adam Silver came in. And he's like, "We want you guys to act like this is a big deal, so please hang that banner."
They're
up.
the Lakers. Nothing better could have happened for us than having you win the first one.
Seriously.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. About 45 minutes. Best half hour in sports radio. Steve Young going to join the show coming up at 5 o'clock for his bi-weekly Dirty Work conversation when we come on back.
Sorry, I was just saying, which Hall of Famer should we expect this week?
Why? Because last time we talked to him, we had
Jerry Rice and Tim.
We'll ask him. Hey, last time we had Jerry and Tim. Who are you bringing on this week?
Oh, no, boys. I gave you enough Christmas presents.
You got anybody? You got anybody for it?
No.
That was a Thanksgiving present, Steve.
Oh, yeah, that was a Thanksgiving present.
Those are Thanksgiving presents. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Thanksgiving. Come on. It's nothing. It's basically the prelude to Christmas.
Steve Young in 45 minutes at 5 o'clock when we come on back. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, featuring Phillip Rivers in his introductory press conference in his return
Entertaining.
To the NFL. 44 years old. We'll hear from Phil Rivers next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Be sure to catch San Francisco 49ers General Manager John Lynch tomorrow morning with Mervyn Marcus at 8 a.m. for the state of the team after the bye week. John Lynch will make your morning commute shorter, your coffee will taste better, and your coworkers will be less annoying. It's science.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rotator.
Yeah, is it?
It's not the
I was like,
rotator.
Tim played
Yeah,
this?
come on. We've heard this on the
I'm out of
rotator.
It might be in the
Judo.
rotator. It might be in the rotator, but that's not where it's coming from right now.
I like your loophole. Okay.
So Tim's just pulling songs that he couldn't play on the rotator onto YouTube now?
Something I heard last night. I wanted to hear it
At
now.
the rotator?
Oh, we're all into Childish Gambino? I'm not.
I run a trivia night that has a music round. You can't. I'm
That's
unassailable.
fair enough.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. How was trivia last night, Tim?
I was full. A lot of teams, a lot of mean team names about me. It was good.
Good.
What was the worst one?
They are not safe for. Are not safe for.
You can't clean it up? Okay. Fair enough.
Wednesday on Dirty Work here at 5 o'clock. Steve Young's going to join us for his Dirty Work conversation. We do it with him every 2 weeks. He'll join us next. Let's get into some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right, Dirty Work on a Wednesday, your sound soiree for Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. By the way, a year ago today, Willie Adames signed with the Giants.
There you go.
And today, nobody signed with the Giants. Your sound soiree starts with George Kittle. I think they played this on the morning show.
Yes.
Because I think it led to What Did Young Tony Learn Today? Learned about the movie Hardball.
Oh, didn't know about that
Did not know
one.
it existed.
He had to be born when that movie came out, right?
Probably. I saw him driving today, and it was a little startling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like
Him behind
I
a
know
wheel?
he's old enough to drive, but he's not in my head. You know?
Yeah, he's young Tony.
Even though I met him when he was like 20.
He's just a boy. He can't drive.
22 years old or something. When I met him, yeah, I was like, damn, he's old enough to drive now.
That's kind of crazy.
Imagine he rode a bicycle to school.
He doesn't need a chaperone.
It's on one of those little scooters.
Yeah, I thought he rode a bicycle. You know what I mean? Anyway, here's George Kittle. This is what spawned that conversation. Draymond had George Kittle on his podcast. They were talking about the top 5 sports movies. Right?
Well, this is the Draymond football podcast with Jordan Schultz.
Oh, that's why I haven't heard of it. Here's Draymond and George Kittle.
How about top 5 all-time sports movies?
Ooh, top 5 all-time sports movies. I hear my wife's voice in my head, so remember the Titans, no matter what.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Remember the Titans? Sorry for a loop here. Cars.
Cars.
Fantastic.
Thunder, what is it?
Lightning McQueen?
Lightning, yeah.
Ooh, that boy's a dog. That first movie is so good.
The first one is dope. Yeah.
Owen Wilson? Fantastic.
Yeah,
Wow.
he kills it.
So
Good.
funny. Let's see. Ones that I like to watch, I'd have Happy Gilmore on there.
Of course.
Friday Night Lights was one I grew up watching.
Excellent.
I was
Yes, sir.
obsessed with Friday Night Lights. And then
That scene when they go into the 8th wonder of the world, the astronaut. Oh, that's crazy.
It's chills. And then I'm trying to think. Miracle. That might be my number 1, honestly. Miracle might be my number 1. I love hockey. Absolutely obsessed with hockey. It's
All
amazing.
due respect to football and hoops, I actually think hockey might be the best live sporting event.
I agree.
It's incredible.
Okay. Wild music behind him the entire time, by the way.
Yeah, that's usually the promo stuff for podcasts these days.
Anyway, so a couple that I would agree with. I mean, he threw out Remember the Titans as his favorite. So he would Remember the Titans, Cars, Happy Gilmore, Miracle, and Friday Night Lights.
Yes.
Pretty good list.
Not bad.
I endorse that list. Of his list, in no ranking, I would have Remember the Titans in my top 5. I would also have Happy Gilmore in my top 5.
Ooh. Yeah.
It's hard for me to love Happy Gilmore as one of my all-time favorite movies and then not claim it as a sports movie. So it's got to be in, hands down. I love Remember the Titans. I remember seeing it in theaters. That was an awesome one for me. I'd probably also go for my top 5. It's tough. I'd probably go Rocky 3. That's my favorite Rocky
you want
movie.
that one?
I love Rocky 3.
Okay.
It's my anybody who says 4.
With Apollo Creed?
Anybody who says 4, you're full of it. It's with Mr. T when Apollo Creed
Yeah,
trains him. Apollo who? What has been training another
Apollo
has
Creed,
been. Yeah, dude. And it's introducing Clubber Lang.
Yeah.
He just won like the world's strongest club bouncer or something competition. Dude, literally that's what he won. And then
Which one had Thunder Lips though?
That's that one.
That one? Okay.
That's the ultimate. Yeah, Rocky fights
the ultimate meatball.
The ultimate male against the ultimate meatball. Yeah, he fights for charity. He fights Thunder Lips. He's Hulk Hogan. So I go Rocky 3. That's my favorite Rocky movie.
Okay.
Then I'm going Coach Carter.
Oh, yeah, you love Coach Carter.
Dude, I love Coach Carter. There's too much good sound from Coach Carter we have not put in. If we go back to school, I'll show you what humping really is. It's an all-time Sam Jackson dude playing a coach. So I got a Jackson and a Denzel in there, too, which is good. And then I got to go with probably my favorite baseball movie. It's nostalgic for me. I loved it as a kid. Rookie of the Year.
Oh, okay.
Talk about it all the time. Henry Rowan Gardner breaks his arm. By the way, directed by Daniel Stern.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier.
I'm surprised you're going with that over.
Breaks his arm, becomes a major leaguer.
I personally, my favorite baseball movie is For the Love of the Game because I think it's.
I love that movie.
No, it's a great movie. I think that it's pretty accurate for side flings, whatever with baseball players.
So it's a love story. And it uses real baseball teams and
yes.
Kevin Costner. It's really good baseball with it. I would say that movie has maybe the best actual gameplay of baseball being played in a baseball movie.
Right.
Like the way it's played and the way they shoot it.
Think about his whole career while he's pitching a perfect game.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I really do like that movie.
J.K. Simmons is the manager. The catcher's John C. Reilly.
Yeah, it's a little slow. It does have a slow pace.
It's definitely more of a romantic movie.
It's a baseball romance story. Yeah. I think most people would rank that third of their Kevin Costner baseball movies.
Yeah.
Field of Dreams
was
if I was going to
better,
leave one out or if I was going to replace any movie here, Bull Durham would be the next one in.
Okay.
I love Bull Durham.
Yeah, I probably would go. What was the ones you had on the list? I
went Titans, Gilmore, Rocky III, Coach Carter, Rookie of the Year.
I would go with Happy Gilmore. I would go with Caddyshack. I'd probably go with Rocky 1. I would go with Any Given Sunday. That's a personal favorite of mine, even though it's ridiculous. And then often slept on, I would go with North Dallas 40. It's a football movie in the 70s.
Yeah, they made it into a TV show later.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's that one's kind of reminds me
of
a
TNT show.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Bad, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically like if Ken Stabler and Fred Blitnikoff had a movie. That's what it looked like. So yeah, North Dallas 40 in my top 5.
Surprised you left Replacements off.
It's not one of my favorites. Replacements is a good if that's on TNT late at night, I'm watching that. But it's not one of my favorite movies.
Surprised you both left Dodgeball off.
Yeah, Dodgeball is the ultimate underdog story.
Yeah, I mean that's if I'm going top 10, that's
top
in
5's
there.
tough.
It's tough to fit that into the top 5.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, is it on the same level as Gilmore? It's close for me, but it's not quite there.
Okay, no one ever considers Raging Bull as a sports movie, though. Because it's very dark and...
Well, it's kind of like, if you were going to go deeper on that, too, I love the movie $1 Million Baby.
Yeah, but I don't even think of that as a sports movie.
I mean, it is, but I don't think of it as that either. It's an Eastwood movie.
Okay, yeah. I've always thought about this one. Do you consider, it's not really a sport, it's a blood sport, obviously, Gladiator?
No.
Okay.
No, dude.
Well, win the
What's
crowd.
Your favorite sports movie, Chariots of Fire? No, stop. Knock it off, dude. No.
Shout out Kurt Russell in Miracle. It's a very good, good
that's one that
Miracle's good.
On there. I
don't know.
Miracle's definitely in my top 10.
You're sleeping on Gladiator there.
So I'm not sleeping on
Win
Gladiator.
The crowd. Win freedom.
It's not a sports movie.
Yeah.
What about Bloodsport?
The movie Bloodsport?
Yeah, solid.
I don't even remember that one.
How about Karate Kid? Is that a sports movie? Karate Kid doesn't get love as a sports movie.
No, yeah, definitely Karate Kid, yeah.
It should. Yeah, good.
What about Bring It On? Yeah, we're going to something else here.
We're going to get into the debate of cheerleading and sport. You don't want to get me going.
Exactly.
Because I will. I mean, here's my thing. My issue is then Save the Last Dance is a sports movie? You're not competing. The only way to win a cheerleading competition
I know one, but I haven't seen it.
Is by judging an execution of a specific, I don't know. I have a tough time with that.
Yeah.
Every other sport has somebody directly competing against you.
No,
people would say they go to judges in boxing. I go, yeah, because if you keep going, someone dies. That's the alternative.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's my argument is it's hard for me to call it a sport when nobody has a chance to beat you. They can beat you, but somebody else has to tell you that they beat you.
Right. Yeah.
Somebody else decides that they did theirs better and executed this routine. And I don't know enough about it, but I'm not saying it doesn't involve athleticism, but I'm saying it's all routine that you've been practicing the same moves. It's no different to me than a form of dance, which is an art form. And it's not a knock on that, but I think sometimes it rubs people the wrong way. And again, it's just my perception. Who cares?
Yeah.
You do what you want.
Just your opinion, man.
I'm just saying, it's not, there's no defense.
Text line's going insane. There's a bajillion of these right now.
All right, here we go.
651 says Depop. You don't remember Bloodsport?
I don't, actually.
209 says is Hunger Games a sports movie?
Honestly? Yeah.
Yeah.
Bloodsport worth a rewatch. Pretty funny. It's aged very funny.
Cool Runnings? I forgot about Cool Runnings, yeah.
I forgot about Major League, too.
Oh, yeah, Major League.
Blades of Glory.
530 says, how's about Rudy for a top sports movie? I'm not a Rudy guy.
I'm not a Rudy guy.
I'm not a big Rudy guy.
I mean, if you grew up with Notre Dame and you love, the Fighting Irish, then that movie's all about you, but I am not a Rudy fan.
707 is Drumline a sports movie? I don't think so.
No.
Somebody else says, where do you put The Natural in your sports movie list? I told you before, I'm not a big Natural guy.
I haven't seen it.
It's too hokey for me.
I haven't seen it.
It's not. It's too over the top ridiculous for me.
I heard it's very cheesy.
Yeah, I'm not super into that. Blades of Glory says the 707.
Yeah.
That's a good one. It's a fun one.
What, did we mention Waterboy? Did we? I know we did Sandler stuff. Did we mention
Waterboy?
No, not Waterboy. No Longest Yard. I mean, my personal Will Ferrell favorite sports movie is Semi-Pro. Jackie Moon.
530 says, dude, there's so many sports with judges. Well, yeah, but no sport where the judge decides who wins unilaterally or among a panel of three.
Yeah.
Like a referee is a judge. They're an official.
Yeah.
I mean, the judge is different. There's an official, I guess, when it comes to cheerleading routines. Again, there's no defense. Nobody has a chance to beat you on their own, right? Football, you're running a routine as well. You're running something you organize to a tee, but somebody else has got something else they're trying to do to stop.
So what are you saying? Like golf, like the green is the defense?
I'm saying in golf, you're competing against somebody else, though. Somebody else has a chance to beat you on their own. There's no judge. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you have a chance to do the scoring yourself to beat somebody.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's where
So you're saying Bring It On's not a sports movie, along with not being a sport.
Next in the sound soiree.
One of our great YouTube chatters, Gizmo, says, what about Air Bud?
Yeah,
I love Air Bud.
Air Bud, great sports movie. First movie I ever cried during.
Really?
Yeah, dude. That and then John Q shortly thereafter.
Oh, dude.
Two different ends of the spectrum.
Very different. I do love an Air Bud. Like the common thing in that movie, the first one's like, well, there's no rules that say that dogs can't play basketball. I'm sure there is.
I'm
sure there is.
Sure, there's rules.
Also, why do you need that rule?
Also, why is there a sequel where he plays football and it's like, damn, they changed the basketball rule book, but forgot to change the if you were in that school board, you'd be like, we can't be doing this.
Yeah, I know. It's like, no. I saw this dog last year play basketball. He's not playing football.
He can't even dribble.
Yes.
Like, what are we doing?
And what are we doing? The ball's deflated every time he catches the ball. It catches it with his teeth. Have a linebacker just clothesline a dog here? Come on now.
I need to consult the rules board.
Yeah, a lot of people checking in with movies we've already said. Rookie of the Year, I said. A League of Their Own, we did not say. 916 a Space Jam. Solid.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Solid. 408 says 42. I just love getting Harrison Ford in that movie.
Oh, Harrison Ford's great in that movie.
I want a guy who doesn't want to fight back. I want a guy who can take the heat and not fight.
Yeah, I know. Harrison Ford was definitely more Richard Nixon than the owner of the team back then.
It's like black people watch baseball too. Yeah, that's my Ford as branch.
No, that's not bad.
This is the sound.
Get off my plane.
This is the sound sport. Yeah, dude. Get the hell off my team. How about Archie Manning? Archie Manning,
okay,
the father of Peyton and Eli. Of course, Archie Manning. He's doing somebody asked him to do a cameo video, so they paid Cameo, and he took a cut.
Yes.
To record a video for an Ole Miss fan. Now, he went to Ole Miss, right?
He did go to Ole Miss.
He went to Ole Miss just like Eli. Peyton broke his dad's heart and went to Tennessee.
Yes, he did.
Here's Archie Manning doing a cameo for an Ole Miss fan.
Hey, Richard, Archie Manning here. Now, I know what big Rebel fans you, David, and Scott are, and I want to also thank you for being a big fan of mine. As you know, the Rebels had a great year. I think we're going to do great in the playoffs without our narcissist jerk coach. I sure hope so. Here's a New Year's blessing to the Don of the Kelly family. Hotty toddy.
Hotty toddy. I like that he slipped that in there. Our narcissistic head coach in Lane Kiffin.
That's good. That's good. I like when they take jabs. I like when because you're getting like access to celebs or people of note, of some notoriety.
But I'm sure the Ole Miss alumni was not like, hey, can you have a little jab towards Lane Kiffin? He used to do that on his own. Free of charge.
Yeah.
Archie going after Lane Kiffin.
More people checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Dude, I got to change. I got to take one out. I got to remove something because somebody reminded me of one. 61. I forgot 61.
Oh, yeah. 61
my favorite baseball movie. Then I probably got to remove Rookie of the Year. Probably got to go 61 in there.
Okay.
So Titans, Gilmore, Rocky 3, Coach Carter, 61.
It's not bad.
Dude, directed by Billy Crystal.
Yeah.
HBO movie, Barry Pepper, Thomas Jane.
It's not bad.
It's a great movie.
Saw it for the first time a couple years ago. Great movie.
Awesome movie.
I can tell you, of Adam's list, I know one that is not coming off. Coach Carter is not coming off that list.
No,
for sure.
I'm not a teacher. I'm the new basketball.
You quote Coach Carter all the time.
Yeah,
it's right up there like we do Sandler quotes all the time, and Coach Carter as well.
You guys got to, seriously, I got to get black friends. You guys got to see this movie.
No, I mean, I've seen it. And also, I'll go one further on you. He Got Game, overrated. I'm sorry. But, like, that premise of that movie, and Ray Allen, pretty good as Jesus Shuttlesworth. Like not
It's all about Denzel. That
yeah,
movie,
not one of my favorite not one of my favorite sports movies.
No, it's all good. It doesn't have to be. Coach Carter, I think, is a better movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, get some good Carter. Plus, it takes place in Richmond, right here.
Yes, it
It's a
does.
true
Rich
story.
what?
Richmond. That's where I always got it from.
Yeah.
More here. All right. Phil Rivers was introduced today. Newest member of the Indianapolis Colts. Last played in 2020 for the Colts. He had a hell of a season that year.
He did,
Had a
yes.
really good year. He retired, was on the ballot for the Hall of Fame, and now he's back on their practice squad. Could play this weekend, could even start against the 49ers next Monday in Indianapolis. Here's Philip Rivers telling everybody why he's coming back.
As simple as can be is a coach that I love and an organization that I really enjoyed being with. You know, Mr. Irsay believing in me in that year in 2020 when it didn't go so good in 2019. Shoot, the teammates that I were able to play with, shoot, 14 of them are still here. Training room's the same. You know, PR guys are the same. Equipment room's the same. And they wanted me. You know, I try to keep it as simple as that. And, you know, a game I love to play, a game that I thought I was done playing. Certainly, I wasn't really hanging on any hope of playing again. I'd kind of thought that ship had sailed. But something about it excited me. And it's kind of one of those deals, the door opens and you can either walk through it and find out if you can do it or run from it. I know that there's risk involved, obviously, of what may or may not happen, but the only way to find out is going for it. And I just felt almost like it was a gift, another opportunity to play and cut it loose with your guys in the game you love to play and the dream that you got to live. You may get some bonus time. So I really kept it as simple as that in my mind, and here I stand.
That's awesome. I mean, honestly, like I know a lot of former players, like they always think about like what if I went back and played a little bit longer? And every now and then, some guys retire, and then they get the phone call from teams. Like I think Troy Aikman talks about how the Miami Dolphins with Norv Turner hit him up and said like we want you to come back and play quarterback for us, and he contemplated it for a while and then just didn't go through with it. Philip Rivers is like, you know what? I never won a Super Bowl. I want to see what happens here, and that means that his chances of getting to the Hall of Fame are prolonged, but. This is pretty awesome. This is very entertaining. The last few weeks of the NFL season. I don't know how it's going to go, but I'm thoroughly entertained to see what happens with Philip Rivers.
So, I want to talk more about this. We're going to take a quick break. We'll play the other sounds from Philip Rivers when we come on back. An extended soiree. We'll talk a bit about Brock Purdy and where he stacks up against the other potential NFC quarterbacks who could be going to the postseason in the NFC. So we'll do that after we take a quick break, and then we'll talk to Steve Young coming up at 5 o'clock. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader. Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to Jim Gaffigan tickets, call right now.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Steve Young going to join us in about 20 minutes at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock for the best half hour in sports radio. Love catching up with Steve Young. 49ers out of the bye this week against the Tennessee Titans. I'd say the worst team in football, but they're tied for the worst team, aren't they?
Raiders are the worst team in football.
Yeah. They now have 2 wins.
Yeah.
The Raiders have 2, don't they?
They have 2 wins. They've been stuck on 2 wins for a while. They beat the Patriots week 1, if you can believe that.
That's one of the Patriots' 2 losses. The Patriots started 0-2.
Yeah.
They've won 11 in a row.
Well, no,
It's wild that happened.
1-2.
1-2.
Yeah, the only losses, I think, for the Patriots are the Raiders and the Steelers. And then, Tennessee. The Raiders beat Tennessee, too. But, yeah, Tennessee's a bad team.
Yeah, the Jets were 3-10.
Yeah.
Browns are 3-10.
My Jets?
Derek's Jets. Raiders are 2-11. Giants are 2-11. The Saints are 3-10. The Cardinals are 3-10. They're some bad teams.
Wow. The Giants only have 2 wins?
Giants have 2 wins.
God, they feel so different because the hype around Jackson Dart.
It shows you the ESPN hype on the East Coast.
I know.
They didn't do anything, and everybody's all excited about it.
Oh, they won 2 games. They beat, the Chargers and the Eagles? Like, they're turning it around.
Scatterbo, dislocated his knee or something.
Oh, yeah, that was rough.
Whatever the injury was, that was bad for him. Or maybe his
Yeah.
ankle. Similar to Fred Warner, actually, I think.
Yep.
So I want to talk some Brock Purdy here, and we'll catch up with Steve Young momentarily. But more sound here from Phillip Rivers first, because he returned, and we just told you why he's coming back. Or he said why he was coming back, and he loves to play, wants to play, thinks he can still play. Who knows what we're going to see? I mean, I don't have any expectation really at all. It's just intriguing.
It's very intriguing, and I would be surprised if the Niners don't see him. I think it's crazy to play him this week on a short week like this. But then again, if Riley Leonard's injured, you have to go with what you have. So, yeah, Phillip Rivers against the Seattle Seahawks defense, even the 49ers is interesting. The last week of the season, Colts taking on the Texans, and they are the best defense in all of football. So, it's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Like, Le'Veon Bell skips a year and comes back. It is never the same.
Yeah.
Marshawn Lynch ended up taking a year off and came back.
With the Raiders, yeah.
Whatever. Like, it was fine.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't, he was already kind of moving that way anyway. But Le'Veon, we thought, was still kind of in the peak of his powers.
Yeah.
And then was literally never the same guy.
Mm-hmm.
What position is the hardest to come back and play in the NFL after an absence? Like I would guess, like kicker, like special teams kicker, punter, like forget that. That's separate from what I'm talking about. Those are less contact positions. I'm more thinking like wide receiver, I would think, is probably near the top. I don't want to say easiest, but like
to get your speed back.
Well, I just mean like that's kind of what you're looking at. Like you could be a skate, you could be a hands guy, you could be, you know what I mean? Like you don't necessarily, the skill set calls for something different. Like I don't know if quarterback is like, it's got to be. It's funny. It's the most important position. It's one of the hardest positions in sports to play.
Yeah.
But is it the hardest after an absence? Like defensive end maybe?
Okay, so are you
sorry? Edge rusher, is that a different like?
Are you saying that an injury comes along with this, or just leaving the game and coming back?
No, I'm not talking injury. I'm talking like in an absence. Like we know guys have skipped a year, so I was using the running backs as an example.
Yeah.
Like if a wide receiver were out for a minute, for a year, and then he's like, you know what, I'm making a comeback.
Well, you know what?
You hear that more frequently.
Randy Moss retired and then came back and played with the 49ers.
That's what I mean. So like, after a period of time, I just feel like there are some positions that might be easier to roll out of bed and play. Not that quarterback is one, but are there harder positions?
It might be the easiest to come back and play running back, but also it's a year less on your career. So even though Le'Veon Bell took a year off, he just got older.
Yeah.
Like it's different. Like Marcus Allen, people say that he was able to play longer because he hardly played because he was in the doghouse with Al Davis. And Bo Jackson was playing, and he was, believe it or not, fullback for Bo Jackson back in the day. That's how he was able to play into his 30s. Emmitt Smith was able to play into his 30s too because he really got touched when he was on that Cowboys offensive line. But I think if you were to take a year off for being a running back, yeah, you come back and play easily. But you're just getting older, and that's a position where if you turn 30, things change. So if I had to guess, I have no idea. It's something we can ask Steve Young. I would say running back may be the hardest thing because you're just getting older, and that's this position where if you get older, you're done.
Yeah, I want to ask Steve Young what he thinks because it's interesting to think like QB is the most important. It's the hardest to play, but it might not be the hardest. That's what I'm saying. That was kind of the point I'm making is I don't think it's number one.
No.
I think because I'm with you. I think running back
he can still sling it. Like I'm sure that to a degree Steve Young is still slinging. I'm sure that Dan Marino could still sling it.
Yeah, it's about. I mean,
but
it's
can
about,
they move? No.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Because again, the processing is such a big part of it, and being able to evaluate what defenses are doing is a huge part of it.
Yeah,
that's not just going to go away.
No, of course
not. Here's more from Phillip Rivers. Don't forget, Larry Krueger said he's one of the great sires of our time.
Oh God, yeah, 10 kids.
He was asked, Phillip Rivers, how his 10 kids are taking his return. He's like, I figure if I get one more, I can start one whole side of an offense or defense. Here's Phil Rivers.
They've been very supportive. I think my younger children are most excited. I shouldn't say most excited. They're excited because they don't remember Dad playing. My 6-year-old actually asked me like 4 months ago, like, Dad, why don't you play anymore? And I'm like, hon, I'm sorry. The best you're going to get is me coaching on the sideline, because they were seeing, highlight or they're pulling up some, old games. My boys are fired up, obviously. But I think share the same sentiment. A little nervous, like, Dad, you think you can do it? And then my older girls are real excited because they're a little bit confused. They're like, shoot, I was 12. Some of them, now all of a sudden they're grown adults, married, and they remember 16 years old going to the ball game. So it's been a whirlwind of 48 hours, I'll say.
Yeah,
hold on. Phillip Rivers is a kid who's married and one who's 6.
Yeah,
that's wild.
Well, like,
you were a grandkid. Yeah, it's why he's a grandpa playing quarterback.
Well, yeah, like is his house now just an empty nest where he's like, man, I got nothing to do now. I got my wife obviously, but no kids. Got time to play football now.
What do you mean he's got an empty nest? He's got a 6-year-old.
Oh, 6-year-old.
That's what I'm saying. He's got kids in the house. He had some of them some of them were young, like too little to play. Like when he retired, he said that one was 2 years old or whatever.
Yeah.
So he said his youngest kid is like, dude, how come you don't play anymore?
Man,
it's too long ago.
It's crazy. He was drafted 20 years ago.
Yeah.
A year before Aaron Rodgers. And I think like just Phillip Rivers, even though he's 44 and Aaron Rodgers I think will be 42, it's so different to me because he hasn't played in 5 years.
Yeah. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
Is he the first known grandfather to play in the NFL?
I'm pretty sure Daryl LaMonica had to be a grandfather too.
Daryl LaMonica played forever.
Oh yeah, dude, he played to his 60s.
He had one bar.
Yeah.
Daryl LaMonica played with one. Yeah. That's how I know. He had one bar.
Well, he was a kicker turned quarterback.
Yeah, I met him one time, dude.
Oh, did you?
At one of those quarterback golf tournament things my dad did, yeah.
Or quarterback turned kicker.
Yeah.
By the way, someone on the text line says Ricky Williams, of course, famously retired and then came back. Yeah, because he was younger. He was in his 20s when he retired. Then he came back and remember he played for the Argonauts and
for the Toronto
CFL?
Argonauts in 6 weeks as agreed at the Desert Inn. Happy to find them play here in the fine city of Miami. How did I leave basketball off my favorite sports
Yeah,
movies?
that too. And also, as Tim told us at the break, Kingpin.
2 bits of advice for you, Munson. Number 1, why don't you forget about this bowling business and get yourself a real job? Number 2, you still owe me another month's rent. So if I were you, I would start doing some tongue exercises before Friday.
Every time.
Underrated movie.
Underrated so
movie.
ridiculous. By the way, I started typing into Google how many grand, and it just finished my sentence. Fathers have played in the NFL. So people have been searching this all day. People have been looking this up all day.
Or Google's listening to us.
Only 2 players are widely known to have played in the NFL as grandfathers. Phillip Rivers would be the second.
Who's the first?
Your boy Brett Favre.
Oh yeah,
I do remember that now.
Yeah.
But he was playing into his early 40s, too.
George Blanda played till he was 48 or something like that. Maybe.
That's what I'm thinking of, George Blanda.
You could have older kids, but not necessarily be a grandfather.
Yeah, not Daryl LaMonica, my bad.
That's pretty incredible. Yeah, you meant Blanda, but LaMonica did have one bar.
He did, yes.
Did have one bar.
One more from the Phil Rivers sound here. He was asked, somebody asked him what he weighs right now. He didn't look out of shape to me.
No, he looked a little doughy.
Did he?
A little.
A little in the face?
Yeah, and in the gut.
He wasn't hitting the lift days the way you are?
Yeah, I could teach him a thing or two.
Yeah, okay, Phil, give Derek a call, dude. He's got you taken care of with a little lift day. Just don't use the treadmill in his apartment. Here's Phillip Rivers on what his current weight is.
Right this second? I'm not sure, Greg. How about that? That's an honest answer. I will answer your question a little better on the playing weight, Greg. And not what it was when I walked up the field in Buffalo. All right, I can tell you that. But then I follow that up with I ain't never ran away from anybody anyway. Right? So I'm gonna. They people say, well, they're gonna know you're gonna be right there, and it's like, well, they knew that for 16, 17 years. So.
At first, I thought Tim pumped in those laughs, but he just he's killing that room. Telling everybody I don't know how much I weigh right now.
I mean, dude, the whirlwind of emotions for Colts fans. You know what I mean? They're skidding. Daniel Jones goes down 2 weeks ago, they're afraid this is going to be serious.
Right.
He's going to play with a broken bone in his leg, and he ends up playing, and then he tears the other Achilles. You think season's cooked, and then here comes a guy who for 1 year took them to the playoffs at 11-5 before he called it quits in the COVID season. So you got to be, if you're a Colts fan, this is intriguing. I mean, again, I said to you the other day when there was a report they were going to work him out, I said, I really hope this happens because it's such a fun, intriguing story.
Oh, God,
and a
yeah.
wrinkle we haven't had this late in the season. It's unheard of.
It's kind of like there was always rumors that Dan Marino wanted to play a little longer and, maybe, had chances to come back. This would kind of be like that, where a guy that didn't get to win a Super Bowl has an opportunity to come back and play for a team that he played with before. And it's just weird. It's years later. He was so close to the Hall of Fame. Maybe not have been first ballot, but now we're going to wait another 5 years for that because he is going to play. There's no reason why he would come out of retirement if he's going to be the backup quarterback. So it's just fascinating. I have no idea how it's going to go. I figure he has still something in the tank, but yeah, he better get a lot of offensive line blocking because I don't think he's going to be very mobile. But he never was, as he just said.
Well, here's the report today on the practice report for the Chiefs. Excuse me, for the Colts. Colts listed Riley. This is per Adam Schefter. The Colts listed Riley Leonard, who has a strained knee ligament, as a full participant today. It looks as if the Colts need him Sunday. If the Colts need him Sunday at Seattle, he would be available.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you. I would be a bit surprised if he got the start. Phil Rivers, that is, this week. I did say the same thing about when the Bengals traded for Joe Burrow. For Joe Flacco. The difference is that Flacco was on a roster and has been playing.
Yes.
Like, there's a huge wrinkle here in the unknown of, like, run him out. I mean, maybe he's their emergency guy. Maybe he's out there as a backup, and if Leonard goes and strains something or takes a hit, you have to have somebody ready to play.
Yeah.
Like, this is I would equate it to, like, Josh Dobbs last year in Minnesota.
Right.
Like, you can't go into the game with one quarterback.
No.
You have to have somebody. And are we better off going with somebody like this or pulling somebody off the street who doesn't know the offense anyway?
Right. Well, like right now they're
I think
down.
that's kind of where we're at. So
they're literally down to their fourth-string quarterback.
I sort of feel like Riley Leonard's the guy this week, and then there's a question of based on how he plays. And who do they play this week?
They play the Seahawks.
Oh, that's right, in Seattle. Against Seattle at Seattle.
Jesus.
I mean, Riley Leonard might look really bad in this game.
Oh yeah.
I think that's likely.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of likely that happens. If that's the case, or based on what you've seen of Leonard, who do you think gives them a better chance to win?
Oh, come on.
Do you think it's? I mean, we don't know.
Probably the best chance to win this week.
We know about as much about both of them as it stands right now.
Well,
no, not right now. Who gives the Colts the best opportunity to make a playoff run from here on out? You don't know much about either.
I have to see what Phillip Rivers looks like.
But you don't really know what Riley Leonard looks like. You just saw one half.
Saw glimpses. Yeah, Riley Leonard's interesting. I mean, he's also injured. I remember a couple years ago.
It's an injured rookie fourth stringer. Like what?
Yeah, probably Phillip Rivers, honestly, at this point.
It's only because, and I think we're biased because we're built on his legacy.
Yeah.
I think we have to.
I mean,
imagine being a rookie quarterback, and it's better for a 44-year-old who hasn't played in 5 years to give his team a better chance.
I remember when Carson Palmer was traded to the Raiders. Kyle Bowler started that game, and he was terrible. He threw 3 interceptions, and then they threw Carson Palmer out there for the second half, and then he threw 3 interceptions. So I think always you don't want the quarterback you just acquired on a short week to play, but you're in dire straits right now, so you probably have to play Phillip Rivers. We'll see.
949 says, dude, we're only one Raiders injury away from Brady returning to the league.
That's true.
Strapping him up for the Raiders, throwing the eye patch on.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. We can talk about all this stuff. The return of Phillip Rivers to the NFL with our own Hall of Famer, number 8, Steve Young. He joins Dirty Work every other Wednesday, and he'll do so next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today. Of note, Tatum Bethune did not practice with his high ankle injury. Kyle Juszczyk was limited while nursing his, and Nick Martin is still in the concussion protocol. For everything 49ers, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
One, two, three, Steve Young. Steve Young. Steve Young. Steve Young. He was hanging down to Tampa Bay.
We do it every other Wednesday with the Hall of Famer number 8, Steve Young. Steve joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest. What's going on, Steve? How are you, man?
What's up? My boldest boy's here, and he just heard the opening. He goes, "What's that song?" I go, "That's the Steve Young song, bro."
Yeah.
And he never heard it, so I guess you guys got to send it to me because he's never heard it.
We'll email it to you. We'll get Tim to send it to you after the show. We'll get that out to you, man. It's great. It's funny.
Who knew?
I was singing it to myself this afternoon. I was like, "Steve's on, Steve."
Oh, it's a banger.
Stuck
It's a
in my
banger,
head.
Steve.
It's a banger.
It's a banger. We've got a guest with us today, Steve.
Omar
Wanderas with us. We do a Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week every week. We're excited to honor a weekly Bay Area hero as the Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week. So many individuals and organizations go above and beyond, and we like to honor them here. When we talk to Steve, Forever Young Foundation was founded in 1993 by Steve and his wife, Barb, and it's focused on passing on hope and resources for the development, strength, and education of children. The foundation serves children facing significant physical, emotional, and financial challenges by providing them with academic, athletic, and therapeutic opportunities currently unavailable to them. And this week, we honor and highlight SEO Scholars. Founded in 2011, SEO Scholars San Francisco addresses the widening academic opportunity gap for public high school students in the Bay Area with a challenging and engaging out-of-school academic program. By providing students with year-round supplemental academic classes, mentorship, experiential learning, opportunities, and career exposure during high school, we equip our scholars to earn admission to and graduate from four-year colleges around the country. And joining us is the executive director, Omar Wandera. What's going on, Omar? How are you, man?
Pleasure to be here.
That's great to have you. It's an awesome opportunity for us to highlight SEO Scholars. Tell us what people should know and what kind of help and assistance these kids are getting towards four-year universities.
Yeah, so SEO Scholars in San Francisco helps low-income kids who will be their first in their families to go to college. We find kids from all over the Bay Area, so we're serving kids at about 60 different high schools. And essentially what we do is we have them go into really sort of intense academic training. So if you've ever been a major athlete like Steve Young and played football, you have 7-on-7s outside of your high school football team, or if you're a basketball player, you do AAU. So I sort of describe our program as sort of like the AAU of academics. Our kids go to school just like every other normal student throughout the Bay Area, but then right after they get out of school, they come to us and do more school. So how that translates is during the week, they take community college courses to help prepare them to be able to go to college. They go to school on Saturdays from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock. They do that, and in addition to that, they also spend their summers with us and spend six weeks of their time really hammering in on English and math skills to better prepare them to be able to go to college. So what they get out of that at the end of the day is we have 100% of our kids that are going to four-year colleges and universities, many of them going to some of the best colleges in the country. Our last class, for example, submitted over 300 college applications, were accepted to schools like Stanford, Yale, Princeton, Columbia, UPenn, Cornell, University of San Diego, UCLA, to name a few. And many of them are going on full rides because they're just that awesome. That class actually averaged a GPA of over 4.0 that just graduated. So we're really proud of them, and we want them to keep up the good work.
Hey, Omar, so is it that they're generally the first ones in their family's history to go to college? Is that what happens a lot of times?
Yeah, they'll be one of the first ones to go and really sort of, pave the way for their younger brothers and sisters and other folks in the community to be able to prove that it can be done through a lot of hard work, but it can be done to be able to go to college and not only go, but also graduate. So one of the things we're also really proud about is we're not only getting kids to college, we're also graduating them within 6 years at over 80%.
The voice you hear is the
That's
executive.
another thing, full cycle. Yeah, it's amazing. How do you pay for it? How does SEO Scholars get funded? How do we help? How does the KNBR family help?
Yeah, there's a lot of folks throughout the Bay Area that believe in what we're doing. So we're always soliciting funds and asking for people to support. It's a completely free program to kids. And so if there was anyone who is interested out there to support the program, they could go to our website and learn more, SEO-USA.org. And then if they're really compelled, right at the bottom of the page, you see a Donate Now button, and then people can give that way.
The voice you hear is Omar Wandara, the executive director of SEO Scholars San Francisco. SEO-USA.org is the website, and there's actually a donate button. I'm on the website now at the top of the page. One more on my end here for you, Omar. What if I knew a student or a kid or somebody who I thought would be a good fit for this program? How do students get involved? If there's any young people out there listening or people who have ties to young people who might benefit from this program, how do we get other kids involved?
Yeah, we have a communicate button right on the website as well. So they want to reach out to us and let us know that they're interested. They're always welcome to do that. We're also out visiting schools all the time. And so if you see us in your building, please come talk to us because it's a fantastic opportunity for you.
Fantastic, Omar. We really appreciate the time, man. Awesome that we get to honor you and put this on put a spotlight on this SEO Scholars San Francisco. And again, the website SEO-USA.org. Thanks so much, Omar.
Appreciate
Thanks, Omar.
Great
Thank
stuff.
you. 100%. How about that? 100% of the kids get into four-year school and 80% graduate. That's great.
And we're talking
Way
like
to go.
big-time schools. Stanford,
Absolutely, yeah.
Yale. I mean, you mentioned
that's
some.
awesome.
I mean, just incredible.
That's what I'm saying. The three of us, what have we done lately? Not much, but Omar, he's making it happen. He's making it happen. We're chopping around about whether Notre Dame should be in the CFP.
Yeah. I noticed you didn't say BYU though, Steve.
Yeah, no, I just don't want to even go there.
All right, fair enough. Well, last time you were on, Steve, we had a surprise Hall of Fame wide receivers on. So are we expecting like Steve Largent and Andre Reed to jump on?
Yeah, who's coming this week?
Tim Brown.
Yeah, Tim Brown again? I'll take it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. What am I guessing?
All right, Steve. Niners out of the bye this week. Tennessee Titans coming off of a win over the Browns. I mean, it's incredible how wide open the NFC feels right now. It's impossible to project where anybody's going to land, though we do have kind of a finite number of teams. But the Niners, with a little bit of help, could go as high as number one in the NFC. The division could still be on the table. How do you look at their opportunity here? Because I think it looks pretty bright considering the way things have gone.
Yeah, and things continue to break, and I'm sorry to say it, and I shouldn't say that way, but with Daniel Jones going down, the Colts, suddenly that looks like, we've again, we talked about last week, we've got a 2-month tour through the worst of the NFL. It's been, it's like in some ways it's been great, but other ways we remain kind of, you sharpen your saw by playing the best. And so we need to get ready for what's coming. And I think obviously the Bears game and then the Seattle game will be great defining for us. Because you could see ourselves, we go 13-4, right? And win the division, which is like, it's crazy. But I think everyone would look at us like, well, let's see. And so I think it doesn't matter how this goes down in the regular season, wherever we get seeded, we're going to have to, go define ourselves more fully. And it's going to be a defense with a lot of people that people don't know their names and an offense that has a few names that they know and have to score 30. So it's like nothing new. And we just got to make sure we take care of business against the teams that are obviously, if you think about where the Titans are, it's like, other than the Raiders, is the worst in the league. Mm-hmm. Where the Colts are going to be without a quarterback, it's going to be really, really tough. And so things continue to break our way to do something special. We just got to be ready to go do it. And what I said at the beginning of the year, if we're going to go anywhere this season, it's going to be names that you do not know today in September, but you're going to be shouting them from the top of the rooftops by the end of the season. And we're getting closer to that. I mean, how many names, what names would you guys say we didn't really know in September that we really think a lot of today? And I think, we've got a running back, we've got a safety, we've got a linebacker, we got people that it feels like a receiver. Like we got guys that Sky and others that I feel like are coming fast.
Yeah.
And that's what makes me feel like don't judge us today. Take a look at us in January. I think we're getting better every week.
Talking to the Hall of Famer Steve Young on the UMA guest line. I heard you last week. You said that nobody wants to play the 49ers in the playoffs, and I agree with you. I think there's better teams in the NFC right now than the 49ers, but with how competitive the conference is, do you see anybody that the 49ers should fear? Like, even right now, I'd say the Rams are the best team, but the 49ers are so familiar with the Rams. And then again, you have the Packers, who Kyle Shanahan knows, with Matt LaFleur. The Eagles are in free fall right now. So when you look at the NFC, yes, teams should fear the 49ers, but should the 49ers fear anybody once they get to the postseason?
You should be careful with teams like Seattle and the Rams. They feel fully loaded, where we've got Fred, cheering us from the box, and we've got Nick cheering us from the box, and we got guys missing. And so in that way, I think there should be a humility about it, not fear, but a vulnerability to like, look, we're not fully loaded. We're transitioning, and maybe getting guys that are getting it would be great players in the league, and then obviously got to get great right now. But let's not, I think we should remain wary of overconfidence or anything like that. Like, we're going to have to come from perceptually and from reality in a place that we're not used to. We're used to being fully loaded. We're not. But again, tough out. Who should we fear? Nobody. But are we wary? Yeah. We got to make sure that we're, because we have to win 3 playoff games, probably, and 2 of them on the road, probably, or that's not 3. And they're going to have to go through Green Bay, Seattle, LA, maybe Philadelphia. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It looks brutal. But that's okay. None of them, not anything I just said, like you just said, because they're in a division, there's no fear.
Right. No, I think what you said was well received, though, in that, because I kind of view it the same way, in that, like, you don't want to get overconfident. It's easy to get that way when your team is off of 3 wins and on a bye. You're sitting there watching everybody else play and pointing out their flaws. I just feel like, the Rams are maybe the most flawless. The Packers are up there as well in terms of what they do well. But it does feel like, can you outlast any of the other teams in terms of whose flaw is going to be exposed more? The Niners do have a tough time getting to the quarterback. Is that enough to expose to keep them from making a playoff run? Not really when I look at some of the other teams. I just think it's all going to be about matchups, and I don't really see a bad matchup, but I'm with you. Like, going to Green Bay would be tough early on. Going to Seattle would be tough.
But you know what worries me, and again, players don't think about this, right? They don't care, coaches even, but I sit back and I go, what worries me is you watch like last week's game with the Bears and the Packers, playoff atmosphere. The Rams have been some playoff atmosphere games, like just gritty, raw, comeback, even getting beat. It's like the Eagles in top ball games recently. They go overtime against the Chargers on the road. Like, we can say they're in free fall, but you talk about sharpening your saw. It's getting tested in November, in December. Right. And what I worry about is we're not. It's not. We're doing nothing wrong. We're playing who's in front of us, right? It's like that's what we're doing. So we shouldn't feel at all. We shouldn't feel anything about it other than I worry that when we get into those environments where it's like against people who have been gritty for a couple 3 months,
right?
When we've been able, like, and again, it's not our fault. We play who we play, but it's not the rigor that these other guys are going through, proving that they're best in the league. Yeah. And that's why I say we've got to hold on to some real, I don't know, we have to develop that grittiness despite it. Like, I worry about not having that happening to us right now.
Can you remember, Steve?
Did I say that right? Yeah. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. No, it totally makes sense. It's like, because Derek, that's sort of been Derek's point for a couple of weeks. Like, he's not saying he doesn't buy the 49ers, but he has said, like, I want to see them play against the top talent in the league. Yeah. And to that point, I think that's the one you're making, is we haven't seen them play the Bears yet or Seattle outside of.
But it's not about. I don't want them to go prove anything. What I'm worried about as a player, I know what it felt like to be grinding out,
a playoff like
top tier schedule throughout the season, and what you gain. Yeah, you get beat up a lot, but you gain like a sharpness and a viciousness, and I know, and I just, I don't ever remember. This has never happened in the years that I was there, where we were playing the last place schedule. So I just don't know. I guess I get to worry about it as a parent. Like, I'm like the old guy's like, I worry. I was like, and everyone on the field like, don't worry, bro. We got this handled. But I do worry about that.
Talking to Steve Young on the UMA guest line. I want to go back to the game against Cleveland. We haven't talked to you in a couple of weeks. Brock threw well in the wind, but to me, I was extremely impressed with his mobility. He ran for the touchdown. He was able to, elude Myles Garrett. Just how impressive, in your opinion, was Brock's mobility in that game, considering he's coming off of the turf toe injury?
Yeah, it feels like he's getting healthier. And that's what, as you play week to week and you get healthier, that tells me it's going to be okay. When stuff lingers, it feels like you don't never get over it. It's when something. So yeah, I think hopefully we can put the toe behind us with a week off. Like, it's done. And Cleveland tells us it's done, and now with the week off, it's like, oh, come on. So I think we should be proven Sunday to be right. We don't have to worry about that anymore. And that will bring Brock back to be able to do the full measure of all the things that he can do. And that's a positive. That's a good thing. And just in time for, the Bears and the Seahawks. I don't want to make light of the Colts and the Titans right now. It just feels like, it's more of what we've seen. Tough wins, the hard-nosed stuff, but not going up against the best in the league. And so I think it's all good. And who else is getting healthy right now, and who else is, but I think Brock being healthy is awesome.
Last week, a few players were not happy with Juwan Jennings' trash talk during the game, or 2 weeks ago, actually, before the bye week. And I've seen NFL Films footage of John Randall going through media guides on players' families' information to use as material. In your playing days, what did you consider off limits when it came to trash talk, and who was the best trash talker you faced on defense?
Well, John Randall was a talker. It wasn't really worthy of trash. It was just garbly-gook. You know what I mean? I was always like, what? He screamed something. I'm like, bro, I don't know what. I would like to be offended by you, but I don't even know what you're saying. So it was just crazy talk. And I really didn't find it was very unusual that somebody, kind of did that. That was not normal. And so there's talk in between plays and grittiness talk, but it was like trash talk is kind of, I don't know. I think Draymond historically has done a great job for the Warriors policing things with his, I think, what I'll call positive trash talk. I talked to this last week.
Yeah.
In football, it's not, I don't know. The game's just fast and furious and vicious and anyone's trash talking is whatever, bro. I don't care. I don't honestly what did you say about my mother? It doesn't matter. So I think trash talking in football is way overrated. That somehow it's affecting something. Some guys need to chat to play great football, knock yourself out. What's off limits? What's off limits is saying something that my offensive linemen are offended by. Now you're in trouble.
Right.
Right? Because they're now, I remember Kevin Gogan's I don't care what the play is. He's down. He's going down.
Would you?
So, that off limits is when people get, they're going to retaliate. And that's when things can go. I've seen defensive linemen my offensive linemen have pounded people, just punishing them for doing something they felt was out of bounds.
Would you say trash talk was one thing, but what threw you off was Reggie White sacking you and being how's the family? It's making small talk like that.
A lot of that. That's the other end of it, right? He's like, man, Steve, I wanted to get together. I was afraid we'd get on the bus. I wouldn't be able to find you. Let's chat a little bit. It's no, not today. Not in the backfield. Not in the backfield.
Yeah, dead plays, dude. Not when you're on top of me, man. Get off, dude. Talking to Steve Young here on the Uma Guest. I'm just bouncing around the NFL a little bit. Story of the week is Phil Rivers, after 5 years, he was on the ballot. Matt Mayoka told us he actually cast his Hall of Fame ballot and had Rivers on it. Now, if he plays or joins the active roster, he'll have to start all over again. But 44 years old, 5 years since the last time he played. Just real quick, Steve, did you get a call from the Colts before Rivers at all? Do you?
I'm offended. The answer is no. I'm offended, though.
Yeah.
But here's the funny thing. Philip knows what Aaron knew, what Peyton knew, what Tom knew, what Drew knew. I'm trying to think of anyone else. What Matthew knows is that I learned the game in a more sophisticated era before they changed the rules. And I see the game today, and I want to play because I can abuse the system because I have a more sophisticated view of it. Matthew knows that today playing. Aaron Rodgers knows that. Drew Brees' arm died. Peyton Manning's arm died. Tom finally got tired. But you want to take advantage of it. And so Philip, I'm sure, sees the same thing. He's been watching every game, probably I can't believe I'm not out there. This is insane. The game is so much offensive. Everything about every rule changes for the offense. I need to get out there. And now they call me. He's I'm going. And I just chuckle because it's such an elite physical endeavor. It's like climbing Everest.
Right.
It's as if he got called. Honey, I'm leaving. I'm going to Everest, and you did no training. No, you just start. You get a big coat on, and you just start going. There's so many things that can go wrong here. This is a disaster. And I said earlier today, it's like he's been working out. Like I've been working out to play pickleball and to, go to Pilates. You know what I mean? Like what like this is. And there's elite athletes who are 20 years old that are getting hurt trying to play NFL football.
Right.
So I just worry about it. I worry about them.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
It's a
I worry
fascinating
about
story. It's something we've never, ever seen before, really. 5 years away, and then he's going to come back, and I think there's a good chance that he plays. I mean, I don't, like Derek and I were talking about the return of a player when he takes time off. And I was like, I don't know if there's a way to even measure what the most difficult would be to come back and play. But to what you're saying is like you don't lose the mind for the game. You stay sharp, and he understands the game at a different level than a lot of these other younger players do.
Yeah, and in the game today, Joe Flacco's taking advantage of it.
Right, exactly.
Like he can actually pull it off. He's playing, roaming around the league, playing pretty well because the game to him, he's taking advantage of his sophisticated tutoring that he had for years. And you guys got to trust me on this. It's there, and I think Philip sees the same thing. And in some ways, it's the job for what he used to do and what it is today is so much, not easier, but simpler, and the ball can get out more quickly. You can kind of pull it off. And so I just can't fathom that he's going to play and something good will happen. I hope it's not. I just don't want him to get hurt.
Yeah.
Because he's going to, like one move to avoid the rush. It's like the pickleball workout's not going to work.
Right.
It doesn't work. So it's crazy. Awesome. I love it. I hope he does it. I hope he's phenomenal.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
So
but it would be bad for football. It'd be bad for the NFL.
What do you mean?
If he pulls it off, it does prove my point that the game is becoming so safe in some ways that it's not nearly as competitive and nearly as I'll use the word sophisticated again. And that's why Philip is able to come. Look, Joe Flacco's proving it for me. No one really pays attention. It's like, yeah. But if Philip comes back and plays pretty well, it's going. Then it's not good for the NFL. So in a way, because he can't. The league can't be that easy in a way, right? You can't show up 4 years from now and play great NFL football, or else maybe the NFL is not what we think it is. That's the point.
So when you retired in 2000, and I know you sustained injuries, and that's why you went away from the game. But did people contact you to come back and play and come out of retirement and play football again?
Yeah, no, I was going to go to Mike Shannon was in Denver. I went and met with him. We were at long conversations about it, and my wife still's pissed at me that I didn't do it. She goes, "I was pregnant. I would have pushed you. I don't know why you didn't do it." She's still mad. But yeah, and then for a couple 3 years, you guys, it's hard to leave something that you're great at.
Yeah.
Especially when you're mid-30s. Like, what am I going to do the rest of my life? You want to do the thing you're great at, and that's hard. It's a hard transition. And so someone says, "Hey, come back and do what you're great at." That's what Phil's like. He's got 11 kids. He's like, I want to go. Honey, I got to go practice. And I'm not joking, by the way. I think I'm not.
No, I'm with you.
He has 11 children.
He mentioned it. No, he talked about it. By the way, how about this, Steve? He's the second. If he plays in a game, he'll be notably widely known as just the second grandfather to play in the NFL.
Who's the first?
Brett Favre.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's a wild note.
Crazy.
Yeah, wild
crazy.
Note.
That's amazing.
All right, one more for you, Steve. The Chiefs, it looks like they're done. They're not going to make the postseason. And I know a lot of people don't want to see them in the playoffs, but to me, that's a shame for guys like Josh Allen, because I fully wanted to see him defeat Mahomes. It still might be a gauntlet for him to go on the road and beat the Patriots or the Broncos, but the Chiefs have been his nemesis. And I think about you guys in '94, it meant more because you beat the Cowboys. So have you played Warren Moon and the Vikings to get to the Super Bowl? Would that have meant less to you?
I think you life is experiential, so the experience would have been the same because you don't know better.
Right.
But there is something about, but look, the Chiefs are not dead.
No, yeah.
With what's happened in what's happened in Indianapolis with the Colts could lose out. So they could be 8-9. And suddenly there is another spot, right? Am I thinking about it right?
Yeah.
Because the Jags, the Colts go away, AFC East.
They might have to win out, the Colts.
Yeah.
Or the Chiefs, I mean.
Yeah, they have to win out. They have to be 10-7, right? They're 6-7.
Yeah, that's right.
6-7.
So if they're 10-7. They're not out.
Right.
with injury, they were out if Daniel Jones doesn't get hurt. They're out. There's not enough spots. But there's suddenly a spot. So there is still a chance that he has to go through the Chiefs, maybe the Chiefs on the road. But look, Josh Allen at this point in his career, with what he's accomplished, getting to the Super Bowl and winning it is that thing that he needs to do. And regardless, sooner or later you want to kill, the Wicked Witch to the West. I guess that doesn't work anymore with the new movies.
No, you kind of see her in a different light now, don't you? Yeah, it's kind of
a
a different
thing.
angle.
Like, I love her. She's great.
Just
I
misunderstood,
don't want to
Steve.
kill her. She's amazing. My metaphors suck, by the way.
Yeah.
What am I doing? I need help. Anyway, he'll have to kill the Mahomes kind of curse kind of thing. But that's just look. The reason why he's gotten to where he's gotten is because he's had all these hurdles, constantly saying things he can't do and can't do. It's like, put whatever out there, and that's one of them. He'll knock them down sooner or later.
Steve Young, the voice you hear. Steve, this is the last time we're going to talk to you before Christmas because the next hit would be Christmas Eve, and we're off. So I think this is our last hit, maybe for the rest of the year till we come back. You're 2 weeks from tomorrow is Christmas. Are you done? Are you an early shopper? You all wrapped up?
I'm not wrapped up, but I'm ahead of the game. Usually it's like late.
Yeah.
And so I told myself this year, stop with this late stuff. It drives me crazy. So I'm a little better off. I'm all right.
It's always
We'll be
tough.
fine.
It's always tough when you get that
Walgreens
gift. Yeah.
She gave me some great ideas. So I don't have to wander around aimlessly. Because my life is somebody. I might find something. This has happened, by the way. Found some great earrings. Like, she'll love these. These are perfect. I take them back. I wrap them up. I give them to her. She opens up. She goes, "Oh, yeah. I think you gave these to me a couple of years ago."
Steve, come on. You're
I'm
the
like,
same
"What?
pair?
There's no way. There's no way." She went upstairs and there they were. I was like, "How's that possible?" Like, I must have really liked them. Like, she's like, "You're such an idiot." I'm also the guy that she does the stocking. She loves stockings. So she does. I do hers. She does mine. She puts all this cool stuff in it, and I get my stocking one year. And I'm like, "Oh, this is great." I take it upstairs and put it in my closet. So the next year, I'm going through my stocking, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, this is great." And she's giggling and laughing, looking at her mother like, she finally says, "It's the same stocking."
She didn't refill it.
I didn't do anything. I just took it back in the closet.
Well,
that's impossible. I love that stocking. I got everything. That was awesome. Yeah, but you didn't touch it. You just let it. You just sat there the whole year.
Steve, Derek has done this to his dad. I mean, Greg, was it 2 or 3 years in a row?
Oh, for many years, I used to get him the history of the Buffalo Bills DVD set, and then he would leave it in the garage, and Dust would collect. I'm like, "Here you go again, Dad," and he would just like, "Oh yeah, I love this gift."
This is great.
Oh, Steve, we love doing it with you.
Hey, I'll give you guys some earrings. They'll be great.
Thank you.
They'll be great. Yeah, and give them to me again next year. Take a picture. You'll remember it, dude, for next time. Steve, have a great Christmas, man. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you, and we'll talk to you in the new year, man.
Thanks, Steve. Merry Christmas.
Everybody have a great family time. All right, take care.
Great
you guys
deal.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, the great Steve Young, man. Oh, it's so funny.
Oh.
That's hilarious, dude. He got his wife this. She's like, "Oh, yeah, this is great. You gave it to me 2 years ago." She said, "No way. What? No, come on. No way.
Yeah, the matching set. Come on.
Way. Come on. Now you got 4.
Yeah.
Now you got 4 of them.
Dude, I love it when Steve talks Christmas, of course, like back in the day when he talked, fake trees or real trees with Tom. And then last year, I remember him saying that he considers Die Hard a Christmas movie.
Yeah, he did. Tom didn't like that, I don't think, right? Was Tom in favor or opposed?
I think it's Tim. Tim, you know better than us. Was Tom in favor of Die Hard being a Christmas movie? I think so. Yeah.
I think he was. He was okay with it. Rod was definitely not.
Really? Okay.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim, over there. Love talking to Steve Young.
Absolutely.
Never leave Steve Young feeling anything but elated.
Yeah.
We'll recap a little bit of that when we come on back. Steve Young on the Phil Rivers thing was interesting, too, and also kind of echoing what you've said, not in the same terminology like they have to prove
It's good to have the appropriate fear.
All right, Wendy. Okay, bro. What are you doing with your fingers?
Me and Steve Young on the same wavelength.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. Larry Krueger at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. We'll recap a little bit of Steve Young next on the Sports Leader.
Hans, Bobby, I'm your white knight.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Major League Baseball Hall of Famer Jeff Kent joined Murph and Marcus this morning to chat about getting the call from the Hall and look back fondly on his time with the Giants. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app, The Hall of Fame Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. Just got done with Steve Young talking about the 49ers coming off of their bye week. And I think that Steve Young has kind of the same appropriate fear that I have when it comes to their schedule. I'm not saying it's been a soft schedule, but they haven't played the upper echelon teams, the NFC. So this is what Steve Young said when it comes to him kind of worrying in the playoffs.
What worries me, and again, players don't think about this, right? They don't care, coaches even, but I sit back and I go, what worries me is you watch like last week's game with the Bears and the Packers, playoff atmosphere. The Rams have been some playoff atmosphere games, like just gritty, raw, comeback, even getting beat. You know, it's like the Eagles in top ball games recently. They go overtime against the Chargers on the road. Like, we can say they're in free fall, but you talk about sharpening your saw. It's getting tested in November, in December.
Right.
And what I worry about is we're not. It's not. We're doing nothing wrong. We're playing who's in front of us, right? It's like that's what we're doing. So we shouldn't feel at all. We shouldn't feel anything about it other than I worry that when we get into those environments where it's like against people who have been gritty for a couple 3 months,
right?
When we've been able, like, and again, it's not our fault. We play who we play, but it's not the rigor that these other guys are going through, proving that they're best in the league. Yeah. And that's why I say we've got to hold on to some real. I don't know. We have to develop that grittiness despite it. Like, I worry about not having that happening to us right now.
I think that's a totally fair concern. It's what your concern is, Derek, about, or when you question what their ability is. And what Steve's saying is right, and this is where I get conflicted because I go, well, I'm not going to hold it against them that they're beating teams we thought they should beat anyway.
Absolutely, no.
Right? So I can't hold it against them when I go, well, they should beat that team, and then they beat them, and we go, well, that doesn't mean as much. But I do hear what he's saying in that, like, you have to, iron sharpens iron, and beating up on bad teams doesn't mean you're sharpening the iron. He goes, we're not doing anything wrong. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Right.
And saying, have they been tested? I mean, that's unfair because, yeah, they've been tested. They've been tested without their best players.
Yes.
And they've you can sharpen that sort of resilience in a different way. But I hear what he's saying about going toe-to-toe with the best. And so there's really only two more opportunities for that with the Bears and the Seahawks now, because I don't think we view the Colts in the same light.
No, we don't. And we'll see what happens when Phillip Rivers plays for them. But, yeah, I'm not so concerned about the 49ers being tested. Like, again, this team has been there, done that in the NFC for years now. Years past, yes, they were more tested in the regular season, like during 2023. The big hype was, can they beat Philadelphia? Like, yes, they beat all these other teams, but can they beat the 10-1 Philadelphia Eagles? And they kicked the crap out of them, 42-19. And that's when you knew, okay, this team can match up with anybody in the NFC. And they are the cream of the crop in the NFC. It's not so much like I worry about, can they, are they going to, rise to the occasion against some of these teams in the NFC? Because Kyle Shanahan has, had this team ready to play through his whole tenure. So I'm not worried about that. It's just, is the defense really tested? It's, it's not really that much of a challenge to go on the road and play the Cleveland Browns past the elements. Their offense is not very good. The Arizona Cardinals offense is not very good. Yes, the Carolina Panthers offense was really good against the LA Rams, but it was not the same offense that we saw against the 49ers. Now, the bye week is going to help them. I'm sure that Robert Saleh will come up with more, blitzes and more schemes against these last three teams. I'm not concerned about the Tennessee game coming up. And I am now resigned to the fact that they are going to make the postseason, because I would be surprised if the Colts beat them now. But yes, I have the same fear that Steve does, where they're just not getting tested week in and week out. They're not playing these grandiose offenses that test the defense with all their injuries.
Dirty work on a Wednesday evening. Larry Krueger at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. We'll take a quick break. We come on back. I won't say I took exception. I thought it was an interesting take from Steve on Phillip Rivers saying, if he succeeds, it's not a good look for the league.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't totally agree with that. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Wednesday evening. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Just had our bi-weekly conversation with Steve Young. Last time we're going to talk to him this year because 2 weeks from now would be the 24th, and we're both off after the 23rd, which is, of course, our 2025 Dirty Work Annual Anniversary Classic.
Oh, I'm doing Christmas Eve shows, my man.
Are you here the 24th?
Yeah,
maybe you're
here.
talking to Steve.
We'll see.
I don't know. Maybe not.
I think Steve's going to be busy on Christmas Eve.
Probably.
I'm going to assume so.
Yeah, probably. There'd be a lot to ask. You're working that Wednesday?
Yeah. I doing a 2-hour show with Carlos Ramirez, I believe.
How about that?
Yeah.
Look at that. Getting dirty.
Getting dirty.
Right here on Christmas Eve. It's a dirty Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Are we playing bowl games that day?
Yeah, so that's why we're preempted. So just only 2 hours that day.
Okay, so you're on 2 to 4?
2 to 4.
It'd be worse if it was like 4 to 6.
I know, the back end of that.
Worse.
Yeah, he's like keeping some Liberty Bowl on or something.
Oh, dude,
You gotta come on after.
I did that
bowl.
last year with Greg Silver where we were just waiting around to get on the air, and I was like, all right. Nope, we're not doing a show? God.
Waiting around for
just
a game
waiting
like that?
around and like, are we going to do a show today? And like it went to triple overtime. I'm like, okay, I guess we're not doing one today.
So Steve Young just said to us on the Phillip Rivers tip, he said, he's rooting for me. We're just talking about how incredible it is. He's right. It's like they said, hey, you want to come climb Everest? And he was like, see you later, honey. I'm going. He grabbed his jacket and he went. I mean, it's not a terrible analogy. I mean,
no, it's pretty good.
It is something he's done forever. That said, he's not done it in 5 years, and he's 44 years old. Like he's like the pickleball workouts aren't gonna do the same stuff. Again, I don't know what level of shape you have to be in or what they're happy with. He joked today and he didn't know his weight, but he said, I'm not a mobile guy anyway. It's really about can he be out there and help them play mistake-free football, right? And the one thing about him that we pointed out is he didn't decline, really, near the end of his career. He wasn't the same guy, but he was still very, very effective. We didn't see him completely fall out. And so what Steve was saying is what Phillip Rivers recognized, and I thought this was an interesting take, is the same thing that Tom Brady recognized, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, Matt Stafford. All these older veterans now said, I started in the game and learned the game when it was a different level of play.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm watching how simple they've made the game. And you hear Steve has said this to me and to you and to Tom for years. He wished he could play right now. He says, the game is so wide open. There's so many more things I could do.
Yeah.
I could put up insane numbers if I could play in this era. So stepping away for 5 years and Phillip Rivers seeing the evolution, going, it's something I'd like to do again anyway, but now having the opportunity, I think that's great. Now, when he says that he thinks it's not a good thing for the game, maybe, if Phillip Rivers were to come back and dominate, and what he's saying is not a good thing in the scope that, like, it would show us that the NFL isn't as great as we thought it was or as tough as we thought it was.
Yeah.
Because he's out here at 44 dominating over young players. I would disagree with that a bit because I would say if you're giving him credit for understanding and recognizing the psychology of the game and how much more sophisticated the game was when he started playing versus how much more simple it is now, that would tell me that, yeah, the game has regressed in terms of the sophistication of it, but it's also an older player who's exploiting that while we're in the greatest age of health and medical advanced technology that allows players to stay on the field for longer. Like, it's not that alarming to me. It is that Tom Brady stayed that great for that long, but we're going to continue to see that. Like, there are so many players. Phillip Rivers was drafted when we were in high school.
Oh, yeah.
LeBron James was drafted when I was going into high school, like after I finished 8th grade.
Middle school.
Tom Brady was drafted when we were in middle school,
Yeah.
when I was in middle school, and retired just a couple of years ago. Like, this is going to happen more and more now, where guys are going to play for 20 seasons or for 18 seasons. So it's not a shock to me. This is more about the technological advancements in medical progression that allowed him to play for as long as he did, Phillip Rivers, but also speaks to the desperation of the Colts. And even if he played well, that would say more to me about Phillip Rivers than it would the league.
Well,
because how can you judge the league on a 4-game stretch?
But it's different where you're Tom Brady and you keep playing.
Then when
season
you stop
after
and
season,
come
then
back.
stop.
But Rivers is, but I mean, Rodgers is in the same boat. Brees was in the same boat. Where they just kept playing.
Yeah, exactly. This is different where you've been sitting on the couch, and I'm not saying figuratively sitting on the couch, but like he's a coach of football. He hasn't been playing NFL football for the last 5 seasons. And I would say that the defenses are still sophisticated. It's just the physicality may not be there anymore.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen the first time where Phillip Rivers gets sacked? Like, yes, he's a tough son of a bitch, but at the same time, like,
wow, you're getting loose with your Jeff Kent, huh?
Yeah, well, I figured it's good now.
Jesus, it's probably been said more on the station today than any day in history.
I'm liking it.
Jeff Kent started off with like 6 of them this morning.
No. Now 7 because of me. Phillip Rivers is tough, but like, what's going to happen where like someone that he has like Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter comes in, he's like, whoa, okay, I haven't felt a hit like that in quite some time. So I think that some defenses won't confuse him, but it's a different style of defense now. You got 3 high safeties that, it's different type of schemes that Phillip Rivers saw 5 years ago. So I think he's going to struggle at times. I think also we're going to see that he still has a rifle. But yes, I hear what Steve is saying, where you could just retire 5 years and then come back and it's still easy for offenses to thrive against defenses. I don't think it's going to be that way. I think it's going to be a mixed bag. I think we're going to see glimpses of what Phillip Rivers used to be, but ultimately it's going to be like, okay, why did he come out of retirement? That's what I think is going to happen. I hope it goes well because I'm thoroughly entertained by this whole narrative, but I am skeptical that's actually going to go well. Now, I don't know if you just saw, Jordan Schultz reported that before they contacted Phillip Rivers, the Colts did contact Sam Ehlinger, who was part of the Colts back in the day, Texas quarterback. They drafted him, and now he's on the Denver Broncos practice squad. They asked him, do you want to come, we could pick you off the practice squad and you could be a backup quarterback with us. I don't know if he knew about the Phillip Rivers stuff, but he declined. He wanted to stay with the Denver Broncos. That's a hell of a thing to do when you're just the practice squad quarterback, as opposed to having an opportunity to play for the Colts and potentially go to the postseason. That's interesting.
Maybe he's got a bad taste in his mouth from the Colts. Who
Yeah,
knows?
possibly.
Maybe they gave up on him. He's like, I don't want to go back there. Plus, maybe he's got a role and he's helping on the practice. I mean, who knows what his role is on the practice squad and how effective he is. Maybe he thinks Sean Payton is doing things for him. You know what I mean? I don't know.
And the Broncos are winning.
Maybe you've been
This
there
is
all
the
year.
first time I've heard where someone was on a practice squad team that was winning and wanted to stay on that team to potentially get a Super Bowl ring, as opposed to going a team that gives you playing time. But it's kind of weird.
Yeah. I don't know. Sam Ehlinger or 5 years removed Phillip Rivers.
I watched Sam Ehlinger at Texas.
I think I'd rather have
good quarterback. I'd rather have Phillip Rivers,
That's
honestly.
kinda where I am too. It's weird. I don't know. 5 years removed. So, I mean, it's like the betting odds would tell you, I would imagine, that like if you were to put odds on, is it more likely to be a rousing success or a disaster? I would say if he plays like 3 of the games, it's more likely to not go well.
Yeah.
I don't know if disaster is likely. I think it might just end up being blah.
Well,
Yeah. I don't think we're in for like some big show. I just think the story's great.
No, story's fantastic. Like the only thing I can remember, like this is kind of similar to, is Vinny Testaverde coming back and playing for the Carolina Panthers, and he was throwing passes to Steve Smith. But I want to say Vinny Testaverde played the year before, so it wasn't that big of a drop off where he was like, oh, it's 5 years later. It's gonna be fascinating, especially if he plays against the 49ers. I think fans would be like, we have to win this game. And it doesn't matter, it's Phillip Rivers, future Hall of Famer. We cannot lose to this guy coming off the street at 44 years old.
Yeah.
It's going to be fascinating. I know Todd Husek won't do that pregame show because it's going to be on the road, but I would love to hear what he thinks about this whole thing. I wonder how quarterbacks react to this, because I'm sure there's a lot of guys that are jealous. I would love to do that. At the same time, being like, what is he doing? What is he doing? He's on the cusp of the Hall of Fame. He's coming back for this team that may make the playoffs. This is insane. But then again, it's Phillip Rivers' life, so he can do whatever he wants with it.
Yeah. Well, he's back, and we'll see if they add him to the active roster again. He'd be the second player ever with a grandchild. Brett Favre the first.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm checking in on Vinny Testaverde. He did play the year before.
He did, okay.
He played 3 games for the
Jets?
Patriots the year before.
Patriots.
And then at age 44, but he never took time off, so he was 21 years in the league, age 87 to 07.
But I believe he didn't start with the team that year in 07. This was with the Carolina Panthers, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, he only made 6. He made 6 starts, played in 7 games.
Yeah, I believe Jake Delhomme got hurt, and I want to say David Carr got hurt, so then they signed Vinny Testaverde off the
5
street.
touchdowns, 6 picks. There you go.
Yeah.
Tough deal.
Yeah, we'll see.
Vinny Testaverde. How about that? Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday evening. We'll take a quick break. Larry Krueger is coming back with Niners Nightly at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. We'll put the show to bed next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today. Of note, Tatum Bethune did not practice with his high ankle injury. Kyle Juszczyk was limited while nursing his, and Nick Martin is still in the concussion protocol. For everything 49ers, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.